All right, what's up, everyone? It's good to see all of your smiling faces again. I'm Emerson Lancia, hosting this DraftKings show we call The Sweat, a smorgasbord of sports betting and DFS advice coming up. So NBA, PGA, NHL. We have a real-life weather dude joining us, and these two, DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey and RotoWire's Eric Halterman, our MLB panel, here to price check salaries on this 10-game slate. Need a pitcher at 8K or higher from you, Mr. Kenny. How are you?
I'm doing so well today, Emerson. It is not even funny. I really like Garrett Cole here. You know, it's just hard for me to pay up for a lot of these guys. Even a guy like Zach Wheeler's in kind of a suspect spot for me. If I'm going to spend money, I'm going to spend it all, baby. And I'm going to go with Garrett Cole. He's top 3% in strikeout rate this year. Over 40% of the hitters that he's facing are striking out. That is just absolutely outrageous. And he's coupled that with a walk rate under 2%. It is just really ridiculous how good he's been on those ratios. And when you're playing fantasy baseball, those are the ratios you want. So, the guy's matchup proof, and it really doesn't even matter, that he's playing a Tampa Bay offense that has given him problems in the past. But Tampa Bay is kind of slumping at the plate. You know, the fact that they didn't score too much against Jordan Montgomery last night at the Trop shows me a lot. They've kind of had some sporadic offense. They've had some big innings over the last few games, but nothing really sustained. So I think the Yankees have a good chance of winning here because that offense has been great. So Garrett Cole should get a win, a lot of strikeouts, and a big night.
Okay, Eric, hook me up with your pitcher who's going to cost at least 8K.
Yeah, that Garrett Cole guy is pretty good, but I'm going to go with Danny Duffy, who is not Garrett Cole, but he is maybe the mid-2010s version of Danny Duffy again, which is a pretty good pitcher. He's at 8,900. He gets a big boost from playing the Tigers, who are last in scoring, 3.4 runs per game, second last in WRC+. That's a mark of 80, which, for reference, that is Kevin Plawecki's career WRC+. So it's a full team of Kevin Plawecki's. Not a very tough assignment for Duffy here. His 1.26 ERA isn't going to hold, but the ERA estimators like him. 2.43 FIP, 3.71 xFIP. Both of those are career bests. His strikeout rate of 28% is a career high, and he's walking just 7% of opposing batters, which is his best mark in a few years. And it's all backed by a jump in velocity, up a tick and a half to 93.7 miles per hour on the fastball. So I think he's a guy that has been forgotten the past couple of years because he wasn't that good, but he's been pretty good in the past, and he looks pretty good again now, and it's got a very easy matchup.
All right, Eric, who is your hitter over 5K? Do tell.
We're going to go with Giancarlo Stanton at 5,500. When he's healthy, which he is now, there's a case that he's, best hitter in the game, top 3, top 5. The only reason he goes so much lower in season-long leagues is you don't know how many games you're getting him for, but for daily purposes, we know we're getting him tonight, and he's going to get the platoon advantage against the bulk guy for the Rays tonight, Ryan Yarbrough, who is fine, but nobody we should be scared to use good hitters against, especially because he's fine mostly because he doesn't walk guys. He doesn't really strike people out, and he gives up a lot of contact in the air. At least this year, his ground ball rate is down to just 33.9%. And again, there's few hitters better than Stanton when he's on, and he's on now. Over his last 16 games or so, he's been absolutely crushing the ball, and really all year. He's hitting 293, expected batting average of 285 backs that up. He's striking out less than almost ever, 25.7%. It's the second best mark of his career, and he absolutely crushes it. 98.8 mile per hour average exit velocity. Nobody but Aaron Judge is within 3.5 miles per hour of that. So it's a great time to use Stanton whenever he's healthy, and he's healthy now, so go for it.
Yeah, young Kenneth, what about you, dude?
Yeah, I'm going to go with a kind of an off-the-board pick here because normally we talk about guys we're going to pay up for. We're not talking about catchers. But tonight, I really like JT Realmuto at $5,100. He's going up against John Lester, a guy that is – still don't know why he's pitching because he can't do it anymore. You saw a little bit of regression set in his last start, and I think that we're going to continue to see John Lester take a backslide. A guy like JT Realmuto, he's top 5% in the league in expected batting average. You want to talk about batting average, by the way, 4 for 10 lifetime off of John Lester with 2 home runs. So I think that he has a great matchup against John Lester. He hits lefties pretty well. Lester's been knocked around. He's a lot of hard contact he's given up in the last 2 years, especially this season. And the thing about this game is that I think that the Phillies are going to score a lot of runs. And I also just like the fact that John Lester doesn't strike anybody out anymore. So there's going to be a lot of the bat put on the ball. We've seen the Phillies at time this year get really, really handicapped by the fact that they can't put the bat on the baseball. So a guy that doesn't pitch, the guy pitches to contact like John Lester is a great matchup for them. And I do think that we'll see a lot of these Phillies bats break out. Even a guy like Rhys Hoskins will start to get some hits here in this game. So I think that JT Realmuto will be right in the middle of a lot of goodness tonight. And I like him at $5,100.
Deuce, take me down a notch here. A hitter in the 4 to 5K range now.
It's going to be a total homer play here, Emerson, but I do have to take Luke Voit right now at $4,900. I know that it's expensive, but the main reason that I'm taking him is because I just don't think anybody in the world is going to pay for Luke Voit in his first game back. But, I mean, he did pick up some hits in his rehab assignment in Scranton. He had 7 hits in 5 games. And this is a guy that's going to be in the middle of this Yankees lineup. This is a Yankees lineup that over the last 2 weeks has been one of the best in baseball. You know, those days that we were talking about, the Yankees can't hit, those are in the past. Luke Voit should be locked into like the 3rd or 4th spot in this lineup. And I think this is a team that's going to score a lot of runs tonight against this Rays bullpen. And I just like this spot a lot. Again, this is a guy, probably one of the most important hitters to the Yankees, one of their best home run hitters. I really think that he can pop a home run here. I mean, again, there's not much to not like about the guy. He did have 3 home runs in his rehab assignment. So why can't he come into the majors and hit a home run off of Ryan Yarbrough? I think it's very possible. I like Luke Voit here at $4,900.
Eric, who do you like in this price range?
I do like Voit. He was my backup if my top pick was taken here, which is Jared Walsh at 4,600. I'm not sure how much Walsh has entered, the broader baseball fan consciousness, because he was kind of a nobody up until last year. I think the most notable thing that he was doing was trying to convert to a two-way player because he wasn't good enough at hitting to make it as a regular. But all of a sudden, he's definitely good enough hitting, and I think he is for real. He broke out last year, slugged .646, which trailed only Juan Soto among players with at least 100 plate appearances. And he combined that with a 13.9% strikeout rate, which is well below league average. That kind of power and contact combo is rare, and he hasn't quite kept it up this year, but he's not all that far off. He's slugging .579. His strikeout rate is still below average at 21.6%. He's also starting to take walks because I think pitchers recognize that he's actually good. His expected numbers don't quite back up everything he's doing. He's got a .283 expected batting average versus a .339 actual batting average, but that's still more than good enough for his price, especially against Jose Urquidy, who is fine, but also gives up a lot of contact, and a lot of that contact is on the air. Only a 17.7% strikeout rate and a ground ball rate under 30. So I think there's a very good chance Walsh could hit one out of the park here.
What about a value bat, E?
Let's go with Andrew Benintendi at 3,800. He definitely in previous years wasn't sitting in this range. It's understandable that he's down here after, a couple of down years, including very bad numbers at a very short sample last year. But he seems to be back to the Benintendi of old, which is not a star, but not a 3,800 player either. And especially over his last 16 games, he's been on a roll, a 999 OPS over that stretch, hitting .275, which is exactly backed up by his expected batting average. His slugging under 400, but his expected slugging, according to StatCast, is 438, which again, not a star, but more than a 3,800 level player. He'll get the platoon advantage against Casey Mize, who does have 2 straight quality starts, but just 9 strikeouts against 7 walks over those starts suggests that he's not really pitching all that well. He doesn't strike people out. He does at least keep the ball on the ground, but I think he's not at all scary. And I think Benintendi is a lot better than a sub 4,000 player these days.
Kenny, save us some money with the wood, dude.
Yeah, you want to talk about a guy that really is too talented to be down in this price range. It's Alec Boehm at $3,100. I'm going to stick in this Phillies game because I love attacking John Lester here. Could be a great guy, but I just want to attack him from a fantasy perspective. That's what I'm going to do with Alec Boehm here. Joe Girardi seems hell-bent on keeping this guy in the 5th spot in the order. And as long as that's the case, there should be a lot of runs scored here. There should be a lot of men on base for him. Boehm's got 3 hits in his last 3 games. You look back to the beginning of the week, he had those 2 big games one against Brandon Woodruff, one against Charlie Morton. So I do think that there's a lot of potential here for Boehm. And, Eric likes to look at those expected stats, those StatCast stats. Alec Boehm, for his whole career, his 2-year career, he's always hit the ball super, super hard and super well. So I think that this is a guy that's just ready to break out. He's had a couple of good games in his last 4. And I think that he continues to stay hot here in the middle of a Phillies lineup that should rake against a really bad pitcher in John Lester. And he's got the splits advantage here.
Deuce, before we wrap up, let's go over to the DK Sportsbook real quick. Which baseball bet tickles your fancy?
Yeah, so, I know that we're going to have a whole weather thing here, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Some people bet on the weather, and that's not, I'm not one of them, okay? I've been known to take totals when the wind's blowing in. So tonight I'm going to do it again. The wind is blowing in Houston, 16 miles an hour. Everyone's freaking out. They're saying, I'll take the under 8.5. No, you want to take the over 8.5. Why? Well, you always want to fade Jose Urquidy. That's number one. He absolutely stinks. He can't get anybody out. He pitches to contact. And this Angels team, which is really hot right now, is going to just continue to rack up the hits. Taylor Ward, eat your heart out, okay? The other thing, though, is I'm not just going to blind fade Urquidy and take the Angels, because I can't ignore that the Astros have been really, really good of late at the plate. One of the best, actually the best offense in baseball by WRC Plus over the last week. And they hit lefties really well. Top 5 against lefties, top 2 against fastballs, which is what Heaney leans on. So all the things in the world point to the Astros scoring runs here. I know Urquidy is going to give up some runs. I think this total is a little too low. Death by singles. Give me the over.
Eric, what about you, man?
I'm going to go with the Brewers over the Cardinals, and I'm actually going to do Brewers minus 1.5 over Cardinals, because that pushes the line all the way to plus 130. I think spotting the Cardinals a 1.5. I don't think that gives the Brewers, it's an implied chance of 43.5%. I think Brandon Woodruff is just a lot better than John Gant. The Brewers lineup has been worse than the Cardinals, but I just have a ton of faith in Woodruff and just about none in Gant. Woodruff's coming off a streak of 6 straight quality starts with 2 or fewer earned runs. He's allowed 1 or fewer earned runs in all but one of those. 1.73 ERA on the season is probably better than he'll end up, but maybe not by a ton. He set a new career high in strikeout rate every season. He's up to 32.5% this year, combining it with a 7% walk rate. He's a true ace. On the other side, John Gant has a 2.15 ERA, and I can't for the life of me tell you how, which I guess means you should probably kick me out in a minute here, but none of his underlying numbers back that up. 440 FIP, 526 XFIP, Sierra's all the way up at almost 6. His whip is 170. He's allowing a ton of base runners, not striking anybody out. He only has 1 more strikeout than walk over the course of the season. Sometimes you can get away with that if you have a truly elite ground ball rate, which he doesn't. Just 50% is merely above average. So I just don't see his good luck continuing here. I don't think he's close to the pitcher Woodruff is. So I think you could spot the Cardinals a 1.5. And I think you got quite good odds on that one.
Before we go, guys, Kenny, why are you wearing a button-down shirt this morning?
It's because I knew I was going to be talking to you. I wanted to look really good for my appearance on The Sweat every weekday at 11 a.m.
You nailed it, my friend. You look super handsome. Thank you, gentlemen, for all of your help. My favorite weather dude is in the house. Kevin Roth joins the program right after Jason Sobel and Adam Kaufman give us the 411 on the Byron Nelson.
Well, fresh off the Wells Fargo Championship, of course, Rory McIlroy with his first win in quite some time on the tour. Good to see this man as well. Jason Sobel, Action Network. I'm Adam Kaufman. And Jason, was it surprising at all to you to see McIlroy come out with victory there?
I said last week before the event started that Rory was, first of all, the most intriguing player to me because I didn't know which Rory would show up after missing the cut at both the Players' Championship and the Masters, working with a new coach. But I also said that Rory McIlroy had a very high ceiling, very low floor. So really a big differential in what we could expect from him. And that high ceiling showed up. We saw the Rory McIlroy that we've come to know over the years, a guy that was the only 2-time winner of the Wells Fargo Championship going into last week, and a guy that looks a little bit better than his 15th world ranking that was attached to his name last week. He's already up to 10th now, and I expect him to keep moving up this year.
Well, congrats to Rory, obviously, but we turn our attention to a betting preview for the AT&T Byron Nelson. What's interesting, among other things here for this event this week, is you have TPC Craig Ranch. This is a new course, so whether it's from a betting perspective or any perspective, quite frankly, what do we need to know about this place?
Okay, so 7,468 yards seems long, but I don't think it's going to play that long. I think the short hitters still have a pretty good chance at this one, par 72, so it's not stretched out that much. Has hosted the Korn Ferry Tour Championship a couple of years. It's been a while, 2008, 2012. It's hosted U.S. Open qualifiers and other qualifiers. Never before hosted an actual PGA Tour event. But Adam, I did go back and look and find that 9 previous times in the last 5 seasons did a tournament either start at a new venue or move to a new venue. Not a one-off, not a major championship that goes to a different place every year, but actually starting at a new venue. And what I found is that the PGA Tour often sets up these golf courses where they err on the side of caution. And what I mean by that is we should see some very low scores. They don't want to kick these guys' butts the week before a major championship when a lot of guys are going to get their butts kicked next week at Kiowa. So I do believe that we're going to see some low scoring. And based on that, we should probably target some guys who can make birdies in bunches.
I'll ask you about a bunch of guys, maybe even some of those. Let's start with Jon Rahm. He stands out plus 800 to go out and win this event. What do you make of him at that number, given that obviously he missed the cut last week?
Yeah, did miss the cut last week. Didn't play terribly. Just got off to a bad start on Thursday. It was better Friday. He actually got himself inside the number, and then a couple of late bogeys knocked him back out. That said, I'm never too worried about Jon Rahm. He's so consistent. If anything, he's a guy that gets mad, and he plays pretty well when he gets mad. So maybe that's a reason to like him this week. I won't be chasing that number whatsoever, but I certainly don't hate Jon Rahm against an inferior field this week.
Our guy, DraftKings own Bryson DeChambeau at right there at the same odds, plus 800. Then you have Jordan Spieth, who, this line has moved around quite a bit. He is plus 1,100 as we chat right now. If you're choosing between these two guys, I know the odds aren't super close, but where are you looking?
Well, the good news for Bryson, because last week he thought he missed the cut, flew home to Dallas, and then had to fly back to Charlotte on Saturday morning to play on the weekend and wound up finishing inside the top 10. They're playing just outside of Dallas, so he's going to save money on gas if indeed he does take off after the second round thinking he's missed the cut. That said, I like Bryson this week. I probably like Spieth a little bit more. I just think that his game is in tune. And, of course, Jordan Spieth is going for that pre-major Grand Slam. Remember, he won the Valero Texas Open the week before the Masters, and we've got the PGA Championship coming up next week.
What a headache for Bryson. You got to wonder if he's halfway home or finally gets there, and he's just thinking, I got to go back. I don't even care.
Yep, that's exactly what happened. But then, to his credit, he finished T9 last week. I mean, He made it on the number, didn't think he was going to get in, and he made enough to cover the jet fuel.
Well, good for him. He rallied, it counts. Down the board a little bit, you have Brooks Koepka. Taking a look at his odds, he's plus 2,300. Matt Fitzpatrick is plus 2,100. So which of these two guys in particular do you like better? Or maybe there's someone at similar long odds that you prefer over either one.
Matt Fitzpatrick has been putting better than anybody else on the PGA Tour over the last couple of months. I really like that. Brooks Koepka coming off a 5-week absence after playing in the Masters, or trying to play in the Masters at least. I found, Adam, that in the last 2 years, Brooks Koepka has had 6 different occasions where he has taken at least 5 weeks off for injury or for other reason. On those 6 occasions, his next start back, 3 missed cuts. The other 3 were not inside the top 30. I think there's enough of a sample size to look at and say that Brooks Koepka, when he comes back, he's not exactly putting everything into it, especially with a major championship coming up next week. I think he's using this week more as prep than anything else. Just get some reps in before next week's PGA Championship. And so I don't expect a whole lot from Brooks Koepka coming off that absence.
How about someone with some longer odds that you do like this week?
I was surprised to see the number next to Keith Mitchell's name. He is 80 plus 8,500, 85 to 1 this week, coming off a title contention, was the 54-hole leader at Quail Hollow last week. I usually don't like chasing a non-superstar the week after a title contention, just based on the fact that there's only a finite number of times in a given season that these guys are going to contend for a title. But I do think that Mitchell is a guy that's hitting the ball so well right now. His long game off the tee is going to help him a lot this week. He makes a lot of birdies, 20 last week, second in the field at Quail Hollow. So I think he's a guy that has a fairly big number next to his name and probably should. I think there's a lot of value there.
Who are you going to avoid this week?
Yeah, well, Koepka is definitely one of them. The other guy is Hideki Matsuyama, making his first start since winning the Masters. I know he went back to Japan for about 4 weeks. He had to quarantine when he went back there. I'm not sure if he had to quarantine coming back, but I can't imagine that Hideki has really grinded, really practiced hard, and played a whole lot of golf during this month layoff. So I think he's kind of just getting back into it. Remember, before the Masters, Hideki didn't have a top 10 anywhere since before last year's Masters. So it's not as if he was trending in the right direction going into that one a month ago.
Again, TPC Craig Ranch is a new course for the AT&T Byron Nelson. So tell me, who's going to win this thing?
It is a new course, but I have found a guy who has some history on this golf course. Scotty Scheffler, playing under the name Scott Alexander Scheffler, who was a little more mature. Back when he was 9 years old, played in a 9-hole, 7-9 age division co-ed event where he shot 1 over 37 on the back nine, made 2 birdies. That was one more than the entire rest of the field combined. He won by 7 shots. That's your course history tip for this week. Scotty Scheffler knows this place. I kid, but I only kid a little bit. There at least is some familiarity for him where there isn't for many other players. And I do think that being back home in Dallas is going to help him. And yes, he's trending in the right direction for that first PGA Tour win. So I do like Scotty Scheffler this week.
I can see it though. Coming up round 4, you have the PGA Twitter account pulling up old video from that tourney. It all comes together nicely, Jason. I like it.
I hope so. He won 12 out of 13 that summer when he was 9 years old. Paled though in comparison to when he was 8, when he won 14 in a row. So if I'd been there, a reporter on the scene, I would ask him, Scotty, you really had it going last year when you were 8. What's going on? What's wrong with you right now? So
you'd have to kneel down too. Scott, listen, there's nobody knows more than Jason Sobel. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, the people have demanded answers about the weather, and like we always do, we here at DraftKings, we deliver. Roto-Grinders chief meteorologist Kevin Roth, his belly is full with quiche at a very expensive and extravagant breakfast this morning. Here with how weather could impact this week's, baseball games and also the AT&T Byron Nelson on the PGA Tour. That gets going tomorrow. Tell me first off here, Kev, what weather is there to worry about tonight around Major League Baseball?
As far as rain goes, we don't have a whole lot over in your neck of the woods there in Boston. Could see a few showers. A late start wouldn't shock me, but even if they do say there's a late start, don't freak out. It's going to be fine. The game's going to play. So even if you hear of a late start announcement, stick with all the players in that one. Low chance of a delay in Atlanta, but nothing big there. What I'm looking at here are the temperatures. You look at the temperatures across the country, it's 50s almost everywhere, low 60s. It's cool or it's cold everywhere. You know where it's not cold? Arizona. Guess the high today in Arizona, Emerson. Go ahead.
Okay, off the top of my head, knowing it's a desert, I went out there once when I was 12. I'm going to say like 105 degrees.
Yeah, it's over 100 today for a high.
Yes!
Excellent meteorology skills.
Yeah.
And the roof is going to be open in Arizona. So when you get that hot air, it's thinner air. So the ball carries better in hot air. That's what we're going to see really exclusively in Arizona. They did the same thing last night. They opened the roof. It was 100 degrees. They scored 14 runs combined in that game. It's just better hitting weather than everywhere else. So weather alone, that's the best spot, and that's where I'm looking at.
Dude, I love that hot, thin air too. Like when you're playing golf because you're hitting drives like 450 yards and you just think you're this monster beefy dude.
You can blast it. But in the cold air, you try that in Boston, that cold, dense air, the ball just doesn't carry. Doesn't happen.
Nope. It does not. What should we be keeping an eye on here weather-wise, like later in the week, big picture, into the weekend when we're looking at baseball here, DFS?
We have zonal flow, which is a fancy way of saying pretty quiet weather across the country. Just look at temperatures as you go throughout the weekend, because there's going to be some spots where it's significantly warmer. Atlanta's going to warm up nicely later this week and into this weekend. Just always check temperatures before you build those lineups because you want to stack the hot weather games.
Okay, now let's talk a little bit of golf. Give me your weather concerns for the AT&T Byron Nelson that tees off tomorrow in Texas, just right outside Dallas.
Yep. First, I got to give myself a little pat on the back here. For the last tournament, there was a weather edge to be had, right? There was a certain way you could go to avoid the worst of the winds. I had so many people reach out to me and say they followed that weather advice and they made 60 grand, 70 grand, 80 grand, huge wins by following that weather advice. So just in general, remember, weather does matter in golf. As for this tournament, the weather doesn't matter as much. It's fairly quiet, at least the first couple of days. Thursday, Friday, no major issues out there. But it does get a little busier this weekend, which will lead you right into your next question.
Yes, it does. Well done, my friend. Incredible segue. Let's get your best weather-related DFS advice for the whole Byron Nelson. Let's go.
Okay, it's very clearly and very easily hammer early golfers on Saturday. So if you're playing the full tournament, it doesn't matter. Your Saturday golfers are going to be wherever they are. But if you're playing showdown slates on Saturday, you want the early golfers, because by Saturday afternoon, you're going to have sustained winds of 20 miles per hour, wind gusts of 30 miles per hour. It's going to be a problem out there. The earlier your golfer goes on Saturday, the better off you are.
Kevin Roth, I need to know where people can find you on Twitter, because you're great at tweeting out like nightly updates on Mother Nature, kind of wreaking havoc on our beautiful sports world. Talk to me.
That's what I do. Yeah. If you are interested in weather and sports in any combination, follow me on Twitter at Kevin Roth WX.
Love you, buddy. I'll see you later, man. We've got
mutual.
Oh my God, hold me. We got Sticky Puck on the menu right after this quick break. Okay, well, the Stanley Cup playoffs start Saturday. A few regular season games still to complete. 5 games on the slate tonight. DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich, RotoWire's Paul Bruno are here for opening face-off, choosing between DFS and Sportsbook plays on this Wednesday slate. So same story, different day here, guys. It's a Matthews and McKinnon night, but with everything all but decided for Toronto, how much sense does it make to look at McKinnon, or is it not worth paying up for those two superstars at center? Jeff, you go first.
I know Toronto doesn't have anything to play for here, but I'm going to still lean with Austin Matthews versus Nathan McKinnon. I mean, you just look at the production here and realistically look at the matchups. I mean, LA, Colorado played a couple 3-2 games, close games, but low scoring games as well. Anything could happen in this Toronto-Ottawa game. I mean, realistically, it just feels like it's going to be a loosey-goosey game. It's the last game of the season for Ottawa. They're not a good defensive team, still throwing out third and fourth string goalies. Matthews here, what other motivation does he have except to just score a couple more goals and go after that MVP trophy? You could see a hat trick here from Austin Matthews. I really wouldn't be that shocked. I think that is going to be his biggest motivation. Still probably going to play over 18 minutes ice. And like I said, I think the matchup is a slightly better here versus Ottawa. So I really do not hate paying up for Austin Matthews there. It's not really a deep slate either in terms of just, centers. So I think paying up for one of these studs, and my preference would obviously be Matthews. And then looking for value at the other positions is probably the way I'd go tonight.
Paul, what's your opinion on this?
I'm going to go to the other side and say I'm looking at McKinnon. Despite me being a Leaf fan, I'm looking at saving $600 and saying, here's a guy with 13 points his last 10 games played, motivated to keep the heat on Vegas in the race for first. So that's something the team has to play for. And he'll keep his foot on the gas a little bit more than I think Matthews might be inclined. He'll probably play a little bit less, as Jeff just said, than usual. And don't forget, though, that Matthews is got the goal scoring crown locked up. and his drive is to stay consistent in his lane. And one other stat, his career goals per game in history shows the highest marks against Ottawa, their opponent tonight. If you go lower in the board, though, there's value in finding a guy like Chandler Stevenson at $5,100. He's the top line center on Vegas, and the club is trying to lock down that first spot in the division. And against a Civ-like team defensively in San Jose, he has 9 points in his last 10 games as well. That price point gives you the wiggle room to fit in a guy like Matthews and McKinnon if you're looking to pair at center. Even cheaper value plays at center. Josh Norris at $4,800 and Joel Eriksson X. They both have very good numbers over the last 10 games, respectively.
Let's go to the wings and things department, guys. Minnesota's Kirill the Thrill Kaprizov has at least 11 fantasy points in each of his last 6 games. He'll cost you $7,100 as a wild take on St. Louis, but Avs winger Andrei Burakovsky has at least 10 fantasy points in that same span. Goals in 4 of his last 6. My goodness gracious, but he'll only cost you $4,900. You going with value here or paying up, Paul?
You know what? Kaprizov's been a model of super scoring consistency, as you implied, helping to change the Wild's identity, in fact, to a more capable and recognizable offense as opposed to more defensive structure. I'm not overlooking this club in DFS play anymore, and he's a big part of the reason why. So, yeah, I'll take him tonight versus St. Louis, I think. And I also like Burakovsky as well because his profile is such that he's looking to be productive consistently on a second-line role there on a scoring situation, and he's got a low price tag on a right wing on that second scoring unit as well. If you want to go cheaper, though, Matt Zuccarello in DFS play is a guy that I've talked about from time to time, and tonight's going to be another one of those times because he's undervalued as a very capable playmaker at his wing position. I know he has only 1 goal in his last 10, but he also has 7 assists in that stretch. That'll cost you only $4,800. There's even cheaper value plays, like if you want to settle for Josh Norris against Toronto, he's got 6 points in his last 10 games. Timo Meier, $4,200. He has 4 points and 2 assists in his last 10 games played.
All righty, Jeffrey.
Yeah, I think wing is a lot deeper tonight than center. Paul made a good point with Chandler Stevenson, but there's just so many other ways you can go here. A wing, Kaprizov is fine. I mean, they don't have a ton to play for either. Minnesota, they're pretty much locked into the 3rd seed. I think Brady Tkachuk is really interesting. Dude just fires the puck, more than pretty much any winger in the league. Going up against Toronto, I just feel like this game is going to be super loose. So I don't mind. I think if I was going to choose between the two, I'd probably lean to Chuck slightly tonight, but those two are really close for me. I like paying down, though. I like finding value at wing. Zuccarello is a great call. I like Alex Tuch, too, at $4,700. I really feel like Vegas kind of let one slip against Colorado last game. No Max Pacioretty. Tuch gets power play exposure on the PP1 for Vegas. I love that. Gets his shot off a lot. He's overdue for kind of a multi-goal night, which he kind of just pops up with once every month or so. So really like Alex Tuch. And another kind of third line just grinder guy who just shoots the puck a lot, Connor Brown for the Ottawa Senators. Him and Batherson are both really good values, I think. So I like going after Ottawa. I like the value there with Tuch. I think it's a night where you can pay down on wing, get really good upside.
Jeff, how about on defense here, dude? Justin Falk has become a presence on the blue line for St. Louis, averaging nearly 12 fantasy points per game over his last 10, but his salary has also climbed up as a result here. We're talking like 5.7 this evening. A little further down the board, $500 cheaper, 5.2. Minnesota's Jared Spurgeon has, points in 5 of his last 6. Do you like either of those two options, or are you looking elsewhere?
I mean, Falk has basically turned into like a must play here at the end of the year. St. Louis is really thin on defense. They've had some injuries, and that maybe getting a little bit healthy. It still looks like Vince Dunn is going to be out tonight, though. Perico's back, but just keep playing Falk. He's playing in all the situations. Power play 1. He's playing pretty good too, quite frankly. It's not really a good trade-off they made in the offseason, Falk for Alex Pietrangelo. But again, he's getting the minutes. So he is just a must-play at under 6K, in my opinion. You can pay up for Theodore and stack that Vegas power play. It's a really good matchup against San Jose tonight. I know Theodore has kind of been bad for fantasy lately, but I really feel like Vegas is going to come out and just drop quite a few goals tonight. So I don't mind that play. There is some value out here, though. Erik Karlsson is super cheap at $4,300, obviously getting discounted a little bit because of the matchup, but he has been very productive down the stretch as well, shown some good offensive flair. I like going there for value if you're going to pay down there with Karlsson.
Paul, what say you?
I love Jeff's call on Erik Karlsson. 24 shots on goal, 5 points in his last 10 games played, only $4,300 for a guy who a couple of years ago was the top defensive defensemen offensively in the league. I also like a couple other guys who fit a similar profile. Torrey Krug, his price point is low at $4,600, considering he's on a pretty nice streak with 9 points in his last 10 games. Also looking at the 20 shots on goal in that stretch as well as 10 block shots. Nice numbers across the board there. And similarly scripted for Jake Muzzin in Toronto, whose ownership share is likely going to be lower than all these other guys, priced at $4,800, despite a better than 2 shots on goal per game, 2 block shots per game, and 7 points in his last 10 outings. So lots of value lower on the board in defense than the 2 guys that you started off with here.
Let's do some sports bet talk here, Paul. Which NHL money line bet do you like on the DK Sportsbook tonight?
You know, I already said I'm a Leafs fan here, and they're on a roll.
Yeah.
Unbeaten in their last 8 games in regulation, but they may take a collective foot off the gas tonight against Ottawa, a team that always plays these guys tough. Freddie Anderson is in goal, his first start in 8 weeks. That's a question mark for me, not knowing what to expect from him. And I said the Ottawa team always plays Toronto tight. The Sens playing at home at plus 145. It looks like the best deal on the board tonight.
All right, what do you like? What's the best deal on the board?
Yeah, look, I like Ottawa too. They played Toronto tight this year. You're getting good value. I think they're 3-5 against the Leafs, but there's like an OT loss or 2 in there. So I like that call. But since Paul went with Ottawa, I'm gonna go deeper here because I think the Kings at plus 283 right now, it's just too tempting. I mean, this is a ridiculously huge money line for an NHL hockey game. The Avalanche are minus 345 favorites. And look, these 2 teams played. I know the Avalanche are like 5-1 in the season series, but these 2 teams played last week. It was 3-2 both guys. 1-goal games here. I mean, we're talking, all we're talking about is one big Cal Peterson, like 40 save performance, and you're getting a W from the Kings. I think at this price, you can look to the Kings on the money line tonight. It's just, you just do not see these lines this big in hockey. And look, Colorado, they squeaked out a win against Vegas. They really didn't look that good offensively lately, though. I think the Kings could are in a spot here where they could pick up the W. And realistically, it's just about the odds. They're just massive for an NHL money line.
Jeff, is that your favorite overall bet, or do you have anything else?
No, I like going to the Vegas Golden Knights here and the San Jose Sharks. I like the over here. It's 8 of the last 10 Sharks games have seen 6 or more goals scored. They're just not a good defensive team. They don't have good goaltending. And I also like Alex Tuch to score a goal at plus 185. So again, you go after that Golden Knights offense, you go with the over in that game, and Tuch to score a goal I also like for a player prop.
Paul, bring us home.
I like Minnesota at plus 170 tonight. I think this team is an offensive juggernaut. They're way ahead of St. Louis in the standings, and I think they still have something to play for in terms of trying maybe to get home ice in that second 2 versus 3 pairing in their division. So they have something to play for, and I think their offense is gonna light it up against a Blues team that is really coasting into the postseason.
Dudes, adios. Appreciate you. We're going to look at some NBA best bets right after this. All right, time to see what's cooking on the DK Sportsbook tonight ahead of a 6-game slate around the NBA. Here to share their best bets, we got host of the Four Seasons podcast by Ball is Life, Brian Mogg, Josh, RotoWire, NBA editor Nick Whalen. Nick, start with you, buddy. Which favorite do you like to cover the spread tonight?
I was surprised to see that the Brooklyn Nets are only -4 against the San Antonio Spurs. And I know San Antonio has a lot to play for. I know the Spurs are coming off of beating the Milwaukee Bucks handily. in their last game. But James Harden almost certainly going to be back for this game. We just got word a couple of minutes ago that he's going to warm up with the intent to play. I think that's going to provide a spark for Brooklyn. Obviously, don't expect Harden to be back to putting up 25, 10, and 10 right away. But this is a team that doesn't have a ton of depth, and just having a super competent MVP caliber player back in the rotation will be huge. And look, even if they don't get that much from Harden tonight, I think having Kyrie Irving, who granted is questionable for this game after taking a hit to the face last night, but just having him and Kevin Durant against a Spurs team that has a couple pieces that you like in DeMar DeRozan and DeJounte Murray, but on the road, long road trip. But at the same time, I was surprised that the Nets are only 4-point favorites in this one.
What do you think, Mark, Josh?
Nick, me and you both, man. I saw the -4 Brooklyn and was all over it. But you nailed everything I was going to say. Harden's a game time decision, but he's likely going to play. Even at 2% Harden, Kyrie, no concussion last night. I'm assuming he's going to play. But even with no Harden and no Kyrie, I love KD's chances with Joe Harris and the gang to cover 4 points against the Spurs team, who's not great at basketball right now. Not to mention that this is a very meaningful game as far as seeding goes for the Brooklyn Nets. They want to get as high up as they can. So all over Brooklyn -4.
Okay. Ryan, what underdog you backing tonight against the spread?
I'm backing the Wizards +6.5. I watched the entire Hawks-Wizards game last time when Russ was stat stuffing. It was a 2-point game until the very end where Russell Westbrook bricked a 3 which would have been a game-winning 3 and chased after the game ball in true Russell Westbrook fashion, but that's another story. The Wizards are the 10 seed, so they need this game. I just think that the fast pace of the Wizards, the Hawks looked like they had trouble matching that speed. But I like the Wizards to cover and lose, but by less than 6.5.
Nick, underdog, you're backing tonight.
Yeah, that was one that I thought about. We'll see if Washington is able to kind of replicate the effort that they put in on Monday against Atlanta. But I think I like New Orleans +8 at Dallas. I mean, the Mavericks have been awful lately, and Luka Doncic has had kind of his 2 worst games of the year back to back. And I know against the Cavs he got kicked out, and that had something to do with it. But I mean, Dallas got absolutely smacked around by the Memphis Grizzlies last night, and Doncic has 0 made 3-pointers in 2 straight games, which for him is unheard of. He had at one point this year, 48 games in a row with at least 1 made 3. I don't know if he's a little banged up or just kind of in the midst of a slump at the wrong time. But, even with the injuries in New Orleans, this team has been able to kind of regroup and play fairly well without Zion and without Ingram. I think, Steven Adams has a chance to get back in the lineup tonight. So that's one that I'm keeping an eye on. And I also wouldn't be shocked if Houston is able to hang around with the Lakers, a team that I've just grown to not trust whatsoever. The Lakers, that is. You're reintegrating LeBron tonight. His minutes are going to be limited. The Lakers turned it over a ton against the Knicks last night. They do that virtually every single game. So I don't think the Lakers lose to Houston, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Rockets, are able to keep this one from getting completely out of hand.
Nick, what total tonight has your attention?
Sticking with that Rockets-Lakers game, I like the under on 224.5. Houston, as we know, very much banged up, not really interested in winning basketball games at this point in the season. The Lakers defense, even with LeBron and Davis out, was better than expected and should be even better with LeBron James back in the lineup tonight. Lakers play a lot of low-scoring games. That's how they found success last season. That's how they're going to find success if they do in the postseason. This is one of those games where if the 3-pointers aren't falling for either side, I think Houston probably ends up in the 90s and the Lakers are maybe in the low to mid 100s.
All right, Mark, Josh, what about you, man?
I like over 234 for the Blazers Jazz game. Portland's red hot. They've won 4 straight. And in those 4 straight wins, they're averaging 128 points per game. The Jazz have won 3 of their last 4, and they're scoring 123 points in those last 4 games. So if my math's correct, they each need to score 117 points, and 128 and 123 is way over that. I just like the way these 2 teams are playing despite Conley and Mitchell being out. I think it's going to be a very meaningful game again. I think it's going to be high-powered, so I feel pretty confident about the over 234.
All right, let's go to favorite overall bet here, Ryan. So total prop, any of that stuff in the association tonight. What do you got?
So there's a theme about this Blazers Jazz game for me tonight. I like it. I think that this is a CJ McConnell game. Over 22.5 points is what I'm looking at for this one. In his last 2 games, he has scored 28 and 27 points. There's no Conley and no Mitchell, like I mentioned. So what I'm really looking at is who's going to guard who for Portland. Clarkson can't guard anyone. Ingles and Bojan are like their 2 guards that are going to be matched up with Dame and CJ. And the better of the 2, I would guess, is going to go guard Dame. So I think CJ has free reign to get deep in his bag tonight and try some stuff. But over 220 or over 22.5, I really like.
What about you, Nick?
I like Trae Young over 27.5 points against Washington. He had 36 in that last meeting. He had 30 in his previous game. Trae Young over 1.5 made threes as well. He's 3 of his last 22 from beyond the arc over the last 4 games. I think he's due to break out of that. The attempts, the volume have been there. I like Rudy Gobert over 14.5 points against Portland. And then finally, I like the Boston Celtics to cover 7 in Cleveland tonight. It feels like Boston needs a little momentum right now after losing Jaylen Brown, taking a couple losses back-to-back to Miami. Cleveland has, extreme interest in not winning this game for lottery purposes. Everyone's really down on Boston right now. I think this is kind of a get-right game for them to try to gain some level of confidence before heading into the playoffs.
Nick, before we let you guys go, you have a favorite DFS play in the association tonight? You got Jerry over on Twitch who really needs some DFS advice.
Yeah, I'll go back to Trae Young, 9,100 against Washington. If you don't want to pay up for Russ in that game, I think he's a great pivot. Clint Capella, who had a 20-20 game the other day, had 20 rebounds in that game against Washington the other day. He's at 8,600. And then a guy that Ryan mentioned, Bojan Bogdanovic at 6,900 for Utah going up against Portland. I like all 3 of those tonight.
Ryan, how about DFS play, man?
So for the first time ever, Russell Westbrook costs over $1,100. He's $12,400, which is great. And it's going to get me to pivot off of him, which I think is the main goal. So I think I'm going back to CJ. I think that this is a prime time ESPN game that he's aware of. Nobody's going to be able to guard CJ because they're going to put their main defender on Dame. I just think this is one of those nights where he goes off for 50 or 60 daily fantasy points. So not to mention he's $7,900, which a month ago he was $1,000 more costly. So I like CJ for value too.
All right, cool. Potato chips, adios. Appreciate the help. One more break to go, one more block to go. PGA Tour Chaser Fade with Len Hochberg is next. All right, y'all know the drill, and if you didn't know, now you know. Wrapping up our Wednesday edition of The Sweat with some PGA Tour Chaser Fade with RotoWire senior golf writer and 2020 DFS Writer of the Year, Len Hochberg. Good to see you, partner. We're going to dive right into this because we got only about a handful of minutes to go. The AT&T Byron Nelson, and with DJ dropping out now of this tournament, Bryson and Rahm are the only 2 golfers left in the 11K range. Which one are you chasing at that high price?
Hi, Emerson. Yeah, this is this is a challenging week. We do have a lot of big names in the tournament, led by Rahm and DeChambeau, but we do have a new course, TPC Craig Ranch. So there's some things we're all trying to get a grasp of this week, but it appears that the scores will be pretty low, and we should see 20 under win the tournament. They at least 20 under. The par fives are all short, all under 570, all four of them, and that is just right up the alley for DeChambeau and Rahm. They should eat them up. They both should do quite well this week. Obviously, we can't chase them both because of their price, but if I of you had to pick one, I might give DeChambeau a little bit of an edge. He's probably a little more familiar with the course, being a Dallas guy, but they could both really eat up this course this week.
Okay, so just outside that range, you're going to have Jordan Spieth. He won the last tournament that was here in Texas, where he is from, 10-7. Been on fire. Top five finishes since February. So you're chasing or fading that he continues his hot streak this week?
Yeah, this course is good for him in a lot of ways. A Texas guy, I'm sure he's familiar with it. If not before the announcement that it was coming on tour, then certainly since then. But the indications are that the fairways are pretty wide here, and that it really takes away and helps his big miss, which is getting the ball in the fairway. Everything else Jordan Spieth can do. If you're going to play Jordan Spieth this week, I could see it. It's definitely a chase more than a fade for Jordan Spieth.
All right, now we're going to go to Will Zalatoris. He has only missed the cut twice since the U.S. Open, although he just suffered one of those missed cuts at the Wells Fargo Championship. Chase or fade, he rebounds this week.
Yeah, well, I certainly expect him to rebound. I mean, the miscut was really surprising when he played 9 times in 11 weeks, or 10 and 12, something like that. He was on fire. He took a couple of weeks off, and I don't know, he lost his game. So maybe he needs the repetitions. Maybe he needs to keep playing like Sung Jae Im. But yeah, it's hard to imagine a miscut. The field is not very deep, so I certainly expect him to miss the cut. Whether he warrants his price, yeah, I guess he's a chase too. I hate to be chasing everybody, but there aren't a lot of big names after the top. Chase on Will Zalatoris too.
Okay, where are you looking for DFS value in this event? Because I've talked to like Reed, I've talked to Jeff like earlier in the week. It feels like a pretty top-heavy event.
Yeah, it is very top-heavy, and it falls very far, very fast into 2018, 2019 Korn Ferry grads and 126, 150 guys. But I'll throw a few names out pretty quickly. 7,400, Brandt Snedeker. He's 40 years old. His best days are behind him, but he can still bring it on occasion. He's got a recent tie for 6th, the recent 11th. This should be a pretty forgiving course. He's still a pretty good putter. 56th in strokes gained putting. You will have to be a good putter this week. Wyndham Clark at $7,000. Sung Kang, he's the defending champion, has not been playing well in 2021, but he is a member of TPC Craig Ranch. Fully expect him to have an advantage this week, and he's been getting a little bit better. And if you really want a really long shot GPP play, not a cash game play, Ryan Brehm, $6,200. He's made only 50% of his cuts, but he could make it this week. He's a bomber. He makes a lot of eagles. He makes a lot of birdies, also makes some bogeys, but he could score for you this week.
Hey, which guys in DFS would you recommend maybe steering clear of? Fading,
you know, there are two guys. Yeah, there are two guys this week, and they both recently won, and that's why I would stay away from them. First, Hideki Matsuyama. We haven't seen him since the Masters, and I don't know if we would see him this week if the PGA wasn't next week. We have no idea or little idea how the upheaval in a good way that his life has taken on since he won the Masters. We have no idea what's going on in Japan. I imagine it's been very hard to focus on golf and training and working out and hitting balls and stuff. And so it would be really understandable if he's not quite back in the frame of mind yet to play golf. And the same thing with Sam Burns, recent winner, first-time winner, life-altering victory. This is his first time back playing then. He probably still has not stopped answering text messages from people who claim to know him in high school. It would be understandable if he's not quite ready to go this week either.
All right, we got about 45 seconds left in show, so hook me up with who you like to win.
Yeah, quickly. Texas guys this week. Ryan Palmer, 40-something years old, but he's playing pretty well. He is familiar with TPC Craig Ranch. One of the top DraftKings scorers. A lot of birdies, 14th in birdie average, like 7th in eagles per hole. Par 5 birdie or better guy. He hasn't really done it since January. No top 5s since January. No top 10s, but he's been coming close. I think Ryan Palmer has some advantages this week and can get you high points even if he doesn't win.
All right, dude. Adios. We got a 6-game Madden slate starting at noon here on the Dream Stream. Me and BK on the call for what could be the worst wild weather Wednesday game in history. Washington at the Eagles in the rain after this quick break. All right, baby. We are live. BK, how are you? Good morning. Good afternoon.
Yeah, it's still morning here, but happy belated birthday. I wish you a happy early birthday last Friday when we were working together, and now a happy belated birthday.
Yeah.
How was it? Was it great? Did you play as much golf as your heart desired?
Yeah, a lot of golf over the weekend. It was phenomenal. It was really, really nice. Yeah, the birthday wishes continue to come in from people who forgot my birthday, so I won't forget them, like Jeff Ulrich. I discovered that in the sweat here in the previous hour. But yeah, it was a good time. Speaking of the complete opposite of a good time, I'm calling it right now. This is going to be the worst game in the history of Wild Weather Wednesday, and one of the worst games we've ever seen in Dreamstream history. What a terrible, terrible meeting between Washington and the Eagles in the rain. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm desperate for some money right now to pay my taxes. So that probably is the answer there. But
of course, the irony is that you're getting taxed. So
no, dude, like what the hell's going on?
Yeah.
Did you fill a lineup out for this?
I did. I got one in just a few minutes ago. I kind of hate it, but that's okay. The wild weather certainly factored in. I went ahead and captained Deshaun Jackson just because he went so nuts the last time I had the Eagles, which means he'll do nothing today. I'm currently in 11th place, by the way. So Deshaun is my captain. He had 3 touchdowns the last Eagles game I called. Then I went with Carson because I know he can obviously put up some points. McKissick, Ertz, the Sprinkler, and the Eagles.
Bro, we have a flag already. We have a penalty flag 3 seconds into this game. Holding on the opening kickoff. Screw this, man. But we got a good squad. We got a good squad with us.
What's your lineup?
Behind the scenes. Is that Alshon Jeffrey already? Yeah, dude. Welcome home. So my lineup, I forgot about it because I did it like hours ago. Hold on one second. Let me go with, let me click on this contest here. I think lineup-wise, where are you? I decided to... Dude, this is brutal, my computer. All right, McLaurin in the captain spot, Sanders, McKissick, Haskins, Ertz, Hopkins. That's what I decided to go with.
All right. Not a bad sounding lineup. They all sound good, right, when you say them out loud.
Yeah, they sound great. They look good, like on paper, but the rain.
Yeah, this could be a winning lineup. Sure.
It's less than ideal. But
I've had a string of. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I've had a string of bad games until yesterday. Koff and I got a little overtime with the game we did, Panthers and Bears. But in general, I've had bad games, including the one with you on Friday. So.
Yeah, dude. I think it was it yesterday? I can't remember exactly. I think I finished second to last. I finished second to last in 2 contests in the past 5 days. I am on a terrible stretch. This is following a stretch in which I was leading by example. I was showing the DK Sim fam how to build perfection by finishing in the top 5 in a handful of contests in a row. So now I am back down at the bottom of the barrel, but much like the Phoenix rising from the ashes, you will see greatness again out of my lineups, BK. Is he frozen or am I frozen? What's happening right now? BK, are you okay? He's frozen.
Yeah, I think I was frozen. I'm gonna try something real quick. So I'm getting a note. Says my connection's unstable. Let me grab a.
Oh no!
So
okay.
Talk amongst yourself.
Yeah. I can definitely do that. Now I know in the past when this has happened, I think BK has himself a large chunky family. So I think in the past we've discovered this with Kenny. It's either his cat or his girlfriend are playing Fortnite and eating up all of the bandwidth and the Wi-Fi. It happens a lot with Zach Thompson because he's oh my God, we have a fumble with Carson Wentz. And it is recovered. It is recovered by Washington. So we are off to a ridiculously hot start here.
All right, I think we should be better. I plugged in a hard line. The Comcast Xfinity folks were out here last week messing with wires in the yard. And there's a wire that hasn't been buried yet. I'm I have 2 dogs. This can't go great. This orange wire just going across the yard. So maybe they're out there I'm guessing they are out there right now. That's what my dogs are barking at.
Oh, dude, if there's a wire in the house, my dogs will find it. My dogs will chew on it, and that wire will no longer work.
But when I'm looking at one of my dogs, they're both tied up out back, and she's barking. So, and in the direction where the Comcast people would be working. So. Who knows what's going on? I guess if it keeps cutting out, I'll just throw my phone on and we'll do it on Verizon.
The second worst day of the month for me, after first worst day of the month, top ranked worst day of the month is always having to pay rent. Second is having to pay that cable bill. And let me tell you what, I was not nice when Comcast asked me to fill out a little survey yesterday. I hammered them, bro. Just like Dwayne Haskins Jr. is getting hammered by this Eagles defense.
Brandon Graham there. What's the biggest issue that you have? Just service quality or overall cost?
There's service quality, there's overall cost, and like customer service. I mean, I think they're like the top ranked company year in and year out for customer service. Just really, really struggle with just communicating. I'm just trying to have a conversation. Difficult when you have an issue to get it figured out. Make me feel special. Make me feel special. Like when I'm on
Comcast is the opposite. So
Yeah.
I've had DirecTV almost exclusively since I've lived in Denver, save for about, I guess it was 2 years, we had Comcast, and it was brutal. And they actually called me up one time, and I was a sucker, like, hey, if you add a phone in this, you'll save money. I'm like, okay, so I did it, and then the bill went up. Like, oh, well, taxes and fees. I'm like, well, so I'm not saving money. And then they wouldn't give me the old deal back. It was a nightmare. But we have DirecTV and then Comcast internet through my wife's company. And so I thought it was just we're not getting enough speed or whatever because I've had some issues. Turns out their wiring is jacked up. That's why they sent a tech out to fix the wiring.
Yeah.
So not sure, assuming that that's what they're out here doing right now, and that's what my dogs are barking, if that'll be enough of a fix where I don't have to add a second bill, if you will, although her company pays for the first bill, which I'm willing to do because obviously doing these sims and working from home 70 to 90% of the time, depending on the week, right? Mm-hmm. It's silly to have internet issues.
So you were on a sim yesterday. You mentioned that with Kaufman. You had a little overtime. I mean, hell, it looks like you were on a sim on Monday with Rossi. Because I was going to ask you, didn't you guys get out of town over the weekend?
Yeah. We were able to sneak up to Vail, and even though the weather was a little dicey, it was really, really nice. We did a VRBO in a nice hotel. It's called mud season out here, which is between
I remember
ski
that
season.
in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, between ski season and the summer, and the summers out here can be really busy too. I guess because the ski industry and those towns rely so heavily on seasonal employees, they have to be closed. Certain businesses, lots of restaurants, for at least a month so they can file for unemployment and then get that going or whatever. And so we still were able to find like the 3 open restaurants up there, and it was awesome. My wife really enjoyed it. I got her a massage at this really fancy spa in Beaver Creek. Yeah, it was a good Mother's Day for sure. And the place was sweet. I'll show you some pictures. It was 3-bedroom. So we were able to put all the kids in their own rooms. 14-year-old had his own room. It was great.
Oh, wow.
Well, I say all the own room. We had the baby. She was in a pack and play in the very nice bathroom adjacent to the master bedroom.
Oh, did they have heated bathroom tile floors?
I don't think we were on the 5th floor, so you don't need it because the building's warm.
Oh, yes. Nice warm, toasty building.
Funny story. So it's in the Lodge at Vail, which is one of the, there's a lot of nice hotels there. But they have an Elway Steakhouse, and there's obviously 4 of those around town. There's one in the airport, and then 2 in the city, and then 1 in Vail. And so my wife, as we're at the pool, there's no service right now because, again, mud season, but you can go into the restaurant and just get some to-go drinks or whatever. So she goes in to get a glass of the house Chardonnay, and Elway has his own wine label called 7 Cellars. So, and it's not the cheapest wine. It's not the most expensive wine, but it's not the cheapest. So her house Chardonnay costed $30 because it was the 7 Cellars Chardonnay, which the retail on that's probably between 50 and 60, for a bottle. So a single glass at Elway's Steakhouse, it becomes the house. I texted his wine partner. I was like, hey, thanks for or I was like, you're welcome. We got the old okey doke on the house Chardonnay, figuring to be, $8, $10, $12 glass of wine, right? Like you'd expect. But anyway, no, it was a great Mother's Day. I hope everybody had good Mother's Day celebrations or conversations with their moms and motherly figures in their lives.
Yeah, I definitely did. Call my mom, talk to her for a little bit as Carson Wentz hooks up with Zach Ertz. It was 3rd and 8. I said for sure the guy's going to run for a first down or completely screw it up. Decides to go to the air. 1st and 10 coming up from the 26. How often do you and your wife do the couples massage thing?
Well, so that's the thing is we've done it. So there's this really nice spa over in Beaver Creek at the Park Hyatt there. And we did it a few years back, the couples massage. She booked it. I didn't even have any idea what it cost. But now that I went and looked to book her massage, I was like, I could do the couples massage, but it is Mother's Day, and it will cost almost an extra $200. So we didn't do it this time, but we've done it a couple times. Did it once in Denver, did it once up there. So it's great. But I was happy to take the kids and then let her just have some time to herself.
Yeah, so we've done as Carson Wentz completes the pass, and it'll be 1st and goal from the 6 coming up when the second quarter gets underway. We're at bagels on the board here after 1 quarter of play.
Good prediction by you to this point.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. That was Deshaun Jackson on that reception, by the way. He's got 2 for 23 already. Dude, a wild weather Wednesday in the rain. Carson Wentz, he's on pace to throw for 404 yards, which means definitely he's not going to do it now. 9 of 10. And Dwayne Haskins is 1 of 2.
He's on pace to throw for 0 yards or 8 yards.
Actually, yeah, he has 1 carry. Yeah, 1 carry for 2 yards there.
Oh,
Miles Sanders, 5 for 25. No. I remember his passing yards was like 1 for 2. Yeah, it was something terrible.
Yeah, or something.
Dude,
so.
We've done the couples massage thing once. We got it was on our honeymoon. So we got our 8-year anniversary coming up here in a couple weeks. And I'll never forget, we were on our honeymoon. I said, let's
Where were you on your honeymoon?
We went to Key West. Yeah, because
nice.
It's clothing optional there on Duval Street. So we like to do that stuff.
Duval?
Yeah, different Duval.
No, sure. But they still say it like
don't
that.
look up. Don't look up when you're on Duval Street there at the clothing optional bars, the ones that have the balcony. A lot of low-hanging fruit. So we have we're there, we're getting the couples massage. And I swear to you, dude, this is probably why we haven't done it again. Like, I'm looking over at my wife, like they're really, working her back muscles out. Everything is like great. And then she's looking over at me, and there's this large Russian woman who is just going to town on my glutes, just straight there, left cheek, right cheek, like nonstop, like squeezing. And I'm thinking to myself, my glutes are good now. They're like really loose. Like I got a tight lower back and, shoulders, everything. We could work on it. She stayed down there for like 20 minutes, just going to town. I'm all oiled up. I don't know what's happening, but my wife and I are just locking eyes, looking at each other. We're just like, what is going on?
You still are locking eyes.
Yeah, it's super romantic.
It was like in that Key and Peele sketch where they're doing the hula hoop.
Dude, so yeah, anywho, we tried to do a couples massage for the birthday back on Monday, but it turns out you should probably book those more than, or try to book them more than like a day in advance.
I guess I don't know, right? You're high in, it's a Monday, right? So it's not Saturday, Sunday. So I guess, and I don't know how high end you were trying to go, but you go to there's Four Seasons and Ritz's and stuff. It's obviously in the greater Boston area. I'm sure. I don't know what level y'all researched it, but that would have been nice. By the way, you can still do it this weekend or sometime soon. Doesn't have to be for your birthday.
Yeah, we are. I think we're trying to do it this weekend. Because I said, dude, I'm a little tight. All the weight that I'm constantly lifting. I'm putting on shows, clanging and banging inside the YMCA. Like, it's unbelievable. 2nd and goal here. And is that going to be in? They're going to give it to him? Yep. That's a catch. That's a touchdown.
Yeah.
And D-Jacks, baby.
Look at that. Feeling good about my captain selection now.
Okay, first off, Glash is in the chat. Love him to death. He's saying, text me back now. Wow, you've changed, man. Oh, wait, he did just text me a couple times. Also, I got some. Ooh, okay. What's that about? He says, I got some ish to tell you, so give me a call. Unless you want me to call you now, Glash Daddy, let me know. But he was texting me earlier. We were trying to, shift some of our shifts around. Needed a little bit of help and an assist, and he's helped me multiple times. I have helped him countless times as well, but I don't think I'm going to be able to help him out for a schedule change on Friday. But good dude. I will call you back after this sim, Glash. I promise you right now.
I guess you can call me too. I don't know what schedule he's supposed to work. So.
Also, he said he had a blast. He had a blast yesterday with Terrelin. And who else were you guys with, Terrelin? Was it Jeff? I like the whole 3-man booth idea. So it was with Ducey. Okay. So Glash, Ducey, and Terrelin.
I imagine
love that.
Getting the chemistry down took at least a quarter, though, to really kind of figure out each other's rhythm.
Yeah. Like how did it go? What did you guys think in the DK Sim fam? Those of you who caught that historic broadcast, 3-man booth, Terrelin in the house, what did you guys think? What did you like? What did you not like? How could they improve? We like to take all of your recommendations and considerations into consideration. Let us know. I wish I was able to catch that, but we're going to be doing that a lot more. It's a little fun, little change of pace, super cash. Terrellin's super dialed into a lot of stuff in this world, so it's nice to have her knowledge being dropped on all of us schmucks. What was it like seeing Terrelin and Ducey like together and interacting? I don't think I've never seen it before.
I guess we could just go back and watch it on the Dream Stream.
I know, but I don't want to do that because that would take work. I would rather just now.
Yeah,
I would rather have someone tell me. I trust the DK Sim fam. I'd like their knowledge. They're always on top of it. Majority of them are here all the time. # team always here. Okay, so Jordan says, I was in and out, but was good from what I saw. The Freak of Nature says, Ducey needs to wear lipstick. Oh, man. Okay, Emerson's Peloton, huge fan of Terrelin. Says, could have done without the Ducey and Glash part of it.
I need to get back on my Peloton. They emailed me today, like, here's some new workouts for you. Remember us? You're paying for us.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I got one of those emails too. I'm pissed at them right now. I really am. Because I don't necessarily like doing all the instructor rides like anymore.
You just do the free ride through San Francisco?
Yeah, I don't like when people are barking at me. I don't. And it's the same thing with like classes at the gym. Like I can find the inspiration inside of myself, inside of my loins that are on fire. I don't need you to tell me or be dropping haikus on me left and right to try to inspire me. I can figure it out. So I go to the scenic rides all the time, but now they've cut those in half. I said, where'd they all go? Like, dude, I just want to be cruising through like the mountains of Denver and like wave at you when your dogs are out in the yard barking at the Comcast guy.
I wonder if that's what it was. I guess when we get done here, I'll go look and see if they buried the orange wire. The funny thing about it was I was ready to call Comcast, and I kind of kept forgetting to at various points during the day. I'd done like a chat with them last week on my way to the Rockies game while I'm on the light rail with the kiddo, 2-year-old, and I'm like, well, I'm walking in the Rockies game. I'll call later because they're like, what do you want to do now? Sign it. I'm like, you know what? I'll talk to somebody on the phone. But I just never got around to it. And then, like, as we're getting ready to leave Friday to head to Vail, a Comcast guy just comes walking around the side of my house, and I'm like, oh, hey, man. He's like, yeah, I just did this, and I'm like, wait, what? And my wife or her IT people had reached out saying that there was an issue. And so they had already scheduled this guy to come out and fix whatever they thought was broken, lay a new cable down. So up until right now, when you and I were talking, it seems to have been working better. Look at this fake punt.
Oh, my God. And, of course, it's incomplete because it's Wild Weather Wednesday.
That was actually a pretty good throw. I think no rain, that might have gotten there.
Yeah, well, that's where you got to take the rain into play.
How is it scored? If they complete a pass, I don't think you get the points for that, though, unless they would have actually scored the touchdown.
Well, I would think if you're the receiver, you get the reception. The receiver,
right. I'm saying if you have the Washington defense special teams.
Oh, I see what you're saying there. Well, now you're starting to ask questions I may not have answers to. No, you don't give passing yards to like a unit. It has to be an individual. So no, you don't. So we learned what Kenny buys at the grocery store. Terrelin is dropping into our Slack channels. Ertz is having himself a day here. Wentz, just a couple incompletions, 128 yards. Eagles leading 7-0 here with 4.5 minutes to play. Ertz already up to 4 grabs for 57 yards.
Just got an email from our national sales coordinator who she handles our DraftKings ad buy.
Yeah.
I just found out DraftKings is rolling with us all the way through June 14th. So I get 5 more weeks. I guess I already knew about this week and even next, but 3 more weeks. You never really know. It's like until we get into football season, they're rather since football season's ended, they've been on for a few weeks, then off a week, then on for 2, then off for, around March Madness, they said they were only going to do 1. They did all 3, So it's nice to get an email that says, hey, make sure you're tweeting out about DraftKings because they're rolling with us through almost June 6th, 19th. I'm all about it. $2.3 billion in gambling revenue from May to May here in Colorado.
I love that.
And DraftKings, obviously, a big chunk of that, thanks to Mattress Mac showing up and just dropping cash.
Oh, my God. Yeah, that fat Super Bowl bet. I mean, dude, any major event, that guy's just like, here's $1 bajillion.
Yeah, but because it's not in Texas, he flies to Colorado. So, which is cool. Cool for our state revenue because he has to log in to make his bet there on the DraftKings app. So, anyway, always good when I get positive DraftKings news.
Okay, so it's great. Any kind of positive news for this incredible company like we are blessed to work for, and that many of you continue to show us love with these sims, and whether it's on the DK Sportsbook or any sport that you guys decide to fill out a DFS lineup, man. We love you. We love you, DK Sim fam.
You looking forward to a PGA Championship next week? I had totally forgotten about it until I saw a commercial that they had moved it to May to make it more relevant, which is smart because putting it in the middle of football season was stupid.
Yeah, they did that like a few years ago. It still feels to me like that redheaded stepchild of all the 4 golf majors, even though that's what they tried to. They're trying to move it up.
And that's what they always will. They always will be that. They'll never be better than the 4th major, even when they're at Pebble Beach or, name some iconic golf courses that they might be at, right? If they're at Bethpage Black or places where you've obviously seen the U.S. Open too. Even when they're at, and I guess they have to all be PGA courses now that I think about it. But regardless, they'll always be the 4th. You can decide if you like the Masters or the British Open, the Open Championship, or the U.S. Open the most. Most people will probably vote Masters. But they're always going to be 4th. Nonetheless, it'll certainly help my nap schedule more this time around than it would in football season. Football season, you're like, oh, cool. So-and-so won a major. Great. Congratulations, Brooks Koepka. I watched 0 holes.
Yeah, and Koepka, oh my God. Wentz sacks on 3rd and 3. I think Koepka's back this week at the Byron Nelson. I think it's his first tournament since missing the cut there at the Masters.
Is his knee feeling better though? Like unless he had surgery.
I don't know. And I remember talking to like Jeff and Reed this week, and even Len Hochberg on the Sweat this morning. Most of the golfers I think they're getting after for DFS this week are guys who have at least played since the Masters, because you're seeing a lot of the bigger names come out and they're making their first appearance here in like a month.
Yeah.
Which includes Masters winner Matsuyama.
Where is the PGA Championship?
Where is it off the top of my head? Kiawah Island Golf Resort.
Oh, South Carolina, huh?
Yeah, man.
That'd be nice. I mean, it's very rarely do you show up like, wow, what a dog track. Why are they playing a major here? Except for that year they did the U.S. Open at that weird course in Seattle. The first year Fox got it back, and then remember it's like a rock quarry that they turned into a golf course. You remember that from?
I do.
Maybe 5 or 6, 7 years ago. It was weird. That was weird. But otherwise, you're always like, oh, that looks awesome. I wish I could go play there.
Just checking out some of the comments here. More from the 3-man booth yesterday. David G saying Terrelin was very professional, has really good insights, and her takes are good. Kicking Club says, I was a little uncomfortable with Kenny's questions about Terrelin. Okay. Terrelin's banana eating conversation. I guess, yeah, you guys were talking about groceries. I'm poking over to Twitch. where it was interesting because Reed Tees, did you know, one of my good dudes over there in the Twitch fam, says that, not Rossi, but you have Mr. Kenny Ducey who was trying to fight him. And I said, why was he trying to fight you? And he says, Ducey was arguing that calling TL equals Terrelin is the same as calling AD Adam. Calling Adam AD and calling Terrelin TL.
It's not the same.
No, I don't think it's the same at all.
Adrian Peterson's nickname, by the way, is also AD. And somehow it also started becoming all day.
Yeah. Which I'd rather hear all day than AD. I'd rather call him AP.
Right. A lot of people still call him AP. I think he gets both, right?
Yeah.
And most people don't even know it's AD. Like, you have to remind them. Like, oh, yeah.
I think Anthony Davis might hear AD because that would make sense. Those are his initials, AD. Dwayne Haskins holding onto the football forever. He fumbles it, but it is scooped up by his offensive lineman to save the day there. And they have one timeout to go, 2nd and 27 from the 23, and time just ticking away. Simon Slay says, Rossi talking about seeing Oasis in concert yesterday. So during the sim, I recorded a song for him.
Oh, nice. I saw Oasis in concert, too, in a snowstorm here. They weren't in the snow. We took a snowstorm to drive through to get to it. Like 2,000 people in an 8,000-seat venue.
Oh, my God. Did he just fumble it again, and it was recovered again by his offensive lineman? Okay, so now at this point, if he fumbles it, it's 3rd and freaking 44. What is going on? Why are we still doing Wild Weather Wednesday? What?
There's not a lot of plays in the book for 3rd and 44.
This is incredible. Now,
I hope they throw it, but they're definitely going to run a draw play. Or just a hand.
Yeah, there you go. And now look at the Eagles. Eagles are going to take their second timeout. 13 seconds to play, 10-0. Hey, who knows? Maybe the punter got some slippery, moist, H2O covered fingers and drops the football in the end zone.
Are you tracking any of the NFL schedule leaks?
Yeah, so I saw, first off, dude, what do you think? I mean, around here in Boston, the biggest story immediately was, I don't think it's confirmed yet, but you're looking at the Bucks, Tom Brady and the Bucks, coming to Foxborough in week 4. So it'll be the first time Tom Brady will be playing in Gillette Stadium. I
just saw the whole Patriots schedule. I've got it right here in front of me now.
Oh, you do? Let me take a gander. Where is it?
Yeah, Dove Kleiman at NFL_Dove Kleiman. He's putting all of them out. He doesn't care.
Yeah, see, this happens like every year, right?
I happen to have seen most of the Broncos schedule. I do know because it's been out by a lot of people, so this isn't me breaking anything. They will go to Jacksonville week 2. Some people were hoping they'd go to London, but I was actually told the Jags want the Broncos to come to Jacksonville because of the Broncos fan base, knowing that it'll make sure it's a sellout. I would think Trevor Lawrence would take care of that, but maybe they're not there yet.
No, probably not. Oh my God. Wait, what just happened?
Did Ertz catch it
down at the 1? It down at the 1. Zach Ertz. Dude, my computer's about to die here. What the hell just happened? All right, hang on a second.
Wow, what a way to end the half. Wentz to Ertz. Ertz, I would challenge it, or you can't challenge it. Come on, New York. Throw the challenge buzzer. Hit the challenge buzzer. Unbelievable. What a big play, though. Wentz is definitely going to pick up that bonus now. You got to think 191 through the air in the first half. 196. So wait. All right.
Where?
So at NFL_Dove Kleiman. He's put out a bunch. He's put out the Saints. Dove just doesn't care.
Is this the one that I'm looking at here where you got the Jaguars in town on the January 2nd?
Yeah.
For talking Patriots? Okay.
And like you said, Bucks, week 4, Sunday Night Football.
Yeah. Okay.
I gotta think the league came to them and said, we have to have Tom Brady on Sunday Night Football. Sorry, CBS. That's one of those where they go back and forth. CBS gets to protect a handful of games, or Fox. I guess Tampa at New England. Fox would get the first choice. They're saying we have to put this game on Sunday night primetime. We'll make it up to you.
Yeah, I remember like yesterday people were saying, "Oh, we'd love to see this as that Thanksgiving night game.
Yeah, Thanksgiving night game. A lot of people said that. I don't think it matters when it is, right? It'll be the feature
I don't
of the
either.
weekend.
To me, it's going to be the highest rated regular season NFL game. I don't know what the record is, but it's going to come close to that. It 100% will. A Sunday night football game with Tom Brady, it is going to smash records. My question for you is, that has to be one of the highest demanded regular season tickets, I think, in sports history too.
Yeah, when you think about Patriots fans found a way to spend money to go to all those Super Bowls, right? And even though it got tiresome for non-Patriots fans, I saw plenty of Patriots fans at every single one of those games that I covered. And I think I covered 6 of the 9, maybe, something like that. Certainly the week of. A bunch, maybe even more than that now that I think about it. But early in the year, so the weather likely won't be a factor. Not that would matter. Tom Brady, the homecoming, and I know Belichick will downplay it. You know who won't downplay it? Robert Kraft and the Patriots. The video tribute. They might retire his number at the game, as crazy as that is. I mean, they probably don't, because why would you retire the number of an opposing quarterback? You know it's going to happen, and they'll make a bigger Tom Brady day, but you'll see a video tribute pregame, a crazy ovation, probably some boos from some, pissed off fans. And then a couple of boos.
There will be a few.
It's Boston, right? There's going to be some boos. But yeah, I think you're right. We should check that out to see what the Sunday night highest rated game is of all time, because this will certainly come close, if not beat it. I mean, some of those Brady Manning ones had pretty good TV ratings. Let's see.
By the way, you have Ertz that I see 6 catches. Like he's already in the receiving bonus here. I'm going to pull up my lineup because he's in that thing. So also shout out to Frangelico and JJ on the ops team today. TP Thomas on the 1s and 2s. Tara Lynn producing for us behind the scenes on this first of 6 sims on Wire Weather Wednesday. It's 10-0. Ertz 6 for 107, had the 59-yarder right before the half. I thought it would also was in for a touchdown, but apparently it was not. And you also have Carson Wentz, who's around 100 yards from hitting the bonus there in the passing department. Ripping through some of the top price guys. So Scary Terry only has 2 catches for 19 yards. Haskins has been terrible. So he's got, 46 passing yards. That's disgusting. McKissick has 14 receiving yards, 9 rushing yards. Sanders on the ground has 43 rushing yards. It's been less than ideal. Let's just put it that way.
I'm trying to find. Nobody will tell me I say nobody. The internet is not telling me the all-time highest viewed Sunday night game. I did find the highest rated Week 4 game on Sunday night, which was Cowboys-Saints a few years back in 2019, a 12-10 game that came down to the wire. 24.7 million viewers for that. Okay. I was trying to find a number bigger than that because I guess Sunday Night Football was down a little bit last year. It's still the top TV show every week for the most part. This is in October 2020. Sunday Night Football slides. Rams 49ers game. So that's specifically Rams 49ers Week 6. That was also against the Game 7 of the NLCS against the Dodgers. So you have 2 LA teams playing. But man, only less than 10 million watch that game. Huh. Week 5, 11.4. So I'm just curious if there's ever been over 30 million, because I feel like there has been for some of those Sunday afternoon games. It seems impossible that Sunday night wouldn't have higher ratings than some of those Sunday afternoon games.
So yeah, off the top of my head, I think someone mentioned yesterday, the highest regular season game was close to 30 million people watching.
Yeah. And the highest watched Super Bowl ever was just 2 years ago, Patrick Mahomes against the Niners.
I want to say off the top of my head, again, just trying to put some numbers and crunch them based off of a weak memory of a tweet or some words in passing by another individual, that it was a Dallas-Washington game a few years ago was actually the highest rated regular season game. I don't know why, like 2016 maybe.
Okay. Well, they were playing for a playoff spot, I think.
And they were both probably around like a couple games under 500 at the same time. That was Steven Sims Jr., by the way, picking up the first down for Washington as the second half is underway here, guys.
All right, so Sunday Night Football, Broncos-Steelers, opening weekend of 2012, 27.6 million, making it the most watch ever, second most ever regular season game, the most watched Cowboys-Giants last year for the NFC title. So that was 2011. We know that obviously the Giants won because they won the Super Bowl that year. 27.62 million watched Cowboys-Giants.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is all the way back in 2012, but I haven't seen a number higher than 27.6 or whatever it just said.
Any other games you've seen floating around?
Oh, yeah, here you go. Cowboy. No, I just saw this. Yeah, I've got a bunch of leaks I can throw your way. Sunday Night Football scores primetime record for NBC. So this is, like you said, December 30th, Cowboys-Redskins became the most watched game in Sunday Night Football. What year is this? This is from
so I was a little off.
30.3 million. So 30.3 million, and it was on NBC. So there's your number, 30.3. I'll take the under. You can have 30.3. I'll take the under. The date on that's also going to be the final Sunday of Major League Baseball, so I don't know if that matters. In fact, I know it doesn't. All right, so you want some schedule leaks? Give me. I'll tell you the teams that are out there. Pats are out there. Jets are out there. Saints are out there. Let me see.
I saw Jets, Panthers week 1. Right, so you got the Sam Darnold narrative, the Sam Darnold revenge game.
Yeah, at Panthers, Sam Darnold's revenge on CBS, early kick. Jets, Pats, week 2.
Yo, what the hell? I'm sorry. Someone just texted me a link to a story with the headline, Chick-fil-A is facing a sauce shortage. Yeah. That's terrible.
Well, ketchup has been a concern that there weren't going to be enough ketchup packets, but I haven't seen that yield itself.
Oh, my God. I love ketchup. I also love touchdowns. Come on, Haskins. Good golly, man. Third and 15 coming up from the 18.
A little bit of news actually related to one of these two teams. I missed this right as we were getting on air. But Ian Rappaport put out Washington football team signed left tackle Charles Leno Jr. 1-year deal, $5 million.
Okay.
So they've got a new left tackle there. So I've got some more Washington schedule. I certainly have a lot of the Broncos schedule, but based on my relationship to the team as the radio partner, I don't want to go beyond what's out there and pretty commonly out there. And so the couple that we've seen for sure are opener against the Giants, because all the openers are there in New York on that first Sunday, 4:25 Eastern kick. And then week 2, they're at the Jaguars. Broncos at Jaguars. Maybe if I end up, I'm not sure whether I'm traveling now or not because of my kind of switch around job responsibilities. If I am, why don't you meet me in Jacksonville for that game?
I would 100% do that. I want to get back this year, as on 4th and 9. We have our first points of the day for Washington, so it is now 10-3 on this wild weather Wednesday edition of this NFC East matchup with a couple minutes to play in the third quarter.
Oh, Raiders, Broncos are out there. October 6th, 17th in Denver. December 26th, so Boxing Day in Canada. Am I going to be on a plane on Christmas to Vegas for the 26th? Ooh. I don't know if my wife would like that, so we'll see.
Dude, there's no way. You're sticking her like with the kids while you're covering a game in Vegas? Nah, dude.
It just depends. Like, 2 years ago, I had traveled to every game, and part of the time was on the team plane. As of right now, I don't know if I'm traveling to every game, but if it turns out, and I've got a meeting with my boss in a few weeks, I am traveling to every game, then I guess I'll just get on the plane with the rest of the team, or I'll either fly on the latest thing out or first thing that's smoking in the morning to Vegas, which will get me there probably in plenty of time.
Miles Sanders, first down. So he's at 53 yards on 10 carries here, guys.
But you were about to say you're getting back to something, and then
I can't remember, man. Honestly, I can't remember.
Going to games, maybe, because we're talking about going to games.
Oh, no. Like I
Going to
want to get
Jacksonville?
back. Yeah, I want to get back to Jags for a game. I think the Jags and Bills. Do you have that scheduled? Like, I think the Jags and Bills play each other this year. We're in a Jaguars Bills household here.
The only way the Jags would play the Bills, because obviously the Bills finished in first place, would be if they just play each other. So let me check and see if the Patriots. So the Patriots are playing the Jags. Yeah. So there you go. Because the Patriots didn't finish in last place in the division. The Jets did. So yeah, the Jags are playing the Bills. Right. And here's.
You know what's crazy is like you do the official schedule release show tonight. It'll probably get some pretty good ratings for just like a league releasing the schedule, and we'll all know it by then.
Right. Yeah, at this point, we're just trying to find out who the preseason games are. Because we seem to know almost all the regular season games.
We've got north of 400 people hanging out with us right now, BK, over on YouTube.
Nice.
So shout out to all of you as Ertz just continues to add to his chunky yardage at this point. Wentz is 18 of 20 in this game in the rain. That's pretty impressive. Now 7 catches for, I think I saw 120-something yards for Zach Ertz. We're at 71 likes, which is great. We always try to hit 100 in that first game. So if you've got a few likes to give, if you still got one in your back pocket, we'd love it if you could just punch the like button right now as Wentz almost intercepted. Just his third incompletion in this game.
Yeah, Jags at Bills is definitely a home game, but we already knew that. It's just a question of when. So let's see if there are any Jaguars schedule leaks.
And we have actually 1 second to go. I thought we were at the end of the third quarter. 1 second, 2nd and 10 from Washington's 39. And Wentz, why the hell not? It's been working for you all game long. Incomplete pass, and now we have come to the close of the third quarter.
I should see what place I'm in. I'm probably doing okay.
Yeah. Frangelico and JJ behind the scenes working there on the ops team, adding up scores manually for us. So again, we got about 128 entries in our Will This Be the Worst Wild Weather Wednesday Game Ever contest. I'm 93.
I'm in 6th place.
Are you really?
6th place.
What's your lineup again?
My lineup: Deshaun Jackson in the captain spot, Carson Wentz,
touchdown,
McKissick,
right?
Ertz 22 in the flex. God, Ertz would have been a great captain, obviously. The Sprinkler 1.7, cruising for a Babysitter Billy award. And then the Eagles D's got me 11 points and counting. So that's good enough for 6. See if I'm in a striking distance from whoever.
D-Jax's number right now? What's
in
he
the
at?
flex? So he's 17.85 in the captain spot. So in the flex, that's what, 11-ish points, give or take, 10, 11. Let's see. First place, Tay Bebe 2323. Ertz in the captain spot, 33.15. D-Jax 11.9 in the flex. Wentz, Goodwin, Warren, Eagles.
Frangelico's in 3rd place right now, dude.
Oh, look at that. Does he have Ertz? He does have Ertz. Well done, Frangelico. McKissick, Goodwin, Jeffrey, who had that catch early. We'll see. And he's got the Eagles D too. Eagles D felt like a solid play because Dwayne Haskins is so bad. Trying to find out some more schedules for you or some.
Yeah, whatever you got. I mean, feel free. I mean, if you guys see anything in the DK Sim fan too.
Let's see. Bills. Bills are going to go to New Orleans.
Yeah, that's the Thanksgiving night game.
Yep.
I believe.
Yep. Chiefs are hosting the Bills in week 5, so you can scratch week 5 off your trip to Jacksonville. And they are hosting Miami on Halloween. So week 8, you can cross that off. Let's see. And then we can do some more process of elimination in Jacksonville. So far, what we have, you got the London game, obviously. So that's not a weekend. That's really it. London game, and then I told you Broncos in week 2.
Yep, and that London game is.
And then the Pats we saw. Right? We saw Pats was what, right around New Year's, January 2nd, maybe. So
Dom says on YouTube, Emerson, DM me your picks next time so I can fade all of your players. Thanks, man. Yeah, even Roland over here is also like, hey, dude, still love you, even though you're going to come in like near last again, as Wentz picks up a first down there. His first carry of the day, 19 yards. Yeah, this is bad. I'm just in like I'm in a slump right now, and I've got to climb out of it. I can't give up.
You'll get there. You'll get there.
You know, we all go a little hot and cold every once in a while. But in the red zone on the 20 and leading by 7, Wentz running in the wrong direction, but completes a pass to Miles Sanders. So that's a point for all you Sanders owners out there. It's just a second catch for 4 yards.
So, quick Broncos note, because I saw this on Twitter. Vic Fangio in 2 years as a head coach is 0-7 or 8 or 9, however many games he's played in September, has never won a game in September. Plays at the Giants, at the Jags, home to the Jets, all in September. So if he can't get a win there, he may not make it out of the year against one of those teams, right, to get a September win, if not multiple. And if Aaron Rodgers is here, so that's the funny thing about the way the schedule is set up. I haven't looked at Green Bay or I haven't seen Green Bay yet, but Green Bay is probably going to be on national TV plenty, 4, 5, 6 times. The Broncos' only national TV game, I've been told, is at Cleveland on a Thursday.
Does Denver play Green Bay at all?
No, not this year. They play Detroit. Right. No, they don't play Green Bay.
I didn't know if that'd be the Aaron Rodgers revenge game.
Oh!
Wow, Carson Wentz just gets his head knocked off. But it's recovered. It's recovered. But Miles Sanders, Johnny on the spot, recovering the fumble. It's 1st and goal coming up from the 4.
Like it if he throws to Deshaun here, but he's probably going to throw it to Ertz. I'm saying I'll have to say if Aaron Rodgers ends up in Denver, odds are they're going to get flexed a few times, I would think. You're going to want to see him against Patrick Mahomes on Sunday night or Monday Night Football a little bit. And I think Monday Night Football can start getting flexed either this year or next. Oh, Deshaun's open across the front. Carson,
let's go, but dumping it off to Sanders.
What a terrible throw. I saw Deshaun. You saw Deshaun. Come on, Carson.
If he doesn't throw it to Deshaun, I'm cool with that. So looking at my lineup, he needs to throw it to either. All right, I'd take Sanders and I'd take Ertz. Those are my only two.
You got Jeffrey too.
Eagles.
I thought you had Jeffrey.
No, I wish, man. And Jeffrey got after that hot start. Keep battling, dude. Keep battling.
Pat McAfee is claiming that he's like, do the schedule makers want the worst possible Tom Brady we can have going into his week 4 matchup? Oh, because of whatever the Bucs are doing the first 3 weeks? I don't know. Have we seen yet who the Bucs opener is going to be? There's Miles Sanders for the easy touchdown dive. Do we know who the Bucs play in that Thursday night game?
Yeah, I think it's the Cowboys.
Oh, that'll get a good number.
Yeah, it will. It will.
Sorry, I cut you off. You're about to say something about.
No. I was just going to point out kind of the schedule that we've got cooking here. The rest of the day, Koff and Kenny will have Cardinals at the Dolphins in the rain coming up at 2:00. We're gonna have a re-air of the Sweat that we have every morning here on the Dream Stream live, 11 o'clock Eastern time in the morning. So that's coming up after this sim, leading up to, yes, Cardinals at the Dolphins in the rain with Koff and Kenny. Raiders at America's team, the Jacksonville Jaguars in the win, Koff and Zach at 4. 6 o'clock, Vikings at the Packers, that's in the snow, Kenny and Christian. Flash and Jeff, Texans at the Bengals in the rain at 8 o'clock. Madden after dark, Falcons at the Browns in the snow, Flash and Jeff. Carolyn, any idea? Are we going to have an edition of the slate, if it's MLB or NBA there at 5 o'clock? I have no idea off the top of my head.
I'm going to say yes.
Yeah. So it's going to be an NBA edition of that. Awesome. Thank you, dudes. So we're at 17-3 here, less than 5 minutes to play in the rain. It's still Lincoln Financial, this field in Philly.
Yep. They're not going anywhere, Lincoln Financial. I don't think.
yeah, why do you think they put Bucks at the Patriots in week 4? It seemed a little random.
Yeah, maybe because there's so much hype built into other games anyway, if that makes sense, right? Your Thanksgiving, down the stretch, you're not worried about December ratings. Maybe they've got data that says week 4, there's a bit of fatigue or something because you've gotten through the first couple of weeks, people are excited, and then there's a drop-off as you're getting towards the baseball playoffs, although football doesn't really experience a drop-off. Or, I mean, I don't know. And I don't know if Mike North will go on. I imagine he'll go on NFL Network or Howard Katz to defend why they did what they did for everything, not just this game, and explain the logic, because they obviously pull out some of the biggest games to try to figure out, okay, where are we placing these as they, input them into their computer program or whatever. So I don't really know the thought.
I wonder if there was any thought to thinking worst case, Pats will be just 0-3.
Yeah.
I know that they've spent so much money. I think the main concern is still Cam Newton there under center.
Well, but let's see the Pats schedule, because we know
so they
Bill Belichick's
open
a pretty
at
good
home against the Dolphins. I know that off the top of my head.
Yeah, at the Jets. There's no way their Pats are losing week 2 at the Jets. I shouldn't say no way, but seems unlikely. You're going to tell me Belichick won't have some defensive advice for Zach Wilson?
Well, true. I there's like a ridiculous number, a stat from him. I don't know. It's either like he's never lost to like a rookie quarterback,
or one or something,
or it's like one. It's like basically if you're a rookie quarterback, you're not going to beat a Bill Belichick coach team.
No, and now he's got Matt Patricia back to help get creative with that defense, among others, among all of his sons there.
And then what's week 3? Do you have their schedule in front of you?
Hosting the Saints, and who knows? Hosting the Saints, and who knows what the Saints team's going to look like. Look, I have no faith in Cam Newton. It's only a matter of time before he loses his job, I think.
And I saw that Matt Chatham, who won 3 Super Bowls with the Patriots, he mentioned earlier he thought that week 4 too is going to be a little too early in the season to where like Mac Jones chatter won't be at full blast.
No.
So he doesn't think there's a chance that at that point of the year you're going to see Mac Jones under center, who's supposed to be the next coming of Tom Brady. At least Patriots fans hope so, going up against
Take the under.
Tom Brady.
I'll say it doesn't happen. I'll say he does not win 6 Super Bowls.
Yeah, I will also 7.
Well, but Brady, I guess to be Brady, I'm saying 6 for the Patriots.
Yes, I got you.
But I'll take it. I'll set it as under. I'll set the over/under at half and say he doesn't win it.
Okay.
They're hard to win, dude. Only 35 people have ever won a Super Bowl.
I know.
I was looking at some more of their
schedule. Least the Bucks re-signed Blaine Gabbert. He's the Super Bowl champion.
They do have Super Bowl champion Blaine Gabbert, and they have Kyle Trask now. But they were quick to let Brady know Kyle's there to learn, not to compete.
Yep.
I think the only reason you'd see Mac Jones by week 4 would be an injury to Cam, and Bill might even start Stidham because he doesn't want to deal with the Mac Jones Tom Brady BS. Not that it matters. I mean, he can block out outside noise pretty well.
Washington now has 4th and inches. 4th and inches coming up from the 4. That was J.D. McKissick on the reception, his 4th one of the day. They're down 2 touchdowns.
If nothing changes, I guess if the sprinkler gets in the end zone here, I'll have to change it, but he's eyeing that babysitter Billy, not my kid award. And
wait a minute.
Did he catch it?
No, he hit him right in the back.
And then McLaurin's walking through walls? Jeez.
This is
He's a ghost. McLaurin's a ghost, so he can walk through walls, but he can't catch the ball.
He's like Patrick Swayze, and he just goes to his ex-lover, and they form clay jars together in a romantic setting. Yeah, same thing.
Oh, you're right, I guess. Lots of people's wives are their ex-lovers currently, even while they're married.
Yeah, 100%, dude. You're not wrong. No lies detected.
All right, so they turn the ball over. Sprinkler's going to be my babysitter Billy, not my kid award. And, of course, Zach Ertz, no question at all, is the crusty crystal player of the game. How did I drop to 23rd place?
You're just pathetic, man. You're
Yes,
an
I'm pathetic.
absolute pathetic loser. And
Hey.
you know what? I have risen up to 54, so this is one of my best showings in quite some time. DK Simpfam 420 of you watching now. So let's go. Light it up. Light up that like button. Need 6 of you right now. Hammer it away. Get us to the century mark because it's about the only positive thing we can take away from this game.
By the way, you know what I would do if I was the schedule makers? I would put crappy games on Thanksgiving because you know you're going to get a huge rating anyway. Right? Like
for what? What are you talking about?
all 3 Thanksgiving games. Maybe the night game
Yes.
you want to put something with a little juice, but Cowboys Raiders is fine. But you could literally put Cowboys against anybody. That's going to do a big number. The Lions, you probably have to take a little more consideration because they're always a bad team. So that's why they've done a lot of rivalries, right? Vikings, Bears, among others, because you know that'll. Even Packers, I think, have played there on Thanksgiving recently. I feel like maybe even last year. But who do they have this year?
I don't know. I don't have the schedule, and I
can
can't remember
tell you.
anything off the
Let's
top of
see.
my head.
This will pop up quickly. Yeah, Lions, Bears, right? And that could be
Okay.
Justin Fields playing there.
That'll 1,000 be Justin Fields by Thanksgiving.
You would think, even though Andy Dalton is QB1 according to the Bears Twitter.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not going to take long.
I have
And
plenty of friends.
it could be one of those situations too. Like last year with Miami. Miami was what? Just 3-3 entering, I think, their week 7 bye, and that's when they took Fitzmagic out and threw Tua in. So we had an extra week to prepare. It could be a situation. It could be a situation like that. Like you don't necessarily have to be like just 1-2 wins, winless. Could just be time. Maybe they see something from him in practice. I mean, I was still kind of shocked and the way it all ended there in Miami. Not shocked with the way this one ended. 17-3 in the rain.
You predicted it.
Yeah,
I don't. This can't
not
be the worst all time.
It's not the worst. It's not the worst. I've been on some of the worst games ever in the history of the Dream Stream. This shockingly was not one of them. I just wanted to kind of come back, reappear real quick on Wild Weather Wednesday, and show some love for the DK Sim fam, who braver than I, because you guys are always here, especially on these Wednesdays. But that's it. That's it for us. You gave out your awards already, right?
Yeah. Ertz, Sprinkler, both tight ends. One good, one bad.
Tony P says, whatever happened to the Cowboys being America's team? That's the Jaguars now, bro.
Yep, the
That's
Jaguars are America's team. Tim Tebow, Trevor Lawrence, Urban Meyer, they are America's team.
Bingo, bango, bongo. All right, we got a re-air of the sweat. Keep a close eye right now, guys, on whatever contest you are in. Scores are about to go final for Angelico and JJ from the ops team. Much love to you guys. Tara Lynn, thank you so much. TP, Thomas on the 1s and 2s. BK, much love to you, man. Always enjoy doing games with you. So 2:00 game, that'll be coming up. That will be in the rain. That will be, I believe, Kaufman and Kenny, Cardinals at the Dolphins. So get your lineups in right meow. Re-air of the sweat coming up in just a moment. All right, what's up, everyone? It's good to see all of your smiling faces again. I'm Emerson Lazia, hosting this DraftKings show we call The Sweat, a smorgasbord of sports betting and DFS advice coming up. So NBA, PGA, NHL. We have a real-life weather dude joining us, and these two, DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey and RotoWire's Eric Halterman, our MLB panel, here to price check salaries on this 10-game slate. Need a pitcher at 8K or higher from you, Mr. Kenny. How are you?
I'm doing so well today, Emerson. It is not even funny. I really like Garrett Cole here. You know, it's just hard for me to pay up for a lot of these guys. Even a guy like Zach Wheeler's in kind of a suspect spot for me. If I'm going to spend money, I'm going to spend it all, baby. And I'm going to go with Garrett Cole. He's top 3% in strikeout rate this year. Over 40% of the hitters that he's facing are striking out. That is just absolutely outrageous. And he's coupled that with a walk rate under 2%. It is just really ridiculous how good he's been on those ratios. And when you're playing fantasy baseball, those are the ratios you want. So, the guy's matchup proof, and it really doesn't even matter, that he's playing a Tampa Bay offense that has given him problems in the past. But Tampa Bay is kind of slumping at the plate. You know, the fact that they didn't score too much against Jordan Montgomery last night at the Trop shows me a lot. They've kind of had some sporadic offense. They've had some big innings over the last few games. but nothing really sustained. So I think the Yankees have a good chance of winning here because that offense has been great. So Garrett Cole should get a win, a lot of strikeouts, and a big night.
Okay, Eric, hook me up with your pitcher who's going to cost at least $8K.
Yeah, that Garrett Cole guy is pretty good, but I'm going to go with Danny Duffy, who is not Garrett Cole, but he is maybe the mid-2010s version of Danny Duffy again, which is a pretty good pitcher. He's at 8,900. He gets a big boost from playing the Tigers, who are last in scoring, 3.4 runs per game, second last in WRC+. That's a mark of 80, which, for reference, that is Kevin Plawecki's career WRC+. So it's a full team of Kevin Plawecki's. Not a very tough assignment for Duffy here. His 1.26 ERA isn't going to hold, but the ERA estimators like him. 2.43 FIP, 3.71 xFIP. Both of those are career bests. His strikeout rate of 28% is a career high, and he's walking just 7% of opposing batters, which is his best mark in a few years. And it's all backed by a jump in velocity, up a tick and a half to 93.7 miles per hour on the fastball. So I think he's a guy that has been forgotten the past couple of years because he wasn't that good, but he's been pretty good in the past, and he looks pretty good again now, and it's got a very easy matchup.
All right, Eric, who is your hitter over 5K? Do tell.
We're going to go with Giancarlo Stanton at 5,500. When he's healthy, which he is now, there's a case that he's, best hitter in the game, top 3, top 5. The only reason he goes so much lower in season-long leagues is you don't know how many games you're getting him for, but for daily purposes, we know we're getting him tonight, and he's going to get the platoon advantage against the bulk guy for the Rays tonight, Ryan Yarbrough, who is fine, but nobody we should be scared to use good hitters against, especially because he's fine mostly because he doesn't walk guys. He doesn't really strike people out, and he gives up a lot of contact in the air. At least this year, his ground ball rate is down to just 33.9%. And again, there's few hitters better than Stanton when he's on, and he's on now. Over his last 16 games or so, he's been absolutely crushing the ball, and really all year. He's hitting 293, expected batting average of 285 backs that up. He's striking out less than almost ever, 25.7%. It's the second best mark of his career, and he absolutely crushes it. 98.8 mile per hour average exit velocity. Nobody but Aaron Judge is within 3.5 miles per hour of that. So it's a great time to use Stanton whenever he's healthy, and he's healthy now, so go for it.
Yeah, young Kenneth, what about you, dude?
Yeah, I'm going to go with a kind of an off-the-board pick here because normally we talk about guys we're going to pay up for. We're not talking about catchers. But tonight, I really like JT Realmuto at $5,100. He's going up against John Lester, a guy that is, still don't know why he's pitching because he can't do it anymore. You saw a little bit of regression set in his last start, and I think that we're going to continue to see John Lester take a backslide. A guy like JT Realmuto, he's top 5% in the league in expected batting average. Want to talk about batting average, by the way, 4 for 10 lifetime off of John Lester with 2 home runs. So I think that he has a great matchup against John Lester. He hits lefties pretty well. Lester's been knocked around. He's a lot of hard contact he's given up in the last 2 years, especially this season. And the thing about this game is that I think that the Phillies are going to score a lot of runs. And I also just like the fact that John Lester doesn't strike anybody out anymore. So there's going to be a lot of the bat put on the ball. We've seen the Phillies at time this year get really, really handicapped by the fact that they can't put the bat on the baseball. So a guy that doesn't pitch, the guy that pitches to contact like John Lester is a great matchup for them. And I do think that we'll see a lot of these Phillies bats break out. Even a guy like Rhys Hoskins will start to get some hits here in this game. So I think that JT Realmuto will be right in the middle of a lot of goodness tonight. And I like him at $5,100.
Deuce, take me down a notch here. A hitter in the 4 to 5K range now.
It's going to be a total homer play here, Emerson, but I do have to take Luke Voit right now at $4,900. I know that it's expensive, but the main reason that I'm taking him is because I just don't think anybody in the world is going to pay for Luke Voit in his first game back. But, I mean, he did pick up some hits in his rehab assignment in Scranton. He had 7 hits in 5 games. And this is a guy that's going to be in the middle of this Yankees lineup. This is a Yankees lineup that over the last 2 weeks has been one of the best in baseball. You know, those days that we were talking about the Yankees can't hit, those are in the past. Luke Voit should be locked into like the third or fourth spot in this lineup. And I think this is a team that's going to score a lot of runs tonight against this Rays bullpen. I just like this spot a lot. Again, this is a guy, probably one of the most important hitters to the Yankees, one of their best home run hitters. I really think that he can pop a home run here. I mean, again, there's not much to not like about the guy. He did have 3 home runs in his rehab assignment. So why can't he come into the majors and hit a home run off of Ryan Yarbrough? I think it's very possible. I like Luke Voigt here at $4,900.
Eric, who do you like in this price range?
I do like Voigt. He was my backup if my top pick was taken here, which is Jared Walsh at 4,600. I'm not sure how much Walsh has entered, the broader baseball fan consciousness, because he was kind of a nobody up until last year. I think the most notable thing that he was doing was trying to convert to a two-way player because he wasn't good enough at hitting to make it as a regular. But all of a sudden, he's definitely good enough hitting, and I think he is for real. He broke out last year, slugged 646, which trailed only Juan Soto among players with at least 100 plate appearances. And he combined that with a 13.9% strikeout rate, which is well below league average. That kind of power and contact combo is rare, and he hasn't quite kept it up this year, but he's not all that far off. He's slugging 579. His strikeout rate is still below average at 21.6%. He's also starting to take walks because I think pitchers recognize that he's actually good. His expected numbers don't quite back up everything he's doing. He's got a 283 expected batting average versus a 339 actual batting average, but that's still more than good enough for his price, especially against Jose Urquidy, who is fine, but also gives up a lot of contact, and a lot of that contact is on the air. Only a 17.7% strikeout rate and a ground ball rate under 30. So I think there's a very good chance Walsh could hit one out of the park here.
What about a value bat, E?
Let's go with Andrew Benintendi at 3,800. He definitely in previous years wasn't sitting in this range. It's understandable that he's down here after, a couple of down years, including very bad numbers at a very short sample last year. But he seems to be back to the Benintendi of old, which is not a star, but not a 3,800 player either. And especially over his last 16 games, he's been on a roll, a 999 OPS over that stretch, hitting 275, which is exactly backed up by his expected batting average. His slugging under 400, but his expected slugging, according to StatCast, is 438, which again, not a star, but more than a 3,800 level player. He'll get the platoon advantage against Casey Mize, who does have 2 straight quality starts, but just 9 strikeouts against 7 walks over those starts suggests that he's not really pitching all that well. He doesn't strike people out. He does at least keep the ball on the ground, but I think he's not at all scary, and I think Benintendi is a lot better than a sub 4,000 player these days.
Kenny, save us some money with the wood, dude.
Yeah, you want to talk about a guy that really is too talented to be down in this price range. It's Alec Boehm at $3,100. I'm going to stick in this Phillies game because I love attacking John Lester here. Could be a great guy, but I just want to attack him from a fantasy perspective. That's what I'm going to do with Alec Boehm here. Joe Girardi seems hell-bent on keeping this guy in the 5th spot in the order. And as long as that's the case, there should be a lot of runs scored here. There should be a lot of men on base for him. Boehm's got 3 hits in his last 3 games. You look back to the beginning of the week, he had those 2 big games one against Brandon Woodruff, one against Charlie Morton. So I do think that there's a lot of potential here for Boehm. And, Eric likes to look at those expected stats, those StatCast stats. Alec Boehm, for his whole career, this 2-year career, he's always hit the ball super, super hard and super well. So I think that this is a guy that's just ready to break out. He's had a couple of good games in his last 4. And I think that he continues to stay hot here in the middle of a Phillies lineup that should rake against a really bad pitcher in John Lester. And he's got the splits advantage here.
Dudes, before we wrap up, let's go over to the DK Sportsbook real quick. Which baseball bet tickles your fancy?
Yeah, so, I know that we're going to have a whole weather thing here, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Some people bet on the weather, and that's I'm not one of them, okay? I've been known to take totals when the wind's blowing in. So tonight I'm going to do it again. There's wind is blowing in Houston, 16 miles an hour. Everyone's freaking out. They're saying, I'll take the under 8.5. No, you want to take the over 8.5. Why? Well, you always want to fade Jose Urquidy. That's number one. He absolutely stinks. He can't get anybody out. He pitches to contact. And this Angels team, which is really hot right now, is going to just continue to rack up the hits. Taylor Ward, eat your heart out, okay? The other thing, though, is I'm not just going to blind fade Urquidy and take the Angels because I can't ignore that the Astros have been really, really good of late at the plate. One of the best, actually the best offense in baseball by WRC Plus over the last week. and they hit lefties really well. Top 5 against lefties, top 2 against fastballs, which is what Heaney leans on. So all the things in the world point to the Astros scoring runs here. I know Urquidy's going to give up some runs. I think this total is a little too low. Death by singles. Give me the over.
Eric, what about you, man?
I'm going to go with the Brewers over the Cardinals, and I'm actually going to do Brewers minus 1.5 over Cardinals because that pushes the line all the way to plus 130. I think spotting the Cardinals a run and a half. I don't think that gives the Brewers – it's an implied chance of 43.5%. I think Brandon Woodruff is just a lot better than John Gant. The Brewers lineup has been worse than the Cardinals, but I just have a ton of faith in Woodruff and just about none in Gant. Woodruff's coming off a streak of 6 straight quality starts with 2 or fewer earned runs. He's allowed 1 or fewer earned runs in all but one of those. 1.73 ERA on the season is probably better than he'll end up, but maybe not by a ton. He set a new career high in strikeout rate every season. He's up to 32.5% this year, combining it with a 7% walk rate. He's a true ace. On the other side, John Gant has a 2.15 ERA, and I can't for the life of me tell you how, which I guess means you should probably kick me out in a minute here, but none of his underlying numbers back that up. 440 FIP, 526 xFIP, Sierra's all the way up at almost 6. His whip is 170. He's allowing a ton of base runners, not striking anybody out. He only has 1 more strikeout than walk over the course of the season. Sometimes you can get away with that if you have a truly elite ground ball rate, which he doesn't. Just 50% is merely above average. So I just don't see his good luck continuing here. I don't think he's close to the pitcher Woodruff is. So I think you could spot the Cardinals a run and a half, and I think you get quite good odds on that one.
Before we go, guys, Kenny, why are you wearing a button-down shirt this morning?
It's because I knew I was going to be talking to you. I wanted to look really good for my appearance on The Sweat every weekday at 11 a.m.
You nailed it, my friend. You look super handsome. Thank you, gentlemen, for all of your help. My favorite weather dude is in the house. Kevin Roth joins the program right after Jason Sobel and Adam Kaufman give us the 411 on the Byron Nelson.
Well, fresh off the Wells Fargo Championship, of course, Rory McIlroy with his first win in quite some time on the tour. Good to see this man as well. Jason Sobel, Action Network. I'm Adam Kaufman. And Jason, was it surprising at all to you to see McIlroy come out with victory there?
You know, I said last week before the event started that Rory was, first of all, the most intriguing player to me because I didn't know which Rory would show up after missing the cut at both the Players' Championship and the Masters, working with a new coach. But I also said that Rory McIlroy had a very high ceiling, very low floor. So really a big differential in what we could expect from him. And that high ceiling showed up. We saw the Rory McIlroy that we've come to know over the years, a guy that was the only 2-time winner of the Wells Fargo Championship going into last week, and a guy that looks a little bit better than his 15th world ranking that was attached to his name last week. He's already up to 10th now, and I expect him to keep moving up this year.
Well, congrats to Rory, obviously, but we turn our attention to a betting preview for the AT&T Byron Nelson. What's interesting, among other things here for this event this week, is you have TPC Craig Ranch. This is a new course, so whether it's from a betting perspective or any perspective, quite frankly, what do we need to know about this place?
Okay, so 7,468 yards seems long, but I don't think it's going to play that long. I think the short hitters still have a pretty good chance at this one, par 72, so it's not stretched out that much. Has hosted the Korn Ferry Tour Championship a couple of years. It's been a while, 2008, 2012. It's hosted U.S. Open qualifiers and other qualifiers. Never before hosted an actual PGA Tour event. But, Adam, I did go back and look and find that 9 previous times in the last 5 seasons did a tournament either start at a new venue or move to a new venue. Not a one-off, not a major championship that goes to a different place every year, but actually starting at a new venue. And what I found is that the PGA Tour often sets up these golf courses where they err on the side of caution. And what I mean by that is we should see some very low scores. They don't want to kick these guys' butts the week before a major championship when a lot of guys are going to get their butts kicked next week at Kiowa. So I do believe that we're going to see some low scoring. And based on that, we should probably target some guys who can make birdies in bunches.
I'll ask you about a bunch of guys, maybe even some of those. Let's start with John Rahm. He stands out plus 800 to go out and win this event. What do you make of him at that number, given that obviously he missed the cut last week?
Yeah, did miss the cut last week. Didn't play terribly. Just got off to a bad start on Thursday. It was better Friday. He actually got himself inside the number, and then a couple of late bogeys knocked him back out. That said, I'm never too worried about John Rahm. He's so consistent. If anything, he's a guy that gets mad, and he plays pretty well when he gets mad. So maybe that's a reason to like him this week. I won't be chasing that number whatsoever, but I certainly don't hate John Rahm against an inferior field this week.
Our guy, DraftKings own Bryson DeChambeau at right there at the same odds, plus 800. Then you have Jordan Spieth, who, this line has moved around quite a bit. He is plus 1,100 as we chat right now. If you're choosing between these two guys, I know the odds aren't super close, but where are you looking?
Well, the good news for Bryson, because last week he thought he missed the cut, flew home to Dallas, and then had to fly back to Charlotte on Saturday morning to play on the weekend and wound up finishing inside the top 10. They're playing just outside of Dallas, so he's going to save money on gas if indeed he does take off after the second round thinking he's missed the cut. That said, I like Bryson this week. I probably like Spieth a little bit more. I just think that his game is in tune. And, of course, Jordan Spieth is going for that pre-major Grand Slam. Remember, he won the Valero Texas Open the week before the Masters, and we've got the PGA Championship coming up next week.
What a headache for Bryson. You got to wonder if he's halfway home or finally gets there and he's just thinking, I got to go back. I don't even care.
Yep, that's exactly what happened. But then, to his credit, he finished T9 last week. I mean, He made it on the number, didn't think he was going to get in, and he made enough to cover the jet fuel.
Well, good for him. He rallied, it counts. Down the board a little bit, you have Brooks Koepka. Taking a look at his odds, he's plus 2,300. Matt Fitzpatrick is plus 2,100. So which of these two guys in particular do you like better? Or maybe there's someone at similar long odds that you prefer over either one.
Matt Fitzpatrick has been putting better than anybody else on the PGA Tour over the last couple of months. I really like that. Brooks Koepka, coming off a 5-week absence after playing in the Masters, or trying to play in the Masters at least. I found, Adam, that in the last 2 years, Brooks Koepka has had 6 different occasions where he has taken at least 5 weeks off for injury or for other reason. On those 6 occasions, his next start back, 3 missed cuts. The other 3 were not inside the top 30. I think there's enough of a sample size to look at and say that Brooks Koepka, when he comes back, he's not exactly putting everything into it, especially with a major championship coming up next week. I think he's using this week more as prep than anything else. Just get some reps in before next week's PGA Championship. And so I don't expect a whole lot from Brooks Koepka coming off that absence.
How about someone with some longer odds that you do like this week?
I was surprised to see the number next to Keith Mitchell's name. He is 80 plus 8,500, 85 to 1 this week, coming off a title contention, was the 54-hole leader at Quail Hollow last week. I usually don't like chasing a non-superstar the week after a title contention, just based on the fact that there's only a finite number of times in a given season that these guys are going to contend for a title. But I do think that Mitchell is a guy that's hitting the ball so well right now. His long game off the tee is going to help him a lot this week. He makes a lot of birdies, 20 last week, second in the field at Quail Hollow. So I think he's a guy that has a fairly big number next to his name and probably should. I think there's a lot of value there.
Who are you going to avoid this week?
Yeah, well, Koepka's definitely one of them. The other guy is Hideki Matsuyama, making his first start since winning the Masters. I know he went back to Japan for about 4 weeks. He had to quarantine when he went back there. I'm not sure if he had to quarantine coming back, but I can't imagine that Hideki has really grinded, really practiced hard, and played a whole lot of golf during this month layoff. So I think he's kind of just getting back into it. Remember, before the Masters, Hideki didn't have a top 10 anywhere since before last year's Masters. So it's not as if he was trending in the right direction going into that one a month ago.
Again, TPC Craig Ranch is a new course for the AT&T Byron Nelson. So tell me, who's going to win this thing?
It is a new course, but I have found a guy who has some history on this golf course. Scotty Scheffler, playing under the name Scott Alexander Scheffler, who was a little more mature. Back when he was 9 years old, played in a 9-hole, 7-9 age division co-ed event where he shot 1 over 37 on the back 9, made 2 birdies. That was one more than the entire rest of the field combined. He won by 7 shots. That's your course history tip for this week. Scotty Scheffler knows this place. I kid, but I only kid a little bit. There at least is some familiarity for him where there isn't for many other players. And I do think that being back home in Dallas is going to help him. And yes, he's trending in the right direction for that first PGA Tour win. So I do like Scotty Scheffler this week.
I can see it though. Coming up round 4, you have the PGA Twitter account pulling up old video from that tourney. It all comes together nicely, Jason. I like it.
I hope so. He won 12 out of 13 that summer when he was 9 years old. Paled though in comparison to when he was 8, when he won 14 in a row. So if I had been there, a reporter on the scene, I would have asked him, Scotty, you really had it going last year when you were 8. What's going on? What's wrong with you right now? So
you'd have to kneel down to Scott. Scott, listen, there's nobody knows more than Jason Sobel. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, the people have demanded answers about the weather. And like we always do, we here at DraftKings, we deliver. Roto-Grinders chief meteorologist Kevin Roth, his belly is full with quiche at a very expensive and extravagant breakfast this morning. Here with how weather could impact this week's, baseball games and also the AT&T Byron Nelson on the PGA Tour. That gets going tomorrow. Tell me first off here, Kev, what weather is there to worry about tonight around Major League Baseball?
As far as rain goes, we don't have a whole lot over in your neck of the woods there in Boston. Could see a few showers. A late start wouldn't shock me, but even if they do say there's a late start, don't freak out. It's going to be fine. The game's going to play. So even if you hear of a late start announcement, stick with all the players in that one. Low chance of a delay in Atlanta, but nothing big there. What I'm looking at here are the temperatures. You look at the temperatures across the country, it's 50s almost everywhere, low 60s. It's cool or it's cold everywhere. You know where it's not cold? Arizona. Guess the high today in Arizona, Emerson. Go ahead.
Okay, off the top of my head, knowing it's a desert, I went out there once when I was 12. I'm going to say like 105 degrees.
Yeah, it's over 100 today for a high. Yes! Excellent meteorology skills.
Yeah.
And the roof is going to be open in Arizona. So when you get that hot air, it's thinner air. So the ball carries better in hot air. That's what we're going to see really exclusively in Arizona. They did the same thing last night. They opened the roof. It was 100 degrees. They scored 14 runs combined in that game. It's just better hitting weather than everywhere else. So weather alone, that's the best spot, and that's where I'm looking at.
Dude, I love that hot, thin air, too. Like when you're playing golf because you're hitting drives like 450 yards and you just think you're this monster beefy dude.
You can blast it. But in the cold air, you try that in Boston, that cold, dense air, the ball just doesn't carry. Doesn't happen.
Nope. It does not. What should we be keeping an eye on here weather-wise, like later in the week, big picture, into the weekend when we're looking at baseball here, DFS?
We have zonal flow, which is a fancy way of saying pretty quiet weather across the country. Just look at temperatures as you go throughout the weekend, because there's going to be some spots where it's significantly warmer. Atlanta's going to warm up nicely later this week and into this weekend. Just always check temperatures before you build those lineups because you want to stack the hot weather games.
Okay, now let's talk a little bit of golf. Give me your weather concerns for the AT&T Byron Nelson that tees off tomorrow in Texas, just right outside Dallas.
Yep. First, I got to give myself a little pat on the back here. For the last tournament, there was a weather edge to be had, right? There was a certain way you could go to avoid the worst of the winds. I had so many people reach out to me and say they followed that weather advice and they made 60 grand, 70 grand, 80 grand, huge wins by following that weather advice. So just in general, remember, weather does matter in golf. As for this tournament, the weather doesn't matter as much. It's fairly quiet, at least the first couple of days. Thursday, Friday, no major issues out there. But it does get a little busier this weekend, which will lead you right into your next question.
Yes, it does. Well done, my friend. Incredible segue. Let's get your best weather-related DFS advice for the whole Byron Nelson. Let's go.
Okay, it's very clearly and very easily hammer early golfers on Saturday. So if you're playing the full tournament, it doesn't matter. Your Saturday golfers are going to be wherever they are. But if you're playing showdown slates on Saturday, you want the early golfers because by Saturday afternoon, you're going to have sustained winds of 20 miles per hour, wind gusts of 30 miles per hour. It's going to be a problem out there. The earlier your golfer goes on Saturday, the better off you are.
Kevin Roth, I need to know where people can find you on Twitter because you're great at tweeting out like nightly updates on Mother Nature, kind of wreaking havoc on our beautiful sports world. Talk to me.
That's what I do. Yeah. If you are interested in weather and sports in any combination, follow me on Twitter at Kevin Roth WX.
Love you, buddy. I'll see you later, man. We've got
mutual.
Oh my God, hold me. We got Sticky Puck on the menu right after this quick break. Okay, well, the Stanley Cup playoffs start Saturday. A few regular season games still to complete. 5 games on the slate tonight. DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich, RotoWire's Paul Bruno are here for opening face-off, choosing between DFS and Sportsbook plays on this Wednesday slate. So same story, different day here, guys. It's a Matthews and McKinnon night, but with everything all but decided for Toronto, how much sense does it make to look at McKinnon, or is it not worth paying up for those two superstars at center? Jeff, you go first.
I know Toronto doesn't have anything to play for here, but I'm going to still lean with Austin Matthews versus Nathan McKinnon. I mean, you just look at the production here and realistically look at the matchups. I mean, LA, Colorado played a couple 3-2 games, close games, but low scoring games as well. Anything could happen in this Toronto-Ottawa game. I mean, realistically, it just feels like it's going to be a loosey-goosey game. It's the last game of the season for Ottawa. They're not a good defensive team, still throwing out third and fourth string goalies. Matthews here, what other motivation does he have except to just score a couple more goals and go after that MVP trophy? You could see a hat trick here from Austin Matthews. I really wouldn't be that shocked. I think that is going to be his biggest motivation. Still probably going to play over 18 minutes ice. And like I said, I think the matchup is a slightly better here versus Ottawa. So I really do not hate paying up for Austin Matthews there. It's not really a deep slate either in terms of just, centers. So I think paying up for one of these studs, and my preference would obviously be Matthews. And looking for value at the other positions is probably the way I'd go tonight.
Paul, what's your opinion on this?
I'm going to go to the other side and say I'm looking at McKinnon. Despite me being a Leaf fan, I'm looking at saving $600 and saying, here's a guy with 13 points his last 10 games played, motivated to keep the heat on Vegas in the race for first. So that's something the team has to play for. And he'll keep his foot on the gas a little bit more than I think Matthews might be inclined. He'll probably play a little bit less, as Jeff just said, than usual. And don't forget, though, that Matthews is got the goal scoring crown locked up, and his drive is to stay consistent in his lane. And one other stat, his career goals per game in history shows the highest marks against Ottawa, their opponent tonight. If you go lower in the board, though, there's value in finding a guy like Chandler Stevenson at $5,100. He's the top line center on Vegas, and the club is trying to lock down that first spot in the division. And against a Civ-like team defensively in San Jose, he has 9 points in his last 10 games as well. That price point gives you the wiggle room to fit in a guy like Matthews and McKinnon if you're looking to pair at center. Even cheaper value plays at center. Josh Norris at $4,800 and Joel Eriksson X. They both have very good numbers over the last 10 games, respectively.
Let's go to the wings and things department, guys. Minnesota's Kirill the Thrill Kaprizov has at least 11 fantasy points in each of his last 6 games. He'll cost you $7,100 as a wild take on St. Louis, but Avs winger Andrei Burakovsky has at least 10 fantasy points in that same span, goals in 4 of his last 6. My goodness gracious, but he'll only cost you $4,900. You going with value here or paying up, Paul?
You know what? Kaprizov's been a model of super scoring consistency, as you implied, helping to change the Wild's identity, in fact, to a more capable and recognizable offense as opposed to more defensive structure. I'm not overlooking this club in DFS play anymore, and he's a big part of the reason why. So, yeah, I'll take him tonight versus St. Louis, I think. And I also like Burakovsky as well because his profile is such that he's looking to be productive consistently on a second-line role there on a scoring situation, and he's got a low price tag on a right wing on that second scoring unit as well. If you want to go cheaper, though, Matt Zuccarello in DFS play is a guy that I've talked about from time to time, and tonight's going to be another one of those times because he's undervalued as a very capable playmaker at his wing position. I know he has only 1 goal in his last 10, but he also has 7 assists in that stretch. That'll cost you only $4,800. There's even cheaper value plays, like if you want to settle for Josh Norris against Toronto. He's got 6 points in his last 10 games. Timo Meier, $4,200. He has 4 points and 2 assists in his last 10 games played.
All righty, Jeffrey.
Yeah, I think wing is a lot deeper tonight than center. Paul made a good point with Chandler Stevenson, but there's just so many other ways you can go here. A wing, Kaprizov is fine. I mean, they don't have a ton to play for either. Minnesota pretty much locked into the 3rd seed. I think Brady Tkachuk is really interesting. Dude just fires the puck, more than pretty much any winger in the league. Going up against Toronto, I just feel like this game is going to be super loose. So I don't mind. I think if I was going to choose between the two, I'd probably lean to Chuck slightly tonight, but those two are really close for me. I like paying down, though. I like finding value at wing. Zuccarello is a great call. I like Alex Tuck, too, at 4,700. I really feel like Vegas kind of let one slip against Colorado last game. No Max Pacioretty. Tuck gets power play exposure on the PP1 for Vegas. I love that. Gets his shot off a lot. He's overdue for kind of a multi-goal night, which he kind of just pops up with once every month or so. So really like Alex Tuck. And another kind of third line, just grinder guy who just shoots the puck a lot. Connor Brown for the Ottawa Senators. Him and Batherson are both really good values, I think. So I like going after Ottawa. I like the value there with Tuck. I think it's a night where you can pay down on wing, get really good upside.
Jeff, how about on defense here, dude? Justin Falk has become a presence on the blue line for St. Louis, averaging nearly 12 fantasy points per game over his last 10, but his salary has also climbed up as a result here. We're talking like 5.7 this evening. A little further down the board, $500 cheaper, 5.2. Minnesota's Jared Spurgeon has, points in 5 of his last 6. Do you like either of those two options, or are you looking elsewhere?
I mean, Falk has basically turned into like a must play here at the end of the year. St. Louis is really thin on defense. They've had some injuries, and that maybe getting a little bit healthy. It still looks like Vince Dunn is going to be out tonight, though. Perico's back, but just keep playing Falk. He's playing in all the situations. Power play one. He's playing pretty good too, quite frankly. It's not really a good trade-off they made in the offseason, Falk for Alex Pietrangelo, but again, he's getting the minutes. So he is just a must-play at under 6K, in my opinion. You can pay up for Theodore and stack that Vegas power play. It's a really good matchup against San Jose tonight. I know Theodore has kind of been bad for fantasy lately, but I really feel like Vegas is going to come out and just drop quite a few goals tonight. So I don't mind that play. There is some value out here, though. Erik Karlsson is super cheap at 4,300, obviously getting discounted a little bit because of the matchup, but he has been very productive down the stretch as well, shown some good offensive flair. I like going there for value if you're going to pay down there with Karlsson.
Paul, what say you?
I love Jeff's call on Erik Karlsson. 24 shots on goal, 5 points in his last 10 games played, only $4,300 for a guy who a couple of years ago was the top defenseman offensively in the league. I also like a couple other guys who fit a similar profile. Torrey Krug, his price point is low at $4,600, considering he's on a pretty nice streak with 9 points in his last 10 games. Also looking at the 20 shots on goal in that stretch as well as 10 block shots. Nice numbers across the board there. And similarly scripted for Jake Muzzin in Toronto, whose ownership share is likely going to be lower than all these other guys, priced at $4,800, despite a better than 2 shots on goal per game, 2 block shots per game, and 7 points in his last 10 outings. So lots of value lower on the board in defense than the two guys that you started off with here.
Let's do some sports bet talk here, Paul. Which NHL money line bet do you like on the DK Sportsbook tonight?
I already said I'm a Leafs fan here, and they're on a roll.
Yeah.
Unbeaten in their last 8 games in regulation, but they may take a collective foot off the gas tonight against Ottawa, a team that always plays these guys tough. Freddie Anderson is in goal, his first start in 8 weeks. So that's a question mark for me, not knowing what to expect from him. And I said the Ottawa team always plays Toronto tight. The Sens playing at home at plus 145. It looks like the best deal on the board tonight.
All right, what do you like? What's the best deal on the board?
Yeah, look, I like Ottawa too. They played Toronto tight this year. You're getting good value. I think they're 3-5 against the Leafs, but there's like an OT loss or 2 in there. So I like that call. But since Paul went with Ottawa, I'm gonna go deeper here because I think the Kings at plus 283 right now, it's just too tempting. I mean, this is a ridiculously huge money line for an NHL hockey game. The Avalanche are minus 345 favorites. And look, these two teams played. I know the Avalanche are like 5-1 in the season series, but these two teams played last week. It was 3-2 both guys. 1-goal games here. I mean, we're talking, all we're talking about is one big Cal Peterson, like 40 save performance, and you're getting a W from the Kings. I think at this price, you can look to the Kings on the money line tonight. It's just, you just do not see these lines this big in hockey. And look, Colorado, they squeaked out a win against Vegas. They really didn't look that good offensively lately, though. I think the Kings could are in a spot here where they could pick up the W. And realistically, this is just about the odds. They're just massive for an NHL money line.
Jeff, is that your favorite overall bet, or you have anything else?
No, I like going to the Vegas Golden Knights here and the San Jose Sharks. I like the over here. It's 8 of the last 10 Sharks games have seen 6 or more goals scored. They're just not a good defensive team. They don't have good goaltending. And I also like Alex Tuck to score a goal at plus 185. So again, you go after that Golden Knights offense, you go with the over in that game, and Tuck to score a goal I also like for a player prop.
Paul, bring us home.
I like Minnesota at plus 170 tonight. I think this team is an offensive juggernaut. They're way ahead of St. Louis in the standings, and I think they still have something to play for in terms of trying maybe to get home ice in that second two versus three pairing in their division. So they have something to play for, and I think their offense is gonna light it up against a Blues team that is really coasting into the postseason.
Dudes, adios. Appreciate you. We're going to look at some NBA best bets right after this. All right, time to see what's cooking on the DK Sportsbook tonight ahead of a 6-game slate around the NBA. Here to share their best bets, we got host of the Four Seasons podcast by Ball is Life, Brian Mock Josh, RotoWire NBA editor Nick Whalen. Nick, starting with you, buddy. Which favorite do you like to cover the spread tonight?
I was surprised to see that the Brooklyn Nets are only -4 against the San Antonio Spurs. And I know San Antonio has a lot to play for. I know the Spurs are coming off of beating the Milwaukee Bucks handily in their last game, but James Harden almost certainly going to be back for this game. We just got word a couple of minutes ago that he's going to warm up with the intent to play. I think that's going to provide a spark for Brooklyn. Obviously don't expect Harden to be back to putting up, 25, 10 and 10 right away, but this is a team that doesn't have a ton of depth, and just having, a super competent MVP caliber player back in the rotation will be huge. And look, even if they don't get that much from Harden tonight, I think having Kyrie Irving, who, granted is questionable for this game after taking a hit to the face last night, but just having him and Kevin Durant against a Spurs team that, has a couple pieces that you like in DeMar DeRozan and DeJounte Murray, but, on the road, long road trip. But at the same time, I was surprised that the Nets are only 4-point favorites in this one.
What do you think, Mark Josh?
Nick, me and you both, man. I saw the -4 Brooklyn and was all over it. But you nailed everything I was going to say. Harden's a game time decision, but he's likely going to play. Even a 2% Harden. Kyrie, no concussion last night. I'm assuming he's going to play. But even with no Harden and no Kyrie, I love KD's chances with Joe Harris and the gang to cover 4 points against the Spurs team, who's not great at basketball right now. Not to mention that this is a very meaningful game as far as seeding goes for the Brooklyn Nets. They want to get as high up as they can. So all over Brooklyn -4.
Okay. Ryan, what underdog you backing tonight against the spread?
I'm backing the Wizards +6.5. I watched the entire Hawks-Wizards game last time when Russ was stat stuffing. It was a 2-point game until the very end where Russell Westbrook bricked a three which would have been a game-winning three, and chased after the game ball in true Russell Westbrook fashion, but that's another story. The Wizards are the 10 seed, so they need this game. I just think that the fast pace of the Wizards, the Hawks looked like they had trouble matching that speed. But I like the Wizards to cover and lose, but by less than 6.5.
Nick, underdog, you're backing tonight.
Yeah, that was one that I thought about. We'll see if Washington is able to kind of replicate the effort that they put in on Monday against Atlanta. But I think I like New Orleans +8 at Dallas. I mean, the Mavericks have been awful lately, and Luka Doncic has had kind of his 2 worst games of the year back to back. And I know against the Cavs he got kicked out, and that had something to do with it. But I mean, Dallas got absolutely smacked around by the Memphis Grizzlies last night, and Doncic has 0 made 3-pointers in 2 straight games, which for him is unheard of. He had at one point this year, 48 games in a row with at least 1 made 3. I don't know if he's a little banged up or just kind of in the midst of a slump at the wrong time, but even with the injuries in New Orleans, this team has been able to kind of regroup and play fairly well without Zion and without Ingram. I think, Steven Adams has a chance to get back in the lineup tonight. So that's one that I'm keeping an eye on. And I also wouldn't be shocked if Houston is able to hang around with the Lakers, a team that I've just grown to not trust whatsoever. The Lakers, that is. You're reintegrating LeBron tonight. His minutes are going to be limited. The Lakers turned it over a ton against the Knicks last night. They do that virtually every single game. So I don't think the Lakers lose to Houston, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Rockets, are able to keep this one from getting completely out of hand.
Nick, what total tonight has your attention?
Sticking with that Rockets-Lakers game, I like the under on 224.5. Houston, as we know, very much banged up, not really interested in winning basketball games at this point in the season. The Lakers defense, even with LeBron and Davis out, was better than expected and should be even better with LeBron James back in the lineup tonight. Lakers play a lot of low-scoring games. That's how they found success last season. That's how they're going to find success if they do in the postseason. This is one of those games where if the three-pointers aren't falling for either side, I think Houston probably ends up in the 90s and the Lakers are maybe in the low to mid 100s.
All right, Mog Josh, what about you, man?
I like over 234 for the Blazers Jazz game. Portland's red hot. They've won 4 straight. And in those 4 straight wins, they're averaging 128 points per game. The Jazz have won 3 of their last 4, and they're scoring 123 points in those last 4 games. So if my math's correct, they each need to score 117 points, and 128 and 123 is way over that. I just like the way these two teams are playing despite Conley and Mitchell being out. I think it's going to be a very meaningful game again. I think it's going to be high-powered, so I feel pretty confident about the over 234.
All right, let's go to favorite overall bet here, Ryan. So total, prop, any of that stuff in the association tonight. What do you got?
So there's a theme about this Blazers Jazz game for me tonight. I like it. I think that this is a CJ McConnell game. Over 22.5 points is what I'm looking at for this one. In his last 2 games, he has scored 28 and 27 points. There's no Conley and no Mitchell, like I mentioned. So what I'm really looking at is who's going to guard who for Portland. Clarkson can't guard anyone. Ingles and Bojan are like their 2 guards that are going to be matched up with Dame and CJ. And the better of the 2, I would guess, is going to go guard Dame. So I think CJ has free reign to get deep in his bag tonight and try some stuff. But over 220 or over 22.5, I really like.
What about you, Nick?
I like Trae Young over 27.5 points against Washington. He had 36 in that last meeting. He had 30 in his previous game. Trae Young over 1.5 made threes as well. He's 3 of his last 22 from beyond the arc over the last 4 games. I think he's due to break out of that. The attempts, the volume have been there. I like Rudy Gobert over 14.5 points against Portland. And then finally, I like the Boston Celtics to cover 7 in Cleveland tonight. It feels like Boston needs a little momentum right now after losing Jaylen Brown, taking a couple losses back-to-back to Miami. Cleveland has extreme interest in not winning this game for lottery purposes. Everyone's really down on Boston right now. I think this is kind of a get-right game for them to try to gain some level of confidence before heading into the playoffs.
Nick, before we let you guys go, you have a favorite DFS play in the association tonight? You got Jerry over on Twitch who really needs some DFS advice.
Yeah, I'll go back to Trae Young, 9,100 against Washington. If you don't want to pay up for Russ in that game, I think he's a great pivot. Clint Capella, who had a 20-20 game the other day, had 20 rebounds in that game against Washington the other day. He's at 8,600. And then a guy that Ryan mentioned, Bojan Bogdanovic at 6,900 for Utah going up against Portland. I like all 3 of those tonight. Ryan,
how about DFS play, man?
So for the first time ever, Russell Westbrook costs over $1,100. He's $12,400, which is great. And it's going to get me to pivot off of him, which I think is the main goal. So I think I'm going back to CJ. I think that this is a prime time ESPN game that he's aware of. Nobody's going to be able to guard CJ because they're going to put their main defender on Dame. I just think this is one of those nights where he goes off for 50 or 60 daily fantasy points. So not to mention he's $7,900, which a month ago he was $1,000 more costly. So I like CJ for value too.
All right, cool. Potato chips, adios. Appreciate the help. One more break to go, one more block to go. PGA Tour Chaser Fade with Len Hochberg is next. All right, y'all know the drill, and if you didn't know, now you know. Wrapping up our Wednesday edition of The Sweat with some PGA Tour Chaser Fade with RotoWire senior golf writer and 2020 DFS Writer of the Year, Len Hochberg. Good to see you, partner. We're going to dive right into this because we got only about a handful of minutes to go. The AT&T Byron Nelson, and with DJ dropping out now of this tournament, Bryson and Rahm are the only two golfers left in the 11K range. Which one are you chasing at that high price?
Hi, Emerson. Yeah, this is this is a challenging week. We do have a lot of big names in the tournament, led by Rahm and DeChambeau, but we do have a new course, TPC Craig Ranch. So there's some things we're all trying to get a grasp of this week, but it appears that the scores will be pretty low, and we should see 20 under win the tournament. They at least 20 under. The par fives are all short, all under 570, all four of them. And that is just right up the alley for DeChambeau and Rahm. They should eat them up. They both should do quite well this week. Obviously, we can't chase them both because of their price. But if I of you had to pick one, I might give DeChambeau a little bit of an edge. He's probably a little more familiar with the course, being a Dallas guy. But they could both really eat up this course this week.
Okay, so just outside that range, you're going to have Jordan Spieth. He won the last tournament that was here in Texas, where he is from, 10-7. Been on fire. Top five finishes since February. So you're chasing or fading that he continues his hot streak this week?
Yeah, this course is good for him in a lot of ways. A Texas guy, I'm sure he's familiar with it. If not before the announcement that it was coming on tour, then certainly since then. But the indications are that the fairways are pretty wide here, and that it really takes away and helps his big miss, which is getting the ball in the fairway. Everything else Jordan Spieth can do. If you're going to play Jordan Spieth this week, I could see it. It's definitely a chase more than a fade for Jordan Spieth.
All right, now we're going to go to Will Zalatoris. He has only missed the cut twice since the U.S. Open, although he just suffered one of those missed cuts at the Wells Fargo Championship. Chase or fade, he rebounds this week.
Yeah, well, I certainly expect him to rebound. I mean, the miscut was really surprising when he played 9 times in 11 weeks or 10 and 12, something like that. He was on fire. He took a couple of weeks off, and I don't know, he lost his game. So maybe he needs the repetitions. Maybe he needs to keep playing like Sung Jae Im. But yeah, it's hard to imagine a miscut. The field is not very deep, so I certainly expect him to miss the cut. Whether he warrants his price, yeah, I guess he's a chase too. I hate to be chasing everybody, but there aren't a lot of big names after the top. Chase on Will Zalatoris too.
Okay, where are you looking for DFS value in this event? Because I've talked to like Reed, I've talked to Jeff like earlier in the week. It feels like a pretty top-heavy event.
Yeah, it is very top heavy, and it falls very far, very fast into 2018, 2019 Corn Ferry grads and 126, 150 guys. But I'll throw a few names out pretty quickly. 7,400, Brant Snedeker. He's 40 years old. His best days are behind him, but he can still bring it on occasion. He's got a recent tie for 6th, the recent 11th. This should be a pretty forgiving course. He's still a pretty good putter. 56th in strokes gained putting. You will have to be a good putter this week. Wyndham Clark at $7,000. Sung Kang, he's the defending champion, has not been playing well in 2021, but he is a member of TPC Craig Ranch. Fully expect him to have an advantage this week, and he's been getting a little bit better. And if you really want a really long shot GPP play, not a cash game play, Ryan Brehm, $6,200. He's made only 50% of his cuts, but he could make it this week. He's a bomber. He makes a lot of eagles. He makes a lot of birdies, also makes some bogeys, but he could score for you this week.
Hey, which guys in DFS would you recommend maybe steering clear of? Fading
there are
a little
two
bit.
guys. Yeah, there are two guys this week, and they both recently won, and that's why I would stay away from them. First, Hideki Matsuyama. We haven't seen him since the Masters, and I don't know if we would see him this week if the PGA wasn't next week. We have no idea or little idea how the upheaval in a good way that his life has taken on since he won the Masters. We have no idea what's going on in Japan. I imagine it's been very hard to focus on golf and training and working out and hitting balls and stuff. And so it would be really understandable if he's not quite back in the frame of mind yet to play golf. And the same thing with Sam Burns, recent winner, first-time winner, life-altering victory. This is his first time back playing then. He probably still has not stopped answering text messages from people who claim to know him in high school. It would be understandable if he's not quite ready to go this week either.
All right, we got about 45 seconds left in the show, so hook me up with who you like to win.
Yeah, quickly, Texas guys this week, Ryan Palmer, 40-something years old, but he's playing pretty well. He is familiar with TPC Craig Ranch, one of the top DraftKings scorers, a lot of birdies, 14th in birdie average, like 7th in eagles per hole, par 5 birdie or better guy. He hasn't really done it since January. No top 5 since January, no top 10s, but he's been coming close. I think Ryan Palmer has some advantages this week and can get you high points even if he doesn't win.
All right, dude. Adios. We got a 6-game Madden slate starting at noon here on the Dream Stream. Me and BK on the call for what could be the worst wild weather Wednesday game in history. Washington at the Eagles in the rain after this quick break.
about that time to do it again. Madden simulation number 2 of 6 on this busy Dream Stream day and a wild weather Wednesday to boot. Hump Day. Welcome in, everybody. He's Kenny Ducey. I'm Adam Kaufman. He looks sweet in the new swag, a sweet fitted lid courtesy of DraftKings. He's got food in his mouth, still chomping away. Good to see you, man. Nah, you do. We know.
Why are you exposing me?
We know. Lineups have locked it. Did you just open your mouth?
Yeah, I did. I'm not eating food.
Just dive.
Can't believe you suggest that.
And we are off and running. We are off and running for the Mad Matinee. The what do we call this? The buddy system.
Why don't you just give me your piece of garbage lineup, huh? Why don't you give it? Why don't you give it to me now that you're the one who has all the answers?
I think I will, because I happen to like my lineup. So here it is: Kenyon Drake in the captain spot, along with about 20% of other people. He is 66% owned. Our smaller contest, 144 entries. Kyler Murray, who is roughly the same popularity, about 79% owned, 17% in the flex. He is in the flex for me, 17% in the captain spot, pardon me. Matt Breida, similar ownership to Kyler, 76% overall and about 17.5% at captain. So a nice little divide among those three. Again, it's Drake at captain, the flex for Murray and Breida, and then you gotta save some loot at that point in time, dude. So I have got Max Williams along with Albert Wilson and Jason Sanders, the kicker. That's what I've got here, and in the rain, no less, in virtual Miami. We'll see how it winds up going. How about you?
Hard rain stadium, huh? Let's call it that.
That's right.
Yeah, I got I had to fade Tua and I had to fade Kenyon Drake because they're my two least favorite players in these sims. I don't think they're very good, especially Drake. So I went with Mike Gesicki in the captain spot with Kyler Murray, Matt Breida, Devontae Parker, DeAndre Hopkins, and Preston Williams.
Preston Williams is not going to do anything for you. You're getting a goose egg out of that.
Yeah, well, better than nothing.
No, it's literally nothing.
What else was I supposed to do with $2,000?
Change your lineup to fit more than $2,000.
No.
This isn't. You're not getting like a Preston, vulture the way that you might hope to in real life. We know how that's going to work here in these.
Why not?
Sims, because he's appeared in like 4 sims, ever.
Yeah.
He's not gonna. What's the wager? If you're so sure you're getting something out of your guy Preston,
I'm not so sure about it.
You already owe me an NBA Classic contest.
I'm not you. I'm not like, oh, Melvin Gordon's the play of the game today. I'm gonna have 1 million points from Melvin Gordon.
1 million. 1 million points. Thank you all for being here with us. Tara Lynn, who was on for a couple of sims as a third person in, 3-person booth for the 8 and the 10 last night after fading Christian and I. She shows up to work with Glash and obviously you and Moose. And then we've got undercover boss Tom. Just a matter of time before he is involved on air. I can feel it, baby. He can do whatever he wants anyway. It's his company. He is our technical director. And then we've got Frangelico, and then the real brains behind the operation, June, in Game Ops. Great to have everybody here with us. Matter of fact, somebody in the chat, let's see, as Executive Session says, the Cuff and Lucy show.
Must be wanted to know how much my groceries were. It was $34.29, something like that.
Is this the thing? We guess.
Well, the other day I went out and got groceries, and everyone was trying to guess how much they'd be based on what I read. It's $34.29, something like that.
You went out and got groceries for what period of time did $40 cover you? Like one meal?
What? I read what the groceries that I had to get were. I didn't get groceries for the week.
Okay.
I can get groceries for a few days.
I can't believe $40 covered a few days.
Yeah, well, we already had some frozen chicken. And then I got some produce. I got some frozen fruit.
I would love to go to the grocery store and have it cost less than like $200. And
that's you're a dad. It's different for you.
And that's every like 2 or 3 days.
You're a dad, man.
It is outlandish what these kids eat. Eat me out of house and home, as the expression goes.
Groceries for me for the week are normally like $100. But like I said, I was only going for a few days. I was only getting a few dinners, and I already had some meat, so I didn't have to pay for meat. And $40. It's not, If you're just buying produce, I mean, you're not spending much money.
No, produce, I'll give you that.
Produce, very cheap. It's where it's the meat is where you get killed.
T Pike says, Kenny, I got to go to the grocery store with you, man. My girlfriend and I, we pay an average of like $150. That's what I'm saying. M. Roach saying, cough, just so you know, Preston Williams got a 30-yard catch 2 days ago. All right, well, we'll see.
There we go. Yeah.
We'll see.
Huh? How about that? How about
see.
them apples?
Well, again, you name your wager, pal. Killa says, cough, you guys got to give Glash the business. The dude made fun of Taralin's makeup last night, bro. TL, you're here to speak for yourself. I mean, at least over Slack. Is this true? Did you feel persecuted, attacked by Glash? Was he coming at your physical appearance? Because that's not okay. Can't do that.
As I always say, physical appearance, it's not fodder.
She says, I don't recall, did he? Well, if it didn't catch your attention, it probably either didn't happen or was very much a passing jab.
I also think personal appearance jokes are like the lowest form of comedy. Takes the least amount of creativity. I mean, and also no one can help how they look. We all look weird, we know.
Matt Breida with the score. About to be 7-0 Miami. I don't know if the pregnant pause there was. I mean, we can help how we look to some degree. And I'm not talking about like going out and having yourself surgically altered or something like that.
No, but I mean, like you can, maybe like what, if you're wearing like a funny shirt or something, but I mean like you can face. You can decide how much you care about your personal hygiene. Like are you clean shaven? Are you or at least well manicured beard, versus just looking all disheveled and gross? Do you have, my beard is very well manicured.
You look good. You look sharp. Do you have a nice haircut? Do you have a do you look like Lamarca? Any number of different things. Like we do have some control over our appearance.
That's true. Yeah. It just depends on, I guess, what it is that we're talking about.
Yeah, as Tara Lynn says, do you look like Aaron Rodgers unbathed? I wouldn't say that, I'll give you the Rodgers disheveled thing. I don't know that he looked unbathed. He didn't look like a, hobo.
He looked unbothered, I'll tell you that.
He looked unbothered for sure. Robbie Noble, what up, brother? Says, how you doing, Frangeli? That will never not make me laugh, to give you a double negative. I just will always think of the Robbie Collin Frangeli just will make me think of Keegan-Michael Key and the A.A. Ron and all the other names in the Key and Peele sketch. Every time I read it, it will make me think of that.
He's hosting SNL soon. Next week.
Is that right?
Yeah. All right, an actual sketch comic hosting a sketch comedy show.
I like it. I'm in. Sounds pretty good to me. Frangelico says he likes Frangeli, by the way. Damon says, are your eyes honest?
Frangeli.
I have very honest eyes, if you can find them. They're like slits. Rich says, what up, Koff? Hope everybody's having a good day. It's my first sim. Well, welcome in. You missed the nooner, obviously, but then again, so did I. I don't know what happened. Were you on for the nooner, or was that a different group?
I was not here for the nooner.
Let's see. I have the resources. I can look back. Emerson and BK. Well, that must have been electric. Do those two have anything to talk about?
I don't know.
Like, do they have a single thing in common? What do they bond over?
I will say that it is kind of weird when you do a sim with someone that you don't normally do sims with. Because you're basically like trying to get to know each other.
Sure.
On the air.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, in these sims, no one talks about the sims, right? You have to have some sort of conversation about football or life outside of these sims. You can't talk about the sim for an hour. So, yeah. I wonder what they talk about.
That's how it starts. There, once upon a time, before obviously we worked together, the billions of times that we have at this point. I don't remember what the early sims were with you, what they were like, but obviously there was that getting to know you, feeling out process. But we're there, baby. We're long since past. By the way, Tara says they talk about being married and what they do with their significant others.
Huh.
Okay. Well, that is the common denominator for those two. Edward says no. Worst combo ever.
All right, Edward.
You know what, Edward? You bring up a point.
It's all savage of Edward.
It was. We
Oh,
have a fumble here.
Fumble!
But
We got
that's
a
okay.
big man running the ball.
Arizona able to keep possession right there. So, Edward, it was a little savage, but I'm going to invite everyone now to be savage. I have asked, I don't know how many times when we've been doing Sims, hey, what's your favorite pairing? Because it comes up a lot. People really like, this person or that person, and obviously everyone's got a different favorite or everyone's got a different favorite combo, and that's great. Like, to each their own. I want that to be. Here's one for the chat that I have never asked. What is your least favorite pairing? What is the pairing that you tune in and you say, nope, mute, or I'll check back in later? What is the pairing that you can't stand the most? This is where like Obi-Wan says like me and Rossi or something.
I will say that Glash and I have been having some fantastic Sims lately, and I think that's my favorite pairing. I don't know about my least favorite, but
wow, that's your favorite. I feel.
Yeah, well, it's just do a little, work a little harder maybe, and we can be we can be the best pairing that involves me.
You raise my level a little bit. Edward says Tom and Rossi, so obviously he's not a Mount Rushmore.
Maybe you're not the Kenny Whisperer anymore. You ever think about that?
I really thought I was. I didn't know I could lose that title so quickly.
I think you might have.
Evan says Rossi in play-by-play chair plus anyone. That's strong.
Jeez. I don't know if you should have asked this question.
No, it's okay. I think we can all
going. Jamal said any sim that Ducey is on, absolutely.
Varder says Freeze, Pops, and Brendan. Rossi and Tom says must be. T-Pike says you're all my favorite.
Anything Steve Boucher is going off. Steve Buchanan? The Guru talking about Steve Buchanan?
Could be. Born Again says Emerson Reed. Another for Rossi and Tom. BK and Glash says
Ducey solo. When am I ever solo?
We can make it happen. I can mute.
I mean, I'd love that.
Tom and everybody says must be. Ryan says, worst man, honestly, you are all what you all are in your own way, maybe, is that what it says? Glash and Kenny is the best, says Giraffe King. So there you go.
Thanks, Giraffe. Jordan says someone's gonna say Ducey and Cough as a joke. No one said that yet. No, nope. I don't think anyone's saying that we're the worst. That's good. We did it. We're not the worst.
Stirring the pot. Damon says, I like Lotzi and Glash.
Oh.
So, I mean, there's a first. We haven't seen that one before. I kid. You're actually going to have the two of them together coming up on Saturday for the noon sim. And then Glash and I will be together for the 2 o'clock. Haven't done that in a little while. Looking forward to it. Carolyn in the chat says, Koff is such a pot stirrer.
I will say, if you're a fan of tennis, Rafael Nadal and Jannik Sinner are playing an incredible tennis match right now. Don't tune away from the sim, but just when this is over and it's in the 3rd set, you're gonna want to take a look. Good match.
Cops on my Mount Rushmore, says Rich. Saturday Kitty Goff and whoever is the best, says Congo Cab. Dom likes Bry Guy, obviously, as he should, as everyone does. Born Again, Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, a.k.a. Flash and Freeze Pops. I don't mind Kenny, says the Guru. I think the chat gets annoying when they go on the Kenny tangents. I also support Kenny almost as much as I support that lid. Man, I like that hat. What's the back of it look like? Because it's a fitted cap, right?
It's not a fit. It's a flex fit.
Well,
it's got like the company that makes it. It's got like the company that makes it on the back. So I could never wear this backwards. It would look really weird.
Okay, well, you're doing it right now. I think it looks okay, at least from a distance here.
Why would I wear the company who makes its name when I could wear
what's the company?
DraftKings? That's the point.
Oh, it just says DraftKings along the back?
No. It's who makes this hat? I don't even know. It's like some designer company. It's cool. It's a good company. They make good stuff for us.
Good material.
Whatever that logo is. Let me tell you.
Yeah, I can't read what that line is on the back.
Travis Matthew, maybe?
Oh, yeah, that's why. Yeah, Travis Matthew is a popular brand.
Do you have
Breida
Travis
2 for
Matthew?
36, Grant 2 for 23. Those are your leading receivers. Breida, of course, with a receiving touchdown to this point, 7-3 after an Arizona field goal as well. Rich says cough and freeze pops. Rich, remember, the question was, who do you think is the worst pairing? I want to make sure that you understand what is being asked of you as you shout out cough and freeze pops. Stats are updated, says T-Pike.
You just wouldn't be able to believe that you could be part of one of the worst pairings.
That's right. I can't wrap my head around
You're
it.
just like that's not possible. There's no way.
Start again. In terms of our contest here, 144 entries. Rimrods is in front by about half a point over Josh Ulove. Viper is hanging out in third. Viper is always in the mix when I'm doing these things and often creating contests.
I really love when someone's in the mix. It's one of my favorite things.
Yeah. You know, you want to be in contention. You want to be part of it.
Just saying in the mix, though. Like, oh, we got cough in the mix.
Yeah, in the mix. Must be's favorites. Me, you, Glash. Top 3. Pay them, Tara Lynn. Or just keep paying Kaufman and basketball coin. Tara Lynn and I have not...
basketball coin? What is that?
Not done any head-to-head NBA. Problem Kid Gaming, maybe you'd like to address this. Says, bro, Kaufman is kind to everyone he works with on here, but for some reason, there's like low-key hate towards him. I wonder why.
Is there low-key hate?
I don't know. Is there low-key? I mean, I
don't think so.
I'll tune in sometimes, and I get teased.
Oh, that's not hate. That's just teasing.
I take it to be from a place of love. You know, if they're not talking about you, you're doing something wrong. That's what they say in the media business. So I must be doing a lot of things right because I'm talked about a lot on here. Bad Boys of Pop says you want to be in the mix, but not underfoot. Look at this. Big gain, Christian Kirk. Freak of Nature says, I think Ducey's the best with cough. Hashtag cough Kenny Whisperer. I added the hashtag, not him. On the subject, by the way, of hoops, of head-to-heads and whatnot.
Okay.
So I got, after you turned down my challenge the other day to do all showdowns head-to-head, which was really bothersome. I do hope you're going to reconsider at some point in time.
I don't play on a nightly basis. There will be, just keep sending them, and there will be a time when I accept eventually.
Right, but I'm not going to keep sending you I'll keep sending you the daily classic, but I'm not going to send you like 5 showdowns for you to not fill out. That's just a waste of my time. But BK and I, we were on yesterday, and we said, you know what we're going to do? Let's actually, it was my idea. He just went along with it. I said, how will we do this? Let's I want to do, I think you sort of influenced this idea when I started thinking about doing all the contests with you. I said, how about we do every NBA contest available tonight?
Yeah, no, there's no way I'm doing that.
And I didn't send him tiers. I kind of forgot about tiers, but I sent him all the classics. So, you know, the regular and then turbo and obviously, you know, I think there were multiple turbos, and then there was the night slate, and I sent him all the showdowns, whatever they were. I think there were 4 of them, maybe even 5 of them. So we did 9 total contests last night. Now, they were not for exorbitant amounts of money. It was more just to have skin in the game for every contest. It wasn't the the $20 a pop that you like to play for over here. But we, I don't know. It was a lot of work, is really what it was. But it was fun. I enjoyed it, and I took 7 out of 9, so I was happy about that. I don't imagine BK was thrilled about it.
Pretty great.
Thank you. We're halfway through the second. It's a good thing that I did do well against BK because I did pretty poorly just about everywhere else. In fact, Glash, he likes to say this all the time, just to be fair, Glash.
To be fair,
To be fair, Flash, we did two. We did the regular classic and we did the Celtic showdown, and he beat me in both. So, as he would say, that's life. (7-3) sim, Miami in front. Got TL, Undercover Boss Tom, Frangeli, June, all hanging out. Deucey and Koff.
I gotta say something else.
You can say whatever you want. You just gotta stop chewing and allow yourself.
I'm not chewing. Where is this coming from? Are you imagining that I'm eating food?
You're drooling.
No, I'm serious.
Food is just like is leaking out of your nose.
I am dead
mouth.
serious.
Disgusting.
Where is the food that I'm supposedly eating? I'm not eating food. I don't eat food during Sims.
What do you have to say? Tell me what you got to say.
This is outrageous.
This.
Anyway, now I really want to say it.
I thought you were gonna go all like all Rodney King for a second.
Well, you can't. You're not the only person who gets to assign nicknames around here. And Glash and I both voted, and we hate TL.
Well, that's not nice. She's right here.
And TA is her nickname.
That's stupid.
Because Lynn is not a name. Lynn is not her middle name.
Kyler Murray touchdown, by the way.
Lynn is not another name.
I'm
in
not
her
avoiding
first
Kenny.
name.
I'm just letting you know we have a touchdown.
Okay, her name is Tara Lynn. It's one word. Mm-hmm. One word, Tara Lynn. So why is it TL? Why don't I call you AD or AM or AD? Because that's the same thing.
Believe it or not, some people do call me AD. It doesn't bother me. I've just never.
You should call me KN.
No, that's
KY.
Not but let me ask you a question. If her name were Tara Lynn, like two separate names, Tara Lynn, like let's say Lynn were her middle name, but she
then
went
maybe
Tara Lynn, then would you feel differently about it? In the same way
maybe.
that like JD Martinez, like his name is Julio David or something. I'm not sure what it is.
Okay.
But he goes by JD. Would you feel differently about TL if it were Tara Lynn as opposed to Tara Lynn?
Yes, but why are we talking about that hypothetical? That's not even close to the truth.
I'm going to tell you why. Because at the time that I started calling her TL, which was years ago, I didn't actually know how it was spelled. I just kind of assumed it was two names. And so I just did, like, TL took off from there. And
did
so
it take,
what? Like,
took off according to who?
No, I mean, took off meaning like I just started saying it. I don't mean like it became a thing. I mean, it became a thing for me. I'm not saying like everybody in the office called her that, but it became a thing for me. It became like my name for her. And am I supposed to now just like pull it back now that I've realized how her name is spelled?
Well, just don't impose it on other people who don't want to call her TL.
When have I ever said you should call her TL? I just call her TL. It's like Undercover Boss. I've heard you call Tom Undercover Boss Tom, but I've never told you to do it. You've just done it because you've heard me do it a number of times. At some point in time, more and more people are going to call Frangelico Frangeli. Guaranteed. I didn't come up with it. I'm not telling you to do it, but it's awesome, so people will do it. The real question that you should be asking is this. Does Tara Lynn dislike being called TL?
She does, but that doesn't matter.
No, if the answer is yes, I won't call her that.
She does. She said last night she did.
Did she? Because I can go back. The Sims are on YouTube. I can go back.
Yeah.
I can listen.
She did say it. She
says, I dislike being called TL.
Mm-hmm.
Did she say I dislike it or I just don't really get it? There's a difference.
She didn't use the word dislike, but she said she did not like it.
I mean, she's sitting here in all caps saying, I don't recall anything that happened last night. And did I?
You don't recall anything that happened.
Last night's sim was a blur for Tara Lynn. Yes.
We definitely talked about her nickname, and she definitely said that she didn't like TL.
All right, well, let's just do it this way. She's here. We're here. Let's
I already told you. Glash and I voted on TA. You're outvoted. That's her nickname.
Let's live in the moment. Let's just live in the moment. Forget what happened last night. Tara Lynn, do you dislike TL? Just tell me. Just write it in the channel. Give me a little slack.
First of all, yes, but second of all, it doesn't matter what she thinks because you don't get to pick your own nicknames. It's like Emerson calls me Young Kenneth. Did I ever say I liked being called that? No, but
So wait, so now you're telling me I should call her that in spite of how she feels about it?
no. But Glash and I agreed on the fact that we talked about it. It's like you don't get to pick your own nickname. You know, that's not how it works. Your nickname usually just kind of sticks. Evan said confirming, Ducey, that Tara Lynn did say she didn't like it. I'm telling you, it's just not even a good nickname though. That's the problem with it.
Well, it's TA isn't better.
Of course it is.
Just because it's her initials?
Would it be better for David They call David Aldridge DA. What if they called him DL? I mean, DA is objectively better.
Carolyn has not answered the question as to how she feels about it in the Slack, which may be the indication right there that she doesn't like it.
Mm-hmm. Told you.
Problem Kid Gaming says he's about to lose his cool cough. Be careful. I'm not worried about young Kenneth here going off the deep end. That doesn't scare me.
Anyway, we could come up with a different nickname, just not TL.
I've been witness to that before.
Born Again says he agrees with me. KY. Jeffrey thinks I sound like I'm 30. I don't think so.
How old are you? I mean, you're in that vicinity.
I'm like 27, but no, I don't sound like I'm 30.
Does someone typically sound a certain age?
I don't know. So it's stop sounding so 30.
Bullet, Devontae Parker. Touchdown.
It's my man right there. I have on my team.
Carolyn says, I like it, bozos. It's unbelievable. 93 BB Rack. The cop calls her TL and she doesn't have a problem with it. It's fine. Calm down, buddy.
All right, you know what? Now I'm forced to go back in time.
You're going to go back? You're going to explore it on the YouTube?
Go around.
The YouTube?
Let's see.
James, we hate to lose you, but we understand. Greg says TL way better than TA. Like TA sounds like a teacher's assistant.
I mean, that's quite literally what a TA is, yes. But you could say KD sounds like Kevin Durant. I don't like Kevin Durant, but people call me that.
Do a lot of people call you KD?
Yeah.
Do you think they call you KD because of Kevin Durant?
No. They call me KD before Kevin Durant.
Before Kevin Durant? Kevin Durant's been around a while.
So have I.
At what point in life, I'm just trying to remember, do nicknames typically start? Unless they're like given to you by your family, like friend nicknames. Like obviously, no one in my family calls me Cough, but I'm trying to think of at what point that became a thing among friends. When do you typically get a nickname from friends? It doesn't happen when you're like 8 years old. Is it like a middle school thing maybe? Is that kind of where it starts? Maybe like in that 12, 13 vicinity?
Sorry, I'm too busy trying to find Tara Lynn, what she said.
Yeah, Tara Lynn agrees with middle school. T-Pike says, I think it just happens through experience as we are nearing the half.
I'm gonna text Glash.
You can text Glash. I can't guarantee he's going to write you back. Let's see. Frangeli says, for me, nicknames come in different stages of growing up or in a different environment. Yeah, I think that's accurate. Carolyn says, Glash and Juicy are BFFs now. He's just polite. He was texting me earlier, too. What do you think? We're best friends?
Oh, was I texting you earlier?
No, Glash.
Oh, I was going to say, I wasn't texting you.
It's good to see you're still there, though. Kyle says he's not listening to you, Cough. He's on a mission to prove he's right. That's fine. It's like a pseudo solo sim for me.
It's like what I do every time I take the mic.
Every time he takes the mic. Hey, hit that like button. Let's get to 150. We're basically there. Carolyn says Glash was also texting Emerson. What was that? During the sim? During the nooner? I think those two are FaceTime buddies. They talk about that on these sims. I've heard that before. There are very few people that I FaceTime with. I'm a little past the FaceTime generation, I feel like.
I don't really FaceTime. I mean, I also don't have an iPhone, but I don't really. Tara Lynn agreed she needs an actual nickname, which confirms TL is not nickname acceptable. That's what Glash said.
Are you giving me the minutes from last night's sim, or this is Glash's response to you?
Glash just told me Tara Lynn agrees she needs an actual nickname, not TL.
Good Lord. Let's just deal with this the way the professionals do. Hang on. There we go.
Is this FaceTime?
Yeah.
I thought you didn't FaceTime.
Often. Sometimes you got to, though. All right. Help out with this. I'm on the sim.
Oh.
With young Kenneth. Tara Lynn is producing. And there seems to be a little bit of there's confusion with regard to what happened in the sim last night about whether or not she likes, dislikes, or simply accepts being called TL by me. Do you have any memory of this? Because she claims to not.
I think the overall consensus was that TL just isn't really a creative nickname.
Don't
Preach,
care
Glash.
Shut up for a minute. Don't care about
I did answer your question, not for the question.
I don't care about the consensus. That wasn't my question. My question was, how does she feel about it? What did she express last night? I don't care what you or Kenny think about it.
Exactly what I said.
So
she said that she needs an actual nickname, which would confirm that TL is just not good enough. / it's just not nickname approved.
that's like saying Glash isn't a nickname or Koff isn't a nickname. By the way, just so this is him. By the way, he's here. Say hi, Sim fam.
What kind of camera you got there?
It's I don't know. I can look it up and tell you if you need it.
I think that what I think that TL is a lazy nickname.
Now he's calling Tara Lynn lazy.
Excuse me. I said I'm calling you lazy, sir.
I just want how do you feel about TL? You should have heard Kenny. I can't believe that Smash Lana hasn't put it out on Twitch yet. Kenny just goes, I hate TL. Says, I hate TL. I mean, that's not.
It's not a good nickname.
Right here. Rude.
Why are we the way we are?
I think we'd have to go back about a year and change to figure out the answer to that question. All right. See you on the hardwood.
Hey.
I don't know. He was going to say something, but I hung up. So 14-13. Maybe he'll text me whatever it is that he wanted. Let's see. Jordan Koff, quit trying to make TL happen. LOL. She says, this is absurd. Don't call me buddy, sir, says Joker. Kyle says, Koff, you keep opposing something Kenny says, and I'll hit that like button so hard. It's not deliberate.
DiGiorno.
Oh, you getting some pizza? Was that part of the $30 grocery bill?
No.
Is it delivery? Freak of Nature says, hashtag it's not a good nickname. And now I feel bad. I'm gonna text
hashtag it's not a good nickname. I love that. Problem Kid Gaming said, wait, so Kenny is mad over TL but insulted her makeup. I'm starting to say that no one insulted her. I'm starting to realize that no one insulted her makeup and that it's just a made up thing. I don't think Glash did.
Think about the nerve, the stupidity it would take to insult any woman's makeup in general, let alone live on air with them. There's no way that happened. And this has nothing to do with Tara Lynn. This is like, that would just be idiotic. That doesn't happen. That's not a thing. Glash says some dumb stuff, but that wouldn't be it. Emerson's Baby Gap shirt says Cough and Glash fireworks.
I think it's just bait.
Could be. Oh, he said he was just saying goodbye. Okay, good. All right. Back to the sim. Back to the sim. Back to the sim. Second half.
Texting Glash.
You're texting Glash?
Yeah, I said thanks for coming on.
Man, like 5 more minutes of Glash and he's going to have to, bill. He's going to have to, like, say he worked the sim or something. Oh, now he's in the chat. See?
Oh, boy.
you can't get rid of him. Abby Rizzle-Koff, this is level 2 narcissism. Are there levels? Is there a program? 14-13, Miami. Damon says a gentleman knows when to stop. Please tell me when you've heard a gentleman doing these sims. '93 BB Rack may have a point. Says, I think 1/2 is enough for this dumb argument. Let's talk about how Darnold is going to embarrass the Jets week 1. Is that the matchup? Is that the reported matchup that's out there right now?
I'm actually going to go.
Are you?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any early thoughts to the?
I don't care at all about the schedule.
Does it surprise you that it's such a thing? Like that scheduled release?
It does. I ranted about it yesterday. I think it's the dumbest thing ever that we get excited about the schedule.
I don't care that. I don't find it dumb that people get excited about the schedule. Like the schedule comes out at night, whatever, you look and see what road trips.
The other thing is it's not even coming out. Everyone already knows the schedule. All the good games have already been leaked to the press. We all know what they are.
Well, but that's the thing. That's the area that gets me that I find just ridiculous. And obviously, a lot of the people that whose news I see is Patriots related. I'm seeing it's just like tweet after tweet after tweet of leak Patriots Bucks week 4 Patriots right. It's like just wait for the schedule to come out. Who cares? Like why do we need to spend the next 8 hours reporting on when and where these games are? Let's just wait. Who cares? Why I'm going to go and breaking news, like if I'm the sports talk radio host, breaking news, Tom Brady's coming to Foxborough week 4. Who cares? We'll find out when we find out. This to me it's not like reporting free agency moves and trades.
Right. The schedule is not going to impact the records of both teams whatsoever.
It's not going to impact my day whatsoever.
Right. We also we already know what teams they're playing, so who cares?
We know the where, we know the the who, we just don't know the when. We'll find out tonight. I mean, honestly, I respect that the NFL has created such a media monster, though.
Right, no, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I think it's just another thing that they've made.
It's pretty impressive.
Where they're like, the NFL is going to be front of mind for one more night. It's a creation.
Doesn't stop. No doubt about it. But if there's anything that anybody wants to get into, that topic or otherwise, things other than whether or not Tara Lynn prefers TL or not, we can...
Yeah, we don't need to discuss that anymore because we already know the answer.
Yeah, whatever it is that you guys and gals want to get into here, YouTube, Twitch, wherever you're finding us, go ahead. Leave those comments. Tua slings it. A little shy of the first out to the 47. He's up to 110 passing, a couple of touchdowns to his credit. Hakeem Grant with the grab, 3 for 33.
Noah Moon says, do something, Jasicki.
Do something.
I agree. I would like him to do something.
Greg said she prefers TL, just so you know.
Oh, Greg knows. Isn't that one of your good friends, Sarah Terlin, Greg?
Greg.
Actually, Greg is Terlin's cousin. So he
Cousin
definitely
Greg.
knows.
In the chat.
Yeah, cousin Greg. Hey, Greg.
Cousin Greg. How you
There's a
doing
nickname.
this? How you doing in this contest, by the way?
Call Terlin cousin Terlin.
I am 90 out of 144, which
Yeah.
is bad. But tell you who's in front? Slop, slop, slop. You know who that is?
Terlin.
Tater Hater.
Oh.
Tater Hater's in front right
My
now.
lineup.
With, Breida at captain, Murray, Drake, Grant, Kirk, and Gonzalez.
My lineup could not be worse right now. I'm getting no points in the captain spot from Jasicki.
Man.
I'm getting no points from DeAndre Hopkins. I'm getting no points from Preston Williams.
Rough.
But I am getting a good game from Murray, Breida, and Parker. Still, hey guys, in the chat, there's still plenty of game left. Everybody who's down on their luck right now, everything could change in a heartbeat. There's so much game left. It is hilarious.
With Glash in the
4:30
chat,
in the
by the
third.
way, I am. So I'm coming back for the next sim in an hour and change. Zach Thompson, we got the Raiders and Jaguars for you. I'm just noticing that you and Glash are going to be paired up for Madden After Dark tonight.
It's absolutely right.
You don't often work the 10 o'clock game.
I do now.
You do now? That's a new thing?
No, just fine.
Okay.
I work the after dark occasionally. I'm taking it tonight. I had dinner plans that I wanted to see if I could follow through on at 6, and then switched with the Moose. Said I'll take 10. You can go to sleep. You can get a good night's sleep, and I will take your 10 o'clock sim. And you'll take my 6. So there you go. We made a little swap right there.
Kyler, first down and then some. Is he going to fumble it? Nope, lands on top of the ball. Big gain, 5 for 58 for Murray, and a touchdown after the 21-yard run. And as I look ahead once more to tomorrow, it appears we will be together again for the 4 with Tara Lynn. So
Maybe a nickname will be born.
So TL, you've got approximately 25 hours to come up with how you want to respond to this topic on air for the people to hear. No pressure. Dom says, Ducey goes wild in Madden After Dark. The lights will be off again.
Yeah. You just don't even know what's going to be coming.
Anything's possible.
Last time Glash and I got together, and it was late at night, we had the Washington football team, and I was playing sprinkler noises for Jeremy Sprinkle. Sprink Daddy, of course.
Sprink loves the kids. It's like Trick Daddy. Says you also
Get this guy out of here, for real.
Kenyon. 9 for 58 for him. He and Murray both in that same rushing vicinity. A couple likes away from 150. Love to see us get to 175, 200, something like that before we get out of here. Got about 400 people watching. I think we can all come together, unite, and together smash that like button. As T-Pike says, he's KD too. Yeah, Ducey. Kenny Ducey. You should like Kenyon Drake and Kevin Durant.
No. Don't tell me who to like.
Told you. Greg says, Trick loved them damn kids.
I still hope that that Sam Darnold does well. People think that I don't, want him to do well. I absolutely do.
You're just a believer it wasn't going to work out with the Jets.
Of course. I also have in my possession a Sam Darnold helmet, piece of his helmet card thing.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So I know
it's
you're
it's a 1 of 10.
I know you're a top shotter, but you're in on the trading card boom as well.
Not too much. I have some cards, but bought this one from someone. little investment in Sam Darnold. I think that it'll pay off. I think he's gonna be he's gonna have a good season.
I hope he does. I'm rooting for him.
I actually went home and found a bunch of old baseball cards, some of which are valuable.
Like what? We got a 4th and goal for 1. They're going to settle for the field goal to go ahead, by the way.
Well, I found an Ichiro rookie card.
Sweet.
Even that one's not that expensive. But then I found Joe Mauer's rookie card, and I'm pretty sure I have Robinson Cano's in there somewhere. And the big thing, though, is I'm trying to figure out if I have Miguel Cabrera or Albert Pujols rookie cards, because my dad used to buy me all the box sets.
Yeah.
And that was around that time, so I'm not sure if I have it or not.
But wouldn't, and I haven't really done a deep dive back to that era in terms of doing my research and really looking to see what I've got, because we collected around the same time, so I probably have all those same cards that you're talking about.
Yeah.
But is for there to be value, whether it's Cabrera, Ichiro, whomever that you just mentioned, obviously Cano, etc. For them to be valuable, I mean, you got to be talking like insert cards, specialty cards, not just your run-of-the-mill, like this is just part of the Topps Donruss Fleer upper deck set, right?
What do you mean? No, I mean I have a general, or I have just like the basic Topps box set, and that Miguel Cabrera rookie card is worth like $500.
Seriously?
Yeah. I looked it up.
That shocks me.
In mint condition, of course.
Yeah. So will you send it out to be graded with the intent to try and sell, or do you hang on to it?
If I could find it, I am going back home this weekend actually for something. If I could find it, I'd probably sell it. Yeah. Why not? Right.
Yeah.
Why would I hang on to it? I don't have any attachment to Miguel Cabrera.
Right. Should look up on so when you say it's worth that, do you mean Beckett pricing, or you've gone on eBay to see what they're selling for?
Beckett pricing, actually. Yeah.
Should go on eBay, see what people are actually paying for it. Should look that up now. Drake and Breida each with 63, 58 for Murray, a touchdown. Zane Gonzalez very active in this one. Got a few field goals to his credit. Grant 3 for 33, 3 for 34 for Breida with a score. Kirk 3 for 70. You got Drake and Parker in the 30s in the air. Fitzgerald 3 for 19. Those are some of your larger numbers to this point. Case in point, there aren't many. Not a lot of big ones. Does make me want to go through my cards though and see what I've got.
I'm looking it up now. I don't know if that Beckett pricing was correct.
Based on what it's actually selling for?
I think it's like a 2016 reprint. Okay. Yeah, no, Miguel Cabrera. It's like it's like $60.
Yeah, eBay seems to be this is what our guy Bukes told me. eBay seems to be where you want to look to see what you can actually get for something versus what they're supposedly worth in Beckett. Supply and demand, right? Funny,
yeah, let's see if we can find something that's already buying. Yeah, see if I can find something that was already bought. Go ahead.
Go to the eBay sold section.
Right.
All the fun stuff. 16-14 Arizona in front. Stats are updated, by the way. We'll take you out to virtual Miami. Bienvenido a Miami, as we see what the Dolphins can do here with the ball. 2nd and 10 from the 30.
You know who was a really terrible rookie?
That
was supposed to be good.
Okay. We got
is Joe Adell.
I don't even remember that guy.
He's from like last year or 2 years ago. I mean, how bad is that guy?
Apparently.
Really bad is the answer. He's really bad.
So my 6-year-old, we've started buying cards for, packs of cards, not individual cards, for the boys, because they just like ripping packs.
For the boys.
Not buying them anything valuable or super expensive because, I'm concerned that they won't properly take care of them because they're kids. And
valid concern.
Yeah. So my 6-year-old has been bringing cards on the bus and trading with a couple of friends of his that also have cards. So he's come, he's leaving with, some cards. He's coming home with different cards. And honestly, like, I don't know what he's leaving with, so I don't even know what he's trading away. I just see what he comes home with. He came home yesterday with a Patrick Mahomes rookie card.
Wow.
And so I look it up on eBay because I was kind of curious. And I mean, it looks like this is a classic case of, well, what's it graded at? Because the card has sold for, $30-40. It is sold for like $1,500. Like, it just totally depends how people perceive it. But I was thinking, like, should I be taking this away from him? Putting this.
I mean, honestly, if you want me to give you my honest advice, and I'm not a parent, so it's probably not good, but I think that it would be in your and his best interest if you. I remember, like, I was taught about, like, the stock market at a young age. I mean, I think that it would be in maybe at how old? He's 6, right?
Yeah.
It could be a nice lesson of, like, maybe in a couple of years of, like, hey, like, this is how, things are, like, you keep something and then you sell it, and, like, it's a market, and it could be a good little teaching lesson. So maybe that's something where you do take it away from him, but you don't take it away from him, but you tell him, like, hey, this is valuable. Like, we're going to buy a case for it, so that way you preserve the value. And I don't know. I'm not even saying, like, in terms of trading cards. I'm just saying, like, in general, investing. Like, that is a form of investing that you could. It's a nice way to teach them about investing and how things appreciate in value. So maybe there's a little, teaching moment there with the Patrick Mahomes card, and then, he makes his money off of it, and like, obviously you're not going to take his money, but right. It's like when people buy, bonds for people.
Yeah. No, I
because you're obviously not going to sell that now, right? So it's probably one of those things where it's like, hey, I mean, my parents bought me, like, cases for my baseball cards and stuff, so absolutely. I could keep them. Like, hey, protect this. One day it could be worth a lot of money, and then, like, when when he forgets about it, when he's like 25. Like, hey, you have a Patrick Mahomes rookie card. And they'd be so happy that you helped them.
Sit him down, have a little chat.
My grandfather did that too with like a silver dollar. He gave it to us once, and he was just like, he did it so that way we could learn how to track the value of something and then, like, check every day and stuff.
We had a 16-14 game. Arizona is leading this thing. About 5 minutes to go in regulation. I do see your comments, obviously, in the chat. No, it is not the most compelling of sims. But, hey, they aren't all going to be winners. PGZ Man, honestly, Koff, you should see who he traded this card with to make sure the child he traded with didn't just grab it out of his dad's card stash. It's a fair point.
True. Maybe the dad's, like, super upset. Where's my mom? Where's my Mahomes? You also just never know what he paid for. He could have paid a lot of money for that.
Must be. Coffin will totally rip his son off later for those cards. Savage pops. Bad Boys of Pop 100% agrees with you.
Yeah. I also, it's just like that. That's one of those things too. I feel like as a parent, that just came to you. Like, that's just like an easy parenting lesson. You didn't have to work hard at all for that. You know what I mean? It just fell into your lap. Like, oh, here's a nice lesson I could teach my son. Didn't have to think about it. Just here it is. Nice little easy teachable lesson.
I do wonder to whoever said it with PGZ Man to that comment. Like, I mean, they're 6. Like, they can barely read. You know, there's a recognition for who players are based on looking at them and recognizing their picture and their number and the team they play for, you know, in a lot of cases if they're mainstream players. But when they're trading away these cards, because I've watched them do it sometimes when they're just over the house or a play date or whatever, I honestly wonder if they even, like, know or care what they're doing. It's like they're trading for cards that they think look cool. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
It doesn't even matter who's in it.
But isn't that the point of, you know, NFTs and the future of all this stuff? I mean, you have, you know, the only way to really determine value is what someone finds valuable, right? So people, like if kids find those valuable, like one day, not too far away from now, you know, it is going to be cool looking cards that are the ones that are the most valuable. You know, maybe it has nothing to do with the player at all.
Could be. It's a good point.
And again, it's like the whole thing with NFTs. It's about what someone wants to pay for. If I think that the Taco Fall is really cool and I want Taco Fall and there's a lot of demand for, you know, Taco Fall, then it becomes a valuable moment. Then the price goes up.
Wonder how long he'll hang around the league.
I don't know.
Probably noble. Adam, don't let your kids get hustled. That's what I'm saying. I often worry what he's dealing away. I'd worry more about it if I felt he had anything of real value. But if he did, I'd probably take those things away just to, like Kenny said, like, let's just put those aside. Like, you know, don't mix those up in, you know, in the trade pile. Hit the 2-minute warning here. Coming up the rest of your day, we've got a lot. So 4 o'clock, hour from now, it will be Raiders-Jaguars in the wind. I'll be back with Zach Thompson. It's been a while. At least it feels like it's been a while since I've worked at ZT. Looking forward to that. ZT, Zach Thompson. Is that okay for you, by the way? ZT, that's all right?
B is his last name. Z is his first name. So yes.
Seems to be good. Okay. The slate, little NBA talk with Shirag and Matt. We got Hira and Meiselman coming your way after the 4 o'clock, right around 5:15. That is Eastern time. After that, kicking off the late classic in the snow, Vikings, Packers, Moose, and CDA, Christian DeAndrea. Is that one all right? CDA, Christian DeAndrea?
Yes, they all make sense except for Tara Lynn because Lynn is not one of their names.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Like calling me, yeah, it's like saying like KN Ducey.
No, KN was not, no.
KN.
8 o'clock, Texans, Bengals in the rain.
And knee.
Brendan Glasheen and Moose. And then Madden After Dark. This guy's coming on back. Kenny and Glash in the snow for Falcons, Browns. Second and 6 coming. Kenyon Drake having himself a good conclusion to this one, working his way to the bonus. That ought to get him there, pretty close to it. Timeout for Miami.
Hate the Drake. Can't stand the Drake.
Can't stand the Drake.
Update for you. I still did not get any points from just sticking Hopkins or Preston Williams.
That's unbelievable. I mean, you got a lot.
I only have 3 people in my lineup with points. It really is incredible.
Yeah, I've got 3 guys as well that have combined for, I mean, they have points, but they have combined for 4.8 points. Max Williams, Albert Wilson, Jason Sanders have combined for 4.8 points. What a joke.
It's just been a tough sim, man.
Good day to have Drake, Murray, and Breida, though.
Okay.
So, Kenyon Drake's in the bonus. Man's doing well. Is that enough for you to make him your Krusty-Koff player of the game? He's up to 111 rushing, along with 43 in the air, by the way. So he's doing well.
No.
Okay. North of 30 points in the captain spot, more than 20 in the flex.
No.
What are you gonna go with?
Zane Gonzalez. 12 points.
I like it.
4,400, and it was really just it was in a sim where no one else was doing anything. Zane Gonzalez was the guy you had to have. He was
part of the projected winning lineup. Which,
the guy that
Ifu, by the way, and look, he's got. Nope, they let time go out, but he could have had 3 more for you right there. It's too bad. When was the last time we saw 15 points out of a kicker?
The guy they absolutely could not have, Mike Gesicki. 0 points. That's all I can say about it. He was more popular than DeAndre Hopkins. He was more money than DeAndre Hopkins. Both of them got 0. Gesicki getting the edge there with the Not My Kid award. And
57% owned, 12.5% in the captain spot. Yuck.
It was pretty incredible.
I'm not sure I've ever seen that dude with a bagel. And the problem is, it's not even going to show up in his stat sheet. It's just going to look like a do not play on his game log. So 111 for Drake, getting to the bonus. Touchdown for Murray. We'll look at the receivers real quick, and then we'll get ourselves out of here. Let's see. Kirk, 3 for 70. A touchdown for Parker, 1 for Breida. Nobody else topped even 50 yards. Low-scoring sim, kicker involvement, all that good stuff. So, always fun when the two of us get to hang out and be together. Oh, just terrible numbers. Gesicki, 0. He did have a catch, so he'll get 1 point. He'll get the PPR point, but he went 1 for 0. Edmonds, Max, Wilson, Shaheen, just gross. Cardinals, Dolphins in the rain. We just, got to enjoy that together for what was an Arizona win, 16-14. Hour from now, it will be a wind game, Raiders, Jaguars. I will be with Zach Thompson. Kenny will be back from Madden After Dark with Glash. It's a snow game, Falcons, Browns. We want to thank TL, Undercover Boss Tom, Fran Jelly, and June, everybody hanging out with us. We appreciate it. I will see you again, like I said, in 60 minutes. But for now, let us go to our friend, my friend and yours, maybe even Kenny's friend. He likes him a lot. None other than Pat Mayo.
I'm Pat Mayo with the DraftKings breakdown for the sub $8,000 range at the 2021 AT&T Byron Nelson. I've already gone over the high-end options. You can check out that video up on the DraftKings YouTube page or go over to DraftKingsPlaybook.com and find my entire cheat sheet for quick picks at every single range. But if we're going below $8,000, it is tricky this week at the Byron Nelson because, frankly, from $8,000 all the way down through $6,000, not much separating these guys in terms of talent. Some are playing a little bit better than others, but frankly, when you look at their baseline stats and their baseline performances, they're all kind of the same. That's why it's leading me to a stars and scrubs approach this week. 156 players in this field, so it's going to be very low 6 of 6 percentage anyway, and I can't really identify one safe player below $8,000. Doug Gim would be the one for me. I love Doug Gim this week. I'm not alone on that. He's $7,500. This guy is striking the ball so well, has gained with his irons in 10 consecutive events, gains off the tee almost every single week, but the chipping, that's hit or miss. The putting, it's bad. This is like Corey Connors, Byung-Hun An, Luke List, all the jabronis that I always love to play who strike the ball oh so well and then miss 3-foot putts. That's Doug Gibb. Now, there are a few things to like about it. Although he hasn't gained putting since the West Coast, but when you look at his 3 best putting performances of his career, they've all been on bent grass, which we're back on this week, which is encouraging to see. He hasn't played on bent in over a year at this point, so maybe getting back on this putting surface it can't get worse on the greens at this point. And the guy is still making cuts. When you rate him out and take away putting out of his game, just weight proximity range, driving distance, birdies are better. He rates up with like Rahm and Bryson in this field for the way that he scores. So if he does make the cut, he will most certainly outperform his position on the leaderboard in terms of DraftKings scoring. If you can get a neutral putting week, the guy's going to finish inside the top 10. So Doug Gim at 7,500 is my play. If you can somehow construct your lineup where Wyndham Clark is the last man into your lineup, I like that a lot. Wyndham Clark continues to make cuts week after week, and he possesses that weird, like the irons are bad, the chipping is bad, but the putting and driving is really good. So that is kind of a key this week. If you can hit a long way off the tee, maybe you can just chip, get it up and down, make a few 10-foot putts, and you're well on your way. So $7,000, I like him a lot. Tom Lewis is also at $7,000. I can get behind that. So those would be the three if I wanted a bit more safety. If I want to roll the dice a little bit, Patton Kizzire and Seb Straka are both at $7,300. And then you have Antoine Rosner. Le Frenchman is coming over from the European Tour. He already has a win on the European Tour already this year. He defeated Bryson in the first round of the match play in Austin, came T18 that week, second in his grouping. So another Texas event. He's priced up at $7,600, but when you look at the world rankings, he's number 70 in the world, which is much higher than almost every single other player around him. And no one wants him at all this week. I don't know how his skills are going to translate from the European Tour to the PGA Tour, but this is the right kind of event for him to play into. Now, he's going to play in the PGA Championship in a week's time, so this is a tune-up event for him to get acclimated with the time zones. I mean, it's not going to be the same time zone in South Carolina as it is in Texas, but it's much different from spending the last 3 weeks on the Canary Islands, which Rosner probably has done over on the European Tour. But the guy's coming in at like 1% ownership. He is a legitimate DraftKings flyer this week. If you're playing 5-10 lineups, get him in a few, be overweight onto the field, because he does have the skill set to actually pop a little bit. Now, if you want to play superstars and scrubs, there's no one I really love down in the $6,000 range. So if you can avoid it, that's probably best. But if you want to jam in Rahm and Bryson into a lineup, this is where you got to go to. So Andrew Putnam, $6,700. Hopefully he can putt his way to a cut line. Cameron Percy continues to strike the ball incredibly well. Maybe he can make a few putts for once in his life. The guy's 47. Maybe it's not turning around at this point in time of his career, but the ball striking has been really good. He is $6,600. Then if you really want to go down, someone who's made 4 of 5 cuts, another 45-year-old. I'm digging the old dudes this week, but Bo Van Pelt. The driving's all right. The approaches are really good, and he does putt better on bent grass. So he's $6,400, and if he can squeak through the cut line, he's someone that can unlock you to the salary savings you need to jam in the very top-end players. That will do it for me. You can check out the high-end picks video up on the DraftKings YouTube page, the full field breakdowns on the Mayo Media Network YouTube page for betting and on DraftKings. But if you just want the DraftKings cheat sheet, that is up on DKPlaybook.com right now.
Nelson. And with DJ dropping out now of this tournament, Bryson and Rahm are the only 2 golfers left in the 11K range. Which one are you chasing at that high price?
Hi, Emerson. Yeah, this is this is a challenging week. We do have a lot of big names in the tournament, led by Rahm and DeChambeau, but we do have a new course, TPC Craig Ranch. So there's some things we're all trying to get a grasp of this week, but it appears that the scores will be pretty low, and we should see 20 under win the tournament. They at least 20 under. The par fives are all short, all under 570, all 4 of them, and that is just right up the alley for DeChambeau and Rahm. They should eat them up. They both should do quite well this week. Obviously, we can't chase them both because of their price, but if I of you had to pick one, I might give DeChambeau a little bit of an edge. He's probably a little more familiar with the course, being a Dallas guy, but they could both really eat up this course this week.
Okay, so just outside that range, you're going to have Jordan Spieth. He won the last tournament that was here in Texas, where he is from, 10-7. Been on fire. Top five finishes since February. So you're chasing or fading that he continues his hot streak this week?
Yeah, this course is good for him in a lot of ways. A Texas guy, I'm sure he's familiar with it, if not before the announcement that it was coming on tour, then certainly since then. But the indications are that the fairways are pretty wide here, and that it really takes away and helps his big miss, which is getting the ball in the fairway. Everything else Jordan Spieth can do. If you're going to play Jordan Spieth this week, I could see it. It's definitely a chase more than a fade for Jordan Spieth.
All right, now we're going to go to Will Zalatoris. He has only missed the cut twice since the U.S. Open, although he just suffered one of those missed cuts at the Wells Fargo Championship. Chase or fade, he rebounds this week.
Yeah, well, I certainly expect him to rebound. I mean, the miscut was really surprising when he played 9 times in 11 weeks or 10 and 12, something like that. He was on fire. He took a couple of weeks off, and I don't know, he lost his game. So maybe he needs the repetitions. Maybe he needs to keep playing like Sung Jae Im. But yeah, it's hard to imagine a miscut. The field is not very deep, so I certainly expect him to miss the cut. Whether he warrants his price, yeah, I guess he's a chase too. I hate to be chasing everybody, but there aren't a lot of big names after the top. Chase on Will Zalatoris too.
Okay, where are you looking for DFS value in this event? Because I've talked to like Reed, I've talked to Jeff like earlier in the week. It feels like a pretty top-heavy event.
Yeah, it is very top-heavy, and it falls very far, very fast into 2018, 2019 Corn Ferry grads and 126, 150 guys. But I'll throw a few names out pretty quickly. 7,400, Brandt Snedeker. He's 40 years old. His best days are behind him, but he can still bring it on occasion. He's got a recent tie for 6th, the recent 11th. This should be a pretty forgiving course. He's still a pretty good putter. 56th in strokes gained putting. You will have to be a good putter this week. Wyndham Clark at $7,000. Sung Kang, he's the defending champion, has not been playing well in 2021, but he is a member of TPC Craig Ranch. Fully expect him to have an advantage this week, and he's been getting a little bit better. And if you really want a really long shot GPP play, not a cash game play, Ryan Brehm, $6,200. He's made only 50% of his cuts, but he could make it this week. He's a bomber. He makes a lot of eagles. He makes a lot of birdies, also makes some bogeys, but he could score for you this week.
Hey, which guys in DFS would you recommend maybe steering clear of?
First, Hideki Matsuyama. We haven't seen him since the Masters, and I don't know if we would see him this week if the PGA wasn't next week. We have no idea or little idea how the upheaval in a good way that his life has taken on since he won the Masters. We have no idea what's going on in Japan. I imagine it's been very hard to focus on golf and training and working out and hitting balls and stuff. And so it would be really understandable if he's not quite back in the frame of mind yet to play golf. And the same thing with Sam Burns, recent winner, first-time winner, life-altering victory. This is his first time back playing then. He probably still has not stopped answering text messages from people who claim to know him in high school. It would be understandable if he's not quite ready to go this week either.
All right, we got about 45 seconds left in the show, so hook me up with who you like to win.
Yeah, quickly, Texas guys this week, Ryan Palmer, 40-something years old, but he's playing pretty well. He is familiar with TPC Craig Ranch, one of the top DraftKings scorers, a lot of birdies, 14th in birdie average, like 7th in eagles per hole, par 5 birdie or better guy. He hasn't really done it since January. No top 5s since January, no top 10s, but he's been coming close. I think Ryan Palmer has some advantages this week and can get you high points even if he doesn't win.
going on, Golf Addicts, Tour Junkies After Dark, presented by DraftKings here for the Byron Nelson 2021. I'm your boy DB. I'm struggling tonight. I got a little case of the Rona, but we're battling here tonight. We're gonna make this a snappy one for the Byron Nelson 2021. Pat Perry with me, who you so bravely chose Rory McIlroy last week on this very show. I said I wasn't sure Rory was ready to win. He didn't look ready to win. But, you convinced the people at 19-1 it was a number to take, and Rory got it done at Quail Hollow for now the third time.
Yeah, it was definitely, when you see guys like Rory, we saw this with JT at the TPC, when you start to get a little bit longer odds on these guys who are always in like the, 10-1, maybe 12-1 range, you get them a little longer than, around 20-1. I think you got to start hammering it, and that's what we did, and he hit. So we'll see what happens. I know his odds are now a lot shorter for the PGA Championship.
Yeah.
But
just next week, we'll be back to full strength covering the PGA at Kiowa. This week, we have a brand new golf course. TPC Craig Ranch is hosting the Byron Nelson 2021. Dustin Johnson has withdrawn, so you need to be aware of that. I know Pat Mayo's covered a bunch of stuff on the DraftKings channel about this golf course, about how it's going to set up. What are just some key takeaways for you? Let's talk about the golf course, TPC Craig Ranch, and then we'll get into some sportsbook plays.
Yeah, real quick, because Mayo did do a great job of doing a breakdown of this course. My goodness. Wow. Am I the one? Maybe I'm the one with Rona here. I can't even get out the first part of the course breakdown. But it is a new course that they've never played before. So I think that's, something we're going to hear a lot about this week. And you're going to want to pay attention to social media and whatever else. But, it's a par 72. It's playing almost 7,500 yards. We're going to have 156 players in the field this week. It's T65 and ties that will make the cut. The key takeaways here for me are, one, you got the triple threat as far as grasses. We got Zoysia is in the fairways. We got Bermuda rough, and we got bent grass greens. So they're just throwing all kinds of grasses at you this week on this course. But I do think it's going to be a scoring fest. I think you're going to want to look at your scoring stats like birdie or better percentage. God, what is wrong with me? Okay? Birdie or better percentage. Par 5 scoring is going to be key. All these par 5s are pretty easy, so they should light them up this week. And then if you looked at it, there's been two events here, two professional events. The Korn Ferry Tour had both of them. It was the Tour Championship there. And greens in regulation, so strokes gained approach, greens in regulation. Those are the top two things that you can look at as far as stats, as far as the guys that performed well here. And I do think we got to look at the weather. These Texas winds could blow in. We'll want to see that what that looks like on Wednesday. Other than that, that's all I got for the course, DB.
Well, let's take a look at the betting board. Starting off now, the DJ has withdrawn. You have Bryson and John Rahm as your 8-1 favorites. Jordan Spieth coming in at 11-1. A little bit of a jump down to Berger at 17. Our first view of Hideki Matsuyama since winning the Masters over a month ago is at 20-1. And then it works down that this is, the top end of the field is okay. The middle is pretty nasty, and the bottom is really nasty.
Awful.
So,
terrible.
To me, this is one of those events where, I feel like either one of these top names is going to win this thing, or it's going to be somebody way down in the abyss of triple-digit outright numbers. I don't have a whole lot here that I love in the middle from a value standpoint. Honestly, I don't think I'm probably never on record doing this on any show we've ever done. But, I mean, Bryson at 8-1 is honestly probably one of my favorite bets. Like I've never bet the favorite in a golf tournament. I don't know that I'll start this week, but if you're someone who has the bankroll and you don't mind betting favorites in golf, Bryson at 8-1. This just seems like a wide open track that he can take advantage of, that he can putt really well on. I don't see. He's, to me, I think he should be the head and shoulders favorite above John Rahm. Rahm coming off a little baby swag, a little time off, his first miscut in a while last week. I think it's Bryson and Jordan for me. Bryson at 8-1, Jordan at 11-1. There's no reason that Jordan's hot play can't continue here at a place he's probably rather familiar with. So those are my two favorites up top.
What are we doing here? Does COVID get to you in other ways besides like we've heard smell, taste, obviously respiratory issues.
Now my shrunk.
I didn't realize shrinking of part of the. I'd never have heard that. I've never heard that. I almost like I kind of did the that white looking monkey gif where he goes. He just looks around because he doesn't know what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say there. I don't mind those plays, but I just I didn't expect you to go there. I will start with Scotty Scheffler at 22-1. I think that's a good number for old Scotty. You know, we always get when we're in Texas, we always get the Texas theme. You know, the guys that have either played in Texas a lot, or, you know, he went to school there. He didn't grow up in Texas, but still, you know, he's got that whole Texas narrative. So I do like Scotty Scheffler, and I just still think this is a good course for him. I think, you know, he checks a lot of boxes. So I like Scheffler at that 22-1 number. I'm going to go on Brooks Koepka. I'm going to play him at 23-1. I like that number for him. Look, people expected the absolute worst from him at the Masters, and it really wasn't that bad. Okay. It wasn't that bad, you know? So I'm okay with throwing a little bit on Brooks Koepka there at that number at 23-1. I am like you. I don't have a ton of guys here in this mid-range, but two I did kind of pinpoint here were Ryan Palmer, another Texas guy, Siwoo Kim. I feel like this is a Siwoo week. I think it could happen at 45-1. Now we'll know real quick from Siwoo. Okay. He could go home and be done with it. But I do like some Siwoo there at 45-1. So the two guys in the middle, Palmer and Siwoo, both at 45-1.
I had Palmer down. Shockingly, I was not on Siwoo. So yeah, I am. Something's wrong. Something is really wrong with me. Leishman at 35-1 was the next one down for me. The Aussie factor of Texas is always a thing. Leishman's been playing well, and 35-1. Yeah, I think what we just saw him win the Zurich with Cam Smith. I think that's a good value for him for 35-1 on Mark Leishman. Then I got to drop down. I got one more name that's not a triple digit, and that would be Cam Champ at 85-1. Just, you know, a bomber. And when you start scrolling down the list here, these odds, you just don't see a whole lot of win equity and a whole lot of like true, are these guys going to get it done? But Cam Champ can get it done, and he can win on the PGA Tours. He's done a couple times. He's contended in majors. He hits it a long way. We saw him play well at Augusta. You know, so maybe that's a thing. This is a wide open track. So Cam Champ at 85-1 is just a number that was hard to pass up. But after that, it's triple digits for me.
Yeah, I'm with you. Actually, Cam Champ's interesting. I kept wanting to look at him and bet him, but the stats aren't that great for him. But I do think he is interesting. I like Charles Schwartzel there at 70-1. I think he could be, he's a guy we've seen play very well recently. Played well at the at the match play. You just talked about the match play. He and Usti could have won, and of course, it didn't happen for them. But still, I like Charles there at 70-1. And then everything else for me is just long shots. I feel like I'm going to have a lot of long shots this week.
Okay, hit me with it. Who you got? Wrap us up.
All right, three guys. I'm going to wrap us up here. Hoagie at 150-1. We've been on Hoagie all year. I mean, the guy is, and if you don't want to bet him to win the tournament, then maybe just bet him first round leader or something like that, because he's always prone to do that. I like Adam Schenk at 150-1 also, and then Sepp Straka at 150-1. That's a sweet number for me. 150-1. There's several guys in here that I like at that number.
I like Patton Kizzire at 125-1. We've seen Patton really kind of be boom or bust a lot this year. He's making cuts, but he's either not finishing great and making the cut, or he's top 10. But you talk about a really good putter, plenty of length off the tee. Patton Kizzire at 125-1 is interesting. And he's won events like this before, just really kind of middle of the road. Nothing events. Wyndham Clark at 160-1. Your boy Wyndham. Now, I probably fancy both of these guys a little better to finish top 20. Like Patton Kizzire's 3+335 to finish top 20. Wyndham Clark is 4-1 to finish top 20. Those are probably safer options. But if you want to bomb outright, another bomber who can putt the lights out of it, Wyndham Clark, one of the best putters on the PGA Tour. And, again, a wide open track. He can rip away. He can score on these par fives. Love that for Wyndham Clark. That's it for me. Maybe two other top 20s. Scott Stallings is also plus 335. Scott's been playing really well lately. He's trending nicely. I like his ball striking. He hits the ball well in the wind if the wind picks up here in Texas. And then finally, Vincent Whaley, a guy I've been riding a lot in DFS, who's making cuts, finishing top 30, top 25. For a top 20, he's 4.5 to 1. He's a very interesting rookie on the PGA Tour. Hits it a long way. I think he's gaining a lot of confidence. Top 20 for Vincent Whaley at 4.5 to 1. I like. That's it.
I like that. Yep. That's a good number there. I like Whaley a lot. So there you go. Good job.
Good stuff. Short and sweet this week for Tour Junkies After Dark. We'll be back next week with a full breakdown of Kiawah and the PGA Championship. It's going to be lovely from right there outside of Charleston, South Carolina. Second major of the year. Should be really good stuff. Head over to our YouTube channel as well. Check out our content and give this video a thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel. We'll see you next week. See ya. Out.
DraftKings picks for the 2021 AT&T Byron Nelson from TPC Craig Ranch, a brand new course on the PGA Tour for 2021. It had been previously held at Trinity Forest, the past two incarnations of the Byron Nelson. Obviously, because of COVID, there was no tournament a year ago. TPC Four Seasons was the host course before that. So now we're looking at a not so wide open course like we saw at Trinity Forest. It's a par 72 for reachable par 5s to potentially drivable par 4s. Expect scoring to be off the charts this week in Texas. And we're thinking about expensive options. There's two ways that you can really go about this, because when you assess the field, you'll notice a huge chasm between the very top and then everyone else. This is a field of 156 players. So it's going to be very unlikely that you get all 6 players through, even if you're using a quote-unquote balanced lineup, just because the guys in the $7,000 range aren't as good normally. Even the guys in the lower $8,000 range aren't the quality that you're used to. So from $8,000 and up, you have two options. You can play balance and start your team with one $10,000 guy, maybe in the lower end, maybe a Daniel Berger or a Jordan Spieth or a Hideki Matsuyama, and then play someone in the mid-9s and someone in the high 8s and then the rest in the 7s. Or you can play more of a balanced roster where you use 2 guys in the 9s, 2 guys in the 8s, and that way you don't have to go digging into the depths of this field. So you can go your stars and scrubs or your balance approach. I actually prefer the stars and scrubs method this week because, frankly, I start looking at the guys in the low 8s and it's hard to distinguish really between them and the players that are in the upper $6,000 level this week. So I'll just drop all the way down to the $6,000 level so I can jam in the players that I want from the top. Now that Dustin Johnson has withdrawn, he was the most expensive player. I think my eyes are just glued to Jon Rahm above $11,000. Realistically, when you look at the top 3 players in terms of the DraftKings pricing this week, it's Bryson, it's Rahm, and it's Spieth. I like Rahm the best. Any one of those 3 guys could most definitely win. Trust me on that one. But the way that I look at Rahm is he's won in Texas before. It's been a while since he's actually claimed a victory on the PGA Tour, and many people will point to what happened to him at Quail Hollow last week. Well, what did happen to Jon Rahm at Quail Hollow a week ago? Couldn't chip, and he couldn't putt. And really, it was just in round 1. A very poor opening round from Jon Rahm at the Wells Fargo Championship. He rebounded very nicely on Friday, and when you look at the ball striking numbers, he gained off the tee, he gained with his irons, couldn't chip and putt. That is rare for Jon Rahm. He has wins on bent grass already. Another corollary being Memorial, although those greens are most definitely a whole lot faster than we're going to see at Craig Ranch this week, just outside of Dallas. But I like Rahm and Berger as the top 2 plays. If you want to get tricky, you can go to someone like Hideki Matsuyama, who we haven't seen since he donned the green jacket, but many people are fading him because they just haven't seen him since the Masters. They don't know what his schedule was like. He went back to Japan, and now he's back stateside getting himself ready for the PGA Championship. I don't think that's something to hold against him this week, and he's going to come in at very low ownership. But I do prefer Rahm, then Berger, then Hideki of the plus $10,000 options. And I like Spieth and I like Bryson, but you obviously cannot play everyone from up there. And of the truly expensive options, I like Rahm better than those 2. So that's where I'm going to push my chips. In the 9K range, it's Zalatoris for me at $9,700. Another guy coming off a bad week at Quail Hollow. This is a Texas guy. I'm not too concerned. I'm just more in love with how he hits his irons from beyond 175 yards. He's one of the few players in the field who ranks inside the top 25 over the past 36 rounds in a proximity gain from 175 to 200 and 200 plus. He should make mincemeat of these par 5s, and he does have enough distance off the tee to really give a go at some of the shorter par 4s as well, and hopefully make those into really easy birdies. So birdie the 4 par 4s, birdie both the par 5, or birdie all of the par 5s. There's 4. Birdie both of the easy, shortish par 4s. There's 2. Just do all that. Don't make any bogeys, and you're at minus 24 already. So I like where Will Zalatoris sits this week. Yeah, you can use Scheffler, you can use Ryan Palmer. I'm actually going to go with the more of the stars and scrubs approach. It'll be Zalatoris for me. Probably can't talk myself into Brooks Koepka being the first time that we've seen him since the Masters, and spoiler, he didn't look very good at the Masters. The guy could hardly bend down. So I'll just go with Zalatoris in that range. Then the 8Ks, I don't really love it. There's Thomas Peters at $8,600, who I do like. And then Matt Kuchar is just coming in. Not that I love Kuchar whatsoever, but He's alternating good event, bad event, good event, bad event. He has a nice storied history in Texas. It's not necessarily the place that you want him, but I look at his projected ownership even earlier on in the week, and it's coming in sub 5%, maybe even 3%. He could be a GPP differentiator for you. Not that if you're playing 5 lineups, you need to play him in all 5. You can play him in 1, and that will be enough to get overweight on the field for someone like Matt Kuchar. So that's the breakdown of the expensive options up on DraftKings for the Byron Nelson. Check out the other video on the DraftKings YouTube page for the cheaper options, 7, 8K, and below this week. And if you want the full schedule of picks, you can go on to dkplaybook.com and find my entire cheat sheet. All right?
Kenny Ducey is gone, and while I do love young Kenneth, it is time to inject a little positivity into the sim. I'm Adam Kaufman.
Right.
Zach Thompson, Professor Z, ZT, a man of many names, and also someone I haven't worked with in feels like, well, too long. I know that much. How are you, man?
Hey, it is good to be here. I am excited even for the Jaguars and the Raiders.
Well, that makes one of us. There's a reason that I called this contest the early bird special. The telling you right now, this sim is going to be horrid.
It's okay. I saw the name of that and I was like, man, Adam, bring that negative energy. But then I found out you had to work with Kenny. And I was like, oh, all right. Okay. It's contagious. We're going to have positive energy, though. This is going to be a good one.
Yeah, we're going to have a great energy, the sim, as Freak of Nature likes to say to us. But still, I mean, a win game between the Raiders and Jags, I don't know.
Yeah. Because what are they going to do? If you can't throw, you got to
run.
Which is what they should be doing anyway with these quarterbacks.
There you go.
Give me Cousin Chris all day in my captain spot. I have Captain Cousin Chris going on. So
what else
Chris
do you
Thompson's
have? Lineups of locked.
I got Minshew and Chark on the Jaguar side, and then Ruggs and Renfro on the Raiders side, and then the Jaguars defense.
All right, so we have a little bit of repetition. It starts right there at the top. I mean, I'm not gonna work with you and not have Cousin Chris in the captain spot.
You can't.
So
Come on,
obviously, Chris Thompson is my captain with his roughly 14 points a sim and checking in at 13-2 in that slot.
Yep.
After that, I did fade the QBs. There is no Gardner Minshew in my lineup. There is no Derek Carr. What I've got is a lot of pass catchers and a kicker. Josh Lambo going to be firing up the Lambo. I was trying to decide between him and Hunter Renfro, and I went Lambo. We'll see if that burns me and helps you.
Okay.
And then around that, DJ Chark, Henry Ruggs, Hank Ruggs, Tyrell Williams, and Darren Waller. So we'll see what ends up happening here is we've got the Jags at their virtual home in Florida starting off with the ball here. Thanks for all being with us.
So I was trying to decide, like you, between Renfro and Lambo and kind of that tier. Chris Conley's there as well with somebody else I was looking at. The reason I went with Renfro is he did have a good game against the Jaguars in their previous meeting when the Jaguars won 24-14. Big game for Cousin Chris in that one as well, mostly because the Raiders are just really bad. So it helps. I think this is going to be a big Thompson game. We've seen him have monster games before. He's pretty involved as a receiver out of the backfield, and then just some big playability as well. His durability, which is a concern in real life, and ultimately he got hurt last year, and probably will be looking for a new team if he has a team this coming season. But that doesn't matter here because injuries aren't an issue. He's able to play all the time and carry the full workload in this Jacksonville backfield. D.D. Westbrook with the catch on that first play. Jaguars already across midfield. Look at all this positive energy, positive yardage. Here we go.
So it could be a big Thompson day, as you said. It could definitely be a big Zach Thompson day and night for sure. I mean, you got some plans later. You got a lot of, baseball coming up in the evening. And I was just saying to you, and we're both obviously in the greater Boston area, I was saying to you prior to this sim, like, man, it's a little dark outside. It is now, and I don't know what it's doing in your area, but it is raining sideways. It is coming down right now, man. So I don't know if that's heading your way, but brace yourself. There's a reason for the darkness.
So it is sunny here, and there is dark clouds on the horizon on both sides of our house right now. So we'll see if that does come this way or not. We do have 3 different baseball practices on 3 different fields that we are obligated to be at some point this evening. So we will see how that works out for us. I will also say that Wild Weather Wednesday did hit my house a little bit earlier. I was outside trying to sand our picnic table down, and it started hailing. Like just out of a sunny sky, it just started hailing for about 10 minutes and then stopped. That was it. But
the way the rain is hitting the windows right now, because I can hear it. It feels like I'm hearing pellets of hail hitting the windows. So I don't know. Maybe,
so maybe it
instead of it coming your way, maybe I'm just getting what you had already.
Yeah. If that's the case, expect sunny skies in the next 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Sounds good to me. Must be says very dark here in Georgia. 1st and 10 from the 14. Minute and a half gone by in this opening quarter.
First carry of the day. First down.
Cousin Chris picks up 11.
Nice opening drive by the Jaguars here.
Smash that like, folks. Let's get up to 200 by the end of this sim. Not too far away. We appreciate you for being here with us. Of course, whether you're watching on the YouTube or Twitch or Game Center or DK Nation Playbook, wherever you're finding us, it's greatly appreciated. But obviously, a follow on Twitch is always appreciated. Twitch.tv/DraftKings, or right here on YouTube. Hit that like and show a little bit of support. We thank you for doing so. It's a handoff and nothing doing there. Raquel Armstead lost a yard, was bidding for the Vulture score.
That's right. Get him out of here. We want Cousin Chris. Let's go.
Don't want any part of that Armstead nonsense. Nuh-uh.
No. Power back for these Jaguars.
157 people in our contest here, the early bird special.
Oh, nice.
It's a good number. Cousin Chris has owned about 31% of lineups in the captain spot, 80% overall. How about Hank Ruggs, though, as we got a touchdown. We got a touchdown, folks. It was overdue. It was wanted. We needed it oh so badly. Who's feeling good? Who captained Cousin Chris? Who's the 31%? Raise that hand.
31%, not quite 34%, his jersey number, but diving into the end zone. He had already scored, but we like the swan dive celebration for Chris Thompson. Puts the Jaguars on top. One possession, one drive, one touchdown. Let's go, people.
So
Jaguars up 7-0.
I was starting to say prior to that score, Henry Ruggs, about 20% in the captain spot. It's a big number. 61% owned for him in our free roll.
I see it. The reason why I did not go with him in the captain spot, besides the fact, Cousin Chris, obviously a good play, but
obviously
I did think about it. But Ruggs gets a lot of his production on deep passes. Deep passes are more impacted by the wind, so that's why I thought, I'm going to pass on Ruggs in the captain spot, but I do have him in a flex spot, as do you, so we'll get some production if he goes off in this one. But I could see why people would captain him. Always a high ceiling, 98 speed rating in this version of Madden, behind only the cheetah Tyreek Hill, 99 speed rating.
Brian says, Koff and the Brofessor, where the bleep do I sign? You've come to the right place. Reward us with your like button. We thank you. 7-0 Jacksonville. The future Trevor Lawrence's and Urban Meyer's and Tim Tebow's, for that matter. Why don't we talk a little bit about that? I don't know if you've had an opportunity to get in on these sims on that, but obviously very recent. It's not official. He hasn't officially signed on, but the expectation, Tim Tebow will be joining his old college coach and returning to the NFL as a member of the Jacksonville Jaguars after a stint playing baseball, trying to make his way up to the majors. And the Mets organization did get up to Triple-A. We'll give him that. Not a transition a lot of people could make. But now at 33 years old, coming back to football to do something that people a handful of years ago were advocating for him to do, which is play tight end. So I ask you, is this, as some have speculated, a ruse to just get a few games on the active roster under his belt so that he is eligible for, pension and benefits as a former NFL player, because that's all it will take to get him there? The 3 seasons he's been in the league, not enough. He needs a few more games on active rosters in order to achieve it. Is this Urban Meyer doing him a favor? Or do you believe that he's actually got something in him that maybe we will see tight end Tebow, as we once dreamed, a productive member of an NFL franchise?
First of all, there's a couple questions there. I'm not sure he's guaranteed a roster spot for sure. I think he's got to obviously earn his way on. I don't think it's just the coach doing him a solid. Whether he's motivated by the, as we see a sack there by the Jaguars defense, Jared Allen, I think, with the sack there. No, that's Josh Allen, the other Josh Allen, the Josh Allen with superstar traits that is not the quarterback of the Buffalo Bills.
More productive this sack, right? No, you don't think?
I'm not. I'll let them fight that out. I'm not gonna arbitrate the best Josh Allen. Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious. Anyway, I would probably go with the Bills, Josh Allen. But this Josh Allen did have superstar traits fast, so or sooner in Madden than the other Josh Allen. So depends on how you measure success, I guess. 4th and 18 here. The Jaguars defense, a couple sacks there. They'll get the ball right back. So the Tebow, back to Tebow.
Yes.
I don't know what's motivating him. I doubt it's the pension stuff. I would guess that between his broadcasting money from his just straight up celebrity, I think we kind of underplay that up here in New England area, because to us he was, a backup quarterback, kind of was around a little bit, way overhyped. But in the South, and especially in that specific part of Florida, he's a legend, right? Like, he is a legend for what he did in college. And because of that, I don't think finances are going to be an issue for him. I really don't, and I don't think that that's what's motivating him. I think there's probably a little bit of he wants to see if he can do it. I think there's he enjoys the game, wants to be around the game. And for the Jaguars, it's a move I don't hate either because of that, the hype factor. I mean, how much, as we look at this part of the calendar, how much has the NFL dominated the news? I don't know what that was. But
that was my computer doing some pop-up popped up while I was digging around for some more news.
There you go. So how the NFL does not typically dominate the news cycle at this part of the year, right? Like, it's after the draft, it's before OTAs. I mean, you've got some Jets fans are really excited about Zach Wilson in minicamp, but most of us are kind of over that. But the NFL has dominated the news cycle between Tebow and all the hype that got and all the coverage, and whether you think it's good or not. It's a lot of publicity in Florida, specifically in Jacksonville, where he's a huge celebrity, as well as, a hero. And now you've got the schedule, which kind of trickled out this morning in what to me was kind of a fun way. We've got tons of matchups we can look at and break down, which as a producer of content for these sims and for just, in general, I love it, right? Like, bring on the content. Let's trickle out the news. Let's talk about it. Let's break it all down. Let's go. And Raquel Armstead, let's go. A nice little carry there for him. Gets him a first down as the Jaguars no, they didn't give him the first down, 2nd and inches. But the Jaguars continue to dominate on the ground. I'm good with it. I like Tebow signing. I think it's interesting. It makes the Jaguars preseason compelling. I mean, were you going to watch any Jaguars preseason before this? I don't think it.
No, definitely not.
Will you, if Tebow's playing, at least be somewhat interested to see how he does?
Yes.
Whether you watch the game or whether you just follow along on Twitter or whatever it is, it will get a lot more attention. And if you can bring attention, especially, Jacksonville is in a market where college football is huge and Tim Tebow's huge. So bringing him in, I think, is a win-win on all sides. Just from a publicity marketing standpoint, the Jaguars have to play in London, right? Because they don't have enough support in Florida. So this is a great way for them to get some more support there in Florida. And maybe he's got something left. I think it's an entertaining story, and I am here for the entertainment.
So I'm with you in that I like the story. Do you believe that he will have a roster spot? I agree with what you said before that it's no guarantee, but do you believe he will have a roster spot? Do you believe Urban Meyer is going to, I was going to say all this trouble, it's really no trouble. He's just, bringing a guy in and, there's a media circus that comes along with it, but Urban Meyer himself brings a media circus. Trevor Lawrence is going to bring a media circus. This is just another element to all of that with Tebow mania. Do you think he's on the roster come week 1?
It's no sure thing, but I think yes.
I think yes too.
Again, like I wouldn't put any kind of meaningful money on it or anything like that, right? And I'm not going to guarantee anything. I wouldn't guarantee anything at all. I would just say, if I had to choose, I would say yes, but I do think it could go either way. Obviously, that's all without seeing him play. He's an athlete. Obviously, he's an athlete. He had a lot of success in college and then switched, like you said, to baseball, played baseball, and did pretty well at that. Again, making it to AAA, like you said. I think he had kind of played out the string there. And yeah, as somebody pointed out there in the chat, you probably make his salary back and then some with jersey sales, right? And merchandise.
Well, those are going to start to go off as soon as they're produced. People are going to buy those. They'll buy him throughout. He doesn't even have to be on the roster. I know people that bought Tim Tebow Patriots jerseys, and he was in camp with them. Yep. So I mean, people like, and that's not even like New England is not Jacksonville with regard to what Tebow means to the region. So yeah, I mean, those things are going to sell quickly and bountifully.
Yeah, and I mean, it kind of bugged me a little bit how people just were so against it on Twitter, right? Like, how dare they? This is ludicrous. Like, really? it's a preseason roster spot. They're not handing him the keys to the franchise. They're not making him the starting quarterback. They're not even bringing him in as a quarterback. So to me, it's a low risk move for them if there's any risk at all. And you get all that publicity, all the hype, and yeah, the jersey sales for whatever that's worth to them. Mm-hmm. And just being in the news cycle, aside from, I mean, yes, they're bringing in a franchise quarterback, hopefully, but could they bring in anybody else who would get this kind of a hype down there?
No,
I can't think of anybody.
No,
I mean, who's available, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, look, you have coaches would not say the same thing, obviously, but I'm a fan. I'm not a coach, and this is just how I feel.
Oh boy,
how much
Lambeau
typically
long field goal here for Lambeau.
Good try from 53. Get there.
Got it.
10-0 Jacksonville. Yes, sir. Firing up the Lambeau. There's a quick 5 points for your lineups, whoever rostered him.
Squeaked it in. Whoa, that's close.
Man, squeaked it on in there. So I just look at a 53-man roster, whatever that number is going to be here with the extra game. I don't know if that's going to change, obviously, but I look at that and I say, generally speaking, general terms, how much are you really getting out of that spot? You know, if you were to identify any NFL coach or team, if you were to identify your 53rd man on the roster, and I'm sure there are a few guys for each team that could be worthy of consideration for that spot. But if each team were to truly boil it down to, 1 through 53, you are number 53. What are you really getting out of that guy, other than just depth at a position, obviously, provided somebody goes down.
Insurance.
It's a guy that questionably, you could still have, as part of your organization on the practice squad, because he's not a guy out there in all likelihood that's commanding a job somewhere else, unless, of course, that team deals with injuries. So, I would be disappointed, granted, if Tim Tebow makes the roster and really is just number 53, meaning there are no Tebow packages, there's no involvement, there's no, depth chart dive in, there's no, he's effectively like,
Don't you run him out there on a punt formation or something,
maybe.
just as a decoy, if nothing else, right?
Sure. I mean, he could obviously special teams, but I'd hate to be like, pulling up Tim Tebow's stats halfway through the year. We're 8-9 games in, and he's appeared in 2 games and it doesn't have a single stat to his name and hasn't even been targeted by Lawrence with the football. I'm not saying go out there and be a questionable DFS play or something like that, but just be out there. Give me a little bit of production. Give me a catch or two every once in a while.
And maybe there's a goal line package where he's the fullback, right? Or you could work some kind of wildcat something or other down there, even if it's just the Brady dive up the middle, right? Maybe he does that instead of Lawrence, protect Lawrence from that hit or something. There's a lot of creative ways they could choose to use him if that's the way they want to go.
Well, Must Be Here says in the chat, and I'm not entirely sure what he's driving at. He's trying to prove a point one way or the other, but Must Be says, Kaufman, how much did New Orleans get out of Taysom Hill? A lot,
yeah.
New Orleans gets a ton out of Taysom Hill. I would love for Tim Tebow to be Jacksonville's Taysom Hill. I don't think that's remotely realistic, but
I don't either. I think
I'd love for that to be the case.
No, I don't see that level of involvement for sure. And I don't think anybody, including anybody who knows how much the man is making, would say Taysom Hill is the 53rd person on the Saints roster.
No, 100%. I mean,
he's about 4 or 5 maybe.
Well, granted, his it's like phony money, it's monopoly money, the way that his most recent deal was structured. But he got $100-something million contract, and again, it's fake money. It's just what it looks like on paper. He's not going to see, he is truly only going to see a fraction of that. It's not going to be even close to the real number. But Tim Tebow's not out there, they're not out there massaging books for Tim Tebow.
No, they haven't even officially signed him yet.
Taysom Hill was the starter when Drew Brees went down. It wasn't Jameis Winston, it was Taysom Hill.
Right. Yeah, I don't think that's a very good comparison, just because I don't think they're going to use him nearly that much.
And he can't run, by the way. He's not going to be, if I do hope
and
we
a fumble
right here, and Vegas gets it right back with 5 minutes to go here, second quarter, 10-0 Jacksonville. I do hope. I would love. I know you would too. Like, how great would it be if we're sitting here in August and it's, Madden 22, update the rosters, depth charts, all that stuff, and Tim Tebow is your fullback vulture for Jacksonville. That would be unbelievable. Like, give me that all day. That's what I want.
Sign me up. That'd be fun. I wonder what they base his rating on, because his ratings back when he was in the game was actually probably pretty good.
Yeah,
at least.
But he was a quarterback.
Right, as a quarterback, right. That'd be interesting. That'll be interesting when ratings come out to see if he's in the game and then how they rate him, because it could be depending on, the guy who won the Madden tournament where the people are actually playing games, not like this, we're just watching computer on computer. He did it with Tressway, the punter, as his quarterback, because Tressway can run a little bit. Yeah, he threw 0 passes the entire tournament. And it's just all run heavy because it's a salary cap system. They're forced to keep all your players under a certain salary cap, and because of the way that they play, they're able to, with 100% running plays, never attempted a pass. And because Tressway, the punter for Washington, is fast, he used him as his quarterback for the entire tournament and won the tournament. But it would be interesting to see, based on Tebow's ratings, he could be somebody you use in that if you end up with, a low salary, decent, and could throw more than Tressway, I would think. So maybe it could be kind of a gadget gimmick type play, which would be interesting. So yeah, it's fun. It gives us something to talk about on May 12th, right? When we'd be otherwise trying to break down which direction the wind is blowing and why it's really important that they waited till after the first quarter break to let Josh Lambo kick that long field goal.
I do have a question for the Madden people out there. Maybe you can answer this, Zach. You might be more knowledgeable of Madden, the game, than I am. Not rosters and depth charts and ratings and things like that. But certainly, if you can't answer, somebody in the chat can, I'm sure. Yep. I am Madden dumb. Okay, like I haven't played Madden on the regular since I was a kid, and my kids have the new Madden and they play and they're really good at it, and they've got their own franchises and that sort of thing. My question is, because they've asked me this and I just don't know, when Madden 22 comes out, like if you have a franchise, as they do within Madden 21, do you just have to start over new franchises when you get Madden 22, or is there some sort of you can update the rosters and roll it over? I don't see how that would work, because obviously as the seasons move along, plural, you're building out your rosters and going through the draft with all these fake players and everything. Are you just when you get the new game, are you just completely starting from scratch?
I do not know, because I don't do it either. I know when I did it, which was several years ago, there was no way to roll it over. But I would think there might be, and Tom says that there could be some way to roll it over with your EA account, which I think you could play it in the new game.
Start over. There's no carryover.
But yeah, I don't know how, even if you played it on the new game, the ratings in those franchises change, right? Like players progress and so you'd still be using the ratings from your franchise. So I think you'd have to start over. If you wanted to start with the rookies, for example, if you wanted Trevor Lawrence to be your quarterback for the Jaguars, then I think you'd have to start in Madden 22, whatever that ends up being called.
Yeah, Destiny's saying you start over from scratch. Zach in the chat is saying the same thing. Damien as well. But Tom brings up a good point. So what's the point of making a franchise then? I guess it's just so that, for a
because
year
you play all those seasons,
you can enjoy it,
right?
And
you play multiple years in the 1 year,
right?
Well, and I mean, just because you buy Madden 22 doesn't mean you have to burn your copy of Madden 21. You can always put in Madden 21 and continue that franchise. Yeah.
But, you know, it like I guess one advantage being because my 8-year-old created a Patriots franchise and has been very stressed out about, you know, anytime seasons end, he goes to free agency and all that. He's been very stressed out about the quarterback position. Now he doesn't have to worry about that because he's got, you know, he'll in the new game he'll have Mac Jones under contract for, you know, he'll have control over him for what, 7 years between you know, the rookie contract.
Yeah, I think so.
The franchise
tags. Yeah, more long Lambeau field goals. Let's try this one. 45.
And good.
This is definitely the right direction for kicking long field goals.
Man, should have captained Lambeau. Never mind just rostering him. Should have captained the man. We had Zane Gonzalez in the previous sim have a hot day too. He had 12 points, and if not for the fact that the Cardinals just let the clock run out at the very end, he would have had 15 because they were lined up. He was on the field lined up for a short field goal, and then they just said, you know, screw it. So, but he had a hot day.
It is a bold move, right, to go with the kicker, but I like it. It is paying off in the wind.
So Congo Cap says, Adam, you can download all the new rosters. I'm playing Madden 21 with the new rookies and free agents. I didn't know that.
Yes, I knew you could do that, but you have to start, if you want to start a franchise with those players, you have to start from the beginning.
Right. So not to ask a really dumb question, well, two dumb questions.
I don't think, are the rookies in it? I don't know that the rookies are in it unless it's a user. Right, unless it's a user-created patch, which you can do. I don't think there's an official EA patch that includes the rookies, like a roster update. But I could be off on that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they do that with the ratings.
Yeah, because they haven't rolled out the ratings yet for Madden 22. So
right. And also, if you're, and again, dumb question maybe, but if you're doing that, do you have to pay for it? Like, do you have to pay for that patch that you're downloading with all the updates, or is that just something you can do because you own the game?
Good question.
Thank you.
Unsure. Again, the last time I played Madden, like franchise mode and made it deep, I was the Bucks with Mike Allstott and Warwick Dunn.
So it's been a minute.
And we were good. We were good because Mike Allstott was very highly rated, and I could run out of the shotgun dual back formation. I could run either back, and we 1,000-yard rushing seasons for both players on the regular. That was the last time. I mean, that's not the last time I played Madden, but the last time that I played it regularly enough to get through multiple franchise years was that year.
My 8-year-old's working on back-to-back Super Bowls. He's excited.
Who's his quarterback?
So,
what do you do?
I said, Patriots franchise, and so he played the first season. Cam went down with an injury, and partway through the year, landed on IR, and he went out and signed. I don't know why, but Taysom Hill was available in free agency, so he signed Taysom Hill. Benched Jarrett Stidham, made Hill his starting quarterback, and he took him to the Super Bowl. But he didn't want to re-sign him for whatever reason, so he wound up begrudgingly signing Phillip Rivers to be his quarterback, which looks a little funny with another Patriot wearing number 12 at QB. But so Rivers though has been perfectly fine. You know, he's done enough, and they're the championship games next. But you know, Rivers is old. He's probably going to retire or at least just not re-sign, and so he's got some decisions.
Oh, he signed him to a 1-year deal.
Only 1-year deal. Yeah, so he's got to decide what the move is going to be in season number 3. A lot of stress, a lot of scouting points at the quarterback position.
Got to do it. Got to spend those scouting points. Got to know your options.
Must be says, I'm convinced CT isn't really a professor. Well, I mean, he's a teacher.
I was, and I mean, it is not my current job, but I taught at a college level, so.
Oh, well, so, professor.
That's
what I hear. That's what I hear must be, professor.
Yep, taught history of the Pacific Islands.
Congo Cap says you can download the rosters for free, baby. I have to look into that. Explore how to do that. I'm just so increasingly tech dumb as I get older, especially with these newer systems and games that I haven't played since I was young, which are obviously, those are outdated. Now there's new everything, and I don't know how all this stuff.
Nah, they're cool again now. It's retro.
No, I'm not saying they're not cool. I'm saying I don't know what they're doing. Like all these, you get all like the skins and the rewards and the player cards, which are like, in a sense, it's like NFTs in some ways. And I don't know the importance of any of this stuff, or why I even should care, how all this stuff works, what the value, you'll get something, and it's like you'll open a pack. It's like, do you want to sell this to the marketplace? I don't know. Is this a good number? What is happening? Why can't I just play a game?
If it says 1 of 1, I would not sell it. I'd keep that one. Just throwing that.
I guess.
Can we talk about how good this sim has actually been? The Jaguars' offense is solid.
Yeah, it's moving at a really effective rate downfield. Final man here in the opening half. Eifert with the grab, his first.
We've got Thompson with the touchdown. We've got some good field goals from Lambeau. We've got DJ Chark on pace for the bonus. He's up over 50 yards. The Raiders' offense hasn't been great, but they scored on their last possession. We've got a bunch of sacks on both sides, which is kind of fun. It's been an entertaining sim to this point.
Brian says, I could totally see Koff pretending he's on DK Sim when he announces his 8-year-old's Madden Week 11 game, LOL. He has asked me to. Periodically for like a few minutes at a time. But no, you can't.
Do you actually talk about the game then, or do you just talk? Because, I mean, honestly.
You got to do real play-by-play. You can't treat it this way because,
Right.
So
look at this.
Let's talk about what he wore for this sim. All right, Lambeau. On 3rd and 11.
52.
On 3rd and 11, the AI. Oh, it's good.
I like it.
Go, Lambeau.
That hit the. Did that hit the crossbar and bounce in? Or the post? It hit something and went in.
Bounced in. Gorgeous.
Ricochet. How many points does he have for you?
Lambeau is up to 15 points at the half.
In a flex spot.
Yeah.
So that's 22 and a half
I don't
points.
think anybody, at least in our small free roll, I don't know about the big one, but I don't think anybody captained him in our small contest.
He's on pace for 40 points in your captain spot, people. 40 points.
Looking through his game log, by the way, and I reiterate, we are at halftime and he has 15 points. This already is his sim high.
So you've got to remember, third quarter is going to be a rough one. No, third quarter he goes the same direction, right?
Yeah.
Because he's hit all these longs. So third quarter, he's got to make his field goals in the third quarter because fourth quarter will be hard to go the other way. As we see a Hail Mary here, and it falls incomplete.
Frangeli says, why couldn't Lambeau do this when he was with the Chargers?
Sorry, Frangeli.
Yeah, tough go. Man, what a time. Bizzle says 0.4% captained in the big contest.
Wow.
All right.
Congratulations, 0.4%.
It is Josh Lambeau leading the Raiders right now. So 158 passing, though, for Minshew. Carr has 38, just 4 of 8, as compared to the 14 of 17 for Gardner, who is now.
Look at that. Minshew on pace for the bonus as well. Maybe.
Jacobs, 6 for 44, a touchdown for cousin Chris, who's 6 for 27. Armstead and Richard limited to single-digit yards on the ground right now. Take a little look-see at the receiving numbers as well. But again, it's all about our guy Lambeau. It's all about firing up that Lambeau early.
DJ Chark did have over 50 yards there at last check, so he would be on pace for the bonus too. Minshew was just over 150. We'll see if he can continue that. Chark 4 for 66 at this point. D.D. Westbrook also very involved. 6 catches, 61 yards. So lots of players in play for the bonus, depending on how the third and fourth quarters go. Waller is leading the Vegas side of things, 3 catches for 34 yards for him, which is, I believe, over half of Carr's total passing yards.
Not great.
And then Ruggs only 1 catch for 4 yards, really focusing in on that Babysitter Billy award at this point. But if you've got Ruggs, the good news is it only takes 1 catch for him to go off and go crazy. Tyrell Williams dropped the only pass.
Goose egg.
Nothing.
Bagel for Tyrell
And he's the wide receiver 1. He got nothing.
Gorgs DK, if I'm saying that right, is just running away with this free roll right now. 7-point advantage with Cousin Chris in the captain spot. Or no, pardon me, Westbrook in the captain spot. Minshew, Chark, Thompson, Ruggs, and obviously Lambeau. Wow. Impressive. So, crazy half. Hit that like button if you're watching along with us. We've got
so he made all 3 of those field goals in the second quarter.
Yeah,
because at the quarter break it was 7-0. Then that changed the direction of the field. He hit the super long field goal on the first play of the second quarter. Then he made 2 more. So all 15 points in the flex spot came in that quarter. Which, I mean, do that. You want fun with small sample sizes. That's 60 points a game pace. Which would be, 90 points in your captain spot if you could do that every quarter, which would not be bad. I think only Lamar Jackson has had a bigger total than that in all of our sims.
Phenomenal. It's a wild weather Wednesday, folks, and we are seeing some wild weather things. Here in the wind, Josh Lambeau with 15 first half points. See what he can do in half number 2 coming up here. As again, it's Zach Thompson, Adam Kaufman. We got TL producing, undercover boss Tom is our technical director. Fran Jelly in ops, along with June. Great to have everybody hanging out. We do appreciate it. Hit that like. Let's get up over 200. We're almost there. Hit the follow as well on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. But because it is the second half, and because you're pumped about it, because we didn't talk about it with Kenny, and because, hey, we're here. NFL schedule release tonight in full. But as you noted, leaks are out, content's out. You got
week 1's out. We got all of week 1.
Yeah, we've got all of week 1. So why don't we talk a little bit about week 1 matchups as things stand?
Let's do it.
I will tell you.
So I don't think we can't talk odds here. No. But we can talk just the game and the matchup and some matchups that are interesting to us. It is actually these Las Vegas Raiders. Let's start with them. That open on Monday Night Football. The first time there will be fans in the Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas will be Monday Night Football. They host Lamar Jackson and the Ravens. So that'll be a fun one for ESPN. And for the first time, at least for the first time in a while that I can remember, only one Monday Night Football game on the first week. Don't they usually have that doubleheader?
Yeah, usually the doubleheader.
And so none of that. Obviously, it is also a 17-game, 18-week schedule for the first time ever as we add in the extra game. There will continue to be the same playoff format, so we will get the super wild card weekend, so 6 teams in action that first weekend, which I loved. I thought that was a great time. I don't need a bye week. I'm just sitting on my couch watching the game and writing about it, so I don't need a bye week. Bring it on. And the same, it's also my same feeling about the extra game on the schedule. There are player safety concerns and totally legit, and I'm not minimizing any of that. But as a consumer of the content, I'm great with it. Bring it on.
Yeah, as a consumer, yes, please.
Exactly.
Darren Waller with grab, by the way.
Yeah.
So how do you feel about that Raiders-Ravens matchup?
I mean, I'm excited for the Ravens. I think they're getting slept on a little bit. I think I've said they are my pick to win the AFC North, and I'm going to stick with that at this point. Over the Browns, I like what the Browns did on defense. I'm not 100% sold on Baker. He was good last year. I understand that, but he was also really bad the year before. So we don't need to get into it too much. I've talked about that on other sims. But Baltimore would be my pick. I think they were able to overcome some major adversity last year during the season, including that whole COVID-19 outbreak mess that they had to deal with. and Lamar Jackson had it, and it was not a good situation for them. But they were able to overcome that, still work their way into the playoffs, and even win a game in the playoffs. And they hung with Buffalo. And if Lamar Jackson doesn't get hurt in that game, maybe that finishes differently, and we're talking about them as the team that could knock off the Chiefs. I'm not saying they are that team, but I think it's not outside the realm of possibility. And so because of that, and the fact that I'm very down on the Raiders as a whole, I'm definitely going hard with Baltimore in that. I think it'll be cool to see the stadium filled, though, or whatever capacity they can have, just to have fans there will be awesome. And that stadium, it looks awesome. Like when we got to see it, and just on TV, some of the stuff that they highlighted, and some of the amenities, and some of the cool things fans will be able to experience when they do open it up to everybody. It's going to be very, very good.
We got a 2nd and 7 from the 13. Waller very involved on this drive, helping out Derek Carr, who doesn't have too many completions. The vast majority to Waller. Can he finish the drive? That ball's incomplete. Looks like he was looking toward Hunter Renfrow. So we'll have a 3rd and 7 from the 13, but about 5 minutes to go, third quarter. 16-3. Jaguars in front, trying to see if the Raiders can make this game interesting at all. Of course,
let's stay right here in this matchup, because the other side of that game, I mean, it's the Monday Night Football game, so it'll be fun, and you've got the fan element and everything.
Before we go to the other side of the matchup, though, just a little more on the Raiders. I mean, something that obviously could shake up your opinion, odds, all that stuff, everything related to this game. Do you think there's any chance that Aaron Rodgers is the Raiders' starting quarterback come week 1?
I do not. I think he is going to Denver.
Okay, so he will be playing, but he will be playing somewhere that is not Green Bay.
That is my best guess. Is it a lock? Do I have inside information? No, but that is my best guess. I think they make the trade. I think they send him to Denver and get back like 800 first-round picks.
Well,
maybe the whole first round somehow.
With that, then, let's go to Sunday. Right. We haven't talked about the NFL opener. We can get back to that, but in the spirit of the other side of this matchup, like you said, let's go to Sunday, September 12th, and that is going to be these Jags, very Jacksonville Jaguars, on the road in Houston. Probably at this stage, not against Deshaun Watson, probably against Tyrod Taylor as we talk right now.
I would think so.
We will see. It's projected to be a close game. A lot of uncertainty on both sides, but more so Houston, at least at that position. But also, what are we going to get out of Trevor Lawrence in his NFL debut?
Yeah, I would take the Jags in that game. Actually, I think they lost 15 straight to end last year, but I think they start this season with a win on the road. I think they go into Houston and get the win there. Obviously, if Deshaun Watson plays, that probably changes that, but I don't think he will. I think either disciplinary or because of just the fact that he has said he's not going to. I believe him. I don't think he will. So as a result, I think the Jaguars go in there and get a win. It'll obviously be a huge game. Urban Meyer and Trevor Lawrence both making their debuts. So that'll be and hey, Tim Tebow, right?
Tim Tebow.
I'm just kidding about the Tebow.
I mean, maybe.
Who knows? But yeah, it's an interesting matchup.
Absolutely. Marcus saying in the chat before, by the way, Koff, give me a little good luck. Here's hoping your NBA contest tonight goes well. He said he led last night until about 10:30 and then fell to 5th, so he's back at it tonight. Good luck in your lineup as well. Marcus, thank you. Yeah, I don't know how many spots are available still in the last-minute NBA Fill It Fast contest for tonight. Out of the 75, I imagine not many. Jump on in there before lock in the next couple hours, and best of luck to everyone. Yeah, I was as high as 2nd or 3rd in that thing for a while, and then Lucas stunk, and I had an injury, and not a great night for me.
You personally had an injury?
Better for this guy right here. Better for Zach. We were talking off air. My NBA was in the 260s last night. It was not great, but you did much better.
Yeah, I ended up with 312.5.
So you might have cashed. You might have cashed in the last-minute NBA contest. You should start to play a little more frequently.
Yeah, I need to remember to get in there. It's usually full by the time I do my lineup, and I sometimes forget to get in and reserve early, depending on how the rest of my day is going. But yeah, I've played it multiple times, and I think I cashed just barely once, like in the top, whatever the line was. I think it was 15. I think
line's 15.
But yeah, I'm not taking it home yet, but I don't play it all that often. I did, pretty solid last night.
Abby Rizzle in the chat says, I took it down last night, Koff. Good for
Hey,
you.
there you go.
Way to be.
What was your score?
3.
I mean, I could look it up, but you can just tell me.
Yeah, I can look that up for you. I'm sitting top 30 in this contest, by the way. Just
I am not.
Where there's no cash return. So last minute NBA for last night. Actually, I finished 25th, well outside the money. The leading score was 325, and there were only 2 scores that were even in the 300s. So you would have finished third and taken home $7 for your $1.
There you go. 7x return, not bad at all. Just pretend that because I didn't know.
Well, if you want to, well, you can't enter tonight. It's full, but tomorrow.
There you go. See, so that's the thing. I just need to get in there before now, and you can't at this point of the NBA season, especially. There's no way you can really make out a real lineup at this point, right? Like, do you even? When do you do that? 6:40.
Me personally?
Yeah.
I will.
Like, let's say 7 o'clock standard start time. 7 o'clock. Yeah. Now sometimes it's earlier or later.
I'll typically make a lineup at about, I don't know, 6:30, something like that.
Okay.
But then a few minutes before lock, I will go in and see if anything noteworthy changed that I want to alter before it is locked.
Yeah.
So
then do you go back in and change stuff later? Yeah.
If more often than not, yes. But it ultimately has to depend on whether I'm available, obviously. But I try to, assuming I'm available, I try to at least just monitor whether there's a surprising starter, scratch, minutes limit, whatever. I mean, the typical stuff that you pay attention to with regard to late swaps. Just so it's not even honestly for the purpose of getting all of what I identify as the right plays in there for the highest score, as much as it's for avoiding playing someone that is ruled out and I get the goose egg.
Right. Yep. I hear that.
Yeah.
Do you tend to do you consider
yesterday, and when I woke up at 7:05, I realized I played a few DNPs. That's what I'm saying.
Right. So do you pay attention to start time of the game when you put your lineup together and try to, because I know people have very different opinions on this.
Later in the night kind of thing.
To either give yourself flexibility later, or do you prefer to be one of those like run out to the front of the pack and hold off the Chargers, or you want somebody in that late window so that you can be the guy catching everybody at the end? Or do you not?
Neither one. I have no preference. I make my lineup based on the plays, and I don't even consider what time the games are, one way or the other.
Gotcha.
So I've experienced both. Obviously where I sneak up late, because I largely stack later games, or obviously like I think not last night, maybe the night before was a night that I half my lineup locked right at 7 o'clock, and I was in front for most of the night, and then everyone who stacked later on caught up. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Which is a terrible feeling.
Experience as well. Yeah.
It's awful.
It's not great. Or when you're
while you have no minutes left.
Or you're going, yeah, this feels like it might be good enough. It feels like, I'm in first. It might hold up, and then you just watch it all crumble quickly. That's not fun.
Congo Cap says, I finished 10th in your contest, Adam, right behind Glash. Yeah, Glash was feeling all high and mighty earlier. He was texting me because we did 2 contests yesterday, the regular classic and also a Celtic showdown, and he beat me in both. And even though I had beaten him the previous 2 meetings or contests that we played, but he beat me in both yesterday. He's like, hashtag Cough Cliff. Is this the end? I'm riding hot. He was feeling good, as he should. I want him
There
to
you go.
feel good when
It's
he
always
wins.
a good thing.
Yeah. 7 for 79 for Westbrook, by the way, and it is 16-6 through 3 quarters.
Yep.
But
Definitely
yeah,
slowed down there in the third quarter. Hopefully we get a more active fourth quarter.
I
No
was saying
Lambeau
that-
sightings either.
I said to Kenny on the previous sim, so BK, Brandon Cristal, and
Yep.
I don't know if you have ever worked with BK doing one of
I have
these.
not. I have seen him and heard him, but I have not worked with him.
There you go. So we did it yesterday, to his credit for going along with my shenanigans. We played, other than tiers, we played every NBA slate that was available yesterday. So,
Oh, wow.
So, your regular classic, the turbos, night, and then all the showdowns. We did all of them. There were 9 contests.
Wow.
All at, low money. It was just for the sake of playing.
Head to head?
All head to head, yeah.
What was your record?
I went 7-2.
7-2. Wow.
Yeah, so I'll take it.
Yep. Not bad at all.
Yeah.
Did you see the breaking NBA news Carolyn threw in our Slack chat here?
I do see that. Victor Oladipo done for the year, surgery tomorrow, which probably doesn't come as any big surprise.
No, it's unfortunate. Would have loved to see some more VO, but yeah, too bad.
But getting back to the schedule, we got off kilter with the NBA question and went down that rabbit hole. But let's go back to the schedule because, as Zach said, we know week 1. We'll have the full schedule later on tonight, but we know week 1. So your season opener is going to feature the Dallas Cowboys, the healthy, presumably, Dallas Cowboys and Dak Prescott in Tampa.
Healthy ring.
The defending Super Bowl champion Buccaneers for Thursday Night Football, September 9th. The Bucs, who brought everybody back.
There's no way the Bucs lose that game.
All the coaches, they brought all the coaches, all the starters. Everybody is back.
Yeah. There's no way they lose that game.
Yeah,
No.
I just can't see it.
Does I love how everybody forgets how, at least Cowboys fans, forget the Dallas defense was really bad. Like, they weren't good before Dak got hurt. They weren't good.
They did
ever
it,
last year.
and I do believe the defense will be better this year than it was last year when it gave up a
Yes.
franchise record 473 points. But
The bar is low.
And there's only so much that, they went very heavy in the draft.
Yes,
on
they did.
defense. The first 6 picks were on that side of the ball. 8 of the 11 were defensive players. But there's only so much that you're going to expect from them week 1 against Tampa. So, to your point,
And
defensively,
and
that game might look kind of similar to last year.
It's Dan Quinn. Everybody knows, everybody remembers Dan Quinn, right? He was the head coach for the Atlanta Falcons. Remember how they started last year on defense? The only team that was worse than the Falcons, the only team worse than the Falcons was the Cowboys. So, it wasn't great.
That's true.
Neither one was good. And again, I agree with you. They're going to be better. Will they be better enough week 1? Go Cousin Chris. To stop Tampa, who just won the Super Bowl and brought everybody back, as you said. I'm going to go with no. Give me Tampa in that one by a significant margin, especially with the extra time to prepare and prime time. They're going to be ready for that one. Do we think Dak is going to have any hangover is not the right word, but side effects? Is he going to be back at 100% what we knew of Dak week 1?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a very important and justifiable question. I don't have any idea how that is going to play itself out in terms of how ready he is feeling. But I still, whatever he looks like, I think he's going to look better than Andy Dalton and the brigade of backups that they had last year. So either way,
DiNucci, everybody, Ben DiNucci.
Either way, I think it's going to go better.
Speaking of Andy Dalton, we can pivot to another primetime game in that week 1. Chicago, Andy Dalton's new team, and what we can talk about is whether he's going to start week 1 or not. They open on Sunday Night Football against the Rams, the new look, Matthew Stafford led Los Angeles Rams in the first game with fans at SoFi Stadium. Do you think that's Andy Dalton, or do you think that's Justin Fields?
Another great question. I think it's Andy Dalton. My gut tells me it's Andy Dalton, that he is QB1.
I would think so too. I would think so. And by the way, we got another Josh Lambo field goal just because we haven't seen it. We haven't seen one, and it was pretty long. I don't know if it was over 40 yards or under. It was right at that 40-yard mark. So we'll have to
45, says Frangelico. We're nearing the point where I'm starting to wonder what the points record is for a kicker in Madden Sims.
Yeah, we've seen more number of field goals than this, but I don't know about length. Like the length, because you get the extra points. Boswell had 6 in a game for the Steelers, but they were short. So I have that on record. I do not have most total fantasy points by a kicker. So unknown. But this is a great performance for sure. Lots of long ones.
Lots of long ones.
But yeah, I think it's got to be Dalton. I mean, starting Dwayne Haskins, I think is going to be good for the Bears. But asking him to start week 1 against Aaron Donald on the road. Yeah, Justin Fields. Who did I say?
I think you said Dwayne Haskins.
Oh, wrong Ohio State quarterback. My bad. But yeah, I wouldn't start Dwayne Haskins either. But I wouldn't start Justin Fields.
New pit back up.
I wouldn't start either one against Aaron Donald in week 1.
DeMac Lyons has coughed 3 of the last 4 QBs that suffered a serious leg injury have not bounced back well. Wentz, Mariota, Carr, with Watson being the exception. So good luck, Dak. Well, I mean, wouldn't you say that Dak is closer to Watson than he is Wentz, Mariota, or Carr?
Yes.
I would.
Although Mariota is not far off either. Although Dak's probably got a little bit better arm, I'd say, than Mariota. I think Burrow actually might be hurt more by that as far as quarterbacks coming back, because he's not much like Deshaun Watson. He's much more of a pocket passer. But I think Burrow's going to be fine. I think he's going to lead the Bengals to a surprisingly good season, which, by the way, he says he'll be ready for week 1 when the Bengals host the Vikings. And kind of an interesting week 1 matchup, actually.
So in the interest of time, because we're down to our last couple minutes, I'm going to read off, for anyone that doesn't know, I'm going to read off the week 1 games. You just stop me and tell me if there's one that you find particularly interesting. Okay? So obviously Cowboys, Bucks. You've got, all of them. You got Niners, Lions. Curious to see who the starting quarterback is there for San Fran. I'm not going to say Garoppolo. The Jets, Panthers, which actually I am
that's awesome
in because I really Sam Darnold week 1 against the old team. Yes, please.
Yep. That is the first time ever, and I saw this stat on Twitter. It's a kind of specific stat, but Rich Samini of ESPN tweeted out it's the first time ever in NFL history that a top 3 pick at quarterback will be starting against a top 3 pick at quarterback made by the same team. So
that's awesome.
It's the first time that's ever happened. Starting his first game against the top 3 quarterback. So it's an interesting stat there. Zach Wilson going against his former self, his future self, his touchdown.
Touchdown, Hank.
Told you all it took was 1 for him. 45 yards. Ruggs to the house. And we got a game. A little bit of a game here.
Less than 2 minutes to go, but
all their timeouts
certainly will help a lot of people's scores. All right, so there's that one.
Yeah.
You have got Jags, Texans, as we talked about. Seahawks and Colts could be interesting. Carson Wentz, obviously. Frank Reich, new setup there. Cardinals and Titans. You've got the Chargers and Washington. Steelers, Bills. Eagles, Falcons. Vikings and Bengals. Dolphins, Patriots, which, I mean, personal bias and very interesting.
Be fun.
Browns, Chiefs.
Is it Tua versus Mac or is it Tua versus Cam?
It's Tua versus Cam in my estimation, anyway.
Yeah, I would agree.
What Camp looks like. Browns and Chiefs. Packers, Saints. That's just interesting because honestly, who is either team's quarterback? I mean, we presume Jameis Winston, but
Jordan Love, Taysom Hill? Anyone?
Yeah,
maybe?
Maybe.
I don't know.
Broncos Giants, which is right now not interesting at all, but obviously if Aaron Rodgers winds up in Denver, it becomes very interesting.
It could get
Bears
interesting
and Rams, as mentioned, and then as noted, the Monday night game, the Ravens and Raiders.
Yeah, how about Browns Chiefs? That should be a tasty one for that later afternoon window. Browns
in the playoffs too,
right? And that new look Browns defense getting a chance to make a statement right off the bat that they're here and legit. Getting a lot of hype preseason. I'm afraid that it's starting to get overhyped, but we'll see how that plays out. It should be an entertaining game anyway. It sounds like a great Sunday of football is what it sounds like to me. I mean, there's so many storylines to look at there, and obviously we'll have plenty of time to break them down, but yeah, lots of good stuff in there. I do think, barring injury, we're going to see Lawrence and Wilson start. I think that will be it in week 1. But, could injury has had an impact in the past on those things, and you could end up with some other rookies as well.
19-13, $1.42 left. One timeout available for the Raiders, all 3 for the Jags. ZT, AK, TL, Frangeli, Undercover Boss Tom, June, all hanging out with you. Remember, you've got the slate. Little NBA talk. We were doing some NBA before in the third quarter. Well, you will get a lot of it, and I'm talking live with our men, Hira and Meiselman, coming at you right after this sim. Chirag and Matt will have you. They will answer any and all questions you have, DFS and beyond, about tonight's NBA slate. Locks in a couple hours. Encourage you to obviously be involved, be in the chat, ask questions, because they are here to answer them for you. It is what they will do. They will break it all down. Lakers, Nets, everything. Will LeBron play tonight? Doesn't sound like it, but these are the things they're going to be diving into. So don't go anywhere. The slate comes your way. A little slate NBA action with Chirag and Matt after this.
Should be good. What is and I know we don't have a lot of time, but what is your general, as an NBA fan, what is your general take on the play-in tournament? And has it been affected by your team now being in the play-in tournament, probably?
Removing all bias.
Yes.
Because it is not slanted in a good direction for me, obviously. This is how I view the NBA play-in tournament. As more of a traditionalist, I don't like it. I prefer the top 8. I think enough teams make the playoffs to begin with. Half the league makes the postseason. Now we need to give an additional, 4 teams a chance to get in because, they're right there in the vicinity of a playoff spot. No, where's the reward for just being one of the top 8 as opposed to number 10 getting into the playoffs, who may, I don't know what the standings are, I don't have them in front of me, but may have, a significantly worse, well under 500 record than the, otherwise 7 seed, let's say, and winds up getting, I don't like it. I don't like it. But what I will say, to credit the NBA, it has absolutely succeeded in its goal of generating interest for more and more teams that wouldn't otherwise be in the mix right now. So, from a PR marketing competitiveness standpoint, it's working. There's no question it's working, and I think it's around to stay. It's not going anywhere.
I love it. I think even though my team is going to end up getting hurt by it, the Celtics, I love it. I think it's a ton of fun. I think it makes the last few weeks of the season much more compelling and gives teams more to play for. And it's going to make for a very exciting football or basketball. Yeah. Let's wrap this football up so we can talk more about it on with Chirag and Matt. Coming up next, player of the game's pretty obvious. It's got to be Lambeau. Thompson was good. Cousin Chris, nice represent, 82 yards and a touchdown. But Lambeau, with all those field goals and all those points, definitely the player of the game. Nobody ended up hitting the bonus, rushing or receiving. So it's definitely Lambeau. The Not My Kid award, I think we're going to have to go with Tyrell Williams, who did he just have just 1 catch?
1 for 6. But here's the thing.
Ugh.
He was only 23% owned.
Okay. Do you have a case for somebody else? Who is higher owned and was more of a letdown?
I don't think I have a better example. I really don't. I'm looking right now. I'm looking right now. I don't think I do.
If Ruggs had not had the touchdown, I definitely would have gone with him. But because he had the touchdown, he ended up kind of saving his day. Hunter Renfrow ended up with 3 catches, 34 yards, which is decent at his salary.
Waller was, good for this game.
Good,
Yeah, I really
was fine.
Despite the ownership, it probably has to be Tyrell. I think you're right.
Yeah, just 1 catch, 6 yards. He's the wide receiver one. Be better.
So I had the player of the game and the Babysitter Billy Award winner both in my lineup, and yet still managed to finish top 10. If that doesn't tell you something about this contest, I don't know what does.
All about that Lambo.
I guess so. All about that Lambo and Cousin Chris in the captain spot, and some double-digit guys out of games out of Waller and Ruggs and Shark Williams.
Yep.
The blemish on the mark, unfortunately. So anyway, here's what you got over the rest of your Dream Stream day. Vikings Packers in the snow. Moose Jeff Ulrich with CDA Christian DeAndrea a little less than an hour from now at 8. Texans Bengals in the rain. Brendan Glasheen and Moose will come at you for that one. And then Madden After Dark, it will be Glash and Kenny, young Kenneth, returning for what will be Falcons, the Queens Falcons, and Browns, Falcons Browns. Madden After Dark in the snow. I am obviously done for the day. I'll be with you for the Sims at 4 and 6 tomorrow. Look forward to that, including with Kenny and TL, so we can dive into more of that. You will be around for the Nooner tomorrow with Brendan Glasheen for Niners Patriots. Also fun. But we got a jet. We want to say thanks to Tara Lynn, to Fran Jelly, to June, to Undercover Boss Tom, everybody. And of course, he is Zach Thompson. Zach, thank you very much.
Thank you. Always good to be with you. We'll see you next time.
Look forward to it. The Slate NBA with Shirag and Matt. Get all your NBA questions in. Get them in the chat. And I mean right now, these boys are coming at you live. Take it away.
Thank you, Koff. Thanks to ZT too. That was a fun sim, I think. We'll see. Well, welcome to the Slate. This is a fun Wednesday edition of it. Make sure to get all your questions in right now from the chat. We are getting prepared for an interesting slate because of the amount of games. It's been a weird way. The last week of the season, really different because teams are just trying to get their games in. And then the Tuesday slate ends up being really big, whereas now we have a 6-game slate where we might have a lot of decisions to make. Help me with those decisions, Matt from the Sportsbook team. How you doing, brother?
Doing pretty well. And yeah, this is weird. We always have really big slates when we're on the show together because it's been Wednesdays or Fridays, which is usually 9 games at least, and often it's 11 or 12 games. So we only have 6, and the games are staggered in a pretty interesting way. We have 1 game at lock, and then nothing starts for an hour after that. And then we've got 2 at 8, and then a 9, 9:30, 10:30. So this could be one of those nights where news comes in periodically, and you kind of need to make multiple adjustments as the night progresses. But we'll see, as always, with that 5:30 update if we get any real news, because there's a lot that we still don't know right now.
Yeah, a lot that we don't know, but something we do know, Celtics out with Smart, Walker, and already they were without Brown because of that wrist injury. How do you look at this slate and not look at Evan Fournier as kind of a lock button?
Yeah, so the highest owned players, I think the top 5 right now, will at least have 3 Celtics and Russell Westbrook.
Yep.
For who the field goes with. I'm not sure which other player might make the top 5. Kind of depends on what news we get. It could be 4 Celtics. They're just missing so many guys. Yep. And Fournier is definitely underpriced. I think you could probably say that Peyton Pritchard is more underpriced than Fournier is.
Yep.
But like those 2 guys should probably both cost $2K more than they do. So I think you probably need one of them, but the reason to not play both is just that everyone's going to play both. But I definitely get what you're saying. Like Fournier is in a really good spot. The matchup is awesome. They're playing the Cavs.
Yep.
And they're just short on players, and they sort of need to win, right? Like how much do you think the standings dynamic matters here? Because the Celtics have a chance to fall from 7 to 8, but they can't move up. So maybe they just don't really care about this. Like my biggest concern with Boston is just the amount of effort and the amount of minutes for their starters more specifically.
I believe that they're going to try to win each game out and try to find some sort of consistency. While the fact is they have a bunch of guys not playing. So now you have a chance here where guys can step up and,
build a little bit of momentum as we head into the important part of the season, and they need to win out to really hold on to that. Technically, they don't need to win out, but I believe they need to win out so that they can have some positive momentum going in now with Jaylen Brown out of the lineup. They need somebody else to step up too. And yeah, Fournier has a chance to do that. But I also look at Aaron Nesmith. He's been playing really well. And while Pritchard may be the guy that everyone goes to, I think Nesmith is the player to really consider as a contrarian option for tournaments. I think there's a chance here where he could play 20 to 25 minutes. And there are times when he's in that he's the primary scorer and they just continue to feed him the ball. His usage rate at times when he has had his bigger games, it sets up where that game against Miami where he scored 25 fantasy points, his usage was at over 24%. And there have been multiple times this season where he's had a usage rate over 20%. And that's setting up with all these players out for him to see a potential bump now in this usage. And where Pritchard, everyone is probably confident, okay, hey, look at Pritchard. Yeah, we've seen what he's been able to do, and he could play 33 minutes. I just think that there's some value here in Nesmith, considering he's even $100 more expensive. I don't think anybody's going to look at him.
See, I kind of think, well, I certainly agree with you. Nesmith will be way less popular than Pritchard, Fournier, and Tatum, but I do think he'll get some ownership. But the interesting dynamic comes from the timing of the starting lineup and what it is. So if Nesmith starts, like, he becomes one of the key value plays too. Like, they could start Pritchard and Nesmith and Fournier and Tatum 1 through 4. Tristan Thompson at the 5. They could start Grant Williams, or I think Semi Ojeleye is healthy, or maybe he's injured right now.
Semi is available, and he played 2 minutes against the Heat.
Yeah, they are missing more players, but it's only one more player with Mark. Actually, they had Kemba in that game too, so they're missing Kemba and Smart from last night. Not that I want to play Semi Ojeleye in fantasy. I just mean that him being there could take away minutes from other guys that people might be counting on. But what's interesting is the game is at 8:00. So if the starting lineup comes shortly before tip-off, then people may have already locked in their decisions at that point and won't be checking to make the switches. Like, I forget which slate it was, but there was one semi-recent one where everyone was playing Peyton Pritchard and Tremont Waters actually started over him. And I think
it was against
24 minutes each.
Yeah, it was on a back-to-back. They were playing against the Hawks, or they were setting that game. They were playing against the Hawks, and he started. And he went off that night too. Well, off in terms of relative to his salary. He was $3,000, and he started. It actually was a back-to-back against the Hornets. I'm sorry, just looked it up.
Okay, and then so Waters was the minimum. Then I think Pritchard was in the mid 3,000s.
Yep,
and he was fine. But like, I think if you have it in front of you, you
18.
give the exact number. He put up like 17 or 18 fantasy points.
18 in 29 minutes.
Right. So if he does that tonight, like, you probably don't want him. Like, that doesn't kill you. If you get 18 fantasy points at 3,000, that's fine. Like, that's perfectly viable in cash. But like, someone who's cheap is going to beat that number for sure. And it'll probably be several players, and many of them won't be hard to find. Like, if we knew that Pritchard was coming off the bench, I immediately want to play Kyra Lewis because he probably just gets more minutes. But Pritchard I would think is likely to start. So he's the most sensible value play from the low end if he starts. Lewis is one of them, but Fournier is such a safe option because he's going to start. He's going to play pretty significant minutes. He's going to get a ton of usage. So it's hard for me to imagine the winning lineup tonight not having one of Fournier and Tatum. I think there's some chance of it, but if it doesn't have those two, it probably then at least has some other Boston player.
Yeah, staying with the same game, we did just get some news that Cedi Osman is going to be a game time decision. He was questionable already. I don't really see that much of a change, but if he does end up sitting, is there something to do here with the Cavs, or do we just keep running it back with just maybe looking to pay up, or what's the scenario there? Because he did play 37 minutes against the Mavericks the last time he was on the court. So there is minutes to go around if he does end up playing, which could impact the rotation. But if he ends up sitting, what's the play? Is it going to Dean Wade coming off that monster performance? Is it going to looking at some of these other more expensive Cavs?
Yeah, the player that I think benefits the most directly in terms of just increased fantasy points would be Dean Wade, because I think if Osman is available, he'll start at the 3 with Love and then Jared Allen. And if Osman's out, then they'll just start Dean Wade at the 3. They've started them together, but they only do that when Kevin Love doesn't play and Dean Wade moves up to the 4. But the player I'd be most interested, I think, if Chetty's out, and I think I may like him a lot anyway, is Colin Sexton. So we'll get into Russell Westbrook, I'm sure, pretty soon. But any guard that is expensive, that's even remotely expensive, is going to be underowned on this slate, because I think almost all of that ownership is going to Russ. And then I think you have guards like Pritchard and then Fournier, you can play it forward. But the amount of lineups that are going to have both Westbrook and Pritchard, you just don't get to other point guards if that's the build. And I think like Lewis will take a big chunk of ownership for New Orleans, maybe Eric Bledsoe. And then you get into this range of like 7,000 to 8,000s for guards. Where I just don't think it's really going to be easy for anyone to prioritize Colin Sexton or like DeJounte Murray. But the other thing I'll mention about Sexton is the Celtics defense figures to be bad. Jaylen Brown and Marcus Smart are out. And Robert Williams is out. Like, they should defend okay, but the matchup got better for the Cavs with the Celtics news, and the game's much more likely to stay close.
Well, not only that, but you have to consider Clarkson coming off that game where he just went berserk and dropped 41 points on the Warriors. He's going to definitely garner some ownership in this tight game with the Trailblazers that has one of the top over-unders on the slate. So I think that one of the guards that people will consider if they're looking to pay up in that mid to high range is Clarkson more than they would go to Sexton.
Yeah, I'd be really surprised if Sexton is more owned than Clarkson. And then I think even CJ McCollum and maybe Lillard to an extent would get some ownership up there too. I really don't think people get to Dame, so I don't really love him in this spot, but he is going to be single digits in most formats. So that would be the reason to play him. But yeah, Sexton over Clarkson would be an ownership thing. But I like both of those guys just in a vacuum. So should we jump to Russ before the news starts rolling in? Because I feel like we kind of know what we want to say about him, and it's not really contingent on too much of the news.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, looking at Russell Westbrook, 12,400, he finally has that increase in salary that was necessary to make it even a question. Before, when the salary was just sitting there at 11,000, even 11,100, the past 10 games, he has not crossed over 11,100. He's just been the safest play in history. The only one time that he didn't is he missed that triple-double against the Cavs, and it's like, okay. But at 12,400, you have to maybe even question it now, and that may bring down his ownership. How do you look to approach it in a scenario where he just dropped 80 fantasy points on this team? What's to say that he can't do it again?
Yeah, so a couple things about that game were at least concerning for Westbrook. The biggest one, I think, is that they almost got blown out. So there was a point in that game where Atlanta got up to a 102-83 lead. I think that was the score like right at the beginning of the fourth. And if that lead had gotten pushed to 25 or so, like there's a pretty good chance. Like the Wizards need wins, and I don't think they're just – I mean, maybe he comes back in until he gets a triple-double and then he goes back out, because maybe with triple-doubles are more important than resting a player in a game that's not winnable. But like – this 6.5 line, I think, is close to right, but I think it's a little low. And people are not going to fully account for the potential of a blowout here. The Hawks are, I think, a really good team, and they've gotten a lot healthier. And now they have Bogdan and Trae Young together, and they have their big men back with Capella and Collins. And the Wizards' best players, I mean, some people may disagree with this. I think Bradley Beal is the Wizards' best player, and he's not playing. So the path to Westbrook failing, even at such an expensive price tag, I don't think he fails unless there's a blowout.
Yeah.
But he could also have 60 to 65 fantasy points, and someone who's cheaper than him just also scores that, and you're better off just having the savings. So like the scenario where Westbrook goes for 65 fantasy points with a triple-double in a relatively close game, but then Dame goes for 60, or Anthony Davis goes for 60, or
even like
I can
DeJounte
see
Murray at
KD. I have
55.
a chance for KD potentially doing that with Kyrie
Yeah.
questionable, James Harden coming back. But yes, Harden coming back and he's going to be a great play, but you have to take maybe the savings here with KD and set up a scenario where if he scores 55 fantasy points, that's really good at 9,800. And he has and he's proven it to 65.
No, I'm happy you brought up Durant because I think he is the pivot to Jason Tatum, but you want it with Kyrie out. It's a really hard move to make if Irving plays. But if there's no Kyrie and then, Harden maybe only plays 25 to 30 minutes, and then Durant is the guy for the majority of the game. So, I would really love Kevin Durant in that situation. He'll be way, way less owned than Tatum or Westbrook. And the good thing is that Westbrook's game will already have locked. So, I don't think you would get people swapping Tatum to Durant at that point. I think people just want to play Tatum.
Right. I mean, Tatum has been playing really well, and it's you can't really question his upside. He just showed that he can go bonkers, dropping that 60 points against the Spurs for 82 fantasy points, and he's been playing really well. And there's a bunch of players out for the Celtics. Tatum makes it just way more easier for people to just click it and say, all right, let's go.
Yeah, and this is partly why I think that you need one Celtic in a lineup, because the easiest path to Tatum having a bad game is just Fournier takes all the shots.
Yeah.
There are other ways it doesn't work, blowout, foul trouble, injury, whatever, but the most likely thing that could cause Tatum to fail is just Fournier just takes every like Tatum plays a little bad and they just defer to Fournier because he catches fire. So most likely Tatum's going to be really good and Fournier is also going to be really good. But again, like Durant could just be better. DeJounte Murray could be better.
Yep.
Some other mid-priced guys could be better than Fournier, even if he puts up like 35 or 40 fantasy points. So it's more about just, do you think there's upside in other guys? Because like, I definitely am not predicting a bad game from Westbrook or Tatum or Fournier. It's just, there are a lot of unowned, pretty good plays that seem to be popping up on this slate.
Yeah, for sure. I just feel like the unknown play, or somebody that's definitely going overlooked, is the play that you probably should have is Durant tonight. Yeah, that's just kind of where I'm just leaning right now. I'm really concerned about this Anthony Davis situation. Yes, LeBron has already been ruled out, but AD is grabbing at his groin, dealing with the calf, dealing with the Achilles. He jammed his finger yesterday. Like, that was a grinder of a game. I watched that from start to finish, and it was just, Randall was just beasting on him, just bullying on him, stepping back, doing a little crossover stuff. And AD, he had to really go all out. And I'm kind of leaning towards AD actually not playing tonight against the Rockets. Yes, they need to win this game, but they beat the Knicks, and the Knicks are a solid team. You can't say that the Knicks aren't a solid team, but I think the Lakers may feel like they have enough with their lineup to maybe not press AD out there, considering he, again, tweaked his groin. Now they might have to play in a playing game. They have a lot going on to really an uphill battle with Caruso dealing with the foot injury now.
Yeah, a lot of this definitely comes down to like the psychology of the team and the training staff and just what their motivation is. I think you'd probably agree with this. If LeBron was playing tonight, Davis would not be. They would just, because they're playing the Rockets at home. They wouldn't need him.
So, and the only reason that they were even considering, I think the only reason why LeBron was even considering coming back tonight was because they were going to unveil the banner in front of the fans. So it was one of those scenarios, like you get the championship hype for a little bit, get like the extra like boost that's needed from that, you know? But I think that he just realized that the ankle might not be one. I think it's fine, but I don't think he's in a position where it's like, it's the Rockets. Like, do I need to press it right now? Like, we have decent players and they're tanking almost purposely.
So the thing that I'm kind of alluding to with the Lakers motivation is that they may just say, all right, fine, the playing game, like it sucks, we have to be in that, but we'll get the Spurs at home. We'll probably beat them. And if we don't, then we get to play the Warriors or Grizzlies at home and we'll probably beat them and we'll just get in the playoffs that way. And let's not push anyone too hard to try to, because even if the Lakers win out, if the Blazers and Mavericks win enough games, the Lakers still have to play in the play-in game.
Correct.
So they may not feel the need to be so desperate. And I think it's a true toss-up whether Davis plays or not. It sounds like you're leaning towards no, but
No,
It's not.
I'm leaning,
it's not.
yeah,
certain.
I'm leaning towards no, but it's not a guarantee because he did say after the game, he did say in the press conference that he did anticipate playing.
So I'm really, as someone who likes the edge that we get from the late swaps, I really hope the Lakers don't give us news before lock, and I hope they don't give it to us before 8. The problem is that the game is at 10:30, and the soonest game prior to that is 9:30.
Yep.
So if we don't get news until after 9:30 on the Lakers, that makes it really hard to plan around it. So I think the ideal time for news to come in is just between 8 and 9, where like half the games have locked, but you still have maneuverability. You still make some decisions that are reasonable. But it's not just Davis. Like the Caruso injury matters significantly for DFS because Talen Horton-Tucker almost certainly starts at point guard if Caruso's out, and he's 4,100.
44.
And
44.
4,400. And that matchup is the best on the slate. Like the Celtics have a good matchup in Cleveland, but Houston is just awful at every. I mean, they're especially bad on defense. So that becomes just a really, really sneaky late swap play that no one is getting to unless Caruso is ruled out earlier.
I mean, honestly, he didn't play last night. He only ended up playing 7 minutes from that game. And the way they were using Talen Horton-Tucker was literally their main point guard. He had so many boneheaded turnovers because he doesn't play point guard. You see on the screen, 7 turnovers.
Who else? They just have to do it because, I mean, the other guy we should talk about, because I think the de facto point guard, if Davis is out and Horton-Tucker is, I mean, he's not that good in that role. Like Andre Drummond almost becomes the point guard.
Yep. They can run it through him. He was bringing it up a few times. And let's get into a question from the chat about that. Will you play Drummond or Harrell for the Lakers? And honestly, it has to be Drummond after coming off a nice game. And he's only $6,000. And his minutes seem pretty secure due to the fact that they're going to run out there and try to get him as many reps as possible. Playing 36 against New York showed that he has it there. And then you have a team in the Rockets that are not known for proficient shooting. And then the Lakers, they have a bunch of guys that are also now kind of not as being as strong. Then you have the Lakers who are still stingent on the defensive end because of just their coaching. So now you have a chance where there's a lot of rebounds and points to go around, and Christian Wood sitting there, it's questionable. I'm kind of feeling Drummond at $6,000. I wouldn't touch Harrell. Harrell is kind of a player that's out of this rotation. 4,200. He only played 5 minutes last night. Yes, he can see a boost with if AD sits, but if AD sits, I'd probably be more inclined to play Kuzma than I would be to play Harrell at 5,400. Kuzma, yes, he's a little bit more expensive, but then he's cheaper than Drummond too. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah. If people are using up a center slot in that price range on, let's say, Tristan Thompson early, and then we get Drummond late at lower ownership, that's one of my favorite players for tonight. I totally agree. Like Drummond is in a really good spot in a good matchup. He benefits more with Davis out. He would just have more rebound equity, more offensive responsibility. And then, like, it's weird, but even Caruso being out would help Drummond because Drummond kind of is like the point guard for his team sometimes. I mean, he's not good at it either, but he does.
But they just need to, like he'll grab a rebound and be able to bring it up and at least initiate the offense. Then they'll run their kind of pin downs and curls to get guards to come back around. And that's kind of been the offense, is trying to use just curls and moves like that so that players can get open. And then a lot of it has been posting up AD, but then he hasn't been getting any traction. So he's been breaking it down and then passing to Drummond. That's also another big opening. But I think we have to consider Kuzma and Drummond as the two guys to consider late swapping to, especially if, and there it is. We have news now, but especially considering if AD sits, but now we have news for Kyrie Irving being ruled out. So let's wrap up the
Lakers points just for a second, and then we'll get to the Nets.
Yeah.
So the Montrezl Harrell question, I think there's two ways you play Harrell. If you think he's going to play at the 4 next to Drummond or Gasol, which I don't think happens, or you think he gets garbage time, but that's not really worth, I don't think that's worth pursuing either. So, just on Kuzma, you definitely want Davis out to play Kuzma, and then Kuzma becomes a really awesome play late if AD's not in there. So I think we're on the same page with the Lakers.
The only thing about Harold to keep in mind is it is a revenge game. So maybe he gets a little bit hype.
Yeah, it's just the minutes. It's like if we knew Harold was playing 25 minutes, I think he'd be great. Yeah. But he doesn't, with Marcus Sol also active, he just doesn't get that kind of reliable playing time.
Yep. All right.
Okay, so Durant now, are people going to steal this play from us?
I don't know. I think you can honestly go with both guys here, Durant and Tatum potentially.
Yeah, that will be unique for sure, because that means you're not affording Russell Westbrook in all likelihood. Yeah. That's two pretty expensive players. I kind of like that move. It'll be interesting to see how much the field gets to Durant. Do you think James Harden is viable? Like, do we know a formal minutes restriction, or is this all just estimating?
I didn't see any formal minutes restriction. They said that he looks solid in practice. He was able to go through his full reps. So there's a chance here where he can still return 50 fantasy points. I just don't see an opportunity just yet to press it. Like he was out for a month. It's not like he just sat out for a day or two. He was out for a month. So yes, and AD talked about it yesterday in the post-game presser. He was like, hey, I was out for 20 plus games, and I wasn't out for 1 or 2 games. It takes a minute to get the feel back. And then it takes a few games to get into game shape. There's a different conditioning from just being in practice and running around. And then there's a different conditioning especially for a guy like Harden, who's just gas, no breaks all the time.
Yeah. And it doesn't seem like the Nets would be overly worried about winning games right now, because their probability of catching the Sixers for the division at this point is close to 0. The magic number for Philly is 1, and they end the season with 2 home games against the Magic. So the Nets can't realistically expect them to lose both of those, and that's what they would need. And I think the Nets are pretty secure on the 2 seed over Milwaukee at this point.
Yep, they are.
So it doesn't make sense to play Harden his normal minutes.
I mean, it secure in a sense that it's a 1-game difference right now. So it's not entirely secure, but just setting up where the Nets schedule is a little bit. So they have the Bulls and the Cavs, whereas the Bucks have Pacers, Heat, and Bulls. So Heat may be the one game where they try to go in and they try to tie. And there we have more news now. AD has been ruled out.
It's not fun when the news comes too early. Like, we don't necessarily need it to be in the middle of the night when all the games have already started, but we need it not to be an hour and a half before lock, where anyone who's playing DFS now has adequate time to prepare, because like Drummond is going to be chalk now. I really think that. And so will Kuzma. So this is going to be hard.
Well, at least I was right on the feeling.
Yeah. I mean, you said it, and then 5 minutes later, he got ruled out. So,
let's see if there's anything to do with this line here. Is there anything to make on the sportsbook? Has it been taken down already?
So
looks like it didn't even come back up.
I think that the 10-point line that it's settled at is close to fair. That's where it was right before the Davis news dropped.
Yeah.
I don't think it falls much further. So this one opened at 14.
Yep.
And that was with some uncertainty around LeBron and Davis already.
Yep.
And when the tweet came out, LeBron was unlikely to play before he was officially ruled out. That was a little before we came on here. It had already moved down to 11.
Yep.
And then the Davis speculation has been there all day. So I think we'll see like another point or two. My guess for this closing line is going to be like Lakers -8.5 or something. So Rockets +10, where it is now. Like, if you find that is,
it's not available. Yeah, it's already been taken down. It didn't come back up after LeBron got ruled out. I was refreshing it. I had the sportsbook open. It didn't come back up after that LeBron news.
Gotcha. So I mean, either way, like, unless you had the foresight to think that one or more of them would be out yesterday, you weren't catching that much of a different line from what the line is going to be.
Yeah. Makes sense.
The other thing that's going to happen now is we have value opening up, which means Westbrook's ownership goes up. Like, the more cheap players that are viable, the more fittable Russell Westbrook is. And like, I think he could be 70% owned again, even at this
at 12,400, 70% owned. It's crazy. I just cannot play him tonight. I don't feel comfortable playing 12,400 Russell Westbrook. Yes, he can come back and get 70 on me and make me feel bad about it, but
if you throw Westbrook in a lineup and throw Tatum and Fournier and Pritchard in, the rest, and then maybe put like Drummond and Kuzma, like it's not, you can fit things very easily.
But the player you have to give up is
Durant.
Durant. So it's either Durant or Tatum.
Right. And that's why I don't want to play Westbrook either. But I don't think other people will be as excited about Durant because Harden is there. And Durant's projection, and like I think Durant across the DFS industry will be projected well, but nothing close to where Tatum is.
Yep.
Or at least point per dollar, because Durant's also more expensive.
Just a hair. Just $400. So that could make a difference in wanting to do that.
But you probably, like, the expectation for Tatum might be still, even with Kyrie out like 3 or 4 points higher. I mean, Tatum is the focal point of an offense with only one other real scoring threat in Evan Fournier in a matchup that is just as good as it gets. The Nets matchup isn't nearly as good as the Celtics matchup. The Spurs have a decent defense. So I just don't think people will be that excited about Durant. I think you see a lot of Westbrook, Tatum, Fournier, Pritchard, a Laker or two, and some Pelicans. And like, that's the lineup that most people play.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense because we haven't even gotten to the Pelicans value just yet. Lonzo Ball was ruled out for tonight's game, and that sets up a scenario where you have to consider, you mentioned Kyrie Thomas. You mentioned Kyrie Thomas Kyrie Lewis at the top of the show. You mentioned playing.
Yeah, it's confusing because his name is pronounced Kyra, so it's more similar to Kyrie than it reads.
Yeah,
because I think most people say Kira Lewis, and then that differentiates it more. But yeah, he sounds just like Kyrie.
Kyra Lewis. So if you're playing a lineup with Kyra Lewis in here as your other third guard, you can see a scenario where if we play Pritchard, Fournier, Tatum, Drummond, Westbrook, Lewis, like you just have a couple forwards to fill in, and those $5,000 forwards are really easy to find and really have a ton of upside for the slate. It's not like you have a bunch of guys that are not playing well in that range. You know, you have a potential where you can go with Najee Marshall. He's also playing on Pelicans, coming off 3 straight starts, playing well. We mentioned Kuzma, 5,400 in that range as well. So there's players here now. Rui Hachimura, while he didn't play great against the Hawks in that previous game, he still got there for his $5,000 salary. Then you have Gallinari, who's also been doing this thing, potentially with Keldon Johnson coming off that nice 33-point performance. I think there's a lot of players here in this 5K range, and this is looks like it's going to be a very obvious build right here with the way that we have it set up currently.
Yeah, I think the only way that Westbrook wouldn't have been insanely popular is if James Harden was also out, and then you had the Tatum Durant chalk build to compete with the Westbrook one. But like Durant probably, I don't know. I kind of have to be just throwing numbers out there on ownership because we don't really know how the Davis getting ruled out this early moves things around. But like, I don't think Durant's more than 25%. And Tatum and Westbrook are going to be 50, 60, 70s. So like Durant just seems so much better than those guys. And you don't need Westbrook to be terrible for the fade to work. You just need other guys to be close to him because he costs so much more. So if you think like Peyton Pritchard only gets 22 fantasy points and Westbrook gets 65, you probably don't want either of them. But you probably want to play other people at both of those spots.
Yeah. If you get Lewis to give you 25 fantasy points and Durant to give you 65, you're making up the cost of basically a Russell Westbrook right there. Whatever he can do, that you're getting that output from that same amount of salary.
So there's a player that is really good at basketball that we have not mentioned yet. And I think whether or not we like him will be a little dependent on news. So Luka Doncic is just kind of there. And he's in a great spot against the Pelicans. The biggest impediment to him being good would be a blowout. So to play Luka, I think we need one thing. We need Kristaps to be out. And he hasn't played in a few games. So what that would do is the game's more likely to stay close and Luka's usage remains where it normally is. He also has not had good fantasy games recently. So like, I don't think at
Got
this
ejected
point,
in a game. They've just been out of it. There was blowout factor in a couple games.
Yeah. So who's playing him tonight? Like he'll end up in some small percentage, but like Luka could go for 80 anytime. I mean, he's as good as anybody at scoring fantasy points and at scoring real points, just doing anything on the basketball court. Yep. I think, just the presence of Westbrook and Tatum and now kind of Durant. I think Doncic has to drop in ownership.
Yeah. I don't see him being potentially owned even more than 10%. I think 10% might even be a little high.
So if you want to play him, you probably need a run back there from the Pelicans. I mean, not necessarily because there's a lot of value in a lot of games, but for Doncic to really be worth having instead of Russ, you need a close-ish game. And you've got him there already. I think Bledsoe is.
That's where I went to initially. Like you need him to score.
Yeah, you need Bledsoe, or I mean, it could be Nickeil Alexander-Walker going crazy, or it could be Kyra Lewis. But I think if you're playing Doncic, you might even want 2 Pelicans because you need somewhat of a close game here.
Yeah. Yeah. Marshall's been playing well for them. Then also, Jackson Hayes, we mentioned it on Monday's show that we didn't feel that he was a great option due to his elevated salary, but Willy Hernan-Gomez has continued to plug away with his upside, sitting there 30 fantasy points. You know what you're going to get from him, and there's a chance where he can score more, especially if Porzingis doesn't play.
Yeah, I think those guys are pretty solid options. I prefer Drummond, as I think you probably do also, but those guys are, they're on the table for sure.
All right. We have a bunch of injury news to get to for tonight's slate. So right now coming up is we will bring the injury report for tonight's slate ready to roll. Harden, probable here. He plans to play tonight. Porzingis, Wood, House, Daquan Jeffries, Trey Lyles. They're questionable. Osman's a game time decision. Kuzma is probable. Caldwell Pope, Caruso, THT is probable, and Gasol also. So all the Lakers, you're sitting here with a scenario where there's a bunch of news that we'll have to account for later. Herder is in as well as Snell, but also the news that just broke while we were on the show. Irving is out. Joe Harris was already ruled out earlier on tonight's slate. So that was due to a hip injury. AD and LeBron also continue to be out. We know Hunter's been out, Beal with him. Walker, Robert Williams, Marcus Smart out for the Celtics. That's why setting up here for this scenario where there's a bunch of Celtics that are really popular. Then we have the Cavs listed, then some Pelicans as well. So I think there's just a scenario where there's so much value to go around that we need to make sure that it feels like because of the fact that there's so much value to go around that everyone's just going to default to play Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, that's what I was telling you earlier when I was talking about Westbrook being the highest owned player on the slate, or at least the highest non-Celtic on the slate, is because there was potential for news to start coming in. And now that we have it, you can see just how easy it is to fit him in a lineup. Like his salary is not restrictive. And because Beal is out, it's going to look good by any projection system, because like Westbrook's real expectation in a close game with no Beal is like it's in the area of 70 fantasy points.
Yep, exactly.
So, I mean, if you're not playing him, you're hoping for a blowout, and it's hard to imagine he's bad otherwise, but there's just so many guys that can be really good too and if you told me Durant goes for 7, Harden plays 24 minutes tonight and Durant has 70 fantasy points, that doesn't sound crazy to me at all.
No, I think it's a good play. It's a good way to roll for. I'm really feeling Durant on tonight's slate. Is there anything to make on the Sportsbook? Is there any edge to be had with any of these plays? I feel like looking at Fournier, 19.5 points, can you make a honest play on that? He has scored over that in 3 of his last 5 games, and the time that he came close was 17 and 18. So 19.5 though, is that enough against the Cavs?
It sounds about right. Like that kind of just sounds like about what he'll do. If you're eyeing Nets props, I think starting lineup and announced minutes limit for Harden would give you some indication on where to go with the Nets.
Yeah.
I think Bruce Brown is going to get pretty interesting for people. He had a really good game last game.
Yep.
But with Harden there, like and Joe Harris out, I don't think they necessarily like Bruce Brown is more of a point guard, and they may want to replace Joe Harris's shooting, and then you get Landry Shamet or maybe Jeff Green or both of them in the starting lineup. So like there's a lot, even though we've gotten all the news or a lot of the news, there's still some stuff that is up in the air. And I think it affects lineup construction for sure, but I think it affects the prop bets too. It's hard to say with the Celtics though. We still don't have their starting lineup either. Not that lineup will affect Fournier all that much, but I mean, the more non-usage players start, the better for Fournier and Tatum. So like, if you get a starting lineup where they start both Grant Williams and Semi Ojeleye, or even just at least one of those guys, like they do nothing on offense.
Yeah.
So that helps Tatum and Fournier. Stuff like that. I think it's still worth looking out for that.
So definitely have to keep an eye out for who is starting for the Celtics, and that will kind of push towards what to do from the props perspective. I think that the edge in terms of game line, there's not that much left now. Maybe there was something here with the Nets with Kyrie out, but I think that KD and Harden are enough to get over the hump on the Spurs.
Yeah, I think at the moment, the betting line that seems the most off to me is that the Hawks are only favored by 6.5.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just wishful thinking. Maybe I really want them to win by 20. So that would be, that's the easiest way for Westbrook to be mediocre at best, is if they just get crushed. But it does seem, I don't know, a lot of people will look at the last game and say the Wizards were close to winning. I'll just run it back with them. So
yeah,
I would at least.
And they weren't. It was, and the crazy part is that Westbrook had a 3 to win it at the end too.
Yeah, they almost won the game outright. But if you watch the comeback, like there was a lot of Bertans just making these ridiculously crazy contested threes to get them back in it.
Yeah.
If a few of those shots don't fall, like the game stays kind of out of reach, and then Westbrook doesn't do as much at the end. Maybe he's not even in at the end.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of variance in the way the Wizards play. Yeah, they need, if Bertans isn't making threes when they play a good team with Beal also not out, like there's not a lot of ways, because I don't think Westbrook just drops 30 real points against the Hawks with Clint Capella standing at the rim the whole game. He's not a good enough shooter for that.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. He theoretically has a good matchup against Trae Young, but Tony Snell's probably going to guard him anyway. Last game it was, that may be something to consider also. Tony Snell didn't play last game, and not like he's not the best defender in the world, and
not the best DFS play either.
He's certainly not the best offensive player or DFS play, but like he's an upgrade on defense from Herter and Bogdanovich. So he'll probably be the guy on Westbrook, I would think. Like that, assuming he's healthy enough to start and everything, he seems like the guy they would stick on Russ for as much of the game as possible.
Yeah.
Not Trae Young. There's no way Trae is guarding Westbrook for any amount of this game.
Yeah. Another guy that I did want to touch on definitely is Damian Lillard, 9,600. Does it make sense to consider him due to the fact that what Westbrook will potentially do and what you can potentially get out of Lillard in a close game where they know they need to win? Or is it just safer to consider a guy like you mentioned earlier, maybe McCollum here?
I think Lillard and Trae Young to a lesser extent are just kind of no man's land now in their pricing range. And I don't mind them. I think I just prefer using guards that are a little cheaper, because I think the upside is comparable for like Sexton and Murray.
Yeah.
And then you could spend a little more on Durant and or Tatum. So I don't mind Trae Young or Lillard or McCollum, but I think they would be secondary priorities for me to that slightly cheaper range of guards.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. What do you make then of this Portland-Utah game? Is there something to glean from all the options that are available? Like I said, Clarkson has been playing really well coming off that monster game against the Warriors. Bohan was also playing pretty well. His usage has been extremely up of late. Yeah, he's not as cheap, but he's still a little bit cheaper than Clarkson. Jingling Joe, he's still getting the minutes, but I see his upside kind of being capped of late. Or is it better to maybe consider a Norman Powell, who's also playing well at 5,900? Or is it just something where yes, this game is close. Yes, this game has a high projected total, but are there any underpriced, or is everybody just overpriced now relative to where the slate kind of breaks down?
It kind of seems like this game has potential for a lot of fantasy points, but there's just so much depth on both sides. Less so on Utah because the injuries, but like the guys that have filled in are just more expensive now. So they're kind of like the studs who are priced where they should be. Like I would say everyone's fairly priced in this game. So I think getting to maybe one of them on each side for like a mini game stack makes sense, because there's some chance that just like Lillard takes all the shots, or McCollum takes all the shots, or it's Clarkson, or it's Ingles, or it's Bojan. Like the odds of two of these players being good on the same team for either the Jazz or Blazers, like I think it's really low, barring overtime or something. And then you have Carmelo Anthony back. He was out last game, and I think that was probably a big boost for Norman Powell specifically. Just usage on the second unit. Like Powell starts, but they stagger the minutes in a way where like Powell would share some time with Melo, and then Melo takes away from everyone on the Blazers when he's on the court, just because he's kind of like I don't know, ball hog, maybe the wrong term, but he plays slowly. Like he kind of goes into his whole thing in the post, and you don't get a lot, you get less fantasy production from everybody when he's in. So him being back, I think there is upside for someone, but it's hard to really pick who. And I think they're just better. I think it's just like, I'd rather play Colin Sexton in an undervalued matchup with no Marcus Smart, who less people will have.
Yeah.
And if you told me that like CJ McCollum scored 40 real points tonight, it's like, all right, I could see that. Like he does that sometimes, but it's not really something I'm kind of, I don't think it's likely enough to really build a lineup around.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. We are about to wrap up tonight's show. Appreciate everybody coming in with some of the questions. I know we didn't get into a lot of questions. There was just a lot of I feel, slate discussion that we needed to have because of the news that was coming, the news that broke while we were on listed for tonight. But one play that I did also want to kind of circle back around is THT. I think now with AD out, LeBron out, Schroeder out, there's no ball handlers. Even if Caruso ends up playing, I still think that there's a scenario here where Talen Horton-Tucker plays 30, 35 minutes. If this game stays close, he has a chance to take basically all the shots, make all the passes, and at 4,400 at small forward, it also kind of makes a different lineup. So I think THT is one of the other guys that I definitely wanted to touch back on before we bounce.
Yeah, they're actually, so I don't think there's a ton of center value on this slate, which means you can kind of leave a utility spot open.
Yeah.
And kind of just throwing Caruso or someone in that price range in the utility or THT. If Caruso gets ruled out, like I want to get Talen Horton-Tucker into as many lineups as possible at that point.
Yeah.
Because it'll just be hard for people to swap if it's late enough, and he would be the starting point guard and probably play 30 something minutes. And unless he was just terrible and they just took him off the court. But like if he's somewhat productive, he'll just play a lot and be really productive. Yeah. So just having room for Lakers and Rockets, I think to me is the key. Like you could always go down to DJ Augustine. He's fine. And then
3,900.
Yeah, I think he goes way, way overlooked because he's point guard only, and it's just like you've got Westbrook and Pritchard.
Yep.
That alone would make any other point guard low owned. Like Kyra Lewis will be popular because you can put him at shooting guard, but Augustine you can't. So yeah, like if you like THT but you don't want to play him if he's off the bench, then you could just throw him in the utility and just move down to Augustine if Caruso plays.
Yep. Coming up next is Vikings at Packers in the snow with Jeff and Christian. Then 8 p.m. Texans at Bengals in the rain. Glash and Jeff will have you for that. Madden After Dark, 10 o'clock. Falcons at Browns in the snow. Glash and Kenny will be handling that. Before we jump off, Matt, any final thoughts? And we'll be covering a lot today.
Yeah, there was a busy slate for 6 games. I think we honestly got everything. So keep an eye out for starting lineups. Lakers news, we still don't really know it. We still don't really know Mavericks news. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Sounds good. Thanks for hanging out with me. I'll be back on Monday with Julian. make sure to check out the DraftKings lobby, DraftKings Sportsbook. Free to bet day is this Friday. So make sure to check out all the promos that we will have for you guys. You can make sure to have the full list on DK Nation on Friday as well. Thanks for hanging out. Good luck. Have fun. Peace out.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome back in to the DK Sim Lounge, the Madden Sims. My name's Jeff Ulrich. I am joined by Christian DeAndrea for this, what time is it? 6 p.m. Eastern Sim. I always have to remember what time it is Eastern because I live on the Mountain Schedule time, but that is neither here nor there. Right now, we have the Minnesota Vikings and the Green Bay Packers in for your 6 p.m. Eastern Sim. Christian, how you doing, man? How's your Wednesday going?
It's going well. Happy NFL schedule release day, and they're clearly slow playing their hand right now because week 1 is a smorgasbord of butt, as my father would say. Just a terrible lineup of games that no one will be excited about, except for maybe that Chiefs-Browns game. Of course, we'll talk all about that once we get into what may be a boring Wild Weather Wednesday game. Although at Lambeau is kind of the mitigator. Lambeau, you still have good games in the snow, whereas like if you're playing in the rain in Jacksonville, it is just a crap show left, right, and center. So Jeff, now that lineups have locked and taking into account the weather, what does your lineup look like for this 6 p.m. happy hour sim?
Okay, I went with contrarian because I don't think most people will be doing this. In the snow, we do have Wild Weather Wednesday, like Christian said. I always forget to mention that too, but snowing, it's Lambeau. I put in Devin Funchess in the captain spot, though. I hope most people would stay off him here. I'm sure he'll still get some ownership, but, I don't think many people are stacking the passing attacks in the snow. So I went with him. I did include Dalvin Cook, Justin Jefferson, but I faded Aaron Jones. That was my big fade.
Really? Okay. We got some similar lineups then. Funchess, he's got that size. He's got those wide receiver 2 chops here in the Madden verse. In the real world, who knows? He didn't even play last season due to COVID. But, yeah, I got him in that captain spot. I got Dalvin Cook because he does provide so much upside. I got Aaron Jones as well. I feel like he's going to get a bunch of looks today. He's got that tractor in low gear mentality, kind of a beefy dude who gets things done in bad weather. So relying on him a little bit, that, of course, meant I had to pay down, stacked up both tight ends, Lewis and Rudolph. And Justin Jefferson was my lowest paid contributor in this one. I like my lineup a lot, which means it's going to go out there and give me 40, maybe 45 points.
Hey, there's no negativity in the sim here. Let's go. Yeah. This is Wild Weather Wednesday, man.
Possible.
It's snowing. It's Lambeau Field. It's a good time. Hey, we don't know how many Aaron Rodgers sims we have left here. We could be watching Jordan Love next year at this time.
Or as Turtles 1 points out, the newest Green Bay Packer, Blake Bortles.
Did he sign that
he
today?
He signed today. Reports came out today. And guess what? That has nothing to do with Aaron Rodgers. The Packers needed a backup quarterback. Tim Boyle is not there anymore. Tim Boyle somehow got a raise to go play for the Lions. It baffles the mind how Tim Boyle is an NFL quarterback to begin with. But in Green Bay's never-ending quest to find an underwhelming veteran-ish backup, they have landed now on Blake Bortles after bringing a whole bunch of scrub guys in. It's not surprising they settled on another scrub, albeit one who does have the mobility that can kind of replicate a little bit of the Aaron Rodgers game plan, not in the passing game and not with his poise in the pocket, but if you contain with Blake Bortles, you can pick up a few yards. He's always been a little bit better than we give him credit for as a scrambler. That's about it. That's the only place where he's going to exceed expectations, and expectations for Blake Bortles extremely low. I don't think he's going to make the roster. I think eventually the Packers are going to carry 2 QBs on their active sheet, and it's going to be Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love. Jeff, what do you think?
I mean, I think I actually threw Blake Bortles as one of the quarterbacks out there that the Packers might end up signing. So maybe all my predictions are going to come true. And my prediction is still that Aaron Rodgers doesn't play for the Packers next year. So, but it is getting late. The later things go here, the less likely Aaron Rodgers is going to switch teams.
Yeah.
And I've said this before.
Big strike there.
It's Dalvin Cook too over the middle there. Big gain. But the longer things go, the harder it is to transition to a new team. It's not easy in football, especially for a quarterback. So something to think about. But I still am going to hold to my guns and say Aaron Rodgers doesn't play for the Packers next year.
Okay. Yeah, it's a story that's going to take a lot of twists and turns, and Rodgers and his management team are going to take full advantage of the down cycles in the NFL's media circuits. So I feel like we are far from the end there, and I feel like we're going to get a few more bombshells that come out Listen, the Rogers team knows that Shefty is willing to play the games. That was a big strike there to Tajay Sharp.
Yeah, Tajay Sharp there on the reception inside the red zone now, 1st and goal. Down inside the 5. Hope everyone's having a great Wild Weather Wednesday. Hump day, always good to get through Wednesday. It's all downhill from here. Tajay Sharp, oh yeah. Past the 10, nice little snag. See what happens. Definitely Dalvin Cook territory from the gun here, though.
For sure. They have not been shy about using, and this could be a draw. They have numbers up front, and it doesn't matter because no one blocked that man right there, Kenny Clark. Feels like you should get a hand on the guy who weighs 330 pounds and gets upfield like he's shot out of a cannon.
Yeah.
But
especially when you're going to run the ball, right?
And they had the numbers too. They could put a hat on every guy up there, and Pat Elflein just got tossed aside like he was a bouncer trying to stop Kenny Clark from getting in the club. I'm assuming Kenny Clark might be a very nice guy who abides by the rules, but I also feel like if you're trying to keep him out of places, it's just not going to work.
Absolutely not.
Ooh.
Is that live? No, it's not live. It's an incomplete pass.
Yeah, a little pinball
Kirk
action.
Cousins. So let's talk about the week 1 schedule, because a couple schedules got leaked, but obviously we know week 1 right now. We talked about this before, but it's, you don't really love the schedules. Nothing that jumps out at you. There should be some competitive games, but at the same time, I assume your marquee matchup here as Cousins dumps it off is going to be 4th down. It's Browns Chiefs rematch of the AFC Championship.
And it's bizarre to me that game isn't one of the 3 primetime games. The 3 primetime games we have. All right, we get the Cowboys and we get the Buccaneers. And it's like, okay, well, the Cowboys won 6 games last year, but you can kind of make some sense of it. They have Dak Prescott coming back. There should be some guaranteed offense there. It should be some fireworks. Fine, whatever. You got to get the defending champs in the Thursday opener no matter what. That's fine. But then the Sunday night and Monday night games were just so thoroughly underwhelming that it's like, oh, man. Like, really? Bears Rams, we're gonna sacrifice Justin Fields at the altar of Aaron Donald this quickly? Like, oh man, all right, fine, whatever. Take advantage of the Bears fans' fleeting optimism. I don't love it. I don't like it all that much. And then that Monday night game, which is escaping me right now, but it's not super exciting.
Ravens at Raiders.
Raiders, yes. Derek Carr on Monday. It's not even like the Monday night double header that we normally get, where
I know.
Kind of a clunker and one game's a banger and you hope for the best. No, this is just a straight up Raiders game in prime time in week 1.
That's what I'm most upset about, though, Christian. We don't get the double header on Monday night for week 1.
Yeah, I mean,
what the heck is going on here? Like, that's like the best DFS slate of the year, the double Monday nighter.
Beautiful. And the games start at like 6 p.m. Eastern on Monday night. It's perfect.
Glorious, dude. Perfect. You get like 6 hours of football. Your wife's like, where did my husband go?
Yeah.
People on the East Coast staying up till like 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Oh, it's great. No, none of that. Instead, we just get the Ravens and Raiders, which is going to be, maybe Aaron Rodgers will get traded there and make it more interesting. But don't love it. I agree. There's a couple decent matchups, though. I think that could be good. I mean, Dolphins Patriots is going to be interesting. I mean, the new look Patriots. Division rival.
Yeah, the rising Dolphins too. We can see if they got anything from Tua. If Tua gets treated like a young quarterback typically does by a Bill Belichick defense that should be back or near full strength. So I'm into that.
Couple other interesting ones. Seahawks playing at the Colts. Carson Wentz's first game. That's a tough one for Carson Wentz. That defense still got some pretty good D-line. Then you got Russ in a dome. Could see some points there for sure.
Yeah, for sure. The Packers-Saints game we were talking about earlier, which looks so good on paper, and then you're like, oh, right. That could be Jameis Winston versus Jordan Love with a whole bunch of Taysom Hill run-pass options that go nowhere. That's much less appealing. Rodgers looking for punches there. Very nearly throws a pick 6. So the Packers' answer to the Vikings field goal drive to start this game is a 3-and-out. I feel like they're also wasting opportunities to stack up that early season schedule in Green Bay when the weather is awesome and you get like those 75-degree afternoons and no one is miserable in the stands yet. But all right, that's fine.
Yeah, it's funny because you would pencil that Packers Saints in game every year. It'd be like, oh, it's going to be a great week 1 matchup, but then you're like, wow, this legitimately could be terrible. So the Packers punt away. I'll throw one more out there. I think Chargers at Washington could be really interesting. I really like Washington. I mean, I like the Chargers too. Chargers had a good draft. Herbert going up against a legit, maybe top 5 defense here. You know, Fitzpatrick's first game as Washington starter. I think that one's going to be really close. I like both those teams, and now they got to face each other week 1. So.
I agree there. That is a game that hopefully will be on national broadcast at the 1 p.m. slot because it is super interesting. Yeah, the Chargers went out of their way to punch up that offensive line, bringing in free agents, drafting Rashawn Slater, who they got a bit lucky that he fell as far as he did. That dude is versatile. He's a mauler. He can do a little bit of everything. Loved the pick there. And then that Washington front seven, always very scary to go up against. Now they're just loaded with first-round talents, pretty much every position among that group. And then we get to see what Fitz can do with a lineup of guys I actually like quite a bit. I think guys like Cam Sims and Scary Terry and Logan Thomas and Antonio Gibson make a very interesting offensive lineup there. Cam Sims is going to be one of my sleeper picks for season-long fantasy just because, A, he's going to be playing with a quarterback who can make use of his field-stretching talents, but B, here's a guy who produced with an underwhelming array of quarterbacks last season. He's growing. He's getting better. I feel like this could be a nice and surprising year from Cam Sims. If you want to take a late-round flyer on someone and maybe none of your guys panned out, maybe you're scrambling for a guy to take in the final round of your season-long fantasy draft, hey, maybe Cam Sims is your guy.
I went on with Steven Sims as a sleeper last year, but I agree. Like Cam Sims did look good towards the end of last year, didn't he? I mean, he looked like a pretty solid play. So going to be a little bit crowded there, but I think Cam Sims, if he can get that 3rd spot, yeah, absolutely. I like that. Oh, wow, right at the 1. That's sick.
Safety range.
Punters in Madden, just kill it. Shout out, guys. See you in the chat there. David, CEH with the Pacers logo now. Congo Cab. Yeah, Kirk Cousins sucks, doesn't he? Anyways, hope everyone's having a good day. Like I said, we're going to get first down on their own 1 here. Packers got to go 99 yards. I like Washington next year, though. I'm actually surprised that Washington isn't the favorite in the East. Last time I looked, they were like plus 200, plus 300 something. Like, I really like that bet.
Yeah, I mean, just the East is still so disheveled. The Eagles are kind of taking that gap year. The Giants are still a Danny Dimes, Dave Gettleman proposition. Now, I like what the Giants did. This is basically their make or break year with Danny Dimes. They put receiving talent around him. They're saying, all right, buddy, if this isn't it, we're all screwed. And the Cowboys remain very flawed on defense, although I do like what they did with that draft, really focusing on that side of the ball. There's no team that is better built to win this year than the Washington football team. It's just they're hard to trust because they are the Washington football team, and Dan Snyder doesn't get any nice things because he doesn't deserve any nice things.
No. Yeah, they are. It is kind of weird. It is hard to like put too much faith in Washington because of the Dan Snyder thing, but I do like the moves they've made. I think Ron Rivera is a really solid coach. Yeah, like for a veteran, I think he's the perfect guy to have there with Dan Snyder too. Like he's not going to let things get too out of control. He's certainly not going to be a guy who's like intimidated by the owner, right? So
yeah, Rivera has very, very somewhat fire me energy going with him, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
He reinvented himself to become Riverboat Ron. He'll be just fine.
Ron. Yeah, exactly. I mean,
3rd down coming up. I just looked it up, and not for nothing, the Washington football team has the 2nd best odds to win the East behind the Cowboys. And I understand being bullish about the Cowboys because Dak Prescott is back, but this is a team that wasn't exactly lighting the world on fire when Dak was in the lineup last year, and he had a superhuman start to the season just to get there. And that's a team that was still 1-3 before he got hurt in Game 5. Granted, the 3 losses were against playoff teams, but the 1 win was a 1-point victory over the Falcons, who were the 4th worst team in the NFL. I'm just saying, maybe don't invest in the Cowboys just yet, especially when those Washington odds are a bit tantalizing. And speaking of tantalizing, this game the opposite of that so far. 1 quarter, 1 field goal, and a few punts. Moose, how are you feeling about this one now that we have 8 minutes down?
I mean, how am I feeling about it? It was a darn slow quarter. But you know what's not slow, Christian? Because we don't need to read the stats. The promo that's going on DraftKings right now, guys, that's not slow. So let's go over that. You can refer your friends to DraftKings right now to play in free Madden contests. So what you do, you scan the QR code on the screen right now. It's there. Visit the link, dkng.co/friend. Send the link to your friends. When they deposit, you both play for free. It's easy. Scan the code, put it up, refer friends who's interested in these free Madden contests. Again, it's free, so do it. Throw it up wherever. I don't know. You got a Twitter, you got a Facebook, you got someone who's a little bit interested or you think interested. This is easy. You both play. I don't know how these QR codes work, but you just scan it. It's really easy.
I mean, they were the hotness of 2010. You used to have a special app for them. Now every phone app just kind of has them there, ready to go. It's way easier. But yeah, I mean, I appreciate a good QR code.
They were 2010, weren't they? Yeah, when they did the app. That was back when I was really confused. Now your camera just does it all for you.
Yeah, exactly. Moving forward in this world, we got some NBA pre-lock talk going on over in the Twitch chat. Apparently, my guy Aaron Neesmith, the Vandy legend, a hyped up value pick tonight, which means he's either going to blow you away with like 20 points in 15 minutes, or he's just not going to show up at all. We'll have to wait and see there. Jones on his first carry of the second quarter, blown up for a loss of 1. We did get a rare Robert Tonyan sighting though.
Did we?
Yeah, he comes in as the fullback in these packages.
Yes, that's a good call. Yeah, guys, and to that point, if you're talking about other sports in the chat, you can drop some golf questions in. I mean, I'll try and give you my opinion. You may not want it, but I'll give it to you. Christian may be able to help on the NBA side. I don't know.
Maybe a little. I mean, I'm mostly NFL, but as a just an awful, negligent fantasy NBA owner, I can bring some value there. Perhaps not.
Regardless, there's some nice contests tonight. Still got NHL going as well. Few games going on. Still one division up for grabs, the West. Haven't decided the division winner there yet. 4th and 17. Yeah, Rogers got sacked. More punting.
So yeah, this not going well, but we do have a leak of a team we were just talking about, the Washington football team schedule. The final 5 games of the year are just an NFC East smorgasbord. It's going to be how that division is decided. So Washington, week 14, Cowboys. Week 15, Eagles. Week 16, Cowboys. Week 17, Eagles. Week 18, Giants. A little bit of a letdown at the end there. I feel like they should have made Washington, Dallas the season finale. That would have been a hell of a thing to watch. But man, just saying week 18 out loud still feels weird and a little bit dirty.
Dude, it is going to take me so long to remember that it's a 17 game, 18 week season. Like I'm going to be saying 9-7 and 10-6 and stuff like that for probably half the year. So I'm going to see a lot of mistakes from me in that regard. I guarantee it. But yeah, it is going to be weird. I think it's going to be great. I mean, extra week of fantasy play. I like it, but I do kind of wish they'd just gone right to 18 games, but kind of understand why they didn't.
Yeah. You know what? I think what we're going to get first is we're going to get the new CBA when that's negotiated. We're going to get 2 bye weeks built in, and I think we're building towards that. Once 2 bye weeks have been established and entrenched, then we'll move to 18. So
yeah,
we are getting closer and closer to a 20-week NFL regular season. And it's great for everyone out there who loves football, and it is a nightmare for the beat writers who want to see their families in fall and winter. I mean, it's tough to really feel bad for guys like that because it is a dream job, but the hours are long and you don't sleep much. Ooh, Cousins throws it to no one under pressure. another punt incoming. You know, Jeff, how I said that Lambeau Field seems resistant to wild weather Wednesdays? I was wrong. I was entirely incorrect. That was a swing and a miss on my part. This game has been an extremely wild weather Wednesday. All that we're missing so far is a handful of quarterback fumbles.
Louis says my golf has been hurting. I mean, last week was terrible. I mean, Ricky missed the cut for me, but it's actually been pretty good the last couple weeks. I was on Burns. We hit a winner on Burns the week before, 70-1. I mean, I know the guys I wrote up did okay that week too. I mean,
CH
one bad week. Come on, you can't just write me off completely here. I mean, you gotta back me for the bounce back. Fitzpatrick's fine. CH. I mean, he's, you know, that whole range is like pretty solid. But I'd probably rather play Scheffler or Zalatoris there, if I'm being honest. I'd probably rank Fitzpatrick third among those guys. New course. Yeah, I mean, look, Jeff with the G. You got another Jeff in the G there. I would say when you're going low down, I would target the Texas guys, the local guys like Sun Kang, plays out of Texas. You know, you could consider a guy like Jimmy Walker. I don't think you have to build too much into it at the top end. Like if guys are playing well, don't worry about where they're from. But yeah, for the scrub guys, yeah, I'm kind of leaning on the Texas narrative. It's a new course. It's not a great field. Like there's a top heavy field, but the rest of it's pretty thin. So I don't think taking a shot with like guys who aren't looking that great, but have that Texas sort of narrative built in, like Kang, isn't a bad idea this week. I was terrible too, DeMac line. If it makes you feel better, I had Ricky in all my lineups. So Cantlay is not playing this week, Louis. Are you talking about last week? I wasn't on him last week, so.
Oh man, Jeff, I am realizing now I missed my favorite tournament of the year 2 weeks ago. The Zurich Classic has already happened, and that an absolute stunner because that is the golf tournament where you get your own walk-up music, and it's just glorious.
It is.
But yeah, one type the pairing was like Kevin Na and someone Ja, and they came out to Master P's Make Him Say which is Shana na na, and I was like, oh my god, these guys are brilliant.
Yeah,
these are my new favorite golfers. And why are we talking about golf walk-up music? Is because we've had about 9, maybe 10 straight punts here. I've stopped keeping track.
Literally had 6 punts in the last minute. It's not
good.
Even we're about to set a record here, I think, for most punts in one quarter. We're legitimately, I think we're at 4. So
yeah. All right. So I'm looking through the list of walk-up music now. We definitely have some good ones. We had "I Wish" by Skilo. That was Andrew Landry and Austin Cook. "Bad Boy for Life," Ben Taylor and Brian Gibson. Rough Riders Anthem, Kevin Tway and Kelly Craft, which was, I believe, pre BMX news. Rest in peace, King.
It was, yeah.
Yeah. Africa by Toto, Henrik Norlander. Beautiful. Oh, I'm on a Boat by The Lonely Island for Wes Roach and Bo Hogue. Beautiful.
Wow. That one wins. It's
gonna be tough to beat. Let's see. Shipping up to Boston for a couple New England guys makes sense. Two different teams came up with shipping up to Boston. One team came out to Macklemore. I feel like that's bad. What? Tom Luce and Thomas Peters came out to S Club 7? Oh my God.
They're Euros, so I don't know if that has anything to do with it. But
Billy Horschel and Sam Burns came out to So Fresh and So Clean by Outkast. JJ Spawn and Matthew Jones. Warren G's Regulate. Dude, there are some absolute. Who Let the Dogs Out? Oh my God. Jeff, I'm so sad I wasn't paying attention.
Who did that? Who came out to that one?
Who Let the Dogs Out was Tyler Duncan and Adam Schenk, who I assume won by 20 strokes.
I think they actually did okay. I think they might have top 10 or something. Yeah, wow. I would literally spend a week just like parsing through songs. I mean, there's at least like 5 that come to mind, right away. Yeah. Do you have a lead out song that you'd have, or?
Yeah, I have a few that I cycle through. For college softball, it was always the Heat Miser song from The Year Without a Santa Claus, which is always good. But later on in life, my tastes have matured, Jeff, and I walk up to everything backed by George Michael's Careless Whisper. A little sexy sax music to let people know what I'm all about.
Doesn't get much better than that. That's that one's gonna be hard to top, dude. Weather-wise, it looks good. It is gonna be a wet week, so expect like the birdies to be flying. I think here, course is gonna be soft. It's not a ton of water. Fairways don't look too tight. Another Tajik Sharp there. Might actually get a little bit of a drive here going for half. Yeah, Richard, that's the one I would have gone with as well. I don't think the PGA would allow them though.
Yeah. Must buy. I see you in the chat. I don't know what's going on, but I'm assuming that's something I can't help you with. But we see you, buddy. Moose wanting to know. Yeah, must buy. I feel like.
Must be. Oh yeah, that's just a running gag that he's got going on with me. Don't worry about it. Yeah, is he asking about like 60-year-old golfers or like guys that like played once in the PGA like 20 years ago? Yeah,
exactly. I say we get some more Justin Jefferson.
Larry Mize.
Yeah, Larry Mize. I once shared a Vegas craps table with the walrus himself, Craig Stadler. He was beautiful. He was glorious.
Yeah, he feels like he'd be a great hang, Craig Stadler.
I was a little surprised with like the $10 table. You're just out there slumming it up with us casuals.
He strikes me as a guy who doesn't care about too much. He maybe prefers that company. Justin Jefferson took that down inside the 5 there, and then Kirk Cousins came in with a sack.
Beautiful.
And take a timeout.
This one's unfolding. So bad news for Dalvin Cook owners out there, and there are a whole lot of you out there. Cook 75% rostered, almost 20% in the captain spot. Unless he gets a pass here, he's probably not going to find the end zone, but could be good for Kyle Rudolph, for Tajay Sharp, for Adam Thielen, the pride of Minnesota State.
Oh, it is. Yeah, that was the right idea. Swung it out in the open, but Dalvin Cook maybe shouldn't have had all his momentum going out of bounds.
Yeah, you got to give him the longer cleats so you don't slide around like that, Dalvin. You think you know that by now, playing in. Well, I guess you're not having outdoor practices too often in Minnesota. Watch those guys on the ground. You got that beautiful stadium.
Minnesota outdoors would just be. I remember they played. Do you remember that game? I think it was like one of Favre's last games there. They played outdoors at like the Gopher Stadium, and the ground was just like cement.
Oh yeah. They had to move over to TCF for a while because the roof of the Metrodome
collapsed. Just the stadium just collapsed. No big deal.
What a nightmare state. It was just like walking through the old Metrodome was like walking through an old obsolete airport. It was just all concrete and air pressure, and like it was just a terrible place to watch a football game. But like it had this weird character to it where you're like, all right, I understand this is a relic of the 70s. Like I'm gonna enjoy it while I can. But yeah, TCF is a great stadium. I had a cousin who's going to school at Minnesota, so we'd go up and visit him every now and then. We try to get to a game before it got too frigid out there, and see some Golden Gophers action. And a lovely new stadium for a good but not great FBS program. Like I don't think Minnesota's ever going to beat out anyone for a top 25 spot in recruiting, but they are trending upwards. And I really liked the Ravens pick of Rashad Bateman at number 27. I'm pissed he didn't fall to the Packers. I feel like the Packers may have been hoping for him to fall there, and this way they kind of panicked and settled on Eric Stokes. And Rashad Bateman in a Ravens uniform, that is going to be a match made in heaven. Very versatile guy who's got a lot of go up and get it in his blood, and he's going to continue to make things easy for Hollywood Brown, who Hollywood Brown, for all his missteps and miscues, finished off 2020 on a heater, Jeff. He had something like 7 touchdowns in his last 6 games. I'm excited to see what those two can do together. I think it's going to be a nice bounce back year for Lamar Jackson, who went from great back down to good, and I think he can make that leap back up again and be in the MVP candidate discussion.
All right. Bullish on Lamar Jackson. I like the pick. I mean, he was a lot of people's kind of sleeper there at wide out as well. So, I mean, the Packers not getting him again. It's like deja vu.
Yeah.
You know, they have a guy there. They could have gone out and got Justin Jefferson moved up. Yeah. They could have even just drafted Michael Pittman last year. They didn't even have to move up. And it feels like similar. I mean, you know.
Yeah. I will say, I think Amari Rodgers is going to find a familiar place in that offense because he's got a lot of Ty Montgomery in him, a guy who took running back reps at Clemson's pro day. You know, he's got that flexibility. He can catch passes out of the backfield. He can move them around to wherever it is. Oh, no. I don't think the Packers got the first down there. I think Funchess' momentum carried him back over the line. The Vikings taking the timeout here. They're going to get a very limited window to extend that lead, but the Packers' first half, Jeff, has just been garbage. Anyway, Amari Rodgers, it can be a nice Swiss Army knife in that Packer offense. I'm worried about that lack of a wide receiver too. And unless you think it's going to be Devin Funchess, the Packers have not addressed that problem in any of the last 3 years.
Yeah. I mean, I like some of their prospects. Like, I think Lazard is still solid. I think Equanimeous St. Brown could still be something this league. Tunnion's okay, but there's no clear-cut number two. There's no guy you can just say, okay, you're gonna triple Devontae Adams, like we're going here. You're gonna get killed by this guy, you know. No Emmanuel Sanders. There's no Adam Thielen. You know, it's just a collection of dudes. And yeah, maybe Rodgers, like maybe they show up one day, but sometimes they don't. And like it basically hurt them. It hurt them in the NFC in the title game when St. Brown dropped the 2-point conversion. Like, yeah, I just do not know how the Packers management can keep this charade going. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people want MVS to be the guy. And MVS has got a ton of talent. He's so inconsistent. He's so frustrating. He's kind of a one-trick pony with those deep routes. Yeah. He's great at them. He gets open. He creates problems. But he creates problems for his offense too, because there are games where he'll make some great catches, and there are other games where he'll be wide open 45 yards downfield. Rodgers will tattoo him right between the numbers, and the ball will hit the turf, and everyone at Lambeau will go, classic MVS, this guy. Like, he just, it's as good as I want him to be, and as good as I want Allen Lazard to be. And Allen Lazard is a great fundamentals guy. He is a great blocker. As the Packers burning some timeouts here in hopes of maybe getting a punt return and an Aaron Rodgers Hail Mary. There are worse ways to do this, sure. But yeah, Lazard, as good as he is, like he struggles to get separation. He runs nice routes, but he's not a super athlete. He's a big target, and he's a tremendous downfield blocker. He's the perfect wide receiver 3. He can be a difference maker through the air and on the ground, but he's not going to be the guy you need to double cover.
This is probably our 10th punt of the quarter. Like, I'm not even being facetious. This is insane. Can't believe we got another one in. Yeah, I agree 100%. Lazard, perfect number 3 guy. And MVS is a good number 4 guy because you play him 30-40% of the snaps. You give him like 3 downfield targets. You'll probably catch one every third game for like a 70-yard touchdown. It's great, but yeah, even our production crew, Andrew dropping in, MVS is the king of 2 receptions for 170-yard touchdown guy. That's what he does, and he does it like once, twice a year, you know. But you can't rely on him for anything like that. So let's do a quick recap here.
Why?
Do we even have 100 yards of offense? Like the Packers, I don't even think they have 100 yards of offense.
62 total yards for the Packers.
Yeah, wow. Cousins 116 yards. Rodgers 44 yards. Wow, dude. This is weak.
It's bad.
Cook 43 yards rushing. Jones 17 yards. Oof. Jefferson 3 catches. He's leading 34 yards. Tajay Sharp
44. I mean, it's a good day if you stack defenses and Dan Bailey. And that's about it. That's about it. This game has been bad.
Just defenses. Bad. You left the rest of your guys open.
I mean, the crazy thing is, like, okay, well, we're dealing with a wild weather Wednesday. It means we're going to get a lot of tight end action. No, wrong. We have had 1.5 points in the flex for Mercedes Lewis and 0 for Kyle Rudolph. Aaron Jones has fewer than 3 points in the flex. This has been a bad sim. Of course, we have 97 people in our free roll. I'm currently 35th with under 26 points. That's how bad things have been. Just
Yeah, you were saying you were going to get like 45 points. I would take 45 points right now. I have 24 points in my lineup. So,
Fudge, our collective captain, 2 catches for 15 yards, and it's kind of he's one of the more productive Packers out there. He's doing more than Aaron Jones or Devontae Adams. It's
ugly.
It is.
All right, folks, 6-0. Big story here. Can Aaron Rodgers get a touchdown? Can the Packers get some points? What can they do in the second half to entertain us other than just punt the ball? That's the big story. So you said the Washington football team schedule got released. Do you have it in front of you?
Yeah, let me pull it back up. It's around here somewhere. I got some tabs here. Yes,
So they open with the Chargers.
we got the full Bears schedule as well.
Well, that one might be more interesting to talk about because we all have Fields. So
Yeah. So, the Bears' schedule is just they alternate home and away, so they don't have to worry about any long road trips. But yeah, starting off with the Bears Sunday night, Cincinnati in week 2, which Fields versus Burrow, a couple of former Ohio State passers not in the state of Ohio, that would be at home, but that could be a fun one. I'm interested to see what the Bengals can do. Week 3, Browns. Okay. Week 4, Detroit. Who cares? Week 5, Vegas. Who cares? Week 6, their first look at the Packers. Week 7, they get a rematch against the Bears in a game Nick Foles won last year. Week 8, San Francisco. Week 9.
Wait. You said the Bears are playing. Who are they playing?
Week 7. Week 6, this Packers team, this completely uninspiring Packers team that we're seeing do nothing. Week 7 at Tampa Bay. Week 8.
Tampa Bay.
Yeah, at week 8, hosting San Francisco. So maybe a Kyle or maybe a Justin Fields and Trey Lance showdown there. Week 9, Fields will get to deal with that swarming Pittsburgh defense on Monday night.
Oh, wow.
Could be cool. Could be bad. Week 11, Ravens defense. They get a bye in between there. Oh, that is a tough stretch right there.
It's
he's secondary, San Francisco defense, Pittsburgh defense, Baltimore defense. That's not great.
He's got some good matchups early in the year, but yeah, then it turns. You got to deal with the Rams, and then you got like those 4 teams back to back. That's ooh. I mean, look, some of these teams aren't going to be as good as they were last year, but still, it's a little concerning. We need that Tampa defense to regress, back to being like a slot machine for the wide receivers. It could happen. They were bad at points last year.
They were, and I think last year you could chalk it up to the relative lack of experience in the secondary, and those guys are all a year older, a year better now, which would concern me if I were in the NFC South. Is Mercedes Lewis a couple catches in a row there, moving the Packers into a spot where they might not have to punt. If we are lucky. Somehow Yannick Ngakoue was the guy downfield to make that stop, which is not what you want to hear after a completed pass. But
no.
So it goes. Detroit, week 12, Arizona, week 13, Green Bay, Minnesota, Seattle, Giants, and Minnesota. So a tough stretch in the middle there for sure, but there are definitely going to be some opportunities to eat later on.
Like Fields playing Detroit twice and Minnesota twice is nice. The Giants in there I think is good. But the Giants D was okay last year, so maybe that's not as good a matchup. Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what Tampa's like. The Rams week 1 is just brutal though.
It's
what a bad draw.
and you can't. It's not even the kind of game where if you're in trouble you can just throw it up to Allen Robinson because he's going to have Jalen Ramsey on him all the time. Ramsey's going to follow him across the lineup. He's not going to Richard Sherman him where he's going to hand him off on the other side of the field. Come on.
Wow. You guys got to go for it. It's ridiculous.
Do not attempt the 55 yards.
Oh my God. They are going to attempt it. 100%.
I do not.
Oh boy. Here we go. This is going to go about 45 yards. This is going to be ugly.
Oh, don't do it, virtual Matt LaFleur. Think about your predicament. Think about this game.
Think about the kids.
Yeah, think about the kids out there watching Simland. Oh, God.
Oh, they're going to do it. 55 yards.
All right, so after Crosby
Isn't even going to get to the end zone.
The Vikings will take over at their own 45. The kick is up, and it makes it out the back of the end zone after a bounce.
Yeah, nice skip. Looks like he was skipping rocks there. Vikings ball. What a ridiculous decision. Come on, Sim. You can do better than that. Yeah, it's going to be funny. Could you imagine if Justin Fields walks in and puts up like 350, like 3 touchdowns on the Rams defense? Could you imagine? I mean, that'd be so sick.
Bears fans would just be insufferable for the next.
No, it would be like, I'm gonna prepare myself mentally for that. I might have some like sneaky Justin Fields GPP lineups or something. I'm pretty high on Justin Fields, so I hope that does end up happening. That'd be great for him. They probably won't though. That Rams defense is ridiculous. They did. They lost John Johnson though, right?
They did, yeah. Where did he sign? He signed
Cleveland.
Yeah. It was a great. Yeah, Cleveland made some great offseason moves. Their signing
did. That was a good one.
Made a lot of sense. They drafted well. Like things are. If you're a Browns fan, you're probably like things are going too well right now. What's going to go wrong? Like, is Baker Mayfield going to be arrested for importing rare exotic cheeses or something stupid? Like this has been too positive. I love the Troy Hill signing. The Johnson signing at only $11 million per year makes entirely too much sense. Johnson's only going to be 26, so too. Dude's got a lot of good football ahead of him. The Browns safeties last year were an abject disaster between Joseph and Andrew Sendejo, the worst safety in the league. And guess what, Moose?
What?
It's time for another punt.
Brian, I see you. Brian says he's got the Cowboys schedule. You can drop some games in there, Brian, if you want. Absolutely. Maybe Christian will find it. But we can talk about the Cowboys schedule. Going to be an interesting week 1. I actually don't mind that matchup. Obviously, it's a prime time. It's Brady versus the Cowboys. So going for the most viewership makes sense. I don't hate that, I guess. Like Christian said, you got to put the champs on Thursday against someone. So it's got to be an inter-conference game. Yeah, someone's saying you're surprised Matt LaFleur went for a field goal. DeMac Lyon, I shouldn't have. Carbon Rods, 5 primetime games for the Bears this year. I feel like the Bears were on Sunday Night Football like every week last year too. So I don't know. I'm kind of glad they're on there week 1. I wish they weren't playing the Rams, but I want to see Justin Fields. So like I said, we're gonna find out about Justin Fields real quick. Oh, I guess he'll be on the Sunday night slate, so I won't be able to play him on the main slate. Already thinking ahead to DFS, how I'm going to burn money. I'll have to play him in my captain spot for Showdown. That's what I'll have to do. He runs for like 2 touchdowns.
After not much here, we get at least a little Devin Funches for the people. As the Packers out of the shadow of their own end zone at least, and going to theoretically be able to flip the field here and create room for more punts, which keep on keeping on.
Looks like some people are saying, is this truly the end of Aaron Rodgers now that Blake Bortles is there? I mean, as I've said, I think Aaron Rodgers is leaving, but I also don't think that Blake Bortles signing is necessarily an indication that he's not coming.
It is absolutely not. I mean, I am 1,000% into any and all Blake Bortles jokes. I once made fun of Blake Bortles so often in my articles that I got an angry email from his uncle, Randy Bortles, who I had to confirm was a real person. I assumed it was someone just trying to yank my chain. No, Randy Bortles is a real person, and he's like a member of the New York State Wrestling Hall of Fame. So Randy Bortles is not only real, but also very intimidating, and he does not care for me one bit.
Okay, so back this up a bit. What you got an email from Blake Bortles' uncle?
Randy Bortles.
Now, what was it? What did you do? You made fun of him on Twitter, or you made?
No, I wrote. Must have been some article about how this might have been when he got the extension. Stay in Jackson. It was along those lines, and it was just one of those things where it's like, what is my life right now? What? Why am I getting an email from Randy Bortles? Like, and it just immediately like a source of pride as Rodgers era to Aaron. Wow, Aaron Jones turned nothing into something there. That screen pass looked like it was going to be a loss of 8. Instead, Jones turns into a first down, and we're in range for another terrible Mason Crosby miss.
Aaron Jones putting on those afterburners. How do you think Aaron Jones is feeling? He took less money to go back to the Packers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's a little upset, but at the same time, it's not like he had to settle for that much lower.
No, he still got a very good deal.
He got like $12 million per year. He got a very un-Packers-like deal for a team that had pretty nice depth behind him. Instead, they decided to pay up for Jones, let Jamal Williams go, and promote A.J. Dillon that spot. I'm actually kind of bullish on A.J. Dillon. I'm interested to see if he can bring anything to the passing game, because that's what would actually make him fantasy viable. But that's a dude who, when he got the opportunity, did look like an NFL running back. Dude is just kind of a mini Tractor Cedo out there, or like a Tractor Cedo, like the great value Derrick Henry. No, you can't have the name brand Derrick Henry in Green Bay, but you can have something close enough to it. That is what A.J. Dillon looked like to me last season.
Yep. No, I agree. I think A.J. Dillon is going to be good. That's why I was a little surprised they re-signed Aaron Jones and spent so much money there. Again, Packers just doing perplexing things, really, if we're being honest.
Not
last year they could have had Christian. They could have had like I said, one of those guys like Pittman or Jefferson and A.J. Dillon, and they could have not signed Aaron Jones. Maybe brought back Jamal Williams for a lot less, and then spend money on defense. Grab Kyle Fuller in free agency or something.
Yeah, I mean, Fuller would have been such a great shot across the Bears' bows. I don't know why Chicago released Kyle Fuller. He was a bit of a boomer bust guy, but he's got that Marcus Peters type upside. All right, and we get another 50-plus yarder from Mason Crosby.
Oh wow, yeah, they're actually going to.
Think this one will get out the back? Wait a minute, that was
a pretty good kick.
Are you kidding?
Oh, didn't make it.
He kicked that thing 75 yards, and he still missed it because he pulled it. Oh, the thing had plenty of room.
Oh, no, he pulled it. Yeah, it did have leg. Yeah. Wow. Good effort by Mason Crosby. That deserves a little golf clap.
Oh, this game.
But still, just a moral victory. We're still scoreless here on the Green Bay side. 6-0. I think 6-0 is actually the lowest score we've ever had in a game, so could see some history here. My God, what were we talking about? Oh, AJ. Oh, yeah, just the Packers, man. Yeah, Kyle Fuller. I mean, I think they released him for salary cap reasons. I think that was the main reason. The Bears were really up against the cap.
Yeah.
So,
which is true. I mean, just one of those things that you messed up when you make the release official, and 11 minutes later he's signed with another team. It was just such a bang things. The Bears tweeted, "We have released cornerback Kyle Fuller," and then moments later the Broncos official Twitter was like, "We've come to terms with free agent cornerback Kyle Fuller."
Yeah,
and Fuller got the one problem Fuller had is that he got dinged with penalties all the time, but there were so many where he would put just a clean legal hit on a dude, and it would be so violent he would get flagged, and it would be shoulder to shoulder, but it would be an absolute stinger of a hit, and then the flags would come out. And on replay, you'd look, and it wasn't targeting, it wasn't a dangerous play, there was no helmet to helmet. It was just a violent collision in a violent sport, and refs would just be like, nope. If you just look at it at game tape speed, it looks bad enough that you threw the flag. And poor Kyle Fuller had 3 or 4 of those flags last season. It was unfortunate, but he's a guy who I like him a lot. He is very, very capable. And he's just going to be a nice part of that Denver Bronco glow-up this season. Fuller, Surtain, they are going to have some they're going to have some horses in that defensive backfield. Justin Simmons is still there. They got the pass rush up front. They have that intriguing offense, let's say. I would have liked if they had taken Justin Fields, because Drew Lock is a silent fart, and Teddy Bridgewater is more of a game manager. I love Teddy. You guys know this, but Fields learning for a year behind Bridgewater would have been a lot of fun. But hey, Surtain, Fuller, Justin Simmons, that is the foundation of a great secondary, and you do need that when you have to face Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert twice per year. Hey, why are we talking about the Broncos right now? Because this sim
stinks.
Is bad.
Yeah, no, you're dead on there with Fuller. It was just like I said, made a ton of sense for someone to grab them. Got a little bit of NBA news dropping, guys. James Harden is going to return to action tonight against the Spurs, so keep an eye on that. And just a reminder, guys, we do have a promo going on. It's a Madden thing. It's a refer your friends to DraftKings to play in a free Madden contest. It's free. You scan the QR code. It's on the screen now. You visit dkng.co/friend. That's also on the screen. You send the link to your friends, and when they deposit, you both play free. It's a cool promo. Again, playing the free Madden contest, make a little deposit. If you have someone, is just like, I'm just going to sign up. Give it to them. You get some free stuff. It's cool. It's easy. You can throw it on your social media if you want to. So anyways, just wanted to let you guys know about the promo. It's a good one. We got one more quarter to go here, guys. I'm not going to lie. I'm rooting for a shutout here by the Vikings. I don't want to see more points. I want to see a 6-0 game. I've been close a couple times to getting a 6-0 game. We were close to like a 3-0 game once too, but we never got it. So
I know. I heard there was one 3-0 game.
Oh, was there? Okay.
Yeah. Producer Drew talked about it.
All right.
Not in reverent tones, just in it happened, and I'm sorry that it happened kind of way. As Kyle Rudolph is no longer on the schneid. His bagel comes to an end there with his first catch of the day. And that has got me into third place in our 97-person free roll.
Oh,
fewer than 45 points. Unreal.
You're in third, you said?
I'm up to third place right now. I have almost, I have very, very little. But here we are. I am in decent shape. I should not be. This lineup is awful. And if you played really anyone in the Classic from this, besides maybe Dalvin Cook or Dan Bailey, you are having a fun day right now.
Oh, yeah. You faded both the QBs. That's very sharp in the snow, I think. Oh, wow. That should have been a pick.
That should have been. But it might have been might have been Kevin King, so that makes sense that it would be dropped.
That does make sense.
Dude, that's what killed me with the Packers draft. That's what, if you knew you were going to take Eric Stokes, why did you give Kevin King $5 million for this season? We were already up against the salary cap. Do you think Kevin King is really a $5 million player? I mean, it's
even
frustrating.
If you draft Eric Stokes, why would you give Kevin King $5 million?
Yeah, exactly. Who out there was clamoring to line up and throw cash at Kevin King after what happened to him in the NFC title game?
I don't know why the Pack. Now the more we talk about it, why didn't the Packers? Maybe did the Broncos have dibs? Was it like a waiver thing? I don't think so. Fuller was a free agent after he got released, right?
Yeah, and
I mean, maybe a bunch of money. Kyle Fuller.
Yeah, maybe that was a salary thing as well, because everyone thought, okay, well, is that the bonus there for Cook? No, it's only 80-something for Cook. I think for the Packers, everyone thought they were going to clear some salary cap space off their decks with the Aaron Rodgers extension. It would have been logical. It would have made sense.
Right.
Punt his 2021 guarantees down the road to when the salary cap would be bigger. They never came to that contract extension with him. They reworked nothing. So he has the NFL's largest cap hit this year, I believe. As we get a touchdown. It is Justin Jefferson, the rookie offensive playmaker. That dude is a beast right there, and he is going to pretty much put this one away. With our first touchdown of the game, there are only 6 minutes left here at Lambeau Field. Oh, boy.
I'm not going to lie. I'm not very confident in the Packers' ability to come back here. We'll see if Minnesota goes for 2. They probably will, but Justin Jefferson, I know he's been picking up steam here. 33% owned in our little free roll, 4.1% owned the captain. They're going for 2. You can get a Cook handoff. No, it can drop back. Oh boy.
Oh,
boy,
no,
Kirk.
Kirk. No, Kirk. No.
Oh.
Well, the good news is it's going to be real tough to get us to overtime at 12-0. The bad news is the way the sim has been going, the sim gods will accept nothing less than a 12-12 4-overtime game that continues until the PlayStation 4 on which this game is being hosted explodes out of self-frustration and hatred.
Oh, man. I don't even know what I'm cheering for. Should I be cheering for more Rodgers, fans? I don't know. Anyways,
this is really J.K. Scott's day. We're just gonna keep applauding for some banger punts from the league's worst tackler, J.K. Scott.
Let's see. What's going on in the chat here, everybody? Tomorrow, don't forget, we still got the sweat on, guys. 11 a.m. Eastern every day. I'll be on it tomorrow talking a little football. So you tune in for that. 11 a.m. Eastern sweat. 6 Sims tomorrow as well. We'll have a little bit of hockey talk, hockey winding down. A little bit of football talk tomorrow. Always trying to remind you guys about that. Relly Rel says, I cannot believe I'm winning. Did you stack the defenses? You get
you just have a lot
Bailey in there. I guess you had Jefferson maybe in your captain spot. It's a good pick if you did.
I got Jefferson in there. I got Mercedes Lewis, who we just saw there. So I'm still somehow top 3. I'm gonna have to open up the contest page now and see.
I should have captained Jefferson. I don't know why I captained
him. He was so cheap, but he's always volatile.
So cheap.
You never know where you're getting there. Okay. I see it there. 3-way tie for third between GPR for sure and our guy Cena 472. Titan twin in first in that lineup. Cook in the captain spot. Funch, Thielen, MVS, Mercedes Lewis, and Justin Jefferson. That is the winning build right now as the Packers taking their sweet time in this one, and sure, why not? It's not like hurrying to the line or taking your time is really going to change things. But hey, Devontae Adams, good to hear from you, bud.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Carl. 2 receptions, 18 yards for Devontae Adams. Man, how sad is Devontae Adams going to be if Aaron Rodgers leaves? Oh, it's going to be rough. I'll feel bad for him. I won't feel that bad, but I'll feel a little bit bad. He's just so good. Devontae Adams deserves to have a guy like Aaron Rodgers throwing him the ball.
Arguably the best wide receiver in the league last year as MVS pulls that one down for a first down and change. Just not only because of what he did, but the coverage through which he did it. Yeah, it helped that he had Aaron Rodgers throwing it to him, but opponents knew what the engine of this offense was. They were willing to let Robbie Tunyon slide through just so they could always double or triple Devontae Adams. And that guy still had just an absolute mop-up season. Very few players in the league capable of doing what he's doing. And speaking of big-time wideouts, more MVS there. So 2 straight for him. He's up to 3 for 43. So a useful punt play, although not a great one, under his average of 10.2. Cost you at 6,600 in the flex, whereas Justin Jefferson in his touchdown only cost you $5K.
Yep. Oh, I think that's Aaron Jones. Caught that. No.
Devontae again. So
that's Devontae? Okay, yeah. Sorry, guys. That was Devontae Adams. Why I thought that was Aaron Jones. But
into the red zone, but the clock is ticking here. It's probably going to be under 3 minutes before the Packers get the snap off, and they need to score quick here. If they don't get this touchdown before the 2-minute warning, they're pretty much out of it. But Rodgers X Factor lit, so maybe that'll be the difference. Okay. Okay. You know what? I don't know why I expected something good to happen there. That one's on me, guys. That was my mistake.
There we go. We got another chance. We're going to get some points here before this game's over. I can feel it. Rodgers does have the X Factor lit. Got a bunch of formation up top. I think they're going to run it from here. They could, but not. And throw it in the ground. Oh, boy. Give yourselves a chance here, Packers. You know, it's snowy. You could get the onside kick. Come on.
We are still in range for Matt LaFleur to kick the field goal if this goes unsuccessful. Oh, big sling. Oh, did not come down with it. So Adams could not make the grab. 4th and 10. Coming up now. They're faking like they're going to bring Mason Crosby out there. They will not be. It's going to be a go-for-it situation unless, of course, Matt LaFleur is as broken as real-life Matt LaFleur. Rodgers on 4th and 10. Ooh!
Oh, he got it. Went to Devontae.
Not wide open, but makes the catch in traffic. We might have ourselves a ball game, and he gives us the Conan string dance in the back of the end zone. Devontae Adams changing up the leaderboards with the game's second touchdown. 2:46 to go in this one. Vikings still lead, but that lead is only 5 points.
Vintage Devontae Adams there. Coming down with the catch in traffic. Well covered, but didn't matter. Rodgers put it where he could get it. He got it.
DJ shakedown. This sim is horrible. That's correct. You are.
First time playing Fortnite says, next time you guys work with Kenny, he requested to be addressed as young Kenneth only. Okay. Pretty sure he hates that, but whatever.
You know, if there's anyone you can trust about Kenny Ducey stories, it's our wonderful sim fan.
It's definitely
but reverence for one Kenneth Marie Ducey. Yeah, Kenny was originally supposed to be on this broadcast, and then
he was. And he DM'd me today. Kenny had a dinner appointment apparently. I don't want to give away his plans or anything, but that's the story I was told. I was more than willing to take the.
I assumed it was apartment hunting somewhere. He had to go lock down his spacious New York studio apartment.
Is he upgrading? I don't. Last I heard, he was thinking about moving to Boston, so I don't know. Anyways, Kenny contacted me today. I was more than happy to help out the young man. I had a fairly open afternoon.
And you know what?
I'm getting up there in age. I need my sleep, so less Madden after dark for me, the better.
I mean, Moose, I'm just happy it's you and me because I've gone through most of the sim without getting yelled at, which is a nice change.
Only person I yell at is Kaufman, so don't worry about it there.
Well, to be fair, Kaufman is a ridiculous human being.
Yeah, so. He's extremely ridiculous. Deserves everything he gets from me. 2nd and 4. Oh, never mind. Bring it in the 2-minute warning.
I heard Koff invited Glash over to his house just so he could throw Glash out of his house, like Uncle Phil used to do to Jazz every week on the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. And honestly, I'm sure Glash will TikTok him on his way out.
They should do a TikTok. Do a TikTok with Kaufman in it.
Nice.
Just don't even let him know that he's in it.
Yeah. I think TikTok. I think Koff would eventually be observant enough to realize that Glash is filming him, but maybe not. Maybe he'll be so distracted by the family and putting together his NBA lineup so he doesn't get there. Anyway, big time 3rd down coming up for the Vikings. They get this one, and they'll be able to pretty much salt the clock down and shut the lid on this one. If they don't, Packers are going to get the ball back here at about 1:50 and 1 timeout to go. And
short.
It's going to be real close.
Pretty sure we're getting 4th and inches. I'm pretty sure we are.
Ooh.
Undertaker, Jeff.
Tough call here from
that Aaron Rodgers hand just reached out of the dirt.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're
going to punch it away. Fake it, you cowards.
Do it. Listen to Christian. No, you got Dalvin Cook. You need 1 inch and you can't get it. Oh, boy. Oh, now you got a touchback.
Oh, no. Oh, no. The wheels coming off for the Vikings. And wheels coming off a little bit for Dalvin Cook, who is, barring a major turnaround here, going to be stuck at 90 rushing yards on the day.
Oof. Yeah, I mean, 14.7 points. Normally that would be terrible. Wow, that was almost picked. Normally that would be terrible from Cook, but on this sim, you'll actually take it because
I think he's the leading scorer right now.
It's either him or Devontae. It's very close. So Justin Jefferson has 13.8. He's up there too. But here we go. 2nd and 10. Almost threw a pick on the first play. I'm in 7th now too. I'm up there. I don't know how did I get up there?
I see it. I fell all the way back to 39th because I do not have Devontae.
I think it's because that Aaron Rodgers touchdown just vaulted the Rodgers lineups up. Speaking of whom, he's got the ball again. Devontae Adams.
So Adams, I mean, at the very least, trending towards crusty Koff player of the game honors. Although I think probably going to have to give it to Jefferson just for being the better bargain, better value of the two.
Yeah.
Adams
must be another Devontae touchdown or something, Which we could. Still got 1:37 left. They can still work the middle of the field here.
Yeah, but it is 3rd and long. I mean, obviously 4 down territory, but there's a chance that this 2-minute drill ends with a fizzle instead of a bang.
Yeah, and when you're throwing at the back of guys' helmets, I mean, I like Aaron Rodgers. Good accuracy. You hit him right where you were aiming, but not a great strategy, Bob.
It feels like that was vindictive more than anything. Like, just a statement about Aaron Jones, you dummy. Why would you take money to stay in Green Bay?
Here's what I think of your free agent.
Hey, last fourth down that came up for Green Bay went about as well as it could have with a big-time touchdown. And that
he got it.
Too. MVS.
Oh, look who shows up.
Yeah, of course. Of course, one of those MVS catches that doesn't make any sense. He drops the easy ones. He catches the hard ones. Packers still have life. Ball past midfield, or near midfield, rather. Minute 10 to go. 1st and 10. Vikings need to send some blitzes. Rodgers doing okay.
Off to the races.
Wow. That's so much yardage, but he couldn't get out of bounds. Doesn't matter because he got it down to 26. We'll take that exchange. A kick of 27 there, Moose. Not bad for Rodgers. The only thing that could have made it better was a stopped clock. But hey, maybe he's just trying to limit the amount of time Minnesota has to mount their comeback.
Aaron Rodgers clearly was listening on the stream last night when Brendan Glasheen just roasted him for about 5 straight minutes, talking about Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers. Oh my gosh, are they going to burn the timeout? What are they doing here?
What's going on? Why are you celebrating, Mercedes?
They're going to wait till 21? No, they're okay. I went until 20. Wow, it's really weird. Okay, they really should have taken that about 10 seconds earlier, but 20 seconds now. Do not want to get tackled short of the goal line here, or you're toast. They're at the 5. The sim loves to just do a little 2-yard,
dump off the screen pass,
plant or screen, and so watch out. But they should have a couple shots if they just go straight end zone. Sack here would be disaster as well. Here we go.
No.
Quick out. Oh no!
No! You know why? Hurry! Get on the line. 20 seconds, you might be able to get that next play off, but this is going to be it.
It's not going to happen.
Go. Oh, no.
I've seen this movie too many times. You don't throw short of the goal line in Madden when you got no timeouts. Yeah, Matt LaFleur.
Terrible clock management.
Doofus.
Terrible field position management.
Well, okay. I know I'm supposed to be asking you about the DK Sim guy earlier, but that was too exciting. Who is your DK? Who is your Krustikov player of the game?
Let's give it to Justin Jefferson, 13.8 out of day.
You know what? Give it to a Viking. None of the Packers deserve it.
Packers do not deserve this.
They do not deserve it.
But you know who does deserve the babysitter, Billy? Aaron Jones, who you were right to fade 6.7 points in the flex. I'm not sure if that counts that last complete failure of a play, but oh my God, just awful. Terrible finish to this one. A terrible game just in general.
It really was. It's too bad. I very much enjoyed hanging out here, Christian. We got to talk a little bit about the schedule, do a little bit of bashing of teams and how terrible they were, but yeah, man, good having you. I assume are you done for the day on these?
I am done for the day. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back Friday. I'm not sure who I'm with, where I'm at. I know Friday at the 4 p.m. because after that I'm working out, doing some dinner plans coming after that, maybe a little Sugar River pizza. So I'm excited about that. But Thursday, I'm sometime during the day.
Okay, all right. So DK Sim fam, say goodbye to Christian. I will be back on the next sim. I believe I'm with Glash. And yeah, it's Glasheen and I, Texans at Bengals on the next one. And then you got Falcons at Browns, Glasheen and Kenny to bring you home. Like I said, Kenny and I did a little switcheroo action. But coming up next on the DraftKings Dream Stream with the full 2021 NFL schedule set to be released in less than an hour, Ross Tucker and Steve Fezzik tell you what to look for when betting NFL season win totals. That's coming up right now. Ross Tucker. Stick around, guys, and check it out.
If you'd like to make your NFL games a little more interesting, you've come to the right place. It's the Even Money Podcast with Ross Tucker and Steve Fezzik.
Yeah, Vegas, baby, Vegas. It is the Even Money Podcast presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. By the way, DraftKings Sportsbook has an unbelievable free-to-play NFL schedule game on the DraftKings app, free to play NFL schedule pool. So certainly check that out. I'm Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years, bunch of podcasts. We have been on a roll lately. Micah Parsons late last week. We had Matt Nagy, the head coach of the Chicago Bears, yesterday on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Greg Cosell will join us tomorrow on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. And then Thursday, Michael North, VP of Scheduling for the National Football League. And that is what our primary focus will be today. The NFL schedule comes out tomorrow night, and we have the only 2-time winner of the Super Bowl of professional football betting, Steve Fezzik. He dominated the Westgate Casino back-to-back years, and he's going to dominate letting you know what you need to know when the schedule comes out. Check him out at Fezzik Sports and only at Fezzik Sports. I'm at Ross Tucker NFL. We are at Ross Tucker Pod. We will get into some NBA stuff. I got to get Steve's take on this guy, Bob Baffert, a little bit later. Maybe he's even got something on the NHL playoffs. But we're going to dive first, hot and heavy, Steve, into the NFL schedule. How are you, my friend?
I am excellent, Ross. NFL 24/7, 365 days a year now.
All right, so we sort of talked about this when we did our first glance at the season win totals a few weeks ago. And of course, this is a podcast. You can check it out on YouTube as well, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. But you can always go back. And Steve and I just did our first look at, this is before the draft, by the way, at that feels right, a little high, a little low. We like to kind of take the temperature of the season win totals a few times before making our official bets in August. So for the people that missed that episode a couple weeks ago, Steve, what's the most important item or piece of information they need to be aware of as it relates to the schedule going from 16 games to 17?
Yeah, so the AFC teams pick up one extra home game, so advantage AFC. So all the NFC teams now having to play 9 games are up against it. And frankly, when the schedule comes out tomorrow, Ross, there's going to be some NFC teams. You're going to see some very challenging travel schedules. I'll make the case probably the most challenging that we've ever seen for one select team because of the unbalanced NFL schedule of the 17-game season.
You know, there's really no way it's not, right? I mean, this will be the first time that they have more away games than home. So there's really not a way to do it where they don't have something like 3 in a row on the road or 4 out of 5 or whatever. I mean, you know, their job, and this is what Michael North will talk about on Thursday's Ross Tucker Football Podcast, they want to keep it fair and balanced, Steve. But this is pro football, right? They're trying to maximize the television ratings. And if a team has to play 3 in a row on the road or 4 out of 5, I don't think they're going to cry about it.
Yeah, what will be interesting is that, you know, I'm not even privy yet to whether there's going to be any international games this year. Have those been all canceled?
They just, good timing, there's going to be 2. The Jaguars are hosting one. The Falcons are hosting one. They'll both be in London. There's no Mexico City game, but the Falcons and Jags will both be hosting only 2 international games, both in London. Falcons host one, Jags host the other, which means, Steve, the Falcons have 7 home games and 10 away from Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta.
Yeah, very big challenge for Atlanta. And what's interesting is Atlanta has been a darling for the Sharps to bet on the season wins. The Sharps love the fact they didn't take a quarterback. They're not rebuilding. They went with Pitts, the tight end. So the Atlanta total got bet up from 7 to 7.5. All the momentum has been positive for the Falcons. I think that may well change when we take a good look at that schedule when it comes out tomorrow.
You know, it's a really good point. Even just on that, I mean, Steve, 9 away, 1 neutral site, and 7 home. That's the worst any team's ever had. And by the way, that's the worst any team ever will have.
And think about it. It's not just that you've got to play 2 more road games. It's the cumulative impact of the extra travel and the wear and tear of that can really train wreck your season. Ross, I know you played so many different teams, so many different seasons. Do you ever recall one season in particular where it seemed like you're always traveling, your plane was always delayed, and you were just dog tired by week 13?
Well, I do remember, Steve, the years where we played the AFC West or the NFC West. That was our conference. I absolutely remember that. I remember 2004 with the Buffalo Bills. We had to play at the Seattle Seahawks, at the San Francisco 49ers. We hosted the then St. Louis Rams, and we hosted the then Arizona Cardinals. But we had to go out to Seattle, out to San Francisco. We also played – was that the year we played at Oakland? Yeah, we played at Oakland that year as well. They were on the AFC side. So we had a bunch of cross-country West Coast trips that year, and I think that's probably why it stands out to me.
Yeah, and it really takes a toll on you. Heck, I just remember having traveled out to the Super Bowl, to Atlanta and to Miami, how by the time I got home, Ross, I was fried, just one cross-country trip and doing my work. So imagine what it does to you as a professional athlete if you have to do it 3 or 4 times in a season.
It's a really, really good point. Okay, so we already have a couple nuggets that people need to know about. Number one is the AFC team having the extra home game. We knew about that. But Atlanta, is that enough, Steve? Now that the season win total's gone up to 7.5, is that enough for you to take the under?
I think it's a pass. I wanted to play over, but there's no way I'm playing into this bad situation. The two cancel each other. Going to pass on the Falcons.
Because the other thing is, Steve, it's not like they're the Jags and they're kind of used to playing in London. This will be like a first-time thing for the Falcons.
Yeah, Jacksonville absolutely got better and better on their road trips to London, figuring it all out and the best way to do it. And because of that, I would make the case they've got a bigger edge home field-wise playing in London than they do playing in Jacksonville. So that's a big edge for them. But any other team, I don't think that there's really any benefit of being the home team at all.
Have you been putting a lot of money in on the Jags over now that they're going to sign Tebow?
Well, that's why I was unavailable yesterday, is that I had to go ahead and unload the checking account. Now, the popularity of this Tebow and the discussion, obviously, he doesn't move the needle at all. You could make the case he moves the needle negatively because, hey, if I've been a guy that's been working my butt off for a team for years, and now all the media wants to do is talk to this Tebow guy, failed baseball player, give me a break.
It really is unbelievable how when his name is mentioned, just the sheer Q rating that young man has is very, very impressive. Okay, so let's get into the NFL schedule hardcore now. It's being released tomorrow night. You and I will go ahead and we will react to it next week once we actually see it and have it. What matters and what doesn't? So let's start, Steve. You're the 2-time Super Contest winner. What matters? What matters to you on a team's schedule?
Thursday games. You want to be the home team. Home team has a market advantage with the short prep week because the road team obviously loses a day essentially having to travel. So any team that has to have any significant travel, especially a non-division game on the road for a Thursday game, that's a big negative. Want to look to put a big, a red check mark for bad by that team. Bye weeks. Don't want to play a bunch of teams off of their bye weeks. That's a disadvantage. So want to go ahead and track and just in general, track how many times a team has to play a team with extra rest versus short rest. So extreme example, you want to look to back a team that plays a Thursday night game, then plays Monday night against a team that just played on Sunday, more prep time. But the worst case scenario is you get a team plays Monday night football, then has to wheel back and play on a Sunday or even a Saturday late in the year with that short rest. That's a team you usually want to put another little red check mark disadvantage in that game.
Okay, so Thursday night road team, that's a ding. Playing a lot of teams coming off the bye, that's a ding. And we're really talking season win total here. Anything else that's a blatant, downgrade in terms of how you feel about a team and their ability to hit the over for their season win total? Anything else that jumps out?
Fire and ice. Look at the December games. Do you have a team from the north, the far north, playing a team in California or Florida? So if Miami has to travel to Buffalo, obvious big advantage to whoever's home in that game in December. Does Houston have to go to Chicago in December? Things like that. Games like that can be a huge challenge, especially the warm weather team traveling to the cold in December.
Okay, so then the flip side, I guess, Steve, unless you have any, do you have any more? Or can I move on to the next thing?
One more. Week 17, you want to play a juggernaut. You want to play Tampa Bay or Kansas City week 17 because there's certainly a chance that that team will have wrapped up everything in terms of playoff seeding, and now you get to play against the spare parts of that team.
Ooh. So, okay. So that makes sense to me, Steve. But are you going to really place a bet based upon that? Like everything what you just said makes sense to me. But you're going to see a team playing the Bucks or the Chiefs in week 17, and we already know they're playing them. But because it's week 17, is that enough that you would place a bet on their season win total, or is it just one more slight upgrade or downgrade?
One more slight upgrade or downgrade. I actually take out a green pen and a red pen, and I do little checks. Green is good, red is bad for a team in each one of these games. One that'll help me when that game's actually going to be played in terms of how I want to bet it. But two, I'm looking for a team with a whole bunch of red check marks, a whole bunch of difficult travel. Certainly cumulative miles is bad also. The more you have to travel back and forth across the country, the worse off you are. So the more, when I get a slew of red check marks, that's usually a team I'm going to look to bet against in terms of their season wins.
Okay, so then let's get to the flip side. What doesn't matter? Because we're going to hear a lot of people talking about different things tomorrow night and Thursday morning after the schedule comes out. What are people going to talk about and make it seem like it matters, but it doesn't matter?
I think stretches of difficult games towards the second half of the year, the media will oftentimes say, oh, that's a really horrible stretch they have, like week 10 through 14. I think the only time it really matters to have, when you have a slew of really difficult games, is when you have a marginal team that's not supposed to be all that good, and they have those games early in the year. Because think about it, it can train wreck your season. If you're the Arizona Cardinals, you're an average team. You're supposed to win 8 or 8.5 games. You have a very difficult schedule. If you get that front loaded and you have to play all those difficult games, say weeks 2 through 8, well, if you wake up 2 and 6, your season's basically done. You're in last place in a really tough division. And all of a sudden, you're thinking about rebuilding, evaluating talent, and winning is not the number one priority. Certainly, you're not going to look to make trades to upgrade your team if that's the case. So I would pay a lot of attention to teams in terms of, is their schedule front-loaded or back-loaded? Much better to have it is better to have the difficult games in the second half of the year. Especially look at a team like the Bears. If the Bears start slowly, it's easy for them to say come week 7, you know what, we'll just see what we have with Trace Fields. He doesn't give us our best chance of winning, but let's see what we can do in terms of development of him. So there's a team that could absolutely see the wheels come off if they have a very difficult early schedule.
Anything else that doesn't matter? I mean, I guess on some level, I feel like I'm with you on the stretches, especially because there's so many injuries, Steve, and so many teams end up being not what we thought that a lot of times, you'll see a stretch that looks like it's hard, that then the season comes around, it wasn't nearly as hard as you thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it's a good point that ideally you want to play the really good teams later in the year also, because they may not turn out to be as good if they have a slew of injuries, if their quarterback goes down. One thing for sure, you don't want to play Tampa or Kansas City or Buffalo weeks 1, 2, 3, 4. But by week 11, one of those teams might not be that good because of injuries or other reasons. So that's a good point as well. Ultimately, I want to emphasize who you play is still more important than all these circumstances. Your overall strength of schedule is going to be a more important factor than these nuances and specifics of the schedule. But those other aspects certainly are significant.
Okay, so I guess here's the next question, Steve. Before we get into some of this other stuff, will you bet tomorrow night? Like when that schedule comes out, will you dissect it and place some bets, or do you need more time to review it? I guess, we talk often about getting the better of the line, getting the line earlier in the week, getting the better lines, so that you get closing line value. Are there things that you'll see that you will bet tomorrow night, or is it not that significant, or it's just not, it won't happen that quickly for you?
There's certain teams that different sports books have different opinions on, Ross. The Detroit Lions are an example. If you want to play the Lions, you can play over 5 basically at even money. You can play under 5 basically at even money if you shop around. It's a no vig bet. So here's the Lions, a team I probably want to bet under. But if I get any confirmation that they get dealt a bad hand in terms of the schedule, I'll fire now on the Lions. I'm this close to betting it now, and I'm thinking, may as well wait one more day. So the Lions will be one of the first teams I'll be looking at the specifics of their schedule.
Got it. I don't know. Will they come out with I wonder when DraftKings and some of these other books will come out with the week 1 lines. Any of them come out with them like tomorrow night or shortly thereafter?
Varies by book. DraftKings oftentimes does a tremendous job getting product up quickly. I remember the day after the draft, boom, up comes passing yards for the 1 and 2 picks for Lawrence and for Wilson in terms of how many yards they're going to throw for. You can bet over or under literally the morning after the first day of the draft. So those are virgin lines, and it's you against the bookmaker. Oftentimes you against 1 or 2 people at the bookmaker. I like making bets in situations like that. The longer you wait, it becomes you against the entire world, wisdom of crowds after the numbers get hammered in place.
I'm going to tweet this probably tomorrow, Steve, at Ross Tucker NFL. But what do you think we'll hear more of tomorrow? Fans complaining that the NFL is out to get their team, or people talking about strength of schedule that have no idea what they're talking about or how to calculate it?
I think fans complaining. I think everybody feels they get rooked by the system and the like. You do mention the strength of schedule. Very important. We've reviewed it before. There's 3 ways to do strength of schedule. The wrong way is to take a look at your opponents and look at how many games they won last year. We don't care that the Pittsburgh Steelers won 12 games last year. It doesn't matter the number they won. The Pittsburgh Steelers are an average football team. So we shouldn't look at Pittsburgh's record last year and say, that's a really tough game if I have to play the Steelers. So what you want to do, ideally, is look at how good teams are this year. Now, a pretty good way, back of the envelope way to do that is just to look at a team's overall season wins and say, all right, Tampa Bay is supposed to win 11.5 games. They're an 11.5 season win team, and you can just add up all your opponents, how many games they're supposed to win, and rank those teams, and that'll give you a pretty darn solid strength of schedule for the upcoming year. Now, if you really want to be 100% spot on, instead of doing it that way, you should really look at the power rating associated with each and every one of your 17 opponents and sum that power rating to get down to how strong your schedule actually is But the difference between those two methods is not going to be very far apart.
Got it. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, it just seems like people just love to complain and say the NFL is out to get their team. It makes me laugh. Look, Mike North will be on Thursday's Raw Sucker Football Podcast. He makes no bones about it, Steve. They're trying to maximize TV ratings, period. Like, they're trying to keep it balanced, but everybody wants a Week 10 bye. Everybody wants this. Everybody wants that. Nobody wants to play teams coming off of a bye. Like, it just doesn't work that way. Some other things I wanted to ask you. I know last week you talked about Aaron Rodgers a little bit. How have people been betting that right now?
So all the Green Bay odds for season wins and divisional odds are off the board. So you can't bet certainly can't bet the season wins, and it makes sense. With Aaron Rodgers, Green Bay is about an 11-win team. Without him, they should be about a 6.5-win team. Too much of a difference. The books feel too exposed. Many of the books kept the futures odds up on Green Bay at around 15-1, figuring, I'm not going to get hurt too bad with that. But the difficulty here, when we're doing strength of schedule, what do I do with the Vikings? They got 2 games against Green Bay. How do I weight how good Green Bay is? Well, I'd say right now, if I just set a season win number for Green Bay, maybe I'd make it 9. I'd split the difference between the 11 and the 6.5 and say it's slightly more likely Rodgers returns. But it's close to 50-50. So those are going to be 2 easy games for the Vikings or 2 very difficult games. You can see the problem. One thing for sure, the Vikings schedule just became a lot easier than what it was last month. I did bet the Vikings over 8.5 wins. I bet the Vikings to win the division plus 350.
What about the Raiders? I know you had something on the Raiders. You mentioned them last week too.
So the Raiders are the one team. I've got a spreadsheet here. It's got NFL that's got the season wins at 3 prominent books, including DraftKings. And there's such a difference in opinion on my Las Vegas Raiders. DraftKings, 7 wins. You can play over 7 right now. Lay $1.10. There are spots in Vegas you can get 8. Now, a little bit of a big difference. You got to go under, lay $1.30. That never happens, Ross. You never see a full game differential being dealt on a team like this with reasonable vig. So basically, DraftKings thinks the Raiders are going to stink. I kind of thought the Raiders were going to stink. I was looking to play the Raiders under the 8, but they're in the mix for the whole Aaron Rodgers situation. And if they do get Aaron Rodgers, well, their season win number is probably going to go up to 9. So that is an added complexity, a whole lot going on with my Las Vegas Raiders.
All right, I got to ask you about this, Steve. I know you're not a huge horse racing guy, but you're the 2-time Super Contest winner. This is the Even Money Podcast. We're primarily NFL, but we touch on the other sports as well, give you guys a little bit of insight. What is your reaction to everything going on with Bob Baffert and Medina Spirit and the doping scandal right now?
Okay, first let me qualify. Of course, I am not a racing expert, but I am a betting expert. Medina Spirit, of course, all the results are final, and the horse can be disqualified, not receive any prize money, but all those bets that were made on the Derby are final, of course, and aren't going to be changed. I can't help but think if maybe there's situations with horses that there's some substances that you're not allowed to use, others that you're allowed to use, but you can't use more than a certain amount. And maybe Baffert and company have pushed the envelope, if you will, in terms of what they've done to help their horses perform well. And after something as public as this that comes out, I would think every horse he races going forward, at least for a while, is going to be squeaky clean, not have anything in their systems, no possibility of having anything that will help their performance. And because of that, all things being equal, if you ask me, I got to bet a yes, no on a Baffert horse, I would bet against that horse going forward in the Triple Crown, at least in the near future.
I think that's a good point. I guess the one thing I think almost feels like a loophole, I know people want the win for the stud fee and they want the win for the prize money, but if all the bets are final, it seems to me like you could just pump the horse full of all kinds of performance enhancers, which, by the way, I would never do. I'm just saying. And okay, they get busted afterwards. But if you and everybody else put a lot of money on the horse and the results are final and you win your bets, it's almost like you're ahead of the game.
Well, and that's the problem with horse racing, is that there are talks of massive corruption, especially at the smaller tracks where you can go ahead and have horses that are under the radar and the like, and you know more as the owner, and you've got friends of friends that can certainly get you down. What was in Pulp Fiction, where the fight was supposed to be fixed, and Bruce Willis just went and bet on himself like 8 times through a bookie? I mean, it's easy enough to get down. By the way, there's a pretty good documentation, the way literally you don't make the bet. You just make one phone call and the guy can get you down for whatever you basically own. And it makes you wonder about the sports betting.
Yeah, that's a good point about horse racing. It's a good point about Baffert moving forward. That guy's hilarious. First, he said that like somebody peed on hay and the horse ate hay. Now it's the vet rubbed something. I don't know. Anything on NBA or NHL? We got a couple minutes left.
You know, what's fascinating to me is it looks like the Lakers are heading for the play-in tournament as the likely 7 seed because they're game behind Portland and they don't have the tie breaks. And yet the markets are still looking at the Lakers, and they and the Clippers are the co-favorites to win the West, plus 250. Ross, I don't think I've ever seen this before. Not so much you got a 7 seed to start off with, but now you got a 7 seed you're not even sure is going to make the playoffs because of the new playoff system, and yet they're the co-favorites to win the conference. This is a very unique situation. I tell you what, a lot of sharp bettors have lost a lot of money in the playoffs over the years looking at LeBron James teams and how they played during the regular season, and then boom, he flips the switch as teams are 3 points better in the playoffs. Can he do it with the Lakers? I'm not so sure.
So is there any way to bet it? Like, how do you bet against them?
Circa Sports has a yes-no. Will they win the conference? So that's certainly a way that you can do that. I know I bet that a little while ago, back when the Lakers, I think I played minus 280. They would not win the West. You have to lay more now. I think it's up to like minus 350. But the Circa does a great job here locally in Vegas, letting you bet not just on the yes, but letting you bet the no on all the teams as well.
Next week, we will dive into the schedule. We'll tell you what items were actionable after Steve goes through it with a finely toothed comb. Is that the expression? Fine-toothed comb? What does that even mean, tooth? What is their teeth of a comb?
It's like the little branches on the comb.
Those are called teeth? I never knew they were called teeth. I never thought about that expression until right now. I know this. He's at Fezzik Sports. I'm at Ross Tucker NFL. We are at Ross Tucker Pod. Please subscribe, either YouTube or whatever podcast app you use. You're definitely going to want to hear what Michael North says about the schedule on Thursday's Ross Tucker Football Podcast. And we are doing fantasy rookie running back ratings tomorrow on the Fantasy Feast podcast. Definitely get in that DraftKings free-to-play NFL schedule 5K pool. I think we're done here. Good luck, everybody. Hope you guys win some money.
Thanks for listening to the Even Money Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, the Fantasy Feast, Business of Sports, and the College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
right. Hello. How's everyone doing?
Can you say hello once more?
Hello. Yeah, just, checking my mic levels and stuff. We're good. All right. Here we go. We've got the Texans and Bengals in the rain.
The Bengals.
Yeah. So I already have a regret. It's almost 8 o'clock. Maybe I can make a tweak. Maybe I can, but I got to get John Ross in my lineup.
Like 5 seconds, dude.
Yeah.
It's done. You're done. It's locked.
That's it.
Locked.
All right. Well, it is schedule day. The schedules have been coming out. I'm pretty sure I tuned in for a hot sec. You and Christian were talking about someone's schedule. I didn't know who.
Yeah, there were some leaks. There were some leaks today. So
a lot of leakage.
Pat's schedule leaked. Did you leak the Pat's schedule? Glass Shame, is that you?
Nope. Wasn't me. It was Kaufman.
Probably was Kaufman.
So.
No, if Kaufman had leaked it, he would have taken credit for it.
Right.
Well, guys.
Here's what I can tell you. What does your lineup look like for this sim?
Okay, so I literally made my lineup in 10 seconds because I had about 30 seconds to get it in, and I just wanted to get it in. So I have, let's see, I got Cooks in the captain. That's not bad. Gio, AJ Green, David Johnson, and then both kickers. Okay, well, honestly, it probably would have been a good lineup for the last sim because it was like the worst sim ever with very low scoring. So I think we'll get a better one this time.
Okay. Producer Michael is here with us. Andrew on the 1s and 2s. Jim from the Game Ops team. It's so great to have you with us. Producer Michael is already feeding us scheduling updates. The Patriots just put theirs out. We have the Kansas City Chiefs schedule. Now you're not on the next one. You and Kenny made a little switcheroo.
We did a switcheroo, dude. You're rocking the deuce for Madden After Dark tonight. Everybody's rocking the deuce. So yeah, it's just I'm just here for one because I don't know what Kenny's plans were. He had some sort of life commitment, or he made it sound like he did. I had an open schedule. I love me, Kenny. So I was like, yeah, dude, I'll switch with you. Let's go.
Nice. All right. Well, that's good that you guys worked that out.
Yeah. I was happy to oblige, man. Hopefully it worked out for him. I don't know what he was doing, but.
I really am looking forward to the Texans schedule coming out because we know the opponents, but I'm really curious how it lines up to maybe see if they'll go 0-16 next year.
Well, they played Jacksonville week 1 at home. So, that might be their best shot at getting a win. Get Trevor Lawrence a little off guard or something.
Yeah.
I
maybe
would
split, split with Houston or split with Jacksonville.
I still love that spot for Jacksonville. I think Urban Meyer will come out and probably destroy them. Joe Mixon action.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers schedule is out. Let's see. All right. Dallas, Atlanta, at LA, at New England. Okay. That's kind of rough. You got to go to LA week 3 and then come all the way back to go to New England. It's a little rough. A little rough for the 43-year-old.
Who is this we're talking about? What schedule?
Tampa's schedule just came out. I am going off what the producer is sending. This is not me seeking these out. The Patriots and the Bucs are the first 2 we've received. I promise. I mean,
I was like, what? I was like, why are we talking about Brady here? What is it? Just like we're 1 minute into the sim.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers information, regular season and preseason.
Well, let's go through theirs first. I mean, obviously, we'll oblige you. We love Tom Brady. We know.
Is this what we're doing tonight? We're just gonna do wins and losses. I love this game.
Why not? I mean, let's go. Let's start with Tampa. We got Dallas.
You know what? I'm going to give him a loss week 1.
Wow. Okay. All right. I'm going to get a little saucy here. I'm going to give Tampa Brady a loss week 1 against Dallas. I'm going to give him a win. I mean, Dallas stinks. Mike McCarthy's terrible.
It's the best they'll be all year. Zeke's healthy, offensive line feeling good. It's an older offensive line.
And then they got Atlanta week 2.
Win.
Yeah, I'm going to give him a win there too. Now this is where it gets tough. Oh, wow. Brady's back. Oh, my God. Okay, so we got the Rams away week 3, and then, the Patriots away week 4.
That's tough.
So Brady returns to New England this week, hey? This year. I didn't realize that was on the schedule.
You didn't know about this? This has been... Jeff, I don't mean to go all like, Yeah, the Boston commentators. This is going to be the most anticipated regular season sporting event in Boston history.
Oh, I know it is. I just I didn't look in advance at the Tampa Bay opponents because I'm not like a Tom Brady guy. I don't look and get up and see what Tom Brady ate for the morning. So
me neither.
Every morning. Okay, this is good. It's like a cool surprise. So week 4, obviously it's in prime time. I think we had to guess about that. It's gonna be the Sunday nighter, I assume.
It is. You're right about that.
What are you doing here? First of all, are you giving them the loss to the Rams? I'm going to give them the loss to the Rams.
I think they are going to lose to the Rams, yes.
Okay, now here it is. This is testing, dude. You going to choose your city or your man here?
Oh, he's going to smoke the Patriots. he's going to kick their butt week 4.
I am also going to take Tampa Bay there. I just can't do it. I wish I could. I wish I could sit here and tell you, but yeah. However, you might even see them drop one of those early games, but I don't think they're going to drop the one to the Patriots. Week 5 at home against the Dolphins. I'm giving them the W there. I'm not big on the Dolphins next year, so
win.
So I got them at 4-1. You got them at 3-2.
Mm-hmm.
Week 6 at the Eagles.
Win, unless Nick Foles is playing, right?
Unless Nick Foles is playing. Oh, that's interesting. Will they have brought back Nick Foles for week 6 by then? I'm going to give him the win, too. I am going to give him a loss in week 7, though.
Lindenbaum says that will be the turning point when Boston fans turn on Belichick after Brady whips the Pats week 4. You know what's going to happen, too, Jordan? When Tampa's winning 40-20 in the fourth quarter, the announcers are going to have nothing to talk about. So they're going to have to be like, it's going to be Al Michaels and Chris Collinsworth, and they're going to be like, how did Robert Kraft and Bill Belichick let this guy go? How could they do that? Oh, it's going to be awful. It's going to be a tough viewing experience. But I have the right. I have the right to change my opinion.
It's going to be an incredibly tough season if you're a Boston guy. I'm not
Jordan Akins.
Yeah, wow, Jordan Akins appearance. I'm not ruling out the Patriots pulling upset, but yeah, if you're asking me who I'm picking right now, I'm siding with Tampa. So I'm going to give Tampa a loss week 7 at home, but against the Bears. Very high on Justin Fields. I'm going to say he surprises them.
Okay. They're going to get a win. Brady does not lose to teams twice. He will remember the game where he held up the number 4. What down is it? Yeah, they're going to win that game.
Okay, so we both got him at 5-2. Sean going for a little runski here.
Nice run. Yeah, real quick. Let me give you my lineup. I didn't do that.
Yeah, do it.
137 entries in this contest. I promise. We'll try to weave in some play-by-play and read your comments here. I really do promise that. How about this? What did I do? I put Bernard in the captain spot, played both quarterbacks, Cooks, Cobb, and Akins. See how it goes. Week 8, New Orleans. Win. That's at New Orleans.
Yeah, still a win. I think Tampa's gonna have some revenge on their mind after getting smoked by New Orleans last year in the regular season. So I'm not big on the Saints next year. So we got them at 6-2, then a bye. Oh, I'm giving them the loss week 10. I know it's after the bye, but it's at Washington. I think Washington's going to be good this year. Surprise loss, so I'll have them at 6-3 there.
That's a tough one.
Fitzpatrick, dude. Fitzpatrick has Brady's number, man. He's in his head. Rent-free.
Out of a bye. Okay, I'll give him a loss.
Giants, I'm not picking against them.
Okay.
It's a win.
It's Monday night.
Who cares?
They're home. It's not in New York this year.
It's in Tampa. Give me a break.
Another tough one. Week 12 at Indy.
That is a tough one. Oh, wow. So many variables with Indy. Good team, though.
Yeah, Brady indoors, though.
You know what? I'm going to give them the loss there because they're coming off a short week. They got to play on Monday night the week before. I think that's a loss.
Okay. Loss. All right. I'm seeing how this is going to shape up. They're going to be 12-5. It's going to be all right. Everything's going to be fine. 'Cause then they're going to beat Atlanta, week 13.
Yep. I agree. 8-4.
This one, too, is another one. Buffalo. Could go either way. It's a home game.
Yeah. Home game. I'm gonna give it to Tampa. Tampa's defense is so good, dude. I think they'll hold up against the Bills. I do.
Okay.
At home. So it's yeah. Home game for the Bills. If this was in Buffalo this time of the year, I'd probably give it to Buffalo, but no, I'll give it to the home team.
Sunday Night Football, week 15, New Orleans home.
Yeah, I think New Orleans stinks next year, so.
Okay.
Another one.
Week 16, at Carolina.
You know what? I'm going to give them the surprise loss. Like, they got to have, like, one bad loss on the schedule. So I'll give them that one because their last two games are, quite frankly, layups. So.
Jets on the road, Carolina home. Win-win. Yeah. 12-5.
Yep.
It's about what I expect.
We basically got there a little different ways, but
they're gonna open up. That's a tough little start, right? I mean, we're gonna do the Kansas City Chiefs next.
It could be a potentially tough start, especially if they lose one of the first two. Yeah, I mean, Atlanta could be better next year.
M. Roach makes a good point in here too about how Brady struggles against Miami. But y'all say a loss. Well, M. Roach keeping really. So the Miami situation is when. That's when the Patriots were in Miami.
Yeah.
This is in Tampa. It's a little less warm in Tampa.
A little less, I guess.
I know, but work with me here. They're not playing. I don't know. He's a Florida man now. M. Roach says, but y'all say that's a loss. But the Bears have the rookie who hasn't played a game yet gets a win. What did I say? I think he's just going to avenge the loss from last year. And they're home in that game. They were at Chicago last year.
And Justin Fields is better than Tua. Anyways.
Well, you think Chicago's going to beat him. We got a touchdown.
I picked Chicago. I think you picked the upset for Dallas, and I picked the upset for Chicago.
Yep. I think week
mainly
one.
Where we differed. That might be the only spot where we differed, actually.
Yep. We both came out to 5 losses. I think week one, Brady has like an unreal win streak. I think producer Michael put this in our chat yesterday about Brady's success week one after winning the title. They usually crush it.
Yeah, I think if there's going to be an upset in the first 2 weeks, it'll come week 2, division opponent. Atlanta maybe have a sneaky better team, maybe being able to take advantage of the weakest part of the Bucs defense is still their secondary in my opinion. So Julio, Pitts, maybe they can take advantage of that. I could see that. I think that's more realistic than Dallas beating them in week 1, especially coming off the Super Bowl. So,
yep. Yeah. Okay.
Tom won't be tired yet. He'll still have my energy with me, Brandon.
It's an old offensive line with Dallas, so I think that might be a game where Dallas might be ready to go. 3-1 record for Brady when playing when he opens the season, and they lost. That one loss was to Kansas City when they got destroyed. All right, who do you want to do next?
I don't know. You pick.
Okay, let's do the Chiefs.
Okay, let me get her up here.
Will Fuller just scored the touchdown if you're just joining us. Jeff and I both came out to 12 wins for Tampa. 12-5.
12. I mean, I wish I could be the bearish guy on Tampa and make fun of Tom Brady, but I'm so sick of picking against him and then it just making me look bad. So I'm not going to do it. Anyways, let's see the Chiefs.
One more thing. I mean, look, they were a wild card team, so they got a wild card schedule, and they bring back every single one of their starters.
Everybody.
And the way these guys were talking, they were like, "Oh, we're still just kind of scratching the surface, trying to figure it out."
It's true. I mean, Fournette's still in his prime. He's not that old. Brown is still killing it. They brought both those guys back. They got the key piece on defense. Like I said, I think the only spot they could regress, and this is a spot that's hurt them in the past, is at corner. They just get burned a lot on those big plays, and I don't know. Anyways, yeah, I'm not picking. I think Tampa's gonna have another good year. So
Joe Mixon.
I did literally.
Yeah, Will Fuller's got it. Will Fuller got
1 second of that game in the first quarter. Not gonna lie.
CEH was asking who scored. Will Fuller with the touchdown. I'll double check.
Asking who scored, and I'm doing play-by-play. Anyways, do we have to read something here? No.
I know what you're talking about. Basically, the whole point is to tell your friends to play the Madden Sims. And it's not complicated, everybody. Here's what you can do. You've probably already done this already, but now we're just going to make it even more fun and engaging. You can use technology to help you make this happen. I think we're doing this now. We may not be. Here we go. Here's what I'm going to tell you to do, Madden fans. You're here. Refer your friends to DraftKings. Play free in Madden contests. You scan the QR code, which is appearing now. Or, if that's not your thing, go to dkng.co/friend, send the link to your friends, and then when they deposit, you both play for free. When you go to that link, there's a chance to win 20 DraftKings dollars to go into your account. So it's a way to win free money.
Free money, refer a friend, use that code, or use the link. It's simple. Like I said, if you know someone who's about to play, interested, they're interested in the Madden, just give them a link. You both win. Win-win. Everybody wins.
Boom.
Everyone wins.
Okay, you got the Chiefs schedule up?
Okay, I got the Chiefs schedule up.
All right.
There's a little age. I'll pay attention to the game here, too. 3rd and 4.
You're doing great.
Doing great. Okay.
Here we go. Kansas City, week 1, opens with Cleveland.
Yeah. I do like Cleveland next year. Oh, man, I want to pick the upset. I'm going to pick the upset. I'm going to say Cleveland gets it done.
KC. But you have them as a loss. I'll put in parentheses, loss. Okay, week 2. At Baltimore, Sunday Night Football.
Yeah. Patrick Mahomes absolutely owns Lamar Jackson. Win.
I'm going to give him a loss.
Wow.
Okay. This is a tough little schedule here to open up.
It is. I mean, it's, division winner schedule.
Yep. Week 3, Chargers come to Kansas City.
I like the Chargers. I think they got better. I do not think they're going to be knocking off the Chiefs this year. I will take the Chiefs in that game. So 2-1.
Agreed. Okay. Week 4, Chiefs at Eagles. That's a win.
Chiefs.
Okay. 3-1. Week 5, Buffalo comes to town.
I'm going to say the Chiefs start a little slow, and I'm going to give them a loss here.
A little slow, huh? Huh. They're going to beat Buffalo. At home. Okay, week 6, they go to the football team.
I think they eke out a win. I think I could have picked the upset here. It probably makes more sense at Washington, but I'm going to say they eke out the win, get it turned around. I'm going to pick them for a slow start, but we're going to see catch them in the second half here.
Okay. I'm going to give them a loss.
It's definitely a spot they could lose. They got to fly to Washington. Washington's got a very good defense. Fitzmagic, who knows what he's going to deal up. Burrow there. Is that completed? It was. Over the middle, 11.
John Ross, guess who?
John Ross the third.
Week 7, they go to Tennessee.
Yeah, I'll give them the win.
I thought you said they were starting to slide here.
Well, 2 losses in 5 games is a pretty big slide for the Chiefs. They won 15 games last year.
I was ready for like a 3-game losing streak.
Well, I could give them the L at Washington. You know what? I'll say, nah, do I want to do that?
It's okay. It's okay. You're
I'm just
great.
thinking, I'm going to give them the... I can't pick them to lose against the Titans. The Titans just don't have a good enough defense. If I was going to pick them, you know what? I'm going to say they lose 2 in a row. Put me down. Change it up. They lose to the Bills. They lose to Washington. They beat the Titans. Oh, Mixon.
Oh, Joe. Nice run. 19-yard gain. So you have them.
Okay.
Week 6, losing to the football team.
Yes.
And then
week
week 7 to the Titans.
And then we're going on a run here.
They're going to lose to They're going to lose to Tennessee.
No, they're going to. No, I mean they're going to go on a win run. They beat Tennessee. They're going to beat the Giants. They're going to beat the Packers. They're going to beat the Raiders. They're going to beat the Cowboys.
Hold on a second. You said though they were going to lose 2 straight. Who are they losing? Oh, to Buffalo.
The Bills and Washington.
Hey,
all along, Brendan.
I'm trying to write both of our picks here. My bad.
That's Jackson. Sorry, go ahead. Now you do yours.
Okay, week 7 at Tennessee. They're going to win that game. I don't see this. This team's too good to lose 2 in a row. They're too good to lose 2 in a row. That's how I look at it. Okay, yes, Monday Night Football. Giants win. Packers come to town. Win.
Perhaps without Aaron Rodgers. And even if there was Aaron Rodgers, there's no way that that doesn't matter for Glash. Aaron Rodgers is like the 32nd best quarterback to Glash anyways.
We're moving on. Week 10, Chiefs at the Raiders. Let's see.
That's life, right?
They'll win that game. That's life. You play the schedule that you're given. Then they have Dallas.
At home.
Yep. They're going to win that game. Then they go to the bye, week 12 bye. Denver home, win.
No, that's Denver on the road. I'm going to give them the loss there.
Okay, well, I'm giving them a win. I'll put the loss for you. 14, home against Raiders, win.
Yeah, win.
Now this one here, Thursday night, Chargers, I feel like might be in it. Kansas City might have a lot locked up. Chargers might be in it for like a wild card. I'm going to give them a loss here.
I'll give them the win.
Is this next one Steelers? Is this a home game or a road game?
Home at Kansas City. It's a win for me for Kansas City.
Yeah. Pittsburgh by then is going to be like, who's our quarterback? Is it going to be
Ben will be hurt. Mason Rudolph will be in.
Yeah. Bengals win.
I'm going to go with the upset loss. Bengals.
And then okay. You get a lot of losses for them. And then week 18 at Denver.
Yeah. That's a home game. Week 18.
Home. Okay, I had it backwards. Sorry.
I'll say win.
Okay.
Split the season series with Denver.
Oh. All right. Let's see.
I think I got him at 12-5, but.
I've got him at 14 wins, 3 losses. You've got him at. I did this in a really dumb.
I think I got him at 12-5. I got him losing to the Bengals, the Broncos, the Washington, Bills, and Browns. Yeah, that's right.
Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You have him at 12. Yep.
Okay.
12-5.
12-5.
Don't laugh at me.
Jordan's got him at 13. Hey, dude, math is hard. Jordan's got him at 13-4. Mike Bizzle says bet the farm on the over, 12-5, 12.5.
I mean, it's kind of what we're doing here, right? But that's what's fun about schedule day. Joe Mixon was only 29% owned. He has a touchdown. Will Fuller has a touchdown. That's where we're at here on this Wild Weather Wednesday. Rain Sim, me and Moose, producer Mike, Andrew, Jim from Game Ops. You know what? Let's do the Patriots schedule because we're fair here. Let's do the Patriots schedule. Let's do an honest take on the New England Patriots. We need the hosts here that can do, a thorough, fair job on this football team.
An unbiased Patriots take before you get your Kaufman take.
No one who has footy pajamas, people that...
Well, theoretically, they could go 17-0.
Okay.
Here's the thing.
Hypothetically speaking, Mac Jones might be in by week 4. He could be in by week 13. I can't give you my prediction yet. Smash that like button. 7-7. 3:30 left. Second quarter. I'm such a meanie. Love you, mean it, Kaufman. Okay, here we go. Week 1, home against the Dolphins with Cameron Newton, I think.
Oh, I'm going to give him the win. I'm just not big on Miami next year. Really not big. Not feeling it.
Win. Oh, at the Jets, week 2.
Yeah, win.
I'm giving them a loss.
Fair enough.
The Jets gave them trouble last year.
No, that's fine.
Those Jets games were competitive.
I think it's good. you're being biased. I just am not big on the Jets or the Dolphins. I think I'm much more confident. I'm easily the most biased person about the Patriots probably in these Sims. So, and actually Kenny's. I was gonna say me and Kenny, but Kenny's not biased. He's the opposite. very anti-New England. So, there's a nice pass, by the way. We jacked a little sim action in there. Is that Uzama?
Uzama.
Okay, CJ Uzama there on the catch. Anyways, okay, week 3.
Robert Saleh is he's gonna scheme it up for Cam Newton.
Scheme it. Okay, whatever. Sure. You got the L.
And Jeanette, I put the Chiefs at 14-3. I'm not sleeping on them. Okay.
I know people think I'm sleeping on them because I put them at 12-5. They're still winning the division. I just gave them a couple more losses.
You can win the conference at 12-5.
Exactly.
Okay, let's move on. Week 3. And yes, absolutely. We're going to do the Jets schedule tonight with Kenny. Great idea, producer Mike.
Yeah, Jets schedule, Kenny. Oh, good luck.
Kenny,
I might even
Kenny last night expressed how he doesn't think this day's that fun. Oh, we're going to make him have some fun. He actually might hate schedule day because of what we do at 10 o'clock. Week 3, New England. Home New Orleans.
I'm giving him the win, man. 3-0.
Okay, me too. Week 4, Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah, we both already called this game. It's an L.
This is when all hell breaks loose.
Yeah.
I have the right to change my opinion, but they're not going to win. I'm going to root for the Patriots, as I discussed last night. Sunday, week 5 at Houston.
I mean, to your point about all hell breaking loose, does it bleed over into like a little upset loss? I just can't do it.
No,
the Patriots are a team.
This is a nice landing.
They'll probably drop a couple games that they shouldn't, but I'm not picking them against that to lose against Houston. I think they'll just bounce back. Give me the W.
Win. That's a nice. You get Tampa, big spot. If it doesn't go well, you get the Houston Texans, who are just.
I'll just say, looking at this schedule, what a fantastic opening schedule for the Patriots. This is amazing, dude.
You got them at 4-1. I have them at 3-2.
Yeah.
Okay. Week 6, home Dallas. Now, I think it's going to be raining sideways, and that fancy schmancy dome team coming to Foxborough. Now, if Zeke's healthy, that could be problematic, but I like the Patriots to win that game.
Am I really gonna put the Patriots 6-1 here? I got to give them the L here. I'm gonna give them the L. I think Dallas is still an okay team. It's weird. This is a really, really good schedule. They could seriously be 6-1. I'll give them the L just to give them an L at some point, but yeah.
Chef Duke says New England's going to lose to New Orleans. I think Belichick will see that Peyton's coming to town. And he's going to do he's going to be locked in. Oh, you think you're better than me? He gets up for those kind of games when there's another coach in the building that's who's in the discussion of top coaches in the game. Yeah. And they don't meet often. Week 7, Jets at home. See, they'll get a win this game.
I'm not picking them to lose against the Jets.
Okay. Week 8, they go to the Chargers.
I'll take the L there for sure. There's a touchdown. Uzoma. Beast mode.
Seen him a couple times on this drive. CJ Uzama. So there you go.
What's old CJ ship here?
Yeah, I'll give him a loss on Halloween against the Chargers.
Yeah, Chargers are a quality team. You got to travel across country. That's a tough game, dude. If they come out of there with a W, they'll be sitting pretty, but I'm not giving them the win. Just on a schedule thing. Uzoma, 39.4% owned, 5% owned the captain. A lot of you guys were on him, so congrats. He's having a big game, 4 receptions, 54 yards, and a tutty. Burrow, 128 yards passing.
Energy 311 on Twitch says, what a throw. Good to see you, Twitch fam. Thanks for being here. 50 people on Twitch.
Yeah, hopefully you guys are enjoying listening to us debate. I mean, if you're not, then I'm sorry. But this is kind of, the news that's out there, so... Debate.
We're having fun.
We're having fun. That's all that matters. Give us your Patriots win-loss record. What do you think they're going to be at? I got them at 6-2 right now. So, what's the next game? We both gave them a loss to the Chargers.
They go to Carolina.
I'll give them the W.
Split this trip. I think they're going to win this.
I am really not big on Carolina next year. I think they're going to stink. So definitely the win at Carolina. Yeah, split the trip. Belichick will get him to split the trip one way or the other. So.
Yep. Okay. And plus the Chargers, if you remember last year, they beat the Chargers like 45-0 last year. So those guys they'll be gassed up to get some revenge. I'd like to think. And I think they'd be in it at that point. The Chargers weren't really in it at that point in the season. Week 10, the Patriots then go home. They play Cleveland. 1 o'clock game.
Yeah, I'm pretty big on the Browns next year. I'm going to give the Browns the win. So loss for the Patriots there.
I'll give them a loss. Cleveland has a stacked roster, man. It's a really good roster.
Mm-hmm.
It's Darren Fells. Okay, you gave him a loss. Week 11. We'll start flying by this a little bit more. We're going kind of slow. At Atlanta. They play, that's a short week, Thursday night at Atlanta. I'm giving them a win.
I'm going to give them the loss. I just don't think this team is good enough to go the whole season without like a losing streak. So I'm going to give them a loss there.
Okay. Week 12, Patriots play, they have 10 days off. They play the Titans at home.
Yeah, 10 days off. Get Belichick at home. Give me the win for them. I'm not like big on Tennessee next year.
Okay. Week 13, they go to Buffalo.
Got to give them the loss. Buffalo's still a really quality team.
They don't get Buffalo at all early in the season. They play Buffalo twice at the end of the year.
Yeah, really interesting there.
Yeah. Okay, now I think they get the bye week 14. So they're coming up. So they'll lose coming out of the bye. Patriots will go to Indianapolis.
I want to pick them for the upset here.
I'm at 8 wins right now.
I'm gonna say they lose to the Belichick off a bye. Whoa, man, that Indy team's pretty good.
I think both teams will be in it at this point. In the hunt.
I'm gonna give them a split in the next 2 games. So I'll say they upset the Colts, but then they lose to the Bills the week after.
Yeah, I'm gonna give them a win here too.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just 16. Not big on Carson Wentz. Like the Colts QB situation at this point in the season could be a disaster. So.
Okay, so then we got Buffalo home. See, I like to think they're going to split Buffalo.
Yeah.
Man, this is tough.
Like I said, I think we're going to lose one of those games, Colts, Buffalo. I can't pick them to win both, so I'll say they split it. I'll say they beat the Colts, but lose to Buffalo. I still think Buffalo's the slightly better team. So
okay, I think they're going to win this game.
Okay.
And you have them with a loss.
I'm with a loss.
Jacksonville. Home.
At home. That's a W.
Okay. All right. And then at Miami to wrap up the year. This could be a loss. This is where I think M. Roach's point comes into effect. Okay. I don't like how this came out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They're not winning 11 games, Brendan. It's not happening. Okay.
Well, here's the thing. If I give them a win at Miami in the last game of the year, they have 11 wins. If I give them a loss, they have 10. So I could see them, though. I could see them getting a win there. Like, I think that's how their season is going to come down. I think it's going to come down to that last game. Ooh, as Watson goes for it all. I think this last game at Miami is going to be pivotal for them. I think it's going to be that kind of year, like they're either going to get 11, maybe challenge, maybe even have a shot at the division title. Or if they lose it, they're either going to be just barely out of the playoffs or maybe sneak in with a wild card. I think that's the kind of season it's going to be for the Pats. So I'm actually pretty comfortable in this. I'm not really sure what I want to say they're going to do. I'm going to give them the W because I just do not think Miami is going to be that good next year. So I guess I'm going to put them at 11-6. Look, and don't feel bad doing it because look at their schedule, Brendan. They have a very good schedule. This is an incredible opening schedule. This is what the Patriots open with. Miami, Jets, Saints, Bucks, Texans, Cowboys, Jets. There's one good team in there. One. And it's the Bucks. So that's how many games? That's 7 games. They could easily go, if they play poorly, they could go 4-3. If they play well, they'll go 5-2. If they play great, they'll go 6-1.
You have them at 10 wins.
I have them at 10 wins?
That's it. You have
no way. I got to go over this again. Okay, I got a loss at the Bucks.
Mm-hmm.
Lost to the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
Lost to the Chargers.
Yep.
Lost to the Browns.
Yep.
Oh, I lost to Atlanta.
Yep.
Oh, that's true. And then I picked them to lose both to the Bills. So I got them at 10 wins. I think that's fair. if they grab a win against Buffalo, they maybe they win the division. I think that's a totally fair schedule. I think it's a totally fair outcome for the Patriots. 10 wins.
I think 10's fair too. Not 9 or 10. 11.
And you know what? If Mac Jones comes in, he plays well. Maybe he beats Buffalo once, and that's the deciding factor in the division this year. I think that's totally how the season will go for the New England. So.
David says the Lions are going to win more games.
Energy says 11-6. Are you guys high? I'm high on life, bro. It's NFL schedule release day. I'm high on schedules.
If they cheat enough, they'll win more. Oh God, here we go.
Oh no. They deflate the balls.
Hey, if you thought this was fun, we're gonna do the Jets at 10 o'clock with Ducey.
Oh, the Jets with Ducey is gonna be great. I kind of wish I was with Kaufman tonight just so I could do the Patriots schedule with him. Actually, my Patriots schedule is pretty reasonable. He definitely would have given them a win against the Bills. There's no way he would have come in under 11. No way.
Okay, we're going to take a break from this conversation. Earlier today on The Sweat, the guys discussed NBA game totals and focused in on some of the late matchups. Houston, LA, no Davis, no LeBron, and Portland, Utah.
Nick, what total tonight has your attention?
Sticking with that Rockets-Lakers game, I like the under on 224.5. Houston, as we know, very much banged up, not really interested in winning basketball games at this point in the season. The Lakers defense, even with LeBron and Davis out, was better than expected and should be even better with LeBron James back in the lineup tonight. Lakers play a lot of low-scoring games. That's how they found success last season. That's how they're going to find success if they do in the postseason. This is one of those games where if the three-pointers aren't falling for either side, I think Houston probably ends up in the 90s and the Lakers are maybe in the low to mid 100s.
All right, Mog Josh, what about you, man?
I like over 234 for the Blazers Jazz game. Portland's red hot. They've won 4 straight. And in those 4 straight wins, they're averaging 128 points per game. The Jazz have won 3 of their last 4, and they're scoring 123 points in those last 4 games. So if my math's correct, they each need to score 117 points, and 128 and 123 is way over that. I just like the way these two teams are playing despite Conley and Mitchell being out. I think it's going to be a very meaningful game again. I think it's going to be high-powered, so I feel pretty confident about the over 234.
We're back. Hi. Did you all decompress after? See, we did the Bucks and the Patriots in the first half. Now it's all going to be fun from here. Hey, I think you're right. If Koff was here, he's got New England at 13-4. So I think 10's fair.
Like I said, there's no way he's picking Buffalo to beat the Patriots twice. So he's got them at least 11 wins. I think my schedule was perfectly reasonable. I think 10 is very doable. They might have a shot at going 11 if they pull off one of those upsets late in the year, but he's definitely going to have them at least 11 or more. You can book it.
I mean,
book that. I don't tell him I said that. I want to see what he comes up with on his own, but Chad, you can hold me to that. If he has less than 11 wins.
What does not help the Patriots in terms of the Buffalo matchup is the fact they play them twice at the end of the year. If they got him early in the season, before stuff's like maybe Mac Jones is in by week 6 and they get Buffalo like week 7, there's not a lot of tape on him. Maybe they sneak it out. You know what I'm saying? But the fact that they got Buffalo twice now at the end of the year, something tells me the schedule makers, they have the Patriots playing Buffalo twice at the end of the year because they think those are going to be the 2 teams at the end for that division.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't think they make the schedule like that. Maybe they do. I have no idea how the schedule's made, but I definitely think
meaningful divisional matchups at the end of the season. I think that's something.
Yeah, I know. I mean, absolutely. But I think those will be meaningful games. Absolutely. Yeah.
All right. So to piss you guys off some more, let's do the Packers.
So should we do the Packers? Because are we doing the Packers with Aaron Rodgers or without?
You can do 2 versions, with and without.
2 versions.
I'll make a column. With?
All right, sure. Let's do it. I don't care.
This might be my last sim ever. It's nice knowing all of you. Yeah, we can do an Aaron Rodgers version and then a Blake Bortles, Jordan Love version.
Blake Bortles version. Oh my God.
All right, well, what are we waiting for? Let's get this party started. Week 1, Packers are at New Orleans. With Aaron Rodgers.
If Aaron Rodgers is starting, I'm picking Aaron Rodgers. Like the Saints defense isn't that good. The Packers defense is good. There's like zero chance they lose that game if Aaron Rodgers starts, in my opinion. So I'll go Rodgers win.
Okay, win.
Jordan Love. Yeah, I'll go with the L. No, you know what? I'm not big on the Saints next year.
I know.
I'm really I have to give him the L. The Saints defense is good enough. I just do not. I don't know what to expect with like Jordan Love if he's the quarterback. I'm gonna give him the L if it's Jordan Love.
With Aaron Rodgers, win-win. Without Aaron Rodgers, loss. Moving on to week 2, home against the Lions on Monday Night Football.
Yeah, I'll give him a win both ways.
Okay, wins across the board, with and without. Sorry, Jared Goff. And sorry, Dan Campbell. Week 3, oh boy, at San Francisco.
Yeah, wow. I mean, I ain't giving him a win with Jordan Love here, that's for sure. San Francisco offense going to be able to put up points. I don't trust Jordan Love to, drive down the field at the end of the game. I want to pick this as an upset spot. Early in the season, San Francisco's healthy. Yeah, I'll take San Francisco in the upset. I'll give them a loss both ways.
I agree. San Francisco's had their number.
Gotta travel west. It's prime time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, moving to week 4. They have the Steelers at home.
If there's no Jordan Love, this is going to be like a real defensive battle. I do not trust the Steelers at all, but they do have like Claypool guys who can they're going to be able to get loose against those secondary corners. So I'll say Rodgers pulls it off, but Jordan Love will give him the L.
I'm going to have them winning that game both ways.
Okay. Wow, not a big Steelers fan. Gosh,
so you have him in a loss, and you have him winning. You have him winning with Aaron.
Nope. Losing with Jordan.
Oh, losing. Okay. Very good. Wow, 3-1, and 2-2. Week 5 at the Bengals.
I'll say win with Rodgers, loss with Jordan Love.
I'm going to give them a win with Aaron Rodgers, and I'm going to give them a loss as well. I think by this point, week 5, Joe Burrow will be fully back from the injury. I don't think folks are considering this enough. Like, Joe Burrow is going to need a month to settle in here because he's going to be ready for week 1. But is he going to be ready for week 1? We don't really know that.
Yeah. No, absolutely possible.
Okay. Moving on to week 6. We're doing 2 versions here, with Aaron Rodgers, without Aaron Rodgers. Hope you're enjoying this. At Chicago.
It's a tough one. I got to give him the win with Aaron Rodgers, but do I really want to take for man? I got him at 1-5 here with Jordan Love. I'll give him the win both ways. I'll say they pull it off. So it'll be at 2-4 with Jordan Love.
They're going to lose this game.
Yeah.
Jordan Love, Blake Bortles is going to be eaten alive. So you have them winning either way.
Yeah.
Week 7, they go to Arizona. This is a short week, Thursday Night Football.
No, they're at home.
Oh, home. Pardon me. Sorry, my bad. Home, Washington. Home, Washington a week later after the Chicago game. This is
Washington's a good team. Definitely going to give him the L with Jordan Love. I'll give him the win with Rodgers, though. It's at home, so I think I have to.
I think they're going to win this game, too. It actually sets up better for the Cardinals' short week.
This is a tough schedule. This is the Packers are absolutely screwed if they don't have Aaron Rodgers, just looking at the schedule.
Destiny has a question quickly about the Madden, which this is why we are here primarily, so we understand that. Destiny, this is all Madden difficulty, exhibition event type, arcade game mode. Computer against computer. All we do is stream the game. 6 a day, 7 days a week, usually. There's a big pickup for A.J. Green to the 37. Speaking of A.J. Green, his Cardinals are hosting Aaron Rodgers, or the Aaron Rodgers-less Packers, Week 8 on a short week.
Jordan, I don't know why I picked them to beat the Bears there. Basically, just because I wanted to give them a win with Jordan Love. I feel like they got to pick up a win somewhere, but I'm pretty bit bullish on the Bears. I actually think they're like going to be a good bet, possibly to win the division this year. Anyways, we move on.
So just hold on. Let's clarify. Week 7, Washington with Aaron Rodgers. What do you have him? Winning?
Win without loss.
Okay. Same. Win, loss. Week 8, short week at Arizona. I have them losing both ways.
I like that call. I think them losing that game is very possible at Arizona. Shootout. Kyler Murray and company could outscore Aaron Rodgers. I like that. Give him a loss there. Both sides.
Let's go to week 9. They are at the Chiefs. 10 days of rest.
This is what I'm saying. Like, this is a 4-game stretch where they're at the Bears, home Washington, at Arizona, at Kansas City. And then they got Seattle after. 5-week stretch. It's a loss with Jordan Love. It's a loss. It's probably a loss with Aaron Rodgers. So, actually, wait a sec. Did I pick? What did I pick the Chiefs to do?
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
I don't even remember that being on the schedule for the Chiefs. Did you write it down?
Yep, I've got it here. Kansas City, week 9, we had them winning.
Kansas City winning. Okay, yeah.
So it's a loss.
That's fine. I'll just give them a loss either way.
See, I am keeping up. I'm just trying to write it down and be fair.
Ahead of the curve.
Just ahead of the curve. So we have losses across the board, with or without.
Yeah.
M. Roach, we're not hating on Tua. Okay?
I'm kind of
Jeff kind of is. All right, let's move on. Wow, this schedule just keeps getting worse. Week 10, they play home. It's a home game against Seattle.
I'm going to say they eke out, like, you know,
they got to bounce back.
I'm going to say they win that. Either way, even with Jordan Love, I'm going to say both. Seattle's just, they don't play well on the road. I mean, they try to, like, eke out games. Always close, always ugly. I'll say the Packers win ugly games there.
I'm at a point on my side because you have them beating the Bears without Rodgers.
Yeah.
At this point, they're on a 5-game losing streak.
Yep.
Don't they? What if they get to a point without Rodgers, they just decide to tank?
Oh, absolutely, dude.
Get the number 1 pick next year's draft.
They have 2 easy games to open, and then it's just like there's no let up.
Okay, I'll be with you though. They'll give them a win. They're gonna win something here. They got to do something.
Exactly. They're at home versus Seattle. Like I said, I like it.
But the following week they go to the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah, if they have Rodgers, that's a win for sure for me.
It's a loss for me, Jordan Love. No, you're not outscoring that team. I don't think.
Yeah, I'm gonna give them a loss there too on the road.
Okay, then they play week 12. It's the game before the bye, home against the Rams.
I'll give them the win with Rodgers, loss without. They're at home.
Okay. I'll do the same thing. By week 13. Then they have Chicago at home, Sunday Night Football.
I will say, see, this is where I'll make it up to you, Jordan, in the chat, the Bears fan. I'll say Chicago comes in here, Justin Fields. He's not a rookie anymore. Well, he's still a rookie, but you get my point. He had like 10 games, plays better, upsets. I'll give the Chicago the win in both scenarios, so a double loss there.
Wow. I am going to say they win this game.
Probably a dumb call because it's after the bye, but whatever.
Yeah, they're going to win the game. Book it. Wow, this schedule is awful.
It's awful. And then they got to go to Baltimore.
Then they go to Baltimore. Wow.
I'll give him the win with Aaron Rodgers. I'm not giving him the win with Jordan Love. No chance. It's a loss with Jordan Love.
We're at the point now. There's 4 weeks left in the season. You think they're going to win this game? I think they're going to lose this game. I'm so high on the Ravens. Why am I doing that? Loss. No, I'll give him the win. I'll give him. So you have him winning that game?
Yes. With
Either
Aaron
way.
Rodgers. No, not with Jordan Love. Just with Aaron Rodgers. At Baltimore? No, I'm not picking Jordan Love there. Not a chance.
Okay. Win-loss, win-loss. Okay. Week 16. I think this is the Browns on Christmas Day. Yep.
Yeah.
Browns Christmas Day at home.
At Lambeau. I'll give the Packers a win. It's Christmas. It's at Lambeau. It's in the winter. I'm definitely going to give them the win with Rodgers. I'll say that they win either way. They get up for it. It's Christmas at Lambeau. You know, their defense maybe just holds up. I don't really want to give them the win with Jordan Love, but I got to give them the win somewhere, and it's a home game. So.
Okay. Wow. We're still on this. 3 points scored in that quarter. M. Roach now says your life is as awful as the schedule. That's why your career is on SimWorld.
What?
That's what he's trying to tell us is look long and hard in the mirror and wonder.
Take a long look.
What your life has become. Hey, Madden fans, speaking to you now. Refer your friends to DraftKings to play free in Madden contests. Simply scan the QR code that's going to appear on your screen right now. Except M. Roach. Don't do it. DKNG.co/friend.
He knows he needs those friends to pick him up.
Yeah. You know what? Actually, M. Roach, if you have some friends, send them the link. That way you have a buddy in here.
Free money, too, to cheer you up. You scan that link, you get your friends, you refer your friends. If you know they're up there, like I said, it's free money for you, your buddy. Don't have to do much. Cool thing. Cool little promo.
When they deposit, you both play for free. How about that?
How about
AJ Green, 4 catches, 60 yards so far through 3 quarters.
Wow,
His team is winning.
Yeah,
he's now 560 and a touchdown.
Okay. Do we have enough time to finish this Packers schedule?
Yeah, we got 2 games left. 2 left.
Okay.
It's freaking over with. Vikings at home, Sunday Night Football, Week 17.
Win with Rodgers, loss with Love. And then the Week 18, I'll just give them a win, both. It's the Lions. The Lions are going to be terrible. I'm very curious to hear what my Jordan Love record is.
I'm sorry. You think they're going to win both? You think they're going to win either way? Week 17.
Yeah, against the Lions, I think they're going to win both games. Against the Vikings, I have Aaron Rodgers for win, Jordan Love for loss.
Okay. And then wins across the board.
This is when we needed Tara Lynn. You know, like she could have recorded this for us. She wouldn't.
Or she could have given this the dating angles. Oh well, you know,
the dating angles.
It's Christmas time. He's too busy out buying her a Christmas present. He's gonna lose Christmas Day to Cleveland.
That's right.
Oh, wait a minute! January 2nd, home the
Shailene
Vikings.
Shailene doesn't
resolution to talk to his family.
Jaylene doesn't celebrate Thanksgiving, so expect and focused Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, crap. Hold on. Wait a second. Let's go back to the drawing board here. They play October 28th in Arizona. How the hell are they going to pull that off? They have Halloween in 3 days. They're going to get a costume. All right. Let's add this up. With Aaron Rodgers. Let's just assume they work this out. I have 13 wins. I have 13. You have...
I think I have 12, but I actually don't know. $12. All right, let's do without. Let's find out without. I want to know my Jordan Love record.
Let's see.
Throw back to pass. Screen.
6. I have him at 6. You have him at Give him 4 wins.
Look at that schedule, though. How can you I just couldn't pick them to win against some of these teams.
You have them winning 4 games. You have them winning week 2 against the Jets. Week 6 at Chicago. Week 10, home Seattle. And week 16 against Cleveland on Christmas Day.
Home versus the Browns. They could pick up another win in there. He could pick up a win against the Vikings or something.
Oh, and then I'm part of 5, 7 and 5 because you have him beating the Lions at the end of the season. So 5.
Okay, so there 5. Sounds a little bit better.
5 and 12. Oh my God.
Look at this schedule, though. Even I picked, and that's with 2 wins against Cleveland and Chicago. That's with wins against Cleveland and Chicago. Those are good teams. I think it's going to be ugly for the Packers if they don't have Aaron Rodgers, man. Jordan Love might not even be that bad, and it could still be ugly, look at the Bengals last year. They were, they had a good quarterback. They still stunk.
Yep.
Well, for most of the year, they had a good quarterback. Speaking of Bengals quarterbacks, down goes Burrow. 5 minutes left. They do have the lead. Field goal here, put them up 7.
Let's see. Looking at the chat. Lions are going to sweep them, the Packers.
The thing is, if you have Jordan Love in a quarterback and he's being up and down, he could have games where he just throws a couple bad interceptions, and a bad team like that, maybe does pop up with a win. So hard for me to put him at more than 5 or 6 wins with this schedule. I just don't know how you do it. Unless Jordan Love just ends up being this, he was a first-round talent. He had a lot of upside coming out of college. Some people really liked him. He's very raw talent, but he's going to have to be something special right out of the gate.
I'd love to see if we could get Denver's schedule and do Denver with Aaron Rodgers.
Denver with Aaron Rodgers. Oh, man.
What else we got in here from producer Michael? We have the Rams. We have the Niners. The Niners is another one that's a tough call because I'm still not sure what they're going to do at quarterback.
Yeah. Well, why don't we do the Rams? Because that'll be quick. We don't have to worry about quarterback stuff.
Okay. Let's do the Rams. Let's pull it up. Here we go. Oh, I've been writing these down. I just have look at this. I just have a bunch of charts.
Copious notes of our win-loss records. Make sure you burn mine after.
Yeah, so there's no proof. All right, let me quickly label it 1 through 18. A very, very efficient system here. It brings me back to this memory about a year ago now. Reed Fowler would make fun of me for me and my paperwork. He's like, you have a computer. And I'm like, well, writing it down feels more organic. Reed. Okay, here we go. Rams, week 1. Chicago Bears, they play on Sunday night football.
Okay, I got to get mine up here. Just wait. That's okay. So who do they play first?
Rams, Sunday night.
Oh, right. Bears and Rams, right?
Yep.
Man, I want to pick the Bears here for an upset so badly.
Back to the whole discussion, too, of who's the quarterback, right?
Yeah. You know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to say the Bears upset them week 1.
Okay. I think they're going to win that game.
Justin Fields starts. They win.
Week 2, they play at Indianapolis.
Yeah, they bounce back. Maybe knock Carson Wentz out of the game.
Okay, I have him winning this game. Wait a minute. Damn it. Okay. Because now I got to go back to my Tampa records to get Tampa at home, week 3.
I'm almost positive I picked Tampa for a loss here. I'm going to stick with that and pick the Rams to win.
Oh, see, I had Tampa losing, so I got to have the Rams at 3-0. That's doable. You can start 3-0.
I mean, look, it's not like the Rams can't be 3-0. They're projected to be one of the best teams in the league, so that's fine.
All right, home Arizona, week 4.
I want to say the Rams have always I'm going to take the Rams here. I'm pretty sure the Rams have kind of killed the Cardinals for the most part. But I think the Cardinals will be improved, but I'll still take the Rams at home. Probably more. If I'm going to take a split, I'll take the Cardinals at home. But for now, I'll take the Rams here. So I have them at 3-1.
Here's another example of the Rams, just like Tampa. While Tampa did win it all and the Rams did not, as we know, the Rams do have a wild card schedule, and I think they're going to get off to a really damn good start looking at this schedule. Let's see. Arizona, home. I'll give them a win here. You think they're going to lose?
No, I think they're going to win. I put them at 3-1.
They're going to win. Week 5, they go to Seattle. So I think they're going to lose again.
Yeah, I'll take them for the loss here. Seattle, it's at home. They're pretty good in the division.
Week number 6, they play at the Giants.
At the Giants. Yeah, Daniel Jones is going to turn the ball over like 10 times. Rams win.
And just for the record, that Seattle game on the road is a Thursday night. That's a short week.
Okay.
Then they'll get Giants after 10 days.
Yeah.
And they get Matthew Stafford's former team.
Oh, yeah. This is a win.
This is a win.
Give me a break. Okay. Oh, and then they get the Texans the next week. Win.
And they get the Texans on the road. Win. So I'm talking about they get this awful schedule. Then they get Tennessee.
At home.
Week 9. Yep. At home.
I'll give them the win. I mean, I'm just not that.
West Coast trip.
Yeah.
I like it too. At San Fran, week 15. I'm sorry, week, what am I saying?
Yeah.
November 15th.
November 15th. Kyle Shanahan has done pretty well against Sean McVay. I'll give San Francisco the win there, so I'll give the Rams a loss.
Yeah, I'd like to think that San Francisco's got it kind of figured out by this point, so I'm going to give them a loss here.
All their players haven't been injured, which is usually what happens by this time. But.
Okay, then they go to the bye week in week 11.
Oh, yeah, and then coming off the bye, they get the Packers. I have no idea what I picked to do in this game.
Hold on. Stand by. I got all these marks from week 11. We had them winning with Aaron Rodgers. That we had the Packers beating the Rams with Aaron Rodgers and losing without him. Both times.
Okay, I'll stick to that. So I guess they go a 2-game losing streak. That's fine. Yeah.
Out of a bye, they're going to lose. I don't like that, but
I don't really either, but I'll just stick with my call.
Okay. At Arizona, week 13. Week 13. Yes, week 13.
And I guess the other thing we should say, that Packers game, if Jordan Love is the starter, that becomes a win. But if it's Aaron Rodgers, it's a loss. So got to qualify these Packers games. Okay. They win the Jaguars at home. Yeah, give me a break. That'll be a win.
No. Yes, you're right. Pardon me. Okay. Then they go to Arizona, week 14.
Yeah. I'll give Arizona the win here. Split the season series. I think Arizona's a good enough team. Grab a win.
See, I had them winning that first one. So I think they're going to lose this game.
Okay.
They're going to lose this game. Okay. Week 15, they play home Seattle.
Yeah, I'll pick them for the win here at home. Split the season series with Seattle.
I have them winning this game too.
And I'll have them winning week 18. I'm not big on the Vikings, so they'll grab it.
Okay, win there. Okay, last two. This is interesting. At Baltimore.
Oh, my schedule ran out. What the heck's going on here? So it's at Baltimore?
Yep.
Okay. I'll say loss. Yeah, I'll say they split the last two. Yeah, I'll give them a loss at Baltimore and then a win versus San Francisco. Split the season series again. So
you have them winning that last one?
Yeah.
Okay. Michael Dunn. Yeah, I picked Bernard as my captain.
Ooh, Deshaun getting
a
in.
touchdown.
Tying the game. Minute 30 left. Assume they got some. Yeah, we still got full conglomeration of timeouts. So Joe Burrow will have a chance to get some points for the win. So yeah, I got them splitting those last two games at Baltimore loss versus San Francisco win.
You have them at 11 wins.
It's a tough. It's a tough schedule, right? Like you can't. I don't want to pick them to sweep Arizona or San Francisco. I mean, I think there might be the slightly better team there, but those are solid teams. It's hard for me to sit here and say, oh, LA is going to be like the super team. They did lose a little bit on defense. I mean,
I mean, and the other thing too is like 11 wins might not be enough to win that division, right? I mean,
yeah,
it's going to be fascinating. That's going to be a pain trying to do picks for that division and then
let's not
cross-reference.
forget. Let's not forget. I think that Green Bay game becomes a win if Jordan Love is the quarterback for the Packers. So it's like a provisional 11 with the little factoid that could either become 12 with Jordan Love being the starter there. So.
Chef Duke says the Texans are going to do a Jacksonville this year, guarantee.
What is a Jacksonville?
Like tank, like do what they did and
right,
try to get a quarterback.
Just be terrible. I don't even think they're going to have to try. I think they're just going to be terrible. I think they can try and win games and still be the worst team in the league. So it's going to be bad there for the Texans.
All right. Well, let's talk about the sim. Let's see if Cincinnati
let's go,
can,
bro. I mean, a little
can do
screen
this.
pass, lose 5 yards. That's a good way to start off the draft. Sure.
We did 4 teams. We did Tampa.
We did.
No, we did 5 teams. We did Tampa, Kansas City, New England, Packers, Rams.
We actually did 6. We did 2 Packers teams.
Right, the two versions of the Packers. We did 6 schedules. Did you guys enjoy that?
Yeah, hopefully. You guys write down our picks. Wow, another short pass. Tackle in bounds. We would be going to OT here, folks. 3rd and 14. Not going to burn a timeout. Houston should be burning a timeout right now. Come on, Joey B. Let's go, kid.
The best is when you read a random comment in the chat that just says, loss, win. I'm like, I don't know which game you're talking about. But
Oh, wow. Oh, Burrow. Okay, here we go. Chance to be the hero. Goes
Oh!
across his butt.
Oh, he got him!
Inside the 30. There we go. That's how you avoid OT. Joe Burrow. My man.
Jordan Warren says, so now the fun part is watching the so-called TV experts and laugh at their projections. The last time I watched ESPN after a sim, their takes were ridiculous. You guys are a little more accurate. Yeah, no one knows.
That's what we strive for here. A little more accurate.
It's a fun little game. You run through the schedule and you pick it right off the top of your head. Win, loss.
Yeah. Dude, it's the NFL. There's going to be injuries by like week 3 that just change our perceptions of every team, right?
There's going to be injuries in the preseason.
Exactly. Change the depth charts. So I think the Rams are.
This is what filled a lot of sims last year. Like,
oh, completely, dude.
Playing this game.
Yeah.
So if you're offended by your team, I'm sorry. When we do your team, we'll just pick mostly wins. We'll make sure your team always finishes above 500.
I will say I like doing this because it is jarring some of the team's schedules. Like it was jarring for me to do that Patriots one because of how easy their opening schedule is. Their opening 7 games is incredibly easy. Be shocked if they came out of there with something less than a winning record, right? So could really set them up. I think they're going to have a shot at the division with those late 2 games against Buffalo. It's going to come down to that, but it's going to be interesting and nonetheless. So
even the Packers schedule,
and the Packers schedule was very eye-opening. I mean, ridiculously tough there. If you don't have Aaron Rodgers, bailing you out and stuff, and just, Devontae Adams, and oh boy, that could get rough quick. Here we go. Game-winning field goal. It is in the rain.
This is true.
Bad hold or something. 2 seconds left. Cincinnati's played this great. Got the long pass from Burrow.
If Tom Brady beats the Patriots in Week 4, he'll become the 4th quarterback in NFL history to have a win against all 32 NFL teams.
Oh, wow. Wow. I mean, he doesn't need extra motivation, but I guess that's it.
I mean, who else is on that list? Favre,
I was going to say. Maybe Steve DeBerg.
Yeah.
I don't know.
There's another obvious one, I feel like. And
There probably is. Favre is the most obvious one. Who else? Maybe Montana?
I was going to say Joe Montana. Hey,
Did
Joe.
he ever get a win against San Francisco? I feel like he did.
Well, we ran out of time. So
we're out of time, yeah. We'll say you and Kenny can figure that out, Madden After Dark.
Yeah, Kenny's here at 10 for Browns Falcons. So
Kenny got the car bed back from the shop, so he's back.
We'll go through the Jets schedule with Kenny. Get some real analysis there. Who do we like as a player of the game here?
Oh,
Oh, Peyton, Favre, and Breeze. The other three.
Peyton.
And Breeze probably beat the Chargers.
Sure. He just had to beat the Chargers once, and then he beat everyone else. I'm going to go with CJ Zuma. 5 catches, 60 yards, a touchdown. Really good value at 6,200, 17 points. No one else really stood out. So Zuma gets the play of the game, the Krusty Cough, sponsored by the Krusty Cough. Wow, I actually finished in last place. The only person I beat was Choker, who didn't submit any players in his lineup. So shout out to me with the worst place team ever. Brandon Cooks had 0 points. I'm just realizing this now. Since we talked through the entire sim, Brandon Cooks, easy, not my kid award.
Yeah, and I played him.
I was dead last in the sim. That was amazing.
All right, Moose, you have a good rest of your night. Sleep on these picks, and maybe next time we're together, we'll do this again and really bug some people. And
again, don't tell Kaufman what my prediction for his win total was, but my prediction for Kaufman is it'll be at least 11 wins for the Patriots. But don't spoil that.
Don't. Actually, everyone should just tell him that we both had him at 8 wins. That'd be funny, I think. I'd have fun.
You can tell him that. You can absolutely tell him.
I should just text him right now. Me and Jeff have the Pats at 8 wins. What do you think? Absurd. All right. Well, we ran out of time, as we said. So if you didn't like that, I'm sorry. We'll hope we'll do better for 10 o'clock. Coming up next in the DraftKings Dream Stream, you are with Pat Mayo. You discuss your favorite picks and values for this week in PGA. Mayo will also preview the course, debates the best roster construction for the week. He explains the players that are best suited for DFS cash games and which should be deployed in guaranteed prize pool tournaments.
Joining me right now from DK Live, it is DJ, Jazzy, Jeff, Ulrich. What's going on?
Not too much, man. Excited for the PGA Championship coming up. Get a little action in here on the Byron Nelson new course coming up. Seems a little more interesting than Trinity Forest, which was just like one big open flat space. So I'm doing good, man.
Well, on yesterday's show, I talked about Dustin Johnson, how I want to play Dustin Johnson. Then I was thinking about doubling Dustin Johnson together with now and the PGA Championship to really boost up the odds. Then all of a sudden, like 5 minutes after I post the show, he withdraws from the tournament. So thanks, DJ, for that. So he has a knee injury, so he can't play in the Byron Nelson. But over the weekend, he's doing backflips off a yacht. So maybe he hurt himself doing the backflips. I don't know. But it just seems like he might be putting together a bit more effort into Kiowa, Iowa, in his home state. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like we had similar Mondays because I think I spent a good hour on a show talking about how I thought Dustin Johnson was the preferred pay-up option for me and would have been a nice pick. He typically plays well the week before majors, and then basically the show ended and he withdrew. So that was fun as well for me. But no, I agree. I don't think there's anything wrong with Dustin Johnson. I just probably just figures he feels comfortable in his practice, if anything. And like you said, it's his home state. I think he's going to be a really interesting play next week. I'm not sure if I'm going to bet him at whatever price he'll be at, but yeah, absolutely. I was bullish on him here and probably be bullish on him for next week too.
I was thinking about betting him at the PGA Championship at 12-1. Hopefully the news about this knee injury can push him down to like 14 or 16-1 because then all of a sudden it's a bit more enticing.
It's not going to make him shorter, right? I mean, I think if anything, it'll push, especially if like Bryson or Rahm has a big week here. It should push him up towards 15-1. I think absolutely. I mean, I don't think you'll get anything crazy like 18-1, but books kind of when they first put out odds on majors, you can see some crazy numbers first. So definitely wait on DJ. I think you get a better number than 12.
Well, and DJ withdrawing in this field, when we get to the pricing in a second, that it was a huge chasm between the haves and have-nots in this field. There was like a very clear line of, oh, these are the really good players. And then there's just absolutely everyone else in this tournament, mix and match them however you want. And now without DJ, it's really going to concentrate ownership on the top, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is you nailed it. Like it's a very top heavy field, right? Like you've got a lot of big names here, but it drops off real quick, as we'll see, especially like once you get to the low AK range. So yeah, it's just going to make, unfortunately for ownership, there's a couple players I think everyone will like. It's just going to be, they're going to be like 30%, 25% owned, all of them, which is, not that bad, I guess. It's not like we're heading into like, Christian McCaffrey, 60% territory or something when he's 9K, but it is going to be concentrated on a few guys for sure that are, both elite players and appropriately priced. So.
TPC Craig Ranch, the first of the next 5 years for the Byron Nelson, being the host course, 7,468 yards, par 72. Sung Kang is actually the defending champion from Trinity Forest 2 years ago. New course, wouldn't worry too much about that. I guess the other thing too, it's a 156-man field, so it's going to be pretty dicey to get all your players through the cut line. We've seen a couple of these completely full fields so far over the past few weeks, and we've seen the 6 of 6 percentage hover around 5%, maybe less than 5%. It just takes one or two guys inside the top 10 of ownership to really cripple everyone's lineup. So the popular sleeper of the week, he misses. All of a sudden, 5 of 6 is looking really good. A viewer of the show actually came second in the $33 single entry last week with a 5 of 6. So it's doable if you keep the 6 of 6 percentages down to around like 3, 4, 5%. Then a 5 of 6 can have a shot in either a 3 max or a single entry at that point if you just nail the rest of your lineup. You're not dead like you are in the $5 or even the $15, some of the larger GPPs on DraftKings. But when you look at this course, what type of skill set are you looking for? Because I'm thinking like bombers, and if it's not bombers, it's shorter hitters with great long irons, and you got to be able to make some putts.
Yeah, I think it's going to be like a good all-around test. I mean, it's a Tom Weiskopf design, 2004. We've seen in competition, 2012 hosted the Korn Ferry Tour Championship. But you look at the comparable Weiskopf designs on tour, and I think the biggest one is TPC Scottsdale. It's another TPC course. And you look at the layout too. They're both very similar yardages, but Craig Ranch is a 72. Obviously Scottsdale is a 71, but you look at the layout, they both have attackable par 5s. They have some long, tough par 4s. And they have some drivable par 4s as well. You look at, I think it's the 6th or 5th hole here at Craig Ranch. It actually looks very similar to the 17th, the drivable par 4 there. It just doesn't have water on it, but the layout looks very similar. So I think TPC Scottsdale is a very good comparison. And again, you mentioned bombers there. You got to be good off the tee. But you really have to have a good all-around game. Like we see all styles compete at TPC Scottsdale. So I think this is really more of an all-around test. I think it's going to be a good event, like a good venue. I don't think you're going to see a crazy birdie fest, but the scoring's going to be out there. It's a par 72, like I said. So there's an extra par 5 in play. That could drive the scoring to 20 under if the wind stays down. But yeah, I think focusing on solid hitting off the tee, like doesn't have to be the craziest bomber in the world, but good solid off the tee stats. And then, like you said, you're going to have to sink some putts. You're going to have to get your scoring clubs. So one of those things, I wouldn't overly emphasize any one thing, but I just want a guy who's good all around form and hasn't been ice cold with the putter lately.
So looking at that right now, then over their past 12 rounds played at TPC Scottsdale, the top 10 players in the field in terms of tee to green: Hideki, Rahm, Sergio Spieth, Nasty Nate Lashley, Johnny Vegas, Cooch, Ortiz, KH Lee, and John send in da birdies. It's been a while since he's been sending in that many birdies, but apparently he's over his past. I mean, those 12 rounds could be from like 8 years ago, for all I know, with John Senden in Phoenix. But those are the top guys that you'd be looking at right now. So let's jump in to the very top of the pricing board. Obviously, Dustin Johnson was the most expensive player. He was $10,000 or $11,400. I suppose he still is $11,400. I would recommend not taking him. That's Pat's lock of the week. So that leaves Bryson as the highest price player at 11.2, then Rahm at 11. You got Spieth, Hideki, and Berger 10.7, 10.3, and 10.1. Who's the guy do you think no one's going to play here? Because Jeff and I talked about it a little bit on Monday's show, but it feels like the interest in Hideki is way down.
Yeah, I agree 100%. You know, people love to just play narratives like it's not even narratives. It's just like biases, like almost like, you know, old wives' tales in DFS golf. And one of the old wives' tales is, a guy is going to be rusty coming back after he won a major. There's going to be a major hangover. There's no way he can play well after winning a major and beating the most elite players in the world. So I think you're going to get that with Hideki this week. He's 10.3. He's also, you know, a little bit more expensive than Berger and Koepka and Zalatoris and all the kind of hot names under there. And you also don't have to do much to get up to Jordan Spieth, who I think people have gone back to trusting. So I think Spieth will definitely get some play. And, you know, I think if Dustin had been in this field, maybe you see Bryson's ownership had dipped a bit, but I don't think that's going to be the case anymore. Bryson is just a prolific DraftKings scorer. Obviously, he just rewarded the DFS community, you know, grinded through the cut, flew all the way back from Dallas, finished T9. You know, he's back in the good graces after that kind of performance. So I think that Matsuyama, of the top, you know, 6-7 players, he should garner the lowest ownership. I don't think Berger will be super highly owned either, but he's definitely going to be more highly owned than Matsuyama, in my opinion, just because of the savings you're getting. So if I had to rank those guys in terms of ownership, Matsuyama would be coming in with the lowest.
That's what Fantasy National is spitting out right now. Obviously, it's very early on a Tuesday, so you need to give this time for ownership to actually pile up, people to go generate lineups to actually get a more realistic idea of what ownership is looking at like. But it seems like Hideki is the only player basically above $9,000. I guess we include Sergio, he's in the single digits, Hideki's in the single digits, and Bryson and Spieth kind of trump everyone else. So it's Rahm for me. Not that he's low owned by any means. He'll be like 15, 16%. But I do think that I like him the best skill-wise at this course. I like that we're back on bent grass. Even looking at his numbers last week from Quail Hollow, like they weren't bad. He just couldn't chip or putt, which is atypical for Jon Rahm, but the driving was fine. It wasn't elite. The irons were fine. They were actually better than the field. So if he can just get back to driving the ball well and striking the ball well with his irons, and let the chipping and putting come along with it. So I think I like Rahm by far the best of the. I mean, it's hard to say I like him that much more than Bryson, but I like the price discount, and I think I just like his skill set at this course a little bit more than Spieth, where Spieth's gonna have to chip in a bunch of times. He's gonna have to make a couple 40-foot bombs, which he can do. I just feel like Rahm's path to winning this is much easier.
Oh, absolutely. Look, I mean, Jon Rahm had a 76, and then he came back and shot a 70. So, I mean, it's not like he had two disastrous rounds. He looked fine. He just had a bad Monday or a bad Thursday, excuse me, on the greens and stuff like that. So I agree. I mean, if we talked about TPC Scottsdale as a comparison, Rahm's kind of been very, very consistent on that layout. I would give him the slight edge over Bryson as well if I had to choose. Look, Bryson gained 7 strokes on the greens last week. There's no guarantee that just carries over here. I think he lost like 5 strokes with his irons. So Bryson's week was very weird, and he's got to get those irons going again. We've seen him just kind of make cuts and kind of skimmy along without doing much with his irons for a while. So there's no guarantee those clubs just bounce back for him. I'd feel more confident in a Rahm bounce back for sure. I think Spieth is a little bit overvalued to your point. If the bombs don't drop, I mean, is he really that much better of a play than Hideki? They both have really good start to the seasons. Obviously, Spieth a few more top end plays, but if the putter cools off a little bit here, easily could just end up with a made cut. He's never finished top 20 at the Byron Nelson either. Doesn't really like these local events. Doesn't seem to gel with his mojo very well. So I like Matsuyama and I like Berger a lot more than Spieth. Again, if I'm ranking those 3 in terms of who I want to play, I would go Berger, Matsuyama, Spieth.
Berger, Matsuyama, Spieth. Okay. So it's going to be Rahm for me, and I think it would be Berger, then Matsuyama. Even though Berger is Anderkirch, though, that's the one thing. I'm just trying to think, because I think the move is, we're going to get to Zalatoris in a second. I love Zalatoris. I'm not alone in that. But I think the move is to try to jam at least 2 of these guys into a lineup this week.
Yeah.
3 if you can get away with
I agree. I think you'll be super unique if you do that. I think most people won't want to roster a ton of players under 7K. I was going to say, I was only ranking the guys in the 10K. I would still put Rahm in front of Berger, again. But as far as the guys in the 10K, I like Berger the most. Coming off a great week at the RBC Heritage, gained a bunch of strokes ball striking. The dude just does not lose strokes off the tee ever. Like he's just an auto, like +2 strokes off the tee. Great record at TPC Scottsdale as well. Again, I'm going to hammer that comparison down. I think it's a good one. So I definitely like Berger. I don't think he'll be crazily owned either, but I agree. Rahm out of the top 6 for me, or top 5 now. I would put as number 1.
So the way I'm going to construct my lineups, Rahm and Berger with an emphasis on Rahm, because I like Zalatoris a little bit more than I like Berger because of the price point, and maybe add some Hideki in there. And then, Jordan Spieth is going to go out and win with Hideki Matsuyama. That's going to be the unique lineup that you need. Then all is said and done. If you do like the Phoenix, then you got to love Hideki at this spot, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's part of the appeal too, right? I think this is a good spot for Hideki to come back onto the schedule. I have no idea what Hideki's been up to or anything. I don't know if anyone does, because it's not like he's on Instagram or anything much, but or maybe he is and I just don't follow him. But I think it's fine. Hideki is a guy who grinds a lot. I don't think he's just going to come back in and take like a year off like Danny Willett did or anything like that. So I'm not too afraid of the spot, to be honest. I think he's got another major coming up. I think you'll see a decent week from Hideki. I think it's a good setup for him, like I said.
He's played really well in Texas over the years as well. Even when he was going through his slump a little bit, like the ball striking the week before the Masters at Valero, very good. I think he was second in Houston during the swing season. So
that's right. Yeah, last fall. Yep.
And of course, like you said, your Phoenix crossover, Hideki, two-time winner in Phoenix. So pretty good on his part. Let's talk 9K, guys. Zalatoris is at the top with Brooks Koepka, 9-9 and 9-7. You got Fitz, Chef, Sammy Burns, Mark Leishman, Ryan Palmer, and Sergio Garcia at $9,000. This is a tricky range because I think you could completely justify playing 3 guys and starting your lineup with the 9K guys. There's some decent names in here for sure. I said I like Zalatoris the most, but looking at the early ownership, it doesn't seem like the bottom end is really garnering much. Like Leishman's coming in super low owned, Palmer's going to be super chalk, but then you have Sergio right below him at like 1/3 the ownership early on, obviously. But I thought that was kind of strange to see Sergio, just no one wants a piece of him, but everyone wants to play Ryan Palmer. And it's not necessarily usually the opposite, but I really like Ryan Palmer. I like him at this course. He's already talked about how he's going to play here. But if you're giving me a 1/3 discount on both Leishman and Sergio versus Ryan Palmer, probably end up taking it.
Yeah, I'll probably get sucked into something like that as well. I mean, Sergio obviously coming off 2 bad starts in a row, probably just lost some sentiment. But I mean, he's the guy who's won this event, I think twice now, definitely won back in 2016, I think it was. But he likes Texas. Like he's played really well in Texas over his career as well. I mean, just to your point, I'm taking Sergio over Ryan Palmer pretty much every time if you're getting like half the ownership there, even if I'm getting equal ownership. So, I mean, it's not really even a decision for me. I won't be targeting Ryan Palmer, but I do understand why people want to play him. I mean, Burns at 93 looks well overpriced, and, he did gain 9 strokes putting at the Valspar. Is that going to translate to success on bent grass greens? Now, I understand that argument. I mean, I think Sam Burns has a ton of upside, but I understand why people will be off him here. I'd probably be more apt to just take another shot with Burns, though, than Leishman. I mean, I think Leishman can be a little bit all over the place. But to your point, I mean, I'm probably going to be looking for, if you're doing GPP leverage or want some leverage, Sergio and Jason Day there under Ryan Palmer. That's probably where I'll lean rather than going up and paying for Burns or Leishman. Now, Burns and Leishman probably been playing better than those guys, but take a little bit of a discount, and I think you may even get lower ownership. So I agree. Like, people are going to be stacking people in this 9K range, and it's going to start with, either Scheffler and Zalatoris, Fitzpatrick and Scheffler, maybe even like Koepka and Scheffler or something like that. But there's going to be a ton of lineups with those like 4 combos this week. So very popular way to build. And I think an easy way to differentiate is either go 3 guys and use one of the low owned plays that we threw out there as your 3rd guy, or just bypass one of the really popular guys.
I could see myself, depending on, we're going to talk about Brooks in a second, but Zalatoris at 9-7 might just be the only guy in the 9s that I use. Just call it quits there, because I think that, I just have my gut says Will Zalatoris. The stats also point to Will Zalatoris. He had 1 bad event. Now all of a sudden, he's not great. No, he's 22-1 to win this event. He's high priced. This tournament seems, at least the layout would fit him perfectly. And it just seems like he's sort of once you get to like Scheffler and Fitzpatrick, I think that there's a line after Fitzpatrick and Scheffler, like from Burns, and Burns might be a little bit overvalued coming off the win, but you have like Leishman, Palmer, Sergio, Day, Peters, like all those guys, they're kind of in a bucket behind the rest of everyone else. Like Zalatoris, Fitzpatrick, and Scheffler, I think are kind of on an island here. And, you can't obviously play everyone. I like Zalatoris the best, but if you didn't want to play the low 9s or high 8s, I completely understand that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can start with, just taking one of those guys. To your point, if you're using Zalatoris, you can go up and grab like a ROM to go with them. I think that'll give you way better chance of being like duplicated, or just a lesser owned lineup than if you're doing 2 or 3 guys from the 9K range. So there is a big drop off, and it may not even be in terms of like upside or top end talent. Starting at Sam Burns, but just in terms of consistency, like we see Sam Burns, he has a really big week and then he goes 30 or he'll drop in a couple missed cuts. Same with Sergio. So the consistency with guys like Fitzpatrick, Scheffler, it's just unmatched in as soon as you go below them. So it's a really big week where there's like obvious tiers almost of players here. And the first tier, in my opinion, where you get the biggest drop off is after Scheffler. So something to keep in mind. You can definitely, I feel like, bypass a lot of these guys. But if you want to pick and choose out of this range too, like, and I'm talking like the sub Scheffler range, I mean, you're going to get some really low ownership on some guys who can pop. I mean, we saw Burns pop, Sergio can pop, and go down to a guy like Peters as well, who I like. So the interesting range, but not necessarily one you have to go crazy with either.
What are you doing with Brooks? Because he's pretty highly priced, which I guess makes a ton of sense. Even in the betting market, he's a bit behind the tier of the elites, but at the same time, at 23-1 on DraftKings Sportsbook, you're not getting a huge discount on Brooks at the same time. He loves playing in Texas. Obviously, he's won twice in Phoenix. His game would seemingly fit this course perfectly. Slowish greens from what it looks like as well, and maybe that can help out his putting a little bit, but do you take the chance at 9,900 that he's going to be fully healthy? Because the way that I see the ownership breaking down now, it's not like you're getting an ownership discount. He's not super highly owned, but it's not like he's, Lee Westwood at 1% at the same time. He's going to be like 11, 12%. So it'd be one thing if he was a 2% owned play, you play him in 2 of 20 lineups, be on your way. But now, I mean, to get overweight on the field, you're going to have to commit a certain allocation of your both DraftKings salary and DraftKings lineups to playing Brooks Koepka. And I just don't know where he's at. At the Masters, it made more sense to me, although he ended up missing the cut. I don't know why I played him on DraftKings. The bet was one thing. Should not have played him on DraftKings. Would have won money, like a decent amount of money, if I just didn't play Brooks. Just stupid. Stupid, Pat. Could have played Hideki for like the same price. Either way, are you playing him?
I mean, I haven't really made up my mind on Brooks Koepka, but I don't think so. I don't think that enough has changed. I mean, we've seen 4 weeks. He hasn't had a competitive game in there. Is the knee like 100%? We haven't really seen that much. And to your point, like, I want to play Scheffler from this range. So all of a sudden, already I've committed myself to playing at least one player, and I probably would like to also. I like Zalatoris, so just like you. I mean, I look at those two players. They're set up very well here. Scheffler had a top 10 at TPC Scottsdale earlier in the year. He's been very consistent with across the board. There's no reason for me not to like him here. So, $600, $500 less than Brooks Koepka. I'm not just going to go off Scheffler and this speaks to your Masters point, just because I might get a little bit of lower ownership on him here, because there's really not, like, you're not getting Brooks at 3%. So I think I'm probably going to be out on him. It's always a little bit scary to say that about Brooks Koepka, especially when he's under 10K, but I just don't really feel the need here. I think his upside is probably also capped. I mean, I don't think he's going to come in off a 4-week rest with a knee that's probably still not 100% and just win. I know he's capable, but I don't think that's going to happen. So I'm gonna say no. I'm pretty much just going to be out. I want to get exposure to Zalatoris and Scheffler a lot, and I do, like I said, I do like a couple plays in that high 8K range where I'll pick up some really low ownership. I'd feel better about targeting guys there than I would about targeting a slightly lower owned Brooks Koepka this week.
So in the 8K range, I'm just going to guess you're playing Jason Day.
I am. I will. I mean, at the very least, I've bet Jason Day at 55-1. It's basically the same odds we've been getting on him in the majors. As far as DraftKings play, he's projecting 5-7% ownership ranges from a lot of the spots I've seen. You're not going to have to go crazy here, which is what I like. If you're 3-max guy, you put him in 1. If you're making 5 or 10 lineups, you put him in 1. You're overweight the field, right? So I'm not purporting like, this is Jason Day's week, get him in all your lineups, but I like the fact that everyone's out on him now. 2 missed cuts. I haven't really seen anything crazy bad from him from a ball striking perspective. His putter just hasn't popped. Bryson was way worse ball striking than him last week. He just gained 7 strokes on the green. It'll switch for Jason Day at one point. He'll pop up again. Again, I'm not suggesting he wins, although I know I've dropped a few hints on Twitter that like there's a trend there with Rory winning the at the first spot he ever won at, and now Jason Day is returning to the first event he's ever won. But more just for jokes, I think Jason Day is a good low and pick this week. Again, I like it when everyone's out on Jason Day rather than when everyone piles in on him on chalk. So we just need that putter to pop. His ball striking has actually been fairly consistent. I think he's gained strokes off tee in like 8 starts or something now. So I am in as a low and play there. That's probably the guy I'll target the most, but I really do like Thomas Peters this week as well. Not sure why more people aren't on him. He's been competitive in pretty much every start he's had on the PGA this year.
I mean, he played in he played in Punta Cana, and he played the Puerto Rico Open.
Yeah, quality. I mean, basically what this event is, just without Bryson and Rahm.
Oh, give me a break. He was the
We've
betting
seen the guys under 8K,
he was the betting favorite in that field. He's like 80-1 this week.
There you go, 80-1. I mean, who would you rather bet, Thomas Peters or Ryan Palmer?
Thomas Peters.
Thomas Peters at 80-1 or Ryan Palmer at 40-1.
I'd rather bet Thomas Peters. I'm not killing you about Thomas Peters, but this field is significantly better.
Okay, it is. You're right. I mean, I'm joking around a little bit, but it's a better field. But I mean, I think Peters is a quality player. I mean, he was close in those events. He was up there. He does Thomas Peter things. So we just have to avoid the quad bogey, and we'll be fine.
I'm looking at the chalk from this range. It looks like Woo is going to be pretty chalky. So is, on Fantasy National members love Thomas Peters. So I'm in on Thomas Peters as well. Then you have Luke List and Aaron Wise, both like 12%, 15%. And then Charles at above 10%. Keith Mitchell at close to 15%. That leaves your options of Day in single digits, Harris English below 5%, Lee Westwood below like 2%, and then Matt Kuchar below 5%. I kind of like Cooch.
Dude, I mean, if List and Wise and
like
Schwartzel are all going over 10% at over 8K in price, yeah, I'll just take whoever is lower owned. Thanks. I mean, I agree. I'll play some. I might even play Westwood in this range or something and throw him in a lineup. I mean, I'll just take the ownership dips. This is. I mean, Luke List what was he last week? Like 7K.
He had a good week, but I mean, he made a lot.
Absolutely. I get it.
He made a lot of putts last week. I don't know if that's going to continue.
None of these guys are exactly known for their consistency, is my point. I mean, high-end players, great ball striker. Aaron Wise is super talented. Lord knows I've bet Aaron Wise enough, but now he's 8,300 after being like 68 or 7K for like 2 months. No thanks. I'm not going to eat the Aaron Wise or Luke List chalk here. Give me a little bit of low and Cooch if he's really low. And Keith Mitchell, I the same thing. I mean, we're back on Bentgrass here, so I can just cross Keith Mitchell off this week. I think this low 8K range, Kuchar is the most interesting for me. Maybe I'll dip my toes in the Schwartzel range. He really is playing well.
Oh, come on. Are you really going to pay for Charles? The guy who's been $6,200 all year. Now it's like, oh, he's 81. Let's play some Chuck Schwartzel.
I said maybe. But I think, honestly, the best way to approach his range is just like cross it off and start at Taylor Gooch at 7,900. I really don't want to play anyone from this range, if I'm being honest. Schwartzel, maybe he's going to suck me in because of how consistent he's been, but I don't even know if I want to play Kuchar, even if he's only like 5%. But I think Kuchar has the most interest from me from just like a GPP perspective. That would be the guy. Otherwise, everyone else here, I'm absolutely fine just putting an X through.
Yeah, I mean, Schwartzel's irons have been reinvigorated. And for whatever reason, he couldn't make any putts last week at Quail Hollow. Couldn't make any putts at the Masters either. And that's a place where he historically had made a ton of putts. And still, he's made the cut in like 4 straight events. I get that he's playing a lot better. It's just very jarring to see him at this price point. And people are like, oh, sign me up at that price point. That's great. I just don't see a big difference between List and Keith Mitchell and Aaron Wise. And I'm just going to scroll down $1,000 and I don't know, like Sam Ryder and Harry Higgs. And I love Wyndham Clark every single week. He makes the cut almost every single week. Like, why not just play those guys instead and try to jam in some of the better players in the nines?
That's what we're talking about. The drop off this week is just so ridiculous. I mean, I think you go under Peters and it's like, all these guys in the 8K range were basically 68, 7K last week. And now you look at the guys who are down there and I mean, they don't even look that bad, right? I mean, Wyndham Clark's making cuts. KH Lee's making cuts. And again, another guy who played really well, TPC Scottsdale. Piercy played well last week. I mean, these are just like interchangeable players. And the guys who all played well last week got massive bumps for some reason. You just usually don't see – we're used to seeing players get bumps, but like most of these guys I thought would have been like 77, 7,500, not 8,400 and 8,200. So – something to consider. And again, it's not like these guys are all getting ignored. People are going back to them. So even me might go back to Schwartzel. So I agree. This is why I like the play of getting 2 guys like a Zalatoris and a Romstack, like you mentioned, and then just taking the discount on the 7K players. Cause I don't think there's much difference this week between them and the low 8K range.
Could you get behind Champ at all?
Champ is a guy. I generally just want to play when he's like 7K and no one's on him, but he's played okay the last 2 times out. He's such a good scorer. Like, I would much rather play him than pretty much all the guys above him. I don't know. I honestly don't have a definitive answer on Champ, but he's kind of always in play. Like, he should always be in play for you because of how prolific the DraftKings scorer he is. He could finish T26 and be like 5th in DraftKings scoring. So I wish he was like 7,800. Then I think I'd really get behind him. But he's definitely, he's cheaper than all those guys I just rallied on. So yeah, he's definitely going to be in play for me. I might talk myself into him by the end of the week for sure.
Did you notice, looking at the leaderboard at Quail Hollow last week, the similarities it shared with PGA National?
Not off the top of my head, but now that I think about it, you got Mitchell, Rory. Who else was up there?
Wise was up there. I think he was, what was he?
Wise?
He was in the mix, at least, at PGA National
Yeah,
this time around. Rory has won at PGA National. Mitchell has won at PGA National in the past. I mean, it's very anecdotal. Luke List is someone who has finished second and lost in a playoff.
Well, it's funny you mention that because I know before the week I was looking a little bit at PGA National for that reason. So, like, I was kind of already thinking that way before the week, but I didn't really think about it at the end of the week. But yeah, now that we're talking about it, with Mitchell being up there, definitely.
Yeah, Woodland is another one who's had success at PGA National in the past.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I mean, maybe it's just tough courses. I don't know.
Maybe. Well, it's funny because when I do the breakdown of PGA National every year, the more I look at it, it's like, oh, it's a shorter course. But for whatever reason, that it does tend to benefit bombers over time, which I found really interesting. And even Justin Thomas, obviously, he's won at Quail Hollow. He's won at PGA National. He didn't have the greatest week last week, but he couldn't drain any putts. So, classic Justin Thomas. Classic Justin Thomas when he doesn't win events and can't get the putter going. I just thought that was something to look at moving forward. Like, even Fleetwood had a pretty good week, and he's someone who's played PGA National really well over time too. Keegan Bradley is another one who's been up there. I just want to put that in the back of my mind for next year looking at, because I'd always think like, oh, Riviera, Quail Hollow, that makes the most sense. But even like someone who's won both those events. So you have Riviera and Quail Hollow. JB Holmes has won both those events. But he was in the final group at the Honda Classic this year before he shot like 90 or whatever it was on Sunday.
It's a good point. I know when I was looking at it, there was a lot of correlation between those two. I think it's a good note too. Obviously, we think of Quail Hollow, Valspar and Riviera, the two most comparables, and this is good comparisons. But maybe it's just that, again, all those courses are they're usually top 15 in terms of toughness. So I think it's just really looking maybe in terms of, I know obviously you can go to like Fantasy National, you hit tougher courses or whatever, but you get a group of courses like that and guys just keep popping up. So I think those 3 courses you put together, if you're looking for like a tough course comparison, or if we get a new one pop up, maybe this course will play really tough. I don't think it will, but that's just like a threesome there where you can really kind of look at. So I definitely noticed that comparison like before the week, but like I said, I didn't really think about it at the end of the week, but with Mitchell popping up again and Rory winning, definitely some kind of correlation there.
What do you think the winning score is for this week? I'm going to guess like minus 24.
Oh, that low, hey? Yeah. I'm gonna say about minus 20. I think if the wind stays down, I agree. Like, you'll see the birdies fly. I don't think it'll quite get there. I think there's a lot of tough par 4s in there. I don't know how tough they're actually going to play, but the wind isn't supposed to be crazy. The greens, there is a lot of rain there early in the week, which is the one thing that could turn this into like you said, maybe it does get to minus 24, but I'm going to say minus 20. I think we see Scottsdale is a good comparison. They usually gets to 16, 17, but we got the extra par 5 in play here. So I'll say minus 20.
Well, there's the extra par 5. And I do think that like there are 2 short par 4s. And I think some of the longer hitters might take a go at the other one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, I'm not going to pretend like I know this is going to play, but there's a creek running throughout the course. I'm not sure how much it's going to come into play on many holes, though. I don't think it's going to come into play on that many holes. There's not as much water here as at TPC Scottsdale either, which could really open things up for the players to maybe just bomb it. Like, it looks like there's a lot of open landing spots. So I think it's going to be more of a driver heavy course. And if the players just all of a sudden can just start firing it, like someone's probably going to go low. Again, you're going to have like wedges into every green. So is it going to play? I think a good comparison is it going to play more like Trinity Forest, where guys can just do whatever they want off the tee? Whoever heats up with the putter like Kang did in 2019, is going to win, or is it going to play a little bit more? You got to be more precise off the tee, like TPC Scottsdale, and the scoring will be a little bit more muted, but still you'll see a lot of birdies. So somewhere in between there. I'll go with -20 though, but if the conditions off the tee aren't too hard, then yeah, 24 will be in play.
7K range this week. I won't tell you who I'm playing as of yet, but I will tell you who the people are playing as of right now in terms of ownership. Gooch, Munoz, a lot of people playing my guy, the Gim Reaper. I've already bet him, and I'm most definitely playing him. So I have him projected at right around 20% right now. He might end up being the highest owned player on the slate. I'm going to put him in my PGA Tour video this week as well. I wrote him up in the column, so he's going to get some exposure. Maybe he can make a putt this week. That'd be nice. Come on, Gim. Figure it out on the greens, pal. Johnny Vegas coming in with a ton of ownership. Tom Hoagie, Tom Lewis, and Vince Whaley. He's becoming a guy that people are playing all of a sudden.
Oh, yeah. You make 5 cuts, Pat, and you stay around 7K. You're going to get some looks here. I mean, Whaley he's doing well. He's not doing anything great, so you can use him as a cut maker. I'd much rather go to just some guy who's got more chance of popping, like Wyndham Clark we talked about. I'd probably even rather play Tom Lewis there. But Whaley, absolutely, you could think about. Like I say, he's not doing anything crazily well, so I'm not sure what the chances of him just going nuts are. But some interesting ownership projections early in the week. Vegas is really popping. It looks like people are really on him. He is striking it well, but I don't know how crazily I want to eat the Johnny Vegas chalk. That dude can go ice cold on and around the greens in a hurry. So Snedeker getting a lot of looks as well. And yeah, people love him some Doug Gim. Kind of interesting that maybe it's just like the Pat Mayo effect or something. I didn't think he was going to be like that popular, but I guess we got the Texas connection. He's coming in off a missed cut as well, but the ball striking is always there for Doug Gim. I like Doug Gim too. I'm a little shocked that he's this popular, but I guess you look at this range, people maybe just didn't want to pile on Brandt Snedeker. I think it's just the players around him are just so unappealing. I mean, Scott Stallings is 7,500 this week. Ben Martin is 7,400. Why? I mean, so I think Gim is just a product of he's in this range and he's like the only player that people really feel comfortable playing.
welcome. Madden After Dark. Little switcheroo in the schedule. Kenny
You
Ducey's here.
you thought that Moose would be here because of the contest name, but that's just not the case.
Not the case.
Stuck with me.
You know how it goes. You want to make it as early as possible in the day to give people time to get involved. And what do you know? Kenny Ducey is here for Madden After Dark. This will be fun.
What a rare occurrence that I'm on Madden After Dark, and what a treat it is to work with you after the laborious stream that I had with Adam Kaufman.
I know. I know what you mean.
I spoke to you during that stream. It was great.
You did. That was like 8 hours ago. That's kind of crazy.
Really? 8 hours ago?
Yeah.
I could have gotten a full night's sleep in that time. And no one told me. This could be the morning for me. I could have a cup of coffee with me. I could be working on my stories.
Your stories? Like for work?
Yeah, for work. Every day.
Just the way you said that, like working on my stories, like it's like you're writing a.
It's like I'm going in depth on something happening in baseball. That's what it sounds like. I really like Calvin Ridley, and that's why I have him in my captain spot clash with Julio Jones, Todd Gurley, Nick Chubb, Russell Gage, and Austin Hoopaloop in the Austin Hooper revenge game.
Oh, good call. Very good
call.
Point.
Revenge game.
Good point. You like Ridley, huh? Ridley always lets me down.
Ridley.
Yeah.
Ridley seldom lets me down. I feel like the majority of the times that I play with him, when I get him in my lineup, he is in form and he plays well for me. So.
Okay. Well, I put Hayden Hurst in the captain spot. I think a cheaper captain was the move here, just to get.
Definitely. There's a lot of guys who want to get in here that are high priced for sure.
So I put Hurst in the captain spot. I played Ryan, no Baker, Julio, OBJ, Kareem Hunt, Younghoe Koo.
Jordan Lindenbaum says Ducey After Dark, Tom's Microwave, DAD. Mike Bizzle. I need some more clarity on this comment. He says, that shirt struggles, Deuce. What do you mean this shirt? This is a beautiful shirt. This is blue and pink and teal and some little purple. This is a gorgeous shirt. This is a shirt that announces, hey, world, it's nice outside today.
Well, you were out to dinner, right? So is that your going out to dinner shirt?
Going out to get tacos shirt, because my friends and I, every Wednesday, we do Taco Wednesday because, it's a popular thing. Every week, people do Taco Wednesdays all over the place.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
Nick Chubb.
That is huge. Huge.
Touchdown.
What a start to Madden After Dark.
Wow.
Just put me in for. Give me the title right now, Glash. I'm taking this.
Ducey After Dark. Put it on a shirt.
Hashtag dad. Hashtag dad.
Wow.
This is what happens when I'm in the mix after dark. Already 13 points for Nick Chubb.
Didn't play him, did you?
I did. Freak of Nature says, Ducey, you need some disco lights. I could turn off the lights. We could do our fourth quarter hit with the lights off. I did do that once.
Yeah, I do have the disco light nearby.
You do? Do you bring it out for Madden After Dark? I don't know what happens on Madden After Dark. I've watched
usually
it a few times.
I'll bring out the disco lights.
Okay. I know Rossi does that. Obi-Wan says give Ducey the title. That's right. Crown me right now. Who's the guy? Dennis Reed, the coach. Dennis Green. If you want to crown him, crown him. That's me. Crown me. If you want to crown me, crown me.
Let's see. 146 entries in our contest. I titled it Browns Chiefs Week 1. Is that the game to stack too soon? Is it too soon? It's an afternoon game. So
I'll tell you what. No,
don't stack them?
No.
Oh.
Here's why.
All right.
I hate Odell Beckham. Odell Beckham last year was my most fadeable player. I told people to fade him every week, and it made people a lot of money because Odell Beckham only caught about half the targets that he got. I mean, that's a really bad. You can blame Baker Mayfield. You can blame Odell Beckham. You can blame whoever you want. The point is that he was only catching around half the balls that were thrown to him. And that was the same exact scenario the year before that. He was only catching half the balls thrown to him. I don't know what's going on with Odell Beckham, but it's not good.
Yeah, but who cares? They were fine without him last year.
Yeah, but you're telling me that's a stackable game. If you're stacking that game, you're stacking Odell Beckham in there.
Not necessarily.
Kind of feels like it.
No. Well, you could play the running backs. You could play the tight end. You could play...
If you want to play...
Jarvis Landry.
Tyreek Hill. And... I don't even know who else.
Kelsey.
But that's too much money. You're not going to be able to pull that off.
Lindenbaum, OBJ has been a mediocre fantasy player since he joined that team. It's true. Baker was trying to force feed him. I'm talking 2 years ago, so not last year, the year before.
DraftKings says Ducey is who we thought he was.
Let him off the hook.
Let him off the hook. We added that part. That he didn't say that. Casey Mize. Quality start tonight. Shout out to Casey Mize. James Caprillion. Good start against the Boston Red Sox. Some nice pitching tonight. It's a welcome sight.
We have producer Michael here with us. Also, Andrew on the ones and twos. Jim from the Game Ops team. Hey, Jim.
Jim. Chef Duke says Jets rant coming up. Nope.
Well,
why would tonight be any different than any other night? Why am I ranting about the Jets tonight? The NFL is just as relevant tonight as it was a week ago. Just because we know the order in which the Jets will lose doesn't mean that it's a big day. I think I've made tentative plans though to go watch the Jets' first game in North Carolina.
Well, I mean, it is schedule day, and I wanted to go through the schedule with you, and I want you to pick their record.
For what team? For the Jets?
For the Jets.
Okay, let's do it. I haven't done this yet. I have not looked at their schedule.
Let's go.
I saw that they have a primetime game and then the London game back to back. I tried to explain this to my friend. I said, "Oh, the Jets are playing in London," and he was like, "Which London?" I was like, "London, England." I'm like, "Yeah, London, England." He's like, "The football team, the Jets?" It's like, "Yeah." The football team, the New York Jets, they're playing in London, England. So lay it on me. Let's talk about it.
Yes. Here we go.
Game by game. I'll give you my objective take.
I've already got a pen and paper ready for this.
You know I keep it objective, right?
Yes.
With the New York Jets? Okay.
Week 1. Okay. New York Jets at Carolina and Sam Darnold.
That's a win.
Win for the Jets.
Carolina, whole host of problems last year. I do think Sam Darnold's going to do very well there in Carolina. I wish nothing but the best for him. But the thing is, Glash, they just had a lot of issues on both sides of the ball last year. They didn't do enough to rectify those issues. They have great skill position players. They have a good quarterback right now. But it's going to take a little bit of time for that team to come together and maybe another draft for them to finally blossom, Matt Rule's system to finally come through. So I think the Jets win that game. I really do. It's and that's not a bold statement. The Panthers aren't a good team.
I think they're going to lose that game.
Okay, that's fine. I know you're going to say they're going to lose every game, but next game.
No.
1-0, New York Jets going into week 2.
Then they're going to they're going to host the New England Patriots on September 19th, a week later. They're losing that game. Patriots are losing that game.
Yeah, I think the Jets could win, and here's why: because the Jets they should have beat the Patriots last year with Joe Flacco at quarterback. I do think that there's marginal improvements there on offense. And it depends. If Mac Jones is starting that game, I actually think the Patriots could win, but I think Cam Newton's going to start. I think Mac Jones might take a little while to get into the starting lineup. So I think the Jets can win that game 2-0.
Okay. There you go. I'm going to put yours in the...
2-0. The Jets are 2-0 going into week 3.
Oh. Week 3 at Denver. Your boy Drew Lock.
Yeah, it's another one. The losses are coming, trust me. Denver's not a good. These are not good teams.
They're not winning that game.
The Denver Broncos are not a good team. Come on now. They have the same win total. The Broncos and the Jets have the same win total, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but Denver's a tough road game.
Yeah, come on. Even the Jets in their worst days were beating up on the Broncos.
Jason Myers says we are delusional. I think it's a great spot for the Jets. A quarterback, Belichick. Now,
look, I'm telling you, I'm not going to say they're going to win every game, but these are 3 bad teams to start the season. They're going to win.
Rookie quarterbacks don't do well against Belichick, but the Jets gave the Patriots good games last year. I think so. I have them at 1-2. You have them at 3-0.
Okay.
And we get a touchdown.
I just don't understand. You think the Panthers and Hooper revenge game? I told you, man. Got to get him in the lineup. I'm killing it right now. I told you that. Well, Austin was gonna have a good game, but I'm also saying, and I don't think you're hearing, that the Panthers are not a good football team, and neither are the Broncos. It's not out of the realm of possibilities that the Jets, a team that had a good defense down the stretch last year, has a lot of improvements on that side of the ball. A lot of rookies last year came on late. Still have Quinnen Williams, C.J. Mosley come back to the lineup. They can win that game. Come on now. I agree with you that it feels like they'll lose one of those games. They're not going to win all 3, but I do think that they can win all 3. So I'm going to say 3.
All right.
3-0. Let's move on.
Okay.
I know what you think. You know what I think. We're not going to argue about it. Let's go to week 4.
All right. So you have them at 3-0. I have them at 1-2. Week 4.
Yeah, they're not going to do 1-2.
Tennessee at home.
Tennessee at home. Oh, that's a huge loss. They're going to lose by 20 points.
Okay. Loss. Sunday, October 10th, a week later, the week before the bye. This is a London game against Atlanta. I wish everyone could see how you just get the hand on your mouth and your just the look to your face right now. Especially with the shirt.
They're gonna lose that game. They're gonna lose that game. 3-2.
I think they are going to lose as well.
They could win that game. Again, I don't know. As of again, I really don't know the schedule. As of now, because I don't care. I'm saying 3-2. They could win that Falcons game and then lose to the Broncos. They'll just be 3-2 at this point. They'll definitely be 3-2 through 5 weeks. 100%. Keep going. If they don't win that, if they win that Falcons game, then they'll lose another game in the first 3. Continue. 3-2.
Okay. Lindenbaum, for the record, the prestige Jets fan in the chat. He's got him at 1-4.
Okay.
Okay. Bye week in the week 6. We go to week 7. They're at New England.
I hope someone's recording this, by the way, because this is going to be true.
I've got it. I've got a pen and paper.
Thank you. I can't wait to talk about this because this is going to be people are going to be blown away by how right I was.
Okay, at New England.
Okay, so home against New England, win. At New England, loss. 3-3.
Okay. Okay, great. This is fun. Week 8, Halloween.
We do agree. Halloween. Okay.
Cincinnati at home.
Oh, that's a win. Huge win. Win by 15. Write it down. 15. They win by 15.
Okay, easy with the numbers. Now you're gonna tell me how much they're gonna win by. Just
I told you they're gonna lose to the Titans by 20. They're gonna beat the Bengals by 15. Write it down.
Okay. I am gonna have them at a loss.
Okay, that doesn't make any sense. So there's no reason. The Bengals are still gonna be one of the worst teams in football. Go ahead.
Joe Burrow will be back and ready to go by that point.
Yeah, he'll be ready. He'll be healthy. Does that mean he's gonna be good enough to win that game all by himself?
Yeah.
How did it work out last year when Deshaun Watson was a top 5 quarterback with a crap team? Not very well.
Week 9, short week.
Okay, short week.
At Indy.
Oh, it's a big loss. Yep, loss. So what are we at now? We're at 5-5? No, 3-5. 3-5. Okay. See, this is realistic. I'm being objective here.
Continue. Oh no, I'm sorry. I lied. You have them winning that Cincinnati game.
Of course I do. Yeah.
So you have them at 4-4.
4-4. Okay. We're 4-4. We're hanging out. Yeah.
We need to read some stuff before we continue.
Yeah.
Nick Chubb, 96 yards and a touchdown. He had a 70-yard touchdown on the first play from scrimmage. It's 14-0. Austin Hooper has the other score. Madden fans, you, the people, refer your friend to play DraftKings by scanning this QR code on your screen right now. dkng.co/friend. Just hold your phone up, scan that code, send the link to your friends. Well, after you scan it, then send the link to your friends, and when they deposit, you both play free. So you're going to get, I'm pretty sure the number is 20 DK dollars. It's going to pop right up. Get involved. You deserve it. Tell your friends about this. It'll be fun.
I'm in 20th place, by the way, in our little contest.
Okay. Let me take a look at that. Yes, okay. Ducey is here. I am in 143rd place.
Okay, you know what? Can we keep going here? We got a long season.
Yeah.
4 and 4.
Catching everybody up. Where we are. Okay, here we go.
4 and 4. I'm 4
Whoa.
and 4.
Whoa!
Oh!
Touchdown.
Is that my man? Is that my man?
Russell Gage. He always scores when you're with me.
I have Russell Gage. I have all these guys. I have every touchdown so far. 3 for 3.
Wow.
Come on, give it to me. What's the next game? They're 4 and 4.
All right. Week 10. Home, Buffalo.
That's a win. That's the first shocking win of the year.
I have the Jets with 1 win, and they're 1 wins against the Patriots.
I mean, that's just silly. That's just foolish. You're just having fun. You're not actually thinking. You're not doing critical thinking.
Bruiser B,
there's no way they're gonna play bad quarterbacks with the Panthers, the Broncos, the Patriots twice, and win only 1 game. That's ludicrous. Luda.
Jordan says that wasn't Gage. Isn't that Russell Gage? 83, right? Why'd you say it wasn't Gage? That was him.
I said it was Gage.
No, I know you did. Jordan Lindenbaum said that wasn't Gage. That was Russell Gage, right? Yeah. What the hell's going on here? Russell Gage with the touchdown. Okay, moving on. Hi, Twitch. I'm looking at Twitch now, too. Hi, Twitch. Hope you're well.
Okay.
I know. I'm just saying hi to everyone, okay? You gotta please everybody. I hope. Week 11, Miami, home.
What is this? Oh, sorry.
Miami at home.
Yeah, that's a huge win.
They're going to win that. Do you think you have to just? Why do you have to mention the huge part?
Because that's a huge win. That's a huge win.
Okay, I got him winning. This is the second win of the season.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, moving on. Oh, you're leaving now. What the hell? Smash that like button. Please. Thank you for being here. I mean it. Jason Myers, huge loss to Buffalo. They're not happy with the Buffalo take, Ducey.
What's the next game? What do we got?
This is great. Sunday, November 28th, they are at Houston.
Oh, is Houston gonna win a single game this year?
I don't know. I was saying that to Jeff. I would love to go.
The Jets are going to win that game, though, 100%.
I think they're going to win that game, too.
100%.
You got them on a 3-game win streak.
Let's go.
You have them winning 4 of their last 5.
What's their record now? Where do we stand?
You have them at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You have them at 7 wins.
No, that's impossible. 7 and 5?
Yeah, you have them 3-0.
Okay.
And winning week 8, and then you have them just winning 3 in a row.
I mean, yeah, that's what the schedule calls for. Let's keep going.
I have them at 3-8.
Okay, I know what you have them at. Let's keep going.
Okay. Sunday, December 5th, week 13, home against Philadelphia.
Win. 8 and 5.
If you keep going this slow, I'm gonna have to pull up the schedule myself, and it's gonna
Why?
ruin the surprise.
Why? This is good. I like the suspense between.
Okay. 8-5. The Jets will be 8-5 after 13 games. Keep going.
You are. What are you on? What did you
Keep
have for dinner
going,
tonight?
Glass.
What was in those tacos tonight?
I had 1 al pastor, 1 carne asada, and 1 fish. Keep going.
I can't imagine them winning 3 in a row. So that's it.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Keep going.
Okay, week 14, home against New Orleans.
Oh, yeah, it's a big L. They're going to cop a huge L. I don't think that any of these games are going to be close when they lose.
I'll give you
They're going to lose some
So-
lopsided games.
So home Philadelphia, home New Orleans. I could see them splitting that little mini homestand. So I'll give them a win against New Orleans. I'm not a big believer.
They're going to beat the Chiefs, but they're not going to beat the Panthers? Are you serious?
Well, New Orleans is not going to be. I don't think New Orleans is going to be anything special.
They're going to be fine. Come on. All right, what is it now? 8-6? They're 8-6?
Okay.
Jets are 8-6, right? That's what we got?
Yep, you have 8 wins.
Okay, keep going.
Okay. The chat's getting, they're really enjoying your picks.
We stand in Ducey land. Yes, Sean Preston, yes.
Val says, Glass, stop, please. He's getting me upset.
Keep going. I want to make Val more upset. That's my goal tonight, is to make Val more upset.
Cancel the sweat tomorrow. Let's just do the Jets
Let's
week
do
by
this
week.
right now. Come on.
It's week 15.
This should be the show tomorrow. This should be it.
Oh, I thought schedule day was overrated, Ducey. This is fun, isn't it? It's fun.
Just lay the next game on me, please.
Okay, we got 4 left. Here we go. At Miami, week 15.
Huge win. Come on. They're going to kill Miami.
Dude.
9-5.
Loss. Week 16. Home Jacksonville.
Another win. 10-5.
Oh, my God. I'll have them winning that game.
I mean, yeah, they're going to win that game.
All right, home Tampa Bay, week 17. Tommy.
Loss. Easy loss, yeah. 10-6. So they're making the playoffs probably, right?
And then they're at Buffalo to wrap up the season.
They lose that game 100%. That's an easy loss. 10-7. They're going to Buffalo will just truck them.
Kenneth Ducey has the New York Jets in 2021 going 10-7.
The Jets will be 10-7. You heard it here first, everybody. 10-7 New York Jets. Robert Saleh, first year as head coach. It's going to happen.
I have it 5 wins. 5-12. I have them starting really, really slow, and then they're gonna have a nice little finish. Zach Wilson will be acclimated. They'll get a hang of it. But holy crap, 10-7. Hey, I know you're talking to someone else there, Ducey. You mind
No,
me asking,
I was rehearsing what I was going to say to you.
You mind me asking her if what was in those tacos tonight?
I was rehearsing the answer that I was going to have for Val.
Would you go out to dinner with Robert Saleh? And he told you, hey, I watched
maybe.
you on the dream
You know,
stream.
the
Better
other
say nice
day,
things.
I was walking down 2nd Avenue, walked right by the Knicks having dinner. It's possible. It's possible.
Well, if you want to use that angle, anything's possible.
By the way, the Knicks just clinched a playoff spot. Shout out to the Knicks. They did it.
Now, you want me to send a picture of this to you so you can hang it up on your brick wall? Or?
No, yes. Slack me a picture. I'll have it. And every game I will hang on the words that I spewed on what's today. May 12th. There you go. We got like 3. I guarantee you, too, in 3 months, my answer to all those games are going to change. I'm not going to feel nearly the same way. You heard it here.
Man,
look, and again, this doesn't have to do with the Jets actually being that good. They play in a bad division, and they're going to be playing bad football teams. That's what we have to get through our brains here, through our skulls. The Panthers are not good. The Dolphins are not good. I think the Bills are due for a little bit of a letdown this year. That defense was not good. The Bills' defense, folks, was really bad last year. And what did they do to fix it? Nothing. The Bills did nothing to fix their defense. What about the Falcons? The Jets get to play the Falcons this year? They have one of the worst defenses in football. And what did they do? They drafted a tight end. These are all the teams the Jets get to play. If they have any semblance of competence this year, if they're anywhere close to a decent team, they'll win 10 games, 100%.
Wow.
Look, everyone out there is saying this is ridiculous. You can't say that until it is ridiculous. That's the key. That's what you have to remember. This was 10-7 is only a crazy projection for the Jets once they don't go 10-7. But when they do, until they don't go 10-7, until they lose that 8th game, I'm still at, baby. You can't tell me that I'm not right.
You know what? Forget Slack. I'm taking a photo of this and putting it on Twitter.
Please do.
So I didn't label the games, but I have the weeks.
100%, 10-7. That's the Jets' record. It's going to be one of the great.
Hold on, let me take a photo.
Would you have thought Leicester City would win the Premier League years ago? Did you think Oral Roberts was going to go as far as they did in the NCAA tournament? It's going to happen.
You're so inspirational.
It's going to happen.
Okay, I'm going to put this
Mark
on Twitter
Underwood
right now.
says the Jets will win more than the Pats.
Kenny Ducey predicts the
Mike
Jets
Ross
will go.
Watch him be
10-7.
right. The irony of life. That's the thing about schedule release day. I don't want to participate in it, but as long as I am, that every team is on equal footing right now. Anything could happen this season. A prediction is only crazy once it's not true. Unless, like Mark Sanchez last year saying the Jets were going to go like 15-1, like that's crazy. But this is not that crazy. I really don't think so. They're not playing good teams.
Yeah, but they're not good either.
They'll split with the Bills. I think that they'll split with the Patriots. They'll win both against the Dolphins. And then what did I say that was that crazy? They're going to beat the Panthers. They beat the Texans, the Jaguars, 3 terrible teams. That's really not that far-fetched. I'm sorry, it's not.
Hey.
Sean's saying that I'm dying on the sale. 100%. 100%.
All right.
Maybe 9-6. Maybe they lose one of those games that I think they should win. But I'm telling you, they're going to start. What did I say? They're going to start off the season 3-5.
4-4.
4-4.
You have them 3-0. They're going to be in it.
Clash. But I know that it sounds unreasonable, right? I know who I am, but just reason with me for a second, okay? The Bengals, the Jaguars, the Texans, the Panthers, the Dolphins. They can win a game off those guys. Are you serious? That's 5 right there. That's not that crazy. It really isn't. It's a little generous. I'll give you that. I don't think it's that crazy. I really don't.
That's a word right there for it. Generous.
It is a little generous. I'll admit it, but it's also not. I don't think it's that far-fetched.
Wow.
What is Jason Myers? What has Zach Wilson done ever? Number one, what has Jason Myers done ever, except for impersonate an NFL kicker? And number 2 is what has Trevor Lawrence done ever? You telling me that Trevor Lawrence is going to beat Zach Wilson? I'm saying I have the same argument. What about Joe Burrow? How many games has Joe Burrow won? What has he done?
Carter says, not saying you're going to be wrong, Kenny, but there's a but. I think you're wrong about the Miami Dolphins defense. Don't see how the young rookie quarterback will stand up to the blitz.
Dolphins defense is great. If you want to tell me the Dolphins are going to sweep against the Jets, sure, 9-6.
Big old.
I'll give you a 9-6.
Big old bear. That's a man under the influence of Taco Wednesday.
I don't think it's that far-fetched. I really don't.
Father Burn, Ducey's at Larry David's level of pitch. That's fantastic. If you folks need the evidence, at Brendan Glasheen, at Kenny Ducey, the win-loss record for the Jets. Ducey has them at 10-7. I have them at 5-12. I have them winning week 2 against the Patriots at home. That's going to be like their win of the year.
Their win of the year is going to come over Cam Newton.
Yeah, that's a good point.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I have the Jets at 1-8, but then they're going to rally. They're going to win a couple games.
That's just not going to happen. That's just not going to happen. I
feel better about
this. If anything, they're going to lose. They're going to lose their games. They're going to lose their games down the stretch. They're not going to lose their games.
Oh, I think
it's
the
point.
I disagree with you. I think it's opposite. Week 12 on Houston, Jacksonville, Philadelphia. Go win those games. Who knows what New Orleans is going to look like? You don't know. I'll play your game. You don't know what it's going to be looking like.
I'm telling you right now.
We don't know what the Saints are going to be by week 14. They could be in that game.
They're going to lose their games down the stretch to teams like the Bucks, teams like the Saints. They're not going to lose to the Panthers, the Texans, the Bengals. Come on, man. I don't think that's... All right, we're going in circles here. Let's talk about something else.
This is the first time you've actually given a prediction. This is new. Like, you haven't done this already elsewhere. This is the first time you've given the Jets.
This is the first time that you are seeing me go game by game for the New York Jets this year. And this is the first time that I've tried to predict what their record will be. That is absolutely correct.
Producer Michael, we might have to clip this up and put this out on the socials because...
Sure.
Wow.
I will happily put my name behind this.
Love it.
The thing about the NFL that no one wants to admit is that the parity, the so-called parity, doesn't exist. There's like 4 good teams in the NFL. The rest of them are all the same. They all stink. So any team can rise above the rest if they want to go on a nice run. I really do think that. I think the league is very top heavy. I think that you've got teams like the Packers, the Buccaneers, the Chiefs. The Bills have crept up there. I think the Bills might be a legitimately good team. And then there's just like a bunch of crap. Like, I just don't think there's that many great teams out there that scare you. And when you want to talk about Drew Lock and Cam Newton and Sam Darnold and Justin and Trevor Lawrence and Joe Burrow, these are the guys that are going to stand in the way of the Jets winning games. Maybe one of them, maybe 1 or 2. Not going to go 1-8 or whatever you said. Ridiculous.
Why is that ridiculous? What did they start this past year? 0-what? 0-10?
They didn't have nearly the same team.
Couple nice draft picks.
Come on now.
Couple nice draft picks. They had a great offseason. Oh, I think it was good. I think
they have a competent general manager.
But why do you think they're going to lose games down the stretch? Wouldn't you hope
just
it's
the schedule? The Buccaneers, the Saints. These are games they'll lose 100%. They will lose. I would put like my savings on the Jets losing to the Bills in Week 17. That is a surefire loss.
Well, yeah, of course. They're going to be in a position
to easily lose that game.
They're going to be in a position to really it could change their draft order, their draft selection. At that point.
No, just
you're right. No,
I don't know if the Jets have ever won a Week 17 game against the Bills ever.
No, you know what? Now that you say that, you're right. My take is so different because you think they're going to be in it in Week 18. You think they're actually going to be in it.
Of course.
So you're guaranteeing a loss Week 18. This is great. So happy this is happening. You want to do another team? You want to do the Bills?
We can do the Bills. I mean, it'll be objective and true.
Ducey, I'm going to be completely straight up with you. You don't think that between Sims, I spoke with Michael and he says, okay, let's pick some teams that we can run through the schedules with to really get Ducey fired up. The first two that came to mind were the Jets and the Bills.
Let's do the Bills.
I mean, just being transparent.
And I'm just going to be objective about the Bills. They'll win a lot of games. Let's go.
You see, I already have them. I already have it numbered 1 through 18.
Okay, let's go.
D and B.
Let's do it.
D for Ducey, B for Brendan.
Okay.
I don't know why I call myself Brendan in that case. Okay, anyway. Who's ready? Week 1. Buffalo hosting Pittsburgh. Come on. It's a good game, actually.
It's going to be a great game. I think that the Pittsburgh Steelers win that game. It's a tough game. Tough game.
See, now everybody in the games are tough now.
Okay.
Whoa, Matt Ryan takes a big sack.
Okay, come on.
Okay.
What we got here?
We have the whole half to do.
That's true. Okay, what do we got week 2?
Picks, sim, chat, come on, you know the deal.
What we got week 2?
Ducey has them losing week 1.
Buffalo Bills 0-1. New York Jets 1-0. Keep going.
Okay, here we go. Better be consistent on this, Ducey. At Miami, week 2.
Win.
I'm going to give him a loss.
Okay.
Home, Washington, week 3.
Win. But I think that's going to be a very close game.
Okay.
Very close.
Here we go, week 4. Congo Cab says, don't do the Bills. He's going to hate Glash, but that was kind of the idea. Week 4, Houston.
Win.
Yep, win. Agree.
3-1.
We're both in the same place now. 3-1. There we go. Week 5 at Kansas City, Sunday Night Football.
Loss.
Okay, loss as well. Week 6 at Tennessee, Monday Night Football.
Win.
Agreed, win.
Tennessee, I think Tennessee could be a better team, but they lose. Like, they have these weird losses that they just don't show up for these primetime games and these big games, so that'll be one of them, I think.
Okay, bye week, week 7. Then they come back out of the bye. Home Miami, week 8.
Win.
Win, agreed. They'll split with Miami. It's a tough little spot there at Miami to open the year. Just my opinion. Week 9 at Jacksonville.
Win.
Agreed, win. Okay. Week 10 at the Jets.
I said that this was a loss for them, right?
You think the Jets are going to win this game?
I
So
think the
yes.
Jets will win this game.
Okay, you're right.
I think what's gonna end up happening is I'm gonna have the Bills like 14-3, and someone's gonna have a problem.
Mike Bizzle says, "I miss Madison." He misses Madison. He misses Madison's producing. He does not stand for this, producer Michael. Week 11, I think it's fantastic. Week 11 against Indianapolis at home.
Win.
I'm gonna have them win that game too.
Okay.
Okay, here's where it gets challenging.
Okay.
Thanksgiving night at New Orleans.
Win.
I'm gonna give them a loss. I know. I said it was down on the Saints. It's a tough spot. They'll be all fired up there on. It's also a horrible idea to put Bills fans and Saints fans on Bourbon Street. Wow, that's gonna be a party. Week 13. With several days off, they will play the Patriots at home on Monday Night Football.
Win.
I agree. Win. Okay. You have them winning against the Saints, week 12. Okay, and I have them losing that game. All right, week 14 at Tampa.
That's a win.
That's a win. Go Tom. Oh! Carolina,
Win.
week 15.
Oh, pick!
Come on, focus. Week 16 at New England.
Win.
Loss.
Give me a loss, by the way, for that Buccaneers game. I think they'll lose that game.
Good. Good. That's good. They're going to lose. They're going to split. The Patriots will split with the Bills. They'll be better by the end of the season.
Hey, I mean, the AFC East is weird. That could definitely happen.
Everyone's on my case. Oh, the Bills are way better. I know they're better. Any given Sunday, right? Any given Sunday.
Okay.
Okay, you're right. On task.
All right.
Home Atlanta, week 17.
Win.
Agreed. Win. Week 18, Jets.
Win. Literally 14-3, right?
You are correct. You have the Bills at 14-3.
Yeah.
And I have.
But you know what though? But I'm not objective. Not objective. I'm just not. I can't say anything good about the teams they hate. I can't say anything bad about the teams I like. No.
I have them at 13-4. I have one more loss than you.
Yeah. Well, it's gonna be one game more wrong than I am.
13-4. Ducey has them at 14-3. I don't even want to know what you have New England and Miami at.
I mean, Miami, I love their defense, but Tua, I can't get behind Tua, man. I don't think he's very good.
What an interesting time.
Jim says, is Ridley or Julio even playing?
Oh, Ducey, I'm reading your chat now in Slack.
Did I send you a chat?
No, in our group channel.
Classic.
I think you're fair. I mean, 10-7 though.
I really think that I really think that's a fair record, and I know that it comes across as lunacy, but that's how I feel.
Kareem says, Ducey says, oh, pick, and Glass says, stay focused. He's staying focused calling the game. Good point. Good point, Kareem. Todd Gurley has the final seconds of the third quarter. Line down.
Third quarter nearly over.
Free Piercy says, Glash, keep distracting Ducey like this. It works. No time to spout his nonsense. This is a fun exercise.
It is. But I wish that people would take these seriously.
Jordan Warren says, this is what I meant last sim. You guys give realistic takes. ESPN's going to have Green Bay, Tampa, and KC at 15-2. The Jets, Bengals, and Jags all with 4 wins.
That's what I'm saying. These are realistic. You know what the easiest thing in the world to do is? The easiest thing is to say, oh, Jets win 5 games. No thought, no research. Jets will win 5 games.
Out of the 5 games.
You come here, you get the real predictions. You get reality. This is reality.
I had him at 5. Is that a shot at me?
No one out there is going to say the Jets. You know what, though? Where are all these people? When the Jets win 8 games, there's going to be no one out there saying, oh, boy, I predicted that. Well, it's going to be quiet. All these people that predicted the Jets would not do well.
I guess what's phenomenal about your 10-7 is you have them 3-0. Then you also have a stretch in the season where the Jets are 7-2.
It literally doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what order that they play the teams in. It's just they're going to win on a given game. They're going to beat these bad quarterbacks. They're gonna take 1 of 2 from the Patriots. They're gonna take 1 of 2 from the Dolphins. They're gonna take 1 of 2 from the Bills. That's what happens in the AFC East. Rarely do you see a season series sweep from a team in the AFC East. I feel like they split all the time. So yeah, that's split. And then they'll beat Trevor Lawrence. They'll beat Joe Burrow, and they'll beat whatever his face is. Sam Darnold. Whatever his face is.
Drew
Lock.
You love Drew Lock.
I like them, but come on, they're not good. They're not good.
You all love Madden, so if you're a Madden fan making lineups here on the DraftKings Dream Stream, refer your friends to DraftKings to play free. I said it, free in the Madden contests. Of course, we're talking about these paid contests. To play them for free and get your friend in for free, simply scan the QR code on screen or visit dkng.co/friend. Send this link to your friends, and when they deposit, you both play for free. Just go to that code and it gives you all the details there. It's really the simple way of putting it. So strongly encourage. If you want to get free DraftKings dollars to play in all things you're doing, PGA, NBA, NHL, Major League Baseball, NFL, these, do it.
David Georgie said 7 and 10. Sure, I'll take 7 and 10.
I was just going to say, you'd be happy with that, right?
I'll be very happy with that, yeah.
So is this what you're doing? You're like, oh, well, I got him at 10 and 7. That means you'll be even more pleased at 7 and 10?
I wouldn't say more pleased. I would like to be right, but yeah.
Jason Myers, we're both pretty insane. And we're both
there it is. There's a touchdown.
Julio!
There he is. People are wondering where he was.
Found him. Come out, wherever you are. All right. I played Julio Jones. 62% in our contest, 13% in the captain spot. It's his 50th touchdown in Madden 21. Julio in this contest, 59% owned, 16% in the captain spot. Do you want to do another team, Deucey? Or are you scheduled out?
I don't know if the chat would want me to do another team. I don't think the chat wants that.
I think the Bills was a good little bounce back in terms of winning the people back over.
No, but no one even cares that it said the Bills are going to be 14 and 3. No one cares.
Well, I mean, we led off with the Jets, you know? That's like getting a leadoff homer, you know, in the baseball game. Everyone's thinking about that leadoff homer. They're here in the 6th inning. Yeah, it's a 1-0 game. We're still talking about the home run. Who do you like? You want to do Cleveland or Atlanta, the two teams here?
I don't know. I don't know. Chef Duke says this will be the last broadcast with Deucey and Glash. If you think you're breaking us up that easy, you got another thing coming.
I'm having fun. This is actually fun.
This is fun, yeah. Lindenbaum wants me to do another one. I'm 13th in the contest, by the way. I am doing so well, and I have 0 points in my captain spot. 0 from Calvin Ridley. And I'm in 13th.
All right, you pick the team.
Let's do the New York Giants. How about the New York Giants?
Boy.
Let me pull up their schedule.
Okay.
All right.
I was like, let's do the two teams here. And I'm like, well, you know.
Drew said 0 and 17. All right. Let's go.
Do you want to read? I like when I read them. Because I like the pause you make as I keep it off.
Wait, you want to read them?
Yeah, I want to read them. I just want to take another look at you. I just like looking at you when you like do your thinking. It's very entertaining.
You're gonna read? Okay, you're gonna read them. Okay.
Yeah. That's okay with you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, all right. Giants, week 1. So great. Home against Denver.
That's a win.
Wow, I don't know. Same record as the Jets week 1.
Okay.
They're gonna win that game. Week 2, assuming Aaron Rodgers is not the quarterback. Week 2, short week at the football team. Thursday Night Football.
That's a loss.
Okay, agreed. Week 3, home against Atlanta.
That is a loss. Loss to Atlanta.
They're gonna win that game.
Okay. Okay. You think they'll beat Atlanta? All right. That's fine. I can see it.
All right. 1 and 2, 2 and 1. Week 4 at New Orleans.
They're gonna lose that game.
Loss. Agreed. Week 5 at Dallas.
Loss to Dallas.
Agreed. Lost. Week 6, home against the Rams.
Loss. Matt Stafford's going to be huge for that team.
Okay. You've got him losing 5 in a row. I've got him losing 3 in a row. I'm going to give him a loss as well.
Okay.
Week 7, they play Carolina at home. Want to call